What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 116. The three sisters who left, 4/10, please subscribe. I hope the other party can let him go, Granny Zoa thought silently in her heart. She couldn't be sure whether Zuo will let Hancock go. After all, Hancock's appearance was so beautiful that men might not be able to resist her temptation. Bye. Granny Zoa did it as she thought. She jumped up and landed directly on the deck of the Devil in midair. It's okay. Zuo stopped the angel girl's idea of taking action and said calmly. Hello, respected Devil, I am Gloriosa, the former emperor of Nine Snake Island. Granny Zoa bowed slightly and said very respectfully. She couldn't help but be careful. Facing a strong man like Zuo, especially a moody strong man, if she didn't do enough gestures, it would be easy to anger the other party, and then everyone on her ship would be here. 22. Sandersonia and Marigold shouted in surprise. It's good to see that you are safe, Granny Zoa said with a smile. However, although the two women were surprised, they had no intention of coming forward. They still stood there and looked at Grandma Zoa with surprise, but there was a trace of solemnity hidden in the surprise. Is it good or bad for Grandma Zoa to appear here at this moment? The two women were not sure. Dear Devil, I came here this time hoping to take away the three Hancock sisters. After all, they are my people from the Nine Snake Island, Grandma Zoa said directly. I must speak frankly, otherwise who knows whether Zuo will kill me when he feels very annoying. It's time for you to make your own decision. Zuo patted Hancock's shoulder and walked aside, saying gently. Kong, I will never let you down. Hancock looked at Zuo and thought firmly. Advertisement turning his head, unlike the tenderness he showed to Zuo, Hancock was arrogant and said very domineeringly. I can go back to Nine Snake Island with you, but I want the position of the Queen of Nine Snake Island. This is impossible. You must prove to me that you are qualified to be the Queen, otherwise I will never agree. Grandma Zoa denied it without thinking. What did you say? Hancock's dark beautiful eyes twitched slightly, and he raised his delicate jade fingers to point at Grandma Zoa, and said arrogantly. Everyone will agree, because I am too beautiful. Her heart was beating violently, and Grandma Zoa immediately said, Did you eat the devil fruit? It's not your turn to take care of my affairs, Hancock said arrogantly with his head shaken. Her eyebrows were already wrinkled, and Hancock had decided that if Grandma Zoa continued to talk nonsense, he would not talk nonsense with her. He would directly lead people to forcibly seize the power of Nine Snake Island. It would be too easy to become the Emperor of Nine Snake Island with his own identity and strength. Okay. But there are many things you must learn. This is what you must learn as an emperor. Grandma Zoa finally gave in and said calmly. Grandma Zoa is very accurate in judging people. Hancock is definitely the most suitable candidate. Although Jiaxie Island is known as the hometown of hockey, it is difficult to have people with high qualifications because of the improvement of average strength. People like Hancock are even more unique. I have chosen Hancock when he was very young. I just didn't expect so many things to happen. Since you have decided, just do it, remember to contact me if there are things you can solve. Zuo said, throwing the bloody Den Mushi to Hancock, leaning on the deck and smiling. Hancock took the Den Mushi and said nothing, just nodded silently. Boom. The two ships slowly approached each other, until the three Hancock sisters followed her to the Jiaxie ship. Grandma Zoa was relieved, but then she was completely shocked. Granny Zoa found that it was not just Hancock, but all the 202 angel girls followed Hancock back to the ship, and each of them followed Hancock with a determined look. Obviously, they all had strong strength. This was a very powerful force. Advertisement. Who are Hancock? Granny Zoa couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Hancock just snorted coquettishly, glanced at Granny Zoa and walked away. It was Sandersonia who stepped forward and whispered. Lord Kong went to Sky Island and destroyed the entire Angel Island. These angel girls are the last survivors. What's the reason? Granny Zoa asked anxiously. She must control Zuo form rules, otherwise if she gave her Nine Snake Island a shot, would she still be alive? Marigold looked at Sandersonia, whose face became gloomy again, and had to step forward to explain. After hearing Marigold's explanation, Granny Zoa thought secretly, no wonder, it seems that Hancock really likes Zuo completely. Yes, how can he not like him after doing such a thing? Granny Zoa laughed at herself. Such a man can destroy everything for a woman, which will make women obsessed involuntarily. Hancock, you should understand the current situation of the devil. If you get too involved with him. Granny Zoa knew it was useless, but for the sake of Nine Snake Island, she still said. Shut up, you old woman. Sure enough, Hancock immediately became furious and said angrily. It's not your turn to care about what I do, and is it you who calls Kong's name? You should call him Lord Kong. Okay, Lord Kong. But you should understand what kind of trouble your and Lord Kong's identities will bring to Nine Snake Island, Granny Zoa said helplessly. I won't tell anyone, Hancock said calmly. Grandma Zoa just wanted to say with relief, Hancock, you have really grown up, just like what I thought, but the next moment Hancock's words immediately sank Grandma Zoa. I am not worthy of Sora's identity now. When I become the Pirate Queen, I will openly announce to the world that I am Sora's woman. Hancock, who is hockey, said shyly. It's over, this woman is hopeless, Grandma Zoa thought helplessly. 117. Get ready, coming soon, 5/10, please subscribe. This feeling is so good, Sal said with emotion, hugging people on both sides. Sal's has been so happy during this period. He can have fun as much as he wants in the position of king, and the most important thing is that the person above him has finally left. Have you been doing well recently? A faint voice suddenly came, and a figure said calmly. Completely out of instinct, Sal's knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, sir, 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 you are back to the Burka Kingdom, what can I do for you?" "Can't I come if I have nothing to do?" Zuo Kong said coldly. Of course not, sir, as long as you order, I will do my best to complete it," Sal said hurriedly. The cold sweat dripped down from Sal's forehead. This guy is a madman. If he is not careful, he will probably die with those B*** on Angel Island. Get up. This is the last mission, which determines whether you and the Kingdom of Burka can survive. Zuo Kong leaned on the throne that originally belonged to Sal's and said indifferently. Sal's lowered his head even lower and said hurriedly, "Sir, you say? The two women did not dare to look up at all. They knelt naked behind Sal's, shaking all over. Who could make Sal's so scared? You know it with your eyes closed. Advertisement, I need a palace made of the unique clouds of Sky Island. Is there a problem? Zuo Kong knocked on the table and asked lightly. Sir, no problem, half a year at most, I will definitely build the most luxurious palace for you, and you will be absolutely satisfied. Sal's immediately patted Yu Shang's mouth and gave a guarantee, saying firmly. Oh, Zuo Kong looked at Sal's and said with interest, very good, go ahead, of course if you can't satisfy me. Don't worry, sir, you will definitely be satisfied this time, Sal said very confidently, even arrogantly. Go down. Zuo Kong waved his hand and said, as you command, Sal said respectfully. Turning around and grabbing the two women, Sal's left in a hurry. This time he was absolutely sure that he had a frustrated friend who was the top architect in the whole island, or the world. Master, you returned to Sky Island again, not just for the palace in the Golden City, right? Monet appeared out of thin air and said strangely. That's right, Zuo Kong returned to Sky Island again, and after taking the devil into his body, he moved the entire Golden City into his body, but it is undeniable that the space in Zuo Kong's body is too large. The entire Golden City only occupies 1/20th of the size, and Zuo Kong originally only intended to use it as a collection, so Zuo Kong found Sal's to build a palace. No. My main purpose in the past 6 months is to train you. Zuo Kong shook his head and said very calmly. Monet pointed in astonishment and said strangely. Zuo Kong nodded and said, yes, your strength is still too weak, and you are not enough to gain a foothold in the New World, not to mention in this era of the Four Emperors' hegemony. I must make you have enough strength, and I also need to verify some ideas. The last half year is the most suitable time. Advertisement. Looking into the distance, Zuo Kong's eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit and madness. Doflamingo became Shichibukai as he wished, and Kaido and Shanks defeated the Pirate Alliance respectively, and they can reach the top of the Four Emperors in a year at most. The first chaotic era since the opening of the Great Pirate Era is about to end, and in this chaotic era that is about to end, Zuo Kong must plan to make the biggest profit. Monet's body was suddenly pierced by Zuo Kong, but surprisingly, Monet actually avoided Zuo Kong's extremely swift attack, instantly elementalized in the first 10 moments before the attack. Not bad, you have done a very good job in instant elementalization, Zuo Kong smiled with satisfaction. This is all because of your good teaching, master, Monet also said with a smile. In the past 6 months, Monet and Zuo Kong's training has been in full swing. Especially Monet's training is extremely hard. Zuo Kong used the gravity space to make Monet elemental. Now Monet's elementalization is extremely fast. Even if the Grandmaster's physical skills want to suppress Monet with hockey, it is very difficult. It's almost time. I wonder how Sal's is preparing. Zuo Kong looked at an isolated island not far away and said with interest. In order to maintain the mystery in the past 6 months, Zuo Kong did not go to see how the palace was built, but just asked about the progress every now and then. As the saying goes, if you mention Cao Cao will appear. Sars hurried over and shouted, my lord, my lord. The palace has been built. Oh. Zuo Kong and Monet disappeared in an instant, and the helpless Sals could only run back again step by step. When they saw the palace, Zuo Kong and Monet were shocked at the same time. It's not that the two had never seen luxurious houses before, but this one was just too luxurious, right? The overall material was cloud bricks, but the snow-white cloud bricks were forcibly made into other effects, and the simple other colors on it actually formed a weird, mysterious, and noble temperament, which seemed to match Zuo Kong very well. My lord, are you satisfied? Sals was out of breath and asked hurriedly. Very good, Sals, from today on, you are the only king of the Kingdom of Burka. Zuo Kong laughed with satisfaction. His palm shrank, lightning flashed, and the word, Heavenly Palace, appeared on the empty plaque on the towering doorpost. Zuo Kong took it into his body with satisfaction. Master, the Sabadi archipelago is right in front of us. Monet, driving the devil, shouted softly. I know. That means the battle is about to begin. Zuo Kong, who had been in seclusion since leaving Sky Island, showed an excited look and laughed wildly. 118. The last obstacle before the new world, 6/10, please subscribe. Sengoku, have you ever thought about what to do if you can't stop that brat? Naval Headquarters, Garp suddenly asked curiously. Before Sengoku could speak, he spoke first, saying calmly, if you can't stop them, then you can't stop them. Marine can only send so many. Since your air force and army are not contributing, don't blame me. Garp immediately said with disgust. If it's really like what you said, then it's no wonder that Sengoku, you guys insisted on letting the army and air force participate in the war. So you were planning to fight this. You are really not a good thing. You stinky guy, you still have the nerve to say that to me. Sengoku roared at Garp. The two old guys, who are hundreds of years old in total, started the childish act of snatching food. He shook his head helplessly, the next battle of the quiet thinker. 9 masters. Stop. Zuo Kong suddenly said. Monet instinctively obeyed the order to stop the devil, and then said strangely. Master, what's wrong? Tisk, sure enough, it's here. I thought they would intercept me in the Sabaody archipelago. Zuo Kong walked to the bow of the devil, looked into the distance, and said disdainfully. Enemy attack. Monet suddenly became serious, but said it strangely. Monet put the boat down. Zuo Kong continued. Monet nodded and quickly began to adjust. Soon a small boat was dropped from the devil. It was like a small boat, but it was very beautiful and full of metallic colors. Zuo Kong jumped up and landed on the boat. He raised his other hand, and the devil disappeared in an instant. Zuo Kong turned his head. Hey, Aokiji uses this trick of hiding in the seabed every time? The same trick is useless to me. Zuo Kong said calmly, looking at the depths of the sea. Unfortunately, the only response to Zuo Kong was the sound of the sea. It seems that you will not cry until you see the coffin, Zuo Kong said helplessly. But then Zuo Kong's face immediately became crazy, and he pointed one hand at the deep sea and roared, God's sanction. Advertisement, Ice Age. A voice suddenly exploded in the deep sea, and then the terrifying ice suddenly extended from the deep sea. The terrifying God's sanction was frozen, and the lightning was frozen into beautiful icicles in the sea, and the sea was instantly formed into an ice scene. Zuo Kong stood there motionless, quietly waiting for the enemy to appear. The sea was suddenly broken, and a warship emerged. Zuo Kong laughed sarcastically. Crane Vice Admiral, this method is enough to play once, but you actually played it twice? You said it was just for fun, but you can't be careless for a kid like you. He stood at the front of the warship and laughed softly. Forget it, it's too tiring to talk to a wise man like you, Zuo Kong said helplessly. Zuo Kong knocked his head and laughed. I think my brain is okay, but it's a pity that it's really worse than yours, so I'm more used to solving problems with violence. This is a violent personality, he said with a smile. Looking at the figure of Zuo Kong left on the sea, and the devil had disappeared, he couldn't help shaking his head and said, I didn't expect your target was the fortified city fruit. Indeed, such a fruit is the most suitable for you. Well, Zuo Kong smiled and waved his hand and said, Don't say that. He Vice Admiral, can you tell me what you have prepared for me? I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Pa unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Advertisement. Zuo Kong arched his body involuntarily, holding his forehead with one hand, his eyes exuding scarlet light, and he went completely crazy, laughing wildly. The terrifying fighting spirit was brewing in Zuo Kong's body, and the violent murderous aura burst out wantonly. You dare to come here knowing that I have prepared for you? He laughed interestingly. Ha ha ha. Are you looking down on me? I'm a devil. The devil will not be afraid of the challenge of the brave man, but will kill the brave man and tear him to pieces. Zuo Kong opened his hands and said frantically. And Zuo Kong changed the subject and said interestingly, I'm curious, what kind of combat power can Marine still show this time? Kizaru was disabled, don't tell me that Aokiji alone can keep me? Unlike Zephyr, Sengoku and Garp are the pillars of Marine, and the two must not be moved lightly. It's okay if they win. If they lose or even just let someone run away, it will be an absolute terrible blow to Marine's reputation. The two of them are the spiritual totems of Marine, and there must be no flaws. World government has 3 major forces of the Navy and the Army. Do you really think that no one will deal with you? He looked at Zuo Kong with a smile and said softly. 3 major forces of the Navy, the Army and the Air Force? Zuo Kong immediately became solemn and murmured heavily. Zuo Kong had long guessed that the world government was not that simple, but he did not expect that such a force was hidden. He then became confused. He had heard of the Army, which was used to guard the Red Line, but what was this Air Force? Could it fly? You seem confused, he said with a smile. Zuo Kong, who couldn't figure it out, shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Of course I feel confused. I have heard of the Army. Although it is mysterious, I also know it, but what is the Air Force 4.4? But no matter what it is, it doesn't matter. What matters now is whether they are enough for me to kill. He Vice Admiral, this is the last obstacle for me to go to the New World. Don't let me down. Zuo Kong wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled cruelly but excitedly. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Zuo Kong, but Zuo Kong smiled cruelly. The scene at this moment is like a brave man who comes to fight the devil, and Marine is the brave man, and Zuo Kong is the devil, and it is an extremely terrifying and terrible devil. Thinking of the conversation between the 3 people that day, he smiled and thought secretly in his heart. I'm afraid that this last line of defense can't block this kid at all. He is bound to enter the New World. 119. The 3 strongest forces, land, sea and air, 7/10. Please subscribe. Zuo Kong suddenly frowned, raised his head, looked at the sky strangely, and suddenly said with interest. So that's it, this is the Air Force? It's really worthy of the world government to be able to make such a ship? DA. Aokiji walked down from the warship, with hatred in his eyes, but said calmly, Thunder Fruit combined with observation haki can actually improve your haki to such a level that even traces of Zeus can be found. Aokiji, how about that attack that time? Zuo Kong no longer paid attention to the situation in the air, but looked at Aokiji and smiled strangely. Just now, I heard Aokiji's sharp voice very clearly. Did I create the first eunuch in the pirate world? And it was an admiral-level eunuch. Oh 9. Kid, today is your doomsday. Aokiji's eyes were mixed with ferocious murderous intent, but it was only a flash, and then he said lazily. Zuo Kong pouted his lips in boredom. He didn't know why Aokiji had endured such humiliation. It was meaningless to provoke him. It was too boring. Is this the world's first multi-fruit ability user? At this time, a sturdy voice came out, very calmly and even violently. Are you the admiral of the army? Zuo Kong looked at the tall figure and smiled interestingly. Unlike the white of the marine, the army's clothes are brown similar to earthy colors. They wear purple-red suits. Of course, from the coats fluttering in the breeze, you can see that there is no difference in the word justice behind them. Frite. Boom. The ground suddenly exploded, and the fist of the army admiral collided with Zuo Kong's fist. The fight between the two triggered a vigorous impact. Zuo Kong smiled and said, what a terrible power. You admiral-level people are really monsters. Monster. You little devil are the monster. When Laozi was your age, he was still struggling in the army admiral laughed cruelly. Really? Zuo Kong said cruelly. Advertisement? Tat. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed, and Zuo Kong had already pressed one hand on the head of the army admiral, knocking him to the ground, and kicked him away with a kick. Bang! After smashing dozens of ice blocks in a row, it finally stopped reluctantly. However, the army admiral immediately patted the ice on his body and stood up, laughing. It's so refreshing. Little boy, you made Laozi excited. Remember Laozi's name. Laozi is called. Laozi hates people calling themselves Laozi in front of Laozi, and Laozi hates people looking down on me even more. Zuo Kong interrupted the army admiral and said more arrogantly. God's punishment. Zuo Kong was mad and violent. He raised his palm and 2 lightning bolts fell from the sky in an instant. Ah, what a violent little boy, the army admiral said helplessly. Tit. Bang, the claws containing haki that soared into the sky suddenly shattered the lightning column. The army admiral said cruelly, it's really to Laozi's taste. Cloud stirring. But Zuo Kong's eyes were not on the army on the ground. Admiral's body, but placed in the sky. A white figure suddenly rushed out of the white warship, raised one hand, and the clouds in the sky suddenly condensed into something like a blender, and instantly crushed the lightning pillar. Logia Thunder Fruit. Zuo Kong whispered softly. Yes. Stepping on the white clouds, the tall white figure slowly fell from the sky and said very coldly. Da. Zuo Kong immediately showed a knowing smile and said, so that's it, so that's why it's like this. The materials of Visalia Island are very special. Even Sky Island is extremely rare. No wonder the world government can gather enough materials again through technology to cast a cloud warship. You know it well, the Air Force Admiral said coldly. Different from the white of the Marine, the brown of the Army, the blue of the Air Force, the blue of the Sky Blue, the white suit is very decent, set off the word justice behind it, and with the cold personality, it is really like an absolutely righteous cold-blooded robot. Advertisement. The Air Force Admiral looked at Zuo Kong and said coldly, do you feel scared? Fear? AAA. Zuo Kong seemed to have heard something funny and laughed. Would I feel scared? Don't be kidding. I am not afraid even if I face a legend like Zephyr. The 3 of you are much stronger than Zephyr, but I am no longer the same person I was back then. As if to echo Zuo Kong's words, thunder suddenly surged on his body. It was no longer ordinary lightning, but lavender thunder. With the development of this year and the swallowing of the Jiancheng fruit, Zuo Kong's thunder fruit has improved again. What a scary kid, but people like you are really to my taste, the army admiral said excitedly. The brutality of 560 and Zuo Kong must be exactly the same as that of the army admiral. Those who don't know would think that the two are in the same group. They stared at each other and laughed at the same time. You are my kind of guy. Tell me, what's your name, you beast? Zuo Kong said with a smile. Did you see that? My name is Ghost Dog. Little Ghost, prepared to die after feeling the cruelty of hell under the bite of the evil dog. Ghost laughed cruelly. With a disdainful sneer, Zuo Kong turned his head and looked at the Air Force Admiral and continued to ask. What's your name? You are qualified to let me remember your name. White Eagle. White Eagle's voice was still cold. Marine Admiral Aokiji, Army Admiral Ghost Dog, Air Force Admiral White Eagle. The highest combat power combination that is no less than the Marine 3 Admirals, the first combination of the 3 major armies of the Navy, Army and Air Force, is not facing a figure like the 4 Emperors, but facing a little ghost, or a devil. Crane Vice Admiral, you have prepared a very interesting game for me. I'm sure this game will make me very happy. Zuo Kong brushed his nose, held his forehead with one hand, looked directly at the 3 people with his scarlet eyes, and said excitedly. 120. Surrender. Fight. 8/10. Please subscribe. Well. He also said with a smile, it is indeed a very interesting game. The 3 highest combat forces in the Navy, Army and Air Force, such an honor that even the 4 Emperors have never felt, but you, a little kid, are the first to feel it. Should I feel honored? Zuo Kong's scarlet eyes swept over the 3 people, and asked with a fighting spirit, indeed, you should feel honored. Who would have thought that Crane actually thought very seriously, nodded and said, "So, Zuo Kong, do you want to surrender?" Crane Vice Admiral, you are not kidding me, are you? Surrender. Zuo Kong said evilly with a long tone. Filt. Suddenly, Zuo Kong disappeared on the ice, and only the terrifying voice echoed in the air, saying cruelly and violently, "I like fighting more, come on. Fight. Let me kill you, or you kill me." This lunatic. Aokiji shook his head helplessly. Anger Aokiji does exist, but he is a very calm person compared to Akainu. If he is not as skilled as others and is disabled by others, then he must fight back on the battlefield. What can anger alone do? Ice Cube Ice Fist. Raise your hand. Aokiji condensed a huge ice fist and came across the sky. Come on, Zuo Kong screamed, Devil's Flow Charge. Zuo Kong raised his arm, and the position of his elbow suddenly swelled up, looking like it was about to explode. The next moment, it exploded with a horrible impact force, sending Zuo Kong flying. After smashing the ice fist with a punch, Zuo Kong had already arrived in front of Aokiji, crossing his hands and slamming down fiercely from top to bottom. Fit. Advertisement. Hey, I can't pretend that you bully Laozi's teammates like this. A figure suddenly appeared in the air, holding back Zuo Kong's attack, and the ghost dog laughed. Zuo Kong did not answer, but his face was still full of cruel and violent smile, and his palm suddenly opened. Room air explosion. In an instant, the ghost dog was surrounded by the terrifying explosion, and Zuo Kong clearly felt a dangerous breath coming from his ears, and a purple light flashed with one hand. Room. The person had disappeared without a trace, and the spear composed of white clouds pierced through, and the voice of the White Eagle came slowly. Cloud Spear. Just like the cold character of the White Eagle, the name of the move is as cold as ever. Search. Appearing out of thin air in the distance, Zuo Kong patted the position of Yu Shanko, seemingly frightened but actually teasing. So dangerous, it's really scary. This is the 3 strongest combat forces? I almost died there if I wasn't careful. I have to give it even if I'm joking. Laozi has a limit. The ghost dog roared. The ghost dog suddenly rushed out from the smoke, punched the air, and roared. Ghost Fist Ghost Dog. Ah! Zuo Kong was completely stunned by the ghost dog's moves. But after seeing the attack, he was even more confused. The ghost dog's arm turned into a dog head, a pitch black dog head. Fit. Raising his hand again to meet the ghost dog's attack, Zuo Kong's face changed immediately this time. The power was too terrifying. The power of the ghost dog at this moment was not inferior to the impact of Zephyr at that time. Zuo Kong flew backwards without any preparation. Ice Spike. Aokiji immediately seized the opportunity and pressed his hands on the ground. Countless ice spikes burst out from the ground with a rumble, and a cold voice was heard in the sky. Cloud Spiral. A cloud of spikes formed in the sky, and the ice spikes on the ground and the cloud spikes in the sky surrounded Zuo Kong from top to bottom, leaving Zuo Kong with no ability to dodge. What a terrible combination, Zuo Kong sighed. The cloud spikes and ice spikes combined and inserted into Zuo Kong's body, but the few people did not relax at all, but became more solemn. Zuo Kong's body disintegrated into bursts of lightning with a crackling sound, floating out of the attack, stepping on the cloud spikes, and Zuo Kong emerged again. These 3 guys must not be underestimated. Zuo Kong seemed to have a proud smile, but he thought solemnly in his heart. Advertisement. Zuo Kong was not afraid of the strength of the 3 people in a one-on-one fight, but it was very difficult for the 3 to join forces. The ghost dog was the main skill, while Aokiji and the White Eagle were responsible for harassment. It seems that the government sent out the highest combat force this time, which was very particular, otherwise the cooperation of the 3 people would not be so tacit. Although it was a short fight just now, Zuo Kong was actually in a state of passive suppression. At the last moment, he didn't even have time to use room. If it weren't for the naturalization of Thunder Fruit, Zuo Kong would have almost died there. Do you still think this game is fun? He looked at this time and said with a smile. Fun, of course it's fun. It's really strong. Is this the combination of the 3 highest combat forces? It's so exciting. Zuo Kong not only didn't stop, but said more excitedly. Be careful. Zuo Kong reminded kindly. Zuo Kong's hands floated in front of Yu Hun, and suddenly lightning condensed in front of Yu Hun, and a terrifying thunderball slowly condensed out. Not good, Aokiji and Bai Diao thought secretly at the same time. The 2 people suddenly attacked, jumped up, floated down, and attacked at the same time. Ice 2 Thorn Spears. Cloud Spears. Ice spears and cloud spears that covered the sky and ground whistled out immediately. Although they seemed to be ordinary moves, they were extremely terrifying under the addition of the admiral's strength of the 2 people. The White Eagle's attack was even more powerful. Relatively speaking, the cloud fruit of the White Eagle was not a particularly strong fruit, but he could reach the position of admiral, which already said a lot. After all, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji were rare Logia devil fruits at the level of natural disasters. This is not enough. Zuo Kong completely ignored the attack in front of him and said with a ferocious grin. 150 million volts thunder shockwave, 121 to 1 V's 3 open black lens bracket 9/10. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. At the moment when the ice spear and cloud spear were approaching, the spear in Zuo Kong's palm was suddenly released, and the terrifying power actually formed a shockwave in an instant. The powerful heat melted the ice and cloud, and everything disappeared under the impact of the thunder. Ice block 5-layer ice statue. Aokiji suddenly stepped forward and raised one hand. The ground began to shake rapidly, and ice sculptures like evil spirits emerged one by one, blocking everyone. The extremely terrifying explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying thunder shock wave instantly penetrated 3 ice sculptures, and it slowed down until the 4th one. After penetrating, it became weaker. After penetrating the 5th ice sculpture, it completely dissipated into the air. Aokiji let out a long breath. This move was different from other moves. It was a move that continuously accumulated power. Otherwise, the 5 ice sculptures would probably be shattered in an instant. Wow! Suddenly, the ghost dog rushed out, and the fist that turned into a dog head again hit 453, but he smiled and said, "It's amazing. It's a terrible attack, it's so terrifying." "Horrible." Zuo Kong raised his head and said with a little surprise. This time, Zuo Kong was prepared and didn't think of taking on this monster head-on. Instead, he took a step back, aimed at the ghost dog with one hand, and said lightly, "Room thunder explosion." Boom! The ghost dog's attack not only failed to hit Zuo Kong, but was instead made dirty by the oncoming explosion. Search, soaring into the sky again. This time the ghost dog landed not far away, wiping the dust off his face, but it was unscathed. Zuo Kong laughed interestingly. "It's really interesting. I'm getting more and more curious about what kind of Zoan's devil fruit you are." "What do you guess?" The ghost dog laughed wildly. Zuo Kong smiled but said nothing, but he had a vague idea in his mind. Such a special ability could not be anything other than the fantasy beast species. Whether it was the fist that turned into a dog head or the terrifying defense power, CFCA, it was obviously not something that an ordinary Zoan could have. Even the ancient species could not have such a terrifying ability. Advertisement: Dog fruit fantasy beast species. Zuo Kong muttered softly. It is indeed the dog fruit. As for what kind of devil it is, you can guess slowly. The ghost dog suddenly jumped up, actually stepped back, and laughed strangely. Cloud 10,000 snakes, 10,000 thunders. Without even raising his head, Zuo Kong could sense the terrifying white snakes formed by the clouds that completely blocked the sky with his sight. The white snakes twisted their bodies and rushed towards Zuo Kong. With Zuo Kong's voice, lightning flashed suddenly in the sky, followed by countless thunderbolts that fell from the sky, destroying all the cloud snakes in an instant. As the impact dissipated, Zuo Kong disappeared without a trace. Room death cut. Bai Diao suddenly heard Zuo Kong's voice, and the black light came abnormally close to him. Bai Diao could even see Zuo Kong's crazy smile. Oh 9. Unexpectedly, Bai Diao not only did not despair at all, but laughed disdainfully. In a flash, Bai Diao's body turned into clouds, almost instantly, and all attacks passed through Bai Diao's body at the same time. What a terrible elemental speed, Zuo Kong secretly admired. Cloudnet. The white eagle suddenly wrapped around Zuo Kong's body, turning into a huge white net, and at the same time, its body suddenly turned black, directly surrounding Zuo Kong. Finally caught you, little ghost. The ghost dog laughed wildly. You want to catch me just like this? Zuo Kong asked back. The head of the white eagle appeared above the white cloud, and said coldly, I don't think you can escape in this situation. Just wait and see. Zuo Kong sneered. Advertisement. It is indeed very dangerous at this moment. Admiral's Haki must be extremely terrifying, so Zuo Kong can't get out of room, and it is unrealistic to get out through the ability of Thunder Fruit. Unless you can break Bai Diao's armament Haki, you will definitely be trapped here. Room hyphenation point cut. A purple scalpel appeared in Zuo Kong's palm, and the scalpel flashed a dazzling purple light. Zuo Kong's arm moved slightly, and suddenly 10 knives were cut out. Not good, Bai Diao thought secretly. At the same moment when Zuo Kong raised his hand and the knife fell, Bai Diao suddenly released the net, retreated violently, and restored his original form in an instant, looking at Zuo Kong solemnly. What a powerful dangerous instinct. Zuo Kong lost and scattered the scalpel, saying helplessly. I didn't expect the development of fruit has reached such a level. Bai Diao's cold appearance could no longer be maintained, and he said with a little surprise. Room air explosion. Zuo Kong dragged his palm, and Bai Diao's position suddenly exploded. Boom. But the next moment, clouds broke away from the exploding air and slowly reassembled into Bai Diao's figure. Bai Diao floated in the air on the clouds and fell silent. Little ghost, don't think that there are only 2 of you in this battle. Suddenly the ghost dog roared. Ghost fist double ghost dog. The voice was even slower than the figure. The 2 hands turned into dog heads at the same time, and suddenly rushed towards Zuo Kong. This time, Zuo Kong found the difference between the 2 dog heads. The dog head on the left hand has scarlet eyes, while the eyes on the right hand are ice blue. The 2 dog heads exude completely different feelings. The left hand is violent, and the right hand is calm. But the same thing is the crazy breath. Zuo Kong, who is in midair, can easily dodge this attack, but it's a pity that Zuo Kong is a madman. If he dodges without shouting, it means that he is afraid. How can he be afraid? Room 8 arms death scalpel. Go to hell. 122. The 3-headed dog of hell, 10 out of 10, please subscribe. 8 arms. 8 scalpels. The pitch black Haki covered the scalpels, and Zuo Kong's eyes suddenly burst into a terrifying blood-red light. The terrifying airwaves violently rolled, and Zuo Kong's 8 swords danced continuously and slashed on the ghost dog. Not good, the ghost dog thought in horror. Ghost fist ice and fire 2 heavens. I still have ice and fire 9 heavens? Hearing the name of the ghost dog's move, Zuo Kong couldn't help but complain in his heart. DFL. The dog heads on the ghost dog's arms roared, and suddenly opened their mouths. The dog head on the left hand spit fire, and the dog head on the right hand spit ice, and the terrifying power swept the sky. Ice and fire are ruthless. Look, Laozi will cut you off, Zuo Kong said with a sneer. Boom. 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 The sky and the earth seemed to be cut apart. 8 terrifying sword chi filled the sky and the earth, and the sword light flashed between the sky and the earth. In just a moment, all the strange images disappeared completely, and Zuo Kong was floating in the air, sitting cross-legged. His face was slightly pale, but with a proud smile. Paw, paw. 2 sounds of falling to the ground came one after another, and the 2 dog heads fell to the ground, with blood-red and ice-colored eyes bulging, obviously dying with eyes wide open. Hole. The ghost dog also fell from the sky, turned sharply in the air and fell to the ground. His arms were broken at the roots, and the 2 terrifying sword chi on his body almost cut it off directly, and he roared madly. Spider fruit. The ability of the ghost spider. Aokiji also stood up at this time and said calmly. Zuo Kong smiled and said, "It seems that you still remember the guy Ghost Spider. If it weren't for that guy, I wouldn't have thought of this trick." Aokiji and Ghost Dog clenched their fists at Zuo Kong's smile. Their abilities were plundered by the enemy and finally used against themselves. This was simply an intolerable shame. Cloud Dragon. Advertisement. The White Eagle looked at the pale Zuo Kong, thinking about something in his heart. Suddenly, he made a move and turned into a white cloud floating in the air. The next moment, he suddenly turned into a long dragon. "Do you really think I have no power to fight back now?" Zuo Kong's body recovered, and his originally weak breath recovered in an instant. His originally slightly pale face became ruddy. He sneered at the approaching cloud dragon. 100 million volts gluttony. Boom, boom. The giant mouth of the glutton appeared behind Zuo Kong and swallowed the whole cloud dragon in one gulp, which meant that the White Eagle was swallowed instantly. Cloud Fist. D. Thunder's Teoti was suddenly shattered, and the White Eagle walked out of it, unscathed. Even his clothes were not changed at all, as if he had never suffered the fatal attack just now. This guy is probably the strongest among the 3 people present, Zuo Kong thought secretly. In fact, Zuo Kong was very strange. The cooperation of the 3 people seemed to be tacit, but in fact it was very strange. Obviously, many times when Zuo Kong fought with others, the other people could definitely cause damage to Zuo Kong as long as they made a move. But the 3 people were reserved, especially by Diao. Zuo Kong was sure that this guy definitely retained a lot of strength. He was calm from beginning to end, and it seemed that there was no change at all. This situation made Zuo Kong feel extremely strange. Sure enough, there is still a problem, he thought helplessly. How could an old man like he not understand the 3 people's title? But it was precisely because he saw it clearly that he felt helpless. The 3 people were all arrogant. And the 3 armies of the Navy, Army and Air Force were very discordant from beginning to end. Marine was praised as the first combat force, and the other 2 parties were very dissatisfied. The most important thing is that Kong, the supreme commander of the Wong Army, was appointed from the Marine Yuanchi. Isn't this clearly telling others that Marine is the leader of the 3 armies? Naturally, internal problems arose, and as a result, there were problems in cooperation because of arrogance. Otherwise Sengoku and Garp would not ask what to do if Zukong escaped. The top 3 fighters can be compared with the 4 emperors, not to mention that Zukong is not that strong. Zero advertisement. But, no matter what, this is my chance, Zukong thought cruelly with a smile on his face. Then he turned his eyes to the ghost dog that he had disabled. He had to admit that the ghost dog was indeed very powerful. He resisted 8 of his swords and did not die. 6 of them cut off the ghost dog's 2 arms. Little ghost. Don't think that Laozi is disabled like this. Looking at Zukong who suddenly rushed towards him, the ghost dog felt that he was completely underestimated and roared angrily. Laozi will let you know today the strength of the army's highest combat power. D. Accompanied by the ghost dog's scream, a beast-like roar came out of its throat, and its body seemed to be boiling with steam, and the smoke obscured the ghost dog's figure. Zuo Kong frowned slightly and thought secretly. What's the situation? No matter what, we must get rid of him first. Thinking of it, Zuo Kong opened his arms and roared, God's sanction. The continuous God's sanction was suddenly blasted out, and the terrifying lightning column rushed into the smoke. In the fog, there was no sound, as if it was swallowed up. Not good. Zuo Kong suddenly thought of something, and his face changed immediately. Room D.A. Like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, the position where Zuo Kong was originally located was suddenly shattered by a jet black energy. It should not be said that it was shattered, but it was swallowed up, completely swallowed up, and the darkness that became even larger slowly dissipated. Fire, ice, darkness. It's just as I thought. Dog fruit phantom beast species hell 3-headed dog form. Zuo Kong floated in the air and said lightly. Aokiji and Bai Diao took a step back at the same time, and a terrible dark breath suddenly burst out from the smoke. The 2 dog heads that fell to the ground floated up and rushed into the darkness. Roar. Another roar. When the darkness dissipated, a terrifying black 3-headed dog more than 10 meters tall emerged from it, and the crazy roar was finally heard. 123. Thunder God returns. 1/10. Please subscribe. Roar. Another earth-shaking roar. The 2 heads of the 3-headed dog on the left and right sides suddenly opened, and then began to shoot without a target, and the flames and ice sweepers enveloped everyone in an instant. This be asterisk 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 D. Aokiji cursed secretly as he looked at the crane covered in the attack range. Shave. In an instant, Aokiji appeared in front of the crane in the warship, and the flames in the sky had already burned over. Ice wall. Pressing one hand in the void, a huge ice wall of unknown height suddenly rose up in front of Aokiji, and the sound of sizzle, sizzle was heard in his ears, but it blocked the scorching flames. 2, 4, 7. The white eagle on the other side dragged his palm and whispered, "Cloud wall." The same cloud wall rose up, protecting the figure of the white eagle. At this moment, the three-headed dog of hell may have been in a violent state, and slowly regained its calm. The 3 heads and 6 cold eyes looked at Zuo Kong at the same time, with extremely terrifying murderous intent in their eyes. If eyes could kill, Zuo Kong would have been killed countless times. Hell, ice and fire impact. The dark dog head in the center raised up, and the dog heads on both sides sprayed flames and ice at the same time, which gathered together in the air and entangled with each other to form a blue and red shockwave. What was even more weird was that the dark breath penetrated and its vice-admiral was completely rendered black, but the power was at least increased by 5 points from the senses. Sizzle, sizzle, Zuo Kong's body was covered with purple thunder and lightning, and the endless thunder brought wind and flowers, blowing open Zuo Kong's long hair. The drum-like ornaments worn on both ears were exposed, and thunder flashed out from the drums and gathered in the deep mountains of Zuo Kong. In an instant, Zuo Kong was completely covered by purple thunder. 500 million volts, the holy beast of thunder, DJ. Advertisement. As Zuo Kong roared, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the thunder light fell and hit Zuo Kong's body. A thunder dragon suddenly roared out. "It's useless. It's useless. Little ghost, give Laozi, go to hell." The 3-headed dog of hell roared like a mad ghost. "It's up to you whether it works or not," Zuo Kong said madly. Fit. Suddenly, the thunder dragon was shattered by the shockwave as soon as it came into contact with it, but this was not the end. After the thunder dragon, a huge thunder turtle emerged and rushed forward again. After the thunder turtle was shattered, the thunder phoenix emerged again. Unlike the first 2 shattered holy beasts, the thunder phoenix spread its wings and flew high to shatter the terrifying shockwave. Unfortunately, its own power also dissipated and disappeared. The thunder tiger emerged from its wreckage and roared. "What a terrifying trick!" Aokiji exclaimed in his heart. At this moment Aokiji and Bai Diao should have taken action, but unfortunately, the 2 of them were just watching the fun. In fact, the 2 of them had no way to intervene. The 3-headed dog of hell is different from other mythical beasts. It is extremely easy to infect people's minds, making people violent and crazy, so this is why the dog looks very violent. And in such a battle, if you casually insert it, you may be directly included in the attack range of the 3-headed dog of hell, whose reason is suppressed by wildness due to injury. The fruit ability of this little ghost is indeed a problem. Crane frowned slightly and said helplessly. "Crane Vice-Admiral, the army sent the ghost dog as an aid without any intention of cooperating well," Aokiji also said coldly. "The army wants to take all the credit, and the ghost dog is also extremely powerful in a single wheel, but unfortunately they miscalculated." Crane shook his head and said with a slightly bitter smile. But how much truth and hypocrisy is Crane's bitter smile? Even the recent Aokiji couldn't see clearly. Hell roar. D. The 3 dog heads opened their huge mouths at the same time, releasing a huge sound at the same time. The sound actually gathered into something like a shockwave, and forcibly dispersed the last thunder tiger. Thunder of heavenly punishment. Advertisement. The lightning dissipated, and the dark dog head in the middle just showed a humane mocking smile, but the next moment he couldn't laugh. Puff. A thunder sword fell from the sky and cut off the fire dog head on his left. At this time, another Aurora came running. Zuo Kong aimed his hands at the dog head on the right, and his face was heavy as he mobilized the fruit ability in his body. Room explosion, gravity scalpel, room air bomb. There was no time to react. The violent explosion suddenly enveloped the entire dog head position. Before the dog head could even react, the scalpel had already whistled and suddenly slid down and cut off the dog head. The huge icy dog head exploded violently at the same time. 2 consecutive horrific explosions almost made the hellhound lose its balance. Room thunder explosion. But this was not the end. Zuo Kong opened his palm and threw out countless thunderballs, which attached to the hellhound from all directions. Boom. 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 Then there were countless explosions. This series of large-scale consumption made Zuo Kong breathe heavily. He stared at the figure in the center of the explosion, and smiled. How about the power of the puppy's moves? The hellhound was indeed huge, but such a huge figure was like a living target to Zuo Kong. DF. The huge impact dispersed the explosion, and the tattered hellhound came out, but it still laughed wildly and said, "Little ghost, don't think Laozi only has this ability, but the 3-headed dog of hell can regenerate infinitely." DA. He howled to the sky, as if in response to the words of the 3-headed dog of hell. The 2 chopped off dog heads returned to their original positions again. All the injuries on the body were almost completely healed in an instant. Really? Zuo Kong shrugged helplessly and said. Thunder Fruit Thunder God form. 124. Thunder God's sword slays monsters. 2/10. Please subscribe. Thunder surged on his body, and all the thunder in the small drum at the earlobe surged out. Although I know that your recovery ability consumes a lot of physical strength, it's a pity that Zoan's own physical strength is also very huge. I don't have time to grind with you. Zuo Kong's body was gradually covered by lightning, and his voice became extremely majestic. Little ghost, die for Laozi. The three-headed dog of hell roared. Hell steam dragon. The dog head on the left spit out a fire dragon, and the fire dragon on the right protruded an ice dragon. The ice dragon and the fire dragon met together and did not form a shockwave like just now. Instead, they offset each other, but the terrifying steam rose up and gathered into a terrifying dragon. The lightning enveloped Zuokong, and in an instant a thunder flashed, and a huge thunder sword chopped the steam dragon, which dissipated into the air without any resistance. If the three of you joined forces, I might have already lost. Unfortunately, you are the only one destined to become the dead soul under my sword. Zuokong, in the form of Thunder God, said with a voice full of majesty. As Zuokong's strength increased, the form of Thunder God also changed. The biggest change was the height. The current form of Thunder God was 10 meters tall, which was no less than the height of the three-headed dog of hell. Moreover, the thunder sword in the palm of his hand was emitting bursts of subtle purple light. That was not just a sword formed by thunder, but also contained the power of Op fruit. Laozi doesn't like to join forces with other people. Kong alone is enough to kill you, the three-headed dog of hell said arrogantly. Doll. Followed by a roar, he suddenly pounced on him. Zuokong met him fearlessly and even hooked his finger at Aokiji and said lightly, "You two cowards." Although the voice was very plain, it was the best ridicule because of the plainness. Hole. Aokiji cursed secretly, Ice Fist. Cloud Fist. Advertisement compared to Aokiji and Baidiao, they were much more direct. They launched fierce attacks directly. For a moment, three people surrounded Zuokong from three directions. The three-headed dog of hell was the main attacker, while Aokiji and Baidiao were harassing from the left and right. They would kill him directly if they had the chance. 10,000 Thunder's God's punishment. Once again, he blocked a round of joint attacks from three people. Although the three-headed dog of hell was arrogant, he couldn't attack others when they helped him. He could only cooperate stiffly. Zuokong's Thunder God form suddenly collapsed between heaven and earth. Search. Suddenly, terrifying thunderclouds appeared in the sky, and countless God's punishment fell from the sky, directly covering the entire land. What on earth is this kid thinking? He looked at Zuokong's actions and frowned solemnly. He could see that Zuokong's attacks seemed to be very powerful, but in fact they could not cause any substantial damage to the three people. In fact, it only consumed his own physical strength. This was the most bizarre thing. Zuokong was not the kind of person who would do things for no reason. Come again. Zuokong, who had leapt out of the Thunder Seed and was in the form of the manipulator Thunder God, launched another powerful attack and shouted. This fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Zuokong manipulated the Thunder God form and punched back, roaring, room thunder explosion. The terrifying thunderball filled the sky and the earth. Boom. The violent explosion forced the three people back again. Aokiji was panting slightly, his physical strength was also greatly consumed in the 3 days of fierce fighting, but it was okay no matter what the main against 10. As for the White Eagle, it was still floating in the air. From the appearance, you can't see any changes. You may even think that it didn't experience the 3 days of fighting at all. Of course, the most consumed was the three-headed dog of hell. In the past 3 days, Zuokong relied on the defense of the Thunder God form to basically ignore the ordinary attacks of Aokiji and the White Eagle. He was completely fighting with his life. The result was good. The three-headed dog of hell had no idea how many times it had recovered in these 3 days. If it weren't for Zoan's terrifying physical strength, it would have been basically disabled. Advertisement even if it wasn't disabled, it had consumed at least 70% of its strength, and the Hellhound began to be unable to cope. Hey, you three are too weak, and you can't do it anymore. Zuokong continued to taunt in the form of Thunder God. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** on him and roared. Aokiji and Bai Diao had already instinctively noticed something was wrong, but unfortunately this crazy hellhound was no different at all, and it was still attacking like a mad dog. Zoan is really troublesome. In order to deal with a guy like you, I actually consumed 40% of my strength. Zuo Kong raised the thunder sword in his hand high and said calmly. Crackle, the lightning suddenly exploded on the thunder sword, and Aokiji and Bai Diao instinctively took a step back at the same time, and it was this step that completely blocked the two people outside. 647. The ice surface suddenly broke into pieces, and pillars of lightning shot up into the sky. The terrifying thunder formed a huge cage, and there were only Zuo Kong and the three-headed dog of hell in the cage. No one will disturb us next, let Laozi kill you, the little dog. Zuo Kong was still very calm at first, but in the end he laughed crazily. Thunder of heavenly punishment. Zuo Kong hooked his palm, and a thunder of heavenly punishment suddenly fell from the sky. Da. Without any follow-up power or fluctuations, a thunder fell directly from the terrifying thunder cage that shot up into the sky, and the three-headed dog of hell let out a sad roar, and his tail was nailed to the ground. Thunder of heavenly punishment, Zuo Kong continued to say lightly. Boom, 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 a series of 10 heavenly punishment thunders fell from the sky, nailing the 4 limbs, 3 heads, and body of the three-headed dog of hell to the ground. It struggled violently but could not move at all. The recovery ability of the three-headed dog of hell is indeed terrible, but as long as I annihilate all your body in an instant, you probably can't resist it, right? Zuo Kong smiled cruelly from above. The Thunder God's sword in the palm of the Thunder God's form was emitting terrifying lightning. 125. The terrifying development of the Yin fruit, 3/10. Please subscribe. Crackle. All the thunder began to gather on the Thor's sword in Zuo Kong's hand. The dazzling purple light made Aokiji and Bai Diao absolutely unable to relax easily. The three of them represented the three major forces of the Navy, Army and Air Force in this battle. If the ghost dog died in the battle, it would not only slap the face of the army, but also slap the face of the world government. Both of them could not bear such a responsibility and had to. Ice Age. Aokiji raised his hands, and the terrifying cold air immediately filled the lightning net. Slowly, several lightning pillars in front of him were completely frozen, and beautiful light flashed inside, but slowly disappeared. Cloud Impact. Bai Diao turned into a white cloud, and the white cloud suddenly rushed out. With a violent roar, the frozen lightning pillar was shattered. It seems that you have also discovered it, but it's too late, Zuo Kong smiled faintly. Sizzle, all the lightning has gathered on the Thor's sword, and even the lightning pillars around it have gathered on the Thor's sword in an instant. Zuo Kong, in the eyes of the terrified Cerberus and the slightly anxious eyes of the two admirals, swung his sword across the sky. Boom! A violent explosion shook the earth, and the purple thunder rushed directly. The two people crossed each other to defend against the impact of the thunder, and when the lightning slowly dissipated, a figure also walked out of the lightning. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing the Army Admiral Ghost Dog and obtaining the copy point 15, and swallowing it to obtain the Dog Fruit Phantom Beast species Cerberus form. Advertisement. You two look very embarrassed. Zuo Kong walked out of the lightning slowly with his hands in his pockets, smiling. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like someone who has experienced 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting and used such a terrifying move, but in fact, Zuo Kong has experienced such a long and fierce battle, and he fought against 3 top fighters alone, and killed one of them. Ghost Dog. Aokiji murmured in a low voice. Zuo Kong shrugged and said helplessly, I am a kind person. That dead dog came from hell, and I reluctantly sent him back. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. Pa unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. As he spoke, Zuo Kong showed a crazy smile, which was extremely harsh. The 3 people attacked together and one of them was killed. This was a complete insult to them who were the top fighters in each army. Aokiji, Bai Diao. If the 3 Marine Admirals were standing here today, I'm afraid I would definitely lose. Unfortunately, although you 3 are the 3 strongest fighters, you don't have any tacit understanding at all. Zuo Kong stopped smiling, and his scarlet eyes flashed from his pupils. Zuo Kong smiled coldly. Aokiji showed a helpless look, while Bai Diao snorted coldly, took a step forward, and said coldly, Since you are so confident, then I will come to experience your skills in person. Admiral Bai Diao. Aokiji hurriedly stopped him. If you dare to take another step forward, you will be my enemy. Bai Diao glanced slightly, and the palm of his hand was already surging with clouds, and he said indifferently. Well said. Well said. Then let me see what kind of strength the so-called Air Force Admiral has. Zuo Kong wiped the non-existent bloodline from the corner of his mouth and said excitedly. The rare white eagle smiled cruelly. You will see it with your life. This kid played all 3 of you. He suddenly jumped up and landed beside Aokiji, saying silently. Could it be? Aokiji is a smart man, and he thought of that possibility in an instant and said. Well, he nodded and said solemnly, the ghost dog has a violent temper. This kid deliberately angered the ghost dog, and the 2 of you will not only fail to improve if you help, but will not be able to exert your strength because of the ghost dog's violence. In addition, the thunder he implanted underground these days will kill the ghost dog in one fell swoop. Advertisement. By angering the White Eagle Admiral, the arrogant White Eagle can't bear this kind of anger, so, Aokiji said helplessly. The 3 armies were not harmonious to begin with. If he helped now, Bai Diao would think it was an insult to him. The final result would be that he might even attack him. After all, the fight between the Air Force and the Marines has always been the most intense. After the death of the Pirate King, the Marines were split into 70%, and only 20% of the core personnel joined the already large army to reorganize the army, while the remaining low-level personnel joined the Air Force. Because of this, both sides were displeased. This battle was lost. Crane sighed helplessly as he looked at the 2 sides in the fierce battle. Bai Diao has his own pride. Isn't it possible that with his strength, he is not an opponent of a person who has already consumed a lot of physical strength? This is his pride that no one can stop. It was this pride that helped Bai Diao become the Admiral of the Air Force, and it was also because of this pride that led to his death. I will let you know Admiral's true strength, Bai Diao said in a more indifferent voice. I'm waiting. Zuo Kong hooked his finger and said provocatively. Cloud. Thundercloud. Bai Diao hooked his hand, and suddenly a black cloud condensed out, and the terrifying lightning gathered on it. The lightning wrapped the thundercloud, and suddenly rushed out with the movement of Bai Diao's finger. Good money, Thundercloud? Zuo Kong was slightly stunned and said in astonishment. Puff. At this moment of astonishment, Zuo Kong was pierced, but it was a pity that he was unscathed. How could the radar hurt the Thunder Fruit ability user? It's amazing. Zuo Kong couldn't help but admire. The next moment, he laughed excitedly and said arrogantly, yes, that's right, otherwise it would be meaningless. You can only be arrogant at this time, Bai Diao sneered disdainfully. Cloud. Hail. Flying hail fell from the sky. These hailstones were not ordinary hailstones. Each hailstone was dozens of times more powerful than a bullet. Bai Diao could become the admiral of the Air Force with the Yin fruit, not only because he could fly, but more because of the terrifying development of the Yin fruit. 126. The Beast Paradise, 4/10, please subscribe. Room Air Bomb. With a hook of his left hand, the purple space immediately expanded, and the hail that quickly passed through the sky was completely covered in the purple space. The violent explosion swept the entire space, and the powerful hail was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Ice Fist. Aokiji seized this opportunity and suddenly attacked, and the huge Ice Fist was already on the way. 50 million volts Ghost Spider. Zuo Kong's palm turned into lightning, and the pitch-black spider immediately rushed out and met Aokiji's huge Ice Fist head-on. Boom! The collision between the two caused a violent explosion, and a deep pit was blown out of the ground again. The ghost spider turned into lightning and dissipated, and Aokiji's Ice Fist also dissipated into the air. Cloud Hail 3 consecutive hits. Bai Diao's face instantly became extremely cold, and 3 hailstones as big as footballs were thrown out between his hands, and the target was not Zuo Kong but Aokiji. 19.10.19. Aokiji took 3 steps back, and the hailstones 810 continuously smashed 3 terrifying huge pits on the ground. Before Aokiji could speak, Bai Diao took the lead and said, "Aokiji, he is my opponent, you don't need to meddle in his business." Aokiji snorted and said disdainfully, "Is this the quality of the Air Force Admiral?" "That's better than the useless performance of the Marine Admiral," Bai Diao said without showing any weakness. God's Punishment. Boom. Advertisement. The lightning column that fell from the sky directly enveloped the White Eagle. Zuo Kong held his forehead and said helplessly, Hey, can you two respect your opponents?" Aokiji just looked at Zuo Kong and then at the White Eagle covered by the lightning column, turned and walked to the side of Crane, stood calmly and said quietly, "Crane Vice Admiral, do you record the scene just now?" "Aokiji, you lazy kid are getting worse and worse." Crane carefully put the Den Mushi away and laughed interestingly. Smiling without saying anything, "Since this battle is doomed to fail, then you must retain the most of your strength, and find a way to push the responsibility to others." Aokiji is not an idiot. The person who can be nominated as the Marshal by Sengoku is the same as Sengoku. General's Representative. Cloud Ice Cloud, IR. The lightning pillar was frozen inch by inch from the inside out. Suddenly, the ice pillar was broken, and Bai Diao walked out unscathed, surrounded by this cold ice cloud. Water will condense into ice after being cold, and hail is a kind of ice. If you can control hail, you can also control hail. Little ghost. Bai Diao said arrogantly, "Room Death Cut." Zuo Kong. Suddenly the silent blade was coming towards him, but what was waiting for Zuo Kong was still Bai Diao's instantaneous naturalization. In an instant, he became natural in the 0.1 second or even shorter time when the attack was approaching, and he narrowly but perfectly avoided the fatal attack. Boom. But in this instant, Zuo Kong's body was already covered by lightning, and terrifying lightning flashed between his hands. 200 million volts Dragon Ghost. Zuo Kong roared and disappeared, leaving only a purple light in his sight. Bai Diao, like Kizaru, had no ability to react at all in front of this terrifying speed of light, and was instantly pierced. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Bai Diao stared blankly at his pierced abdomen. If it weren't for his quick reaction to avoid the most fatal blow in that instant, he would have been pierced through the heart of Yu Shanko and died. Hole. Bai Diao cursed angrily, "Clouds Ice and Fire Death." Clouds extended from the White Eagle's body, and the 2 clouds of ice and red twisted violently and rapidly. The next moment, they formed a wave that seemed to rotate. Under the angry gaze of the White Eagle, they fell on Zuo Kong. Advertisement. The violent explosion of ice and fire instantly enveloped the sky, forming a strong impact column. The ice surface was penetrated in an instant, and the clouds in the sky condensed by the White Eagle were instantly penetrated into a deep pit. Cough cough. The same cough sounded, and the lightning and clouds floated out and floated in the air. Compared with the White Eagle, Zuo Kong looked more difficult. Not to mention that his body was torn, his left arm completely disappeared, and there was not much left of his right arm. His body was burned by the violent attack, exposing his internal organs. What a horrible attack. If it was a little stronger, it would have killed me just now. Zuo Kong ignored his injuries and laughed excitedly. "You lunatic," the White Eagle also said angrily. He was almost cut in half. Who could have thought that after Zuo Kong endured such a fierce attack, his first reaction was not to escape, but to confront him head-on, almost tearing himself apart. Although Logia is powerful, if it is torn apart in physical form, it will be torn apart for real. Cloudfill. Bai Diao pressed on his abdomen, and clouds poured in, slowly forming parts of his body, barely stopping the injury, but this is only temporary, and he must be treated as soon as possible. Room Life Assembly. Zuo Kong's body flashed purple light, and it quickly returned to its most complete form as if time was reversed, but no one noticed that Zuo Kong's physical reserve in his heart was only 40%. "It still hurts too much," Zuo Kong frowned and thought. "Why don't you use the Thunder God just now?" Bai Diao suddenly asked indifferently. "There is no way. The Thunder God needs to store too much thunder, even if I can only use it once in a battle." Zuo Kong shrugged and said nonchalantly. And he did not lie. The Thunder God needs too much thunder. Even if all 6 drums are fully stored, they can only be used once at most. Of course, as Zuo Kong's strength increases, it will also increase. Zuo Kong smiled mysteriously and said mysteriously, "I have prepared another trick for you." Beast Paradise. King of Beasts, 127. Beast Devour Admiral, 5/10. Please subscribe. Silence. Bai Diao, Aokiji, and he were silent. Zuo Kong smiled and looked at Bai Diao, but the field was terribly quiet, without any sound. Zuo Kong's tricks seemed to have no effect at all, extremely strange, as if Zuo Kong was just scaring people. Bai Diao, who was about to speak, suddenly felt the ice layer begin to vibrate. 3 powerful auras quickly brewed under the ice layer, and broke through the ice in an instant. This strange change made the 3 high-level officials of the world government present at the same time look gloomy. Crack, crack, the first person to break through the ice was a black figure. A pitch-black spider as big as an adult crawled out of it. The terrifying size was terrifying. The 8 claws had a hook-like existence, which made people not doubt the sharpness of it. And the second person to break through the ice was a horse. The brown horse was very strong, and it was also twice the size of an ordinary person. It was definitely a giant beast. Could it be? He looked at the 2 animals and suddenly thought of something, saying in disbelief. It seems that he Vice Admiral has already guessed it. Zuo Kong opened his arms excitedly and said frantically. Come on, pets from hell, the 3-headed hellhound. Da. With a deafening roar, the ice under Zuo Kong's feet quickly broke, and the 10-meter-tall 3-headed hellhound emerged again, but this time it was not an opponent, but his most loyal subordinate. Standing on top of the Cerberus, Zuo Kong looked at Bai Diao, who finally showed a look of astonishment and smiled evilly. Then, Air Force Admiral, how about this gift? Roar. Roaring at Bai Diao, the Cerberus suddenly let out a terrifying roar, and 3 mouths brewed terrifying energy balls at the same time. Fire, ice, and darkness, 3 energies gathered in the mouth at the same time. What's more terrifying is that the Cerberus did not release but continued to compress, compress, and gather. Cloud. Advertisement. Bai Diao suddenly attacked. He couldn't wait for the Cerberus's move to gather, otherwise it would be too terrifying. Search. The sky full of fire clouds emerged, and the flames covering the sky and the earth fell, whistling. Zuo Kong also gave a weird smile, but he didn't move. Roar. The same roar came from the deep mountains of the spider, and it turned into a human beast form in an instant. 8 huge claws supported its body and soared into the sky, sweeping all the flames. Zit. Suddenly, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and the horse also turned into a human beast form. The powerful impact made its hooves become the most deadly weapon. Folk. The violent impact made Bai Diao feel sweetness in the back of his throat. He endured the severe pain and swept the horse away, gritting his teeth and said, "How is it possible? How can these beasts have armament hockey? I forgot to tell you, although they are just beasts, they are my fruit ability after all, and my armament hockey can naturally cover them." Zuo Kong patted his head, as if he had just remembered it, but he said with a sarcastic smile on his face. It took Zuo Kong 2 years from the initial conception of this move to now. In the past 2 years, Zuo Kong has been studying how to use Zoan, otherwise Zoan's devil, it would be a waste to put the fruit on me. Hard work pays off. I finally succeeded. There was a problem from the initial conception. Later, Zuo Kong found out why he didn't let Zoan form naturally. Ordinary people can't do it as long as they can eat a Zoan devil fruit. But I can. Zuo Kong separated a part of Zoan's origin, which will devour the life floating in the air and quickly condense into a solid. They have no wisdom, only the instinct of the beast, but they completely obey Zuo Kong's orders. The most important thing is that Zuo Kong can cover hockey like a martial language. In other words, I have a new weapon. Ice Cube Violent Pheasant Mouth. Aokiji pointed his hand at Zuo Kong, or at the 3-headed dog of hell. Suddenly, a huge ice bird whistled out, and the air around it began to freeze rapidly into frost. Asterisk. Advertisement. Zuo Kong jumped up from the head of the 3-headed dog of hell, shook his finger and said with a smile. I can't let you mess up. Number 90 million volts Thunder Tiger. The roaring Thunder Tiger met the ice bird that froze everything, and collided with each other. The intense temperature generated by thunder was also the nemesis of ice to some extent, and gradually both disappeared without a trace. The energy of the 3-headed dog of hell was still brewing. Both Aokiji and Bai Diao stopped talking nonsense at this moment, and they must stop this move. Aokiji could foresee that he would fail today, but he absolutely could not allow another admiral to be lost, otherwise the loss of the world government would be too great. 0. Swish, 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 the white eagle's face was as black as charcoal. The fighting power of the spider and the horse was not as good as the white eagle, but the combination of the 2 beasts was extremely terrifying. The 8 arms were waving like themselves. The strong impact combined with armament hockey was unbearable. The ordinary zone exerted a deadly power, room air explosion. Zuo Kong once again stopped Aokiji's help and said with a smile, the combination of spiders and horses is indeed no match for the white eagle. Unfortunately, the white eagle can't get rid of their joint attack for a while. Are these animals the strength of top vice admirals? Aokiji said in astonishment. Yes. But it also consumes a lot of my physical strength. Zuo Kong shrugged and said helplessly. These animals consumed his physical strength, but at this time Zuo Kong smiled cruelly. But this battle should indeed end. Dull. A deafening roar, the 3 terrifying forces of darkness, fire, and ice gathered together, and Zuo Kong suddenly disappeared on the spot, raised his hands, and said lightly, 150 million volts, thunder shockwave. The 4 forces of darkness, thunder, fire, and ice gathered into a terrifying shockwave, covering the white eagle including the 2 beasts. The White Eagle shouted in horror. 128. Ending, 6/10. Please subscribe. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Air Force Admiral White Eagle and getting 15 copy points. He swallowed the Logia Devil Fruit, Yin Fruit. His mouth was slightly grinning. This is a huge profit. He not only got his own Devil Fruit of the mythical beast species, a Logia Devil Fruit, but also got 30 copy points. Now his copy points have accumulated to more than 50. After solving the White Eagle, Zuo Kong turned around and looked at Aokiji and Crane, and smiled cruelly. Then it's all you guys left, DF. The Hellhound also roared wildly. Ice Age. Aokiji didn't hesitate at all, and suddenly jumped up. 2 streams of ice extended from his palms. Zuo Kong jumped up, and the Hellhound's body, 480, was too huge and was completely covered by Aokiji. A series of sounds of frost gathering, the Hellhound became a huge ice sculpture, Ice Cube, Ice Fist. Aokiji attacked again and the 3-headed dog of hell was crushed. It seemed that the solution was too smooth, so smooth that Aokiji felt it was unreal, as if it was fake. Do you feel strange? Zuo Kong said with a smile while floating in the air. Aokiji nodded and said, it is indeed very strange. Since you can kill the White Eagle, the strength of these beasts should not be so weak. That's right, it's because my physical strength has reached the limit, so its strength is almost consumed. Kong seemed to say it without any care. He didn't care that he exposed his weakness at all. The Hellhound, Spider, and Horse consumed Zuo Kong's physical strength. In addition, the last blow of the Hellhound consumed it extremely terrifyingly. As for whether what Zuo Kong said at this moment is true or false, who knows? But, no matter what, I, the devil, don't want to let the hero escape. Zuo Kong wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled cruelly. Cass. Suddenly, Zuo Kong felt that his hair stood up completely. It was a very scary feeling. It felt like he was stared at by a scary beast. How is it possible? My heartnet didn't find where the person is. Zuo Kong's face remained unchanged, but his heart was heavy. He was shocked and thought secretly. Boom! Suddenly, a warship broke through the sea and the ice and emerged. He said lightly. Then kid, how about we stop here today? Just stop here. Zuo Kong seemed unwilling to say. He Vice Admiral, this game is just halfway through, and there is still one protagonist left. You actually told me that it's over? The more he talked with the more Zuo Kong could feel the horror getting more and more terrible. He couldn't help but put more than half of his mind on defense. Let's go. He ignored Zuo Kong and said firmly. Aokiji, and he boarded the marine warship in Zuo Kong's eyes, and the warship floated quickly and disappeared into the sea again. Damn it, who is it? Zuo Kong cursed secretly. He couldn't attack. He was sure that if he attacked, the figure would definitely unleash the attack that had been brewing for a long time. The most important thing was that Zuo Kong was subconsciously sure that if he didn't defend himself, this person's attack would definitely kill him directly, leaving him no chance to recover. Shockwave. Advertisement. A faint voice suddenly came from the sea, followed by a dazzling golden light rising and bombing out. The terrifying golden shockwave seemed to split the sea and surged upward. Here it comes. Zuo Kong thought solemnly. God's punishment. Zuo Kong's figure disintegrated into thunder. He could dodge, but he disdained to dodge. If he had to dodge anyone's attack, he would be bored as a demon. The lightning column and the golden shockwave collided with each other, and the terrifying explosion directly shattered all the remaining ice surface, and Zuo Kong's lightning column was actually shattered. God's sanction. Dozens of God's sanctions in a row shattered the shockwave, and Zuo Kong's thunder poured into the seabed and struck the warship in the perception of the Heart Network. Ice Age. The God's sanction was frozen again, and beautiful ice columns extended from the ground. Zuo Kong fell on this beautiful ice column, put his hands in his pockets, glanced at the corner of his mouth, and laughed arrogantly. Sengoku. Since you are here, why don't you dare to come out? There was no answer, no answer. As the spiritual commander of Marine, Sengoku would never allow even a little black mark to be smeared, even if everyone knew it was done by him. Advertisement, but as long as no one saw it with their own eyes, it was just a rumor, not a fact. Tisk. Left. Zuo Kong said helplessly. But his heart was full of unwillingness. He thought his strength had improved very quickly, and he thought Marine Admiral's strength is already arrogant enough in this sea, but now it seems that he is still far behind. Those monsters in the last period have long surpassed Admiral's level. Sengoku and Garp of Marine, Sora of World Government. Hidden figures in the Army and Air Force. And the 4 Emperors of New World, those guys are all 4.4 monsters, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Garp's son Long. It seems that I am still too weak. Get stronger, only by getting stronger can I really stand at the top. Zuo Kong clenched his fists and said firmly. The joy that Ben got from killing 2 admirals disappeared instantly. At this moment, Zuo Kong really felt that he was just the beginning. He had just participated in this game of the strong. It's really exciting, World Government, come on, give me more power to make me stronger, I will destroy you with my own hands. Zuo Kong laughed arrogantly. Accompanied by Zuo Kong's laughter, the terrifying dark clouds blocked the sea, and thunder surged. 129. Sabaody Archipelago open black lens bracket 7/10. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. Sabaody Archipelago, where there is actually the largest mangrove, the Archiman mangrove, whose huge roots float on the water, thus forming the Sabaody Archipelago. And Sabaody Archipelago is also one of the 2 routes to the New World. To go to the New World, You either cross the red line and change ships to go to the New World, but pirates going to the red line are lucky not to be caught. How can they provide ships? So most people can only choose the second way, which is to go to the underwater mermaid island after coating the Sabadi archipelago and finally go to the New World. Especially in the recent chaos of the four emperors fighting for hegemony, countless pirates are completely crazy. If it weren't for the fact that Sabadi archipelago is extremely close to the naval headquarters, it is very likely that this place has been occupied by pirates. Isn't Monet here yet? Zuo Kong asked helplessly while leaning on the boat. Master, what are you talking about? If it weren't for your violent battle, would we need to take a detour? Monet's face was full of murderous intent when he mentioned this matter, and he couldn't help but roared angrily. $7. $7. Zuo Kong scratched his ears and said helplessly. After a while, he leaned on the recliner and fell asleep again. Ah. Monet sighed helplessly. The place where Zuo Kong fought with the world government was actually only half a day's journey away from Sabadi archipelago. Unfortunately, these four people were monsters with the ability to change the terrain. As a result, the road ahead was blocked. They had to take a detour. In the end, they were about to arrive at Sabadi archipelago after 2 days. Sister, I heard that there are those idiot celestial dragons in Sabadi archipelago. Little Sugar suddenly grabbed Monet's skirt and said softly. What's wrong? Monet asked curiously. Little Sugar said cutely. With the master's personality, if he encounters celestial dragons, he will probably kill them directly, right? Monet was speechless, and suddenly didn't know what to say, because this is the fact. Advertisement Zukong is an extremely cruel person. How could he allow someone to bully him? And 2 days ago, Sengoku threatened Aokiji to run away. Zukong has been very unhappy recently if things go wrong. I hope the master won't play too much. Monet sighed helplessly. I am a secretary, and Sugar is a child, so I'd better be obedient. I don't want to be unable to get out of bed tomorrow. In fact, Monet sometimes really wonders why the world government doesn't kill Zukong directly. After all, judging from the strength shown by the world government now, Song Yao Sengoku and Kaban 10 can easily kill Zukong together? You idiot. Do you think the world government is that simple? Zukong suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Monet helplessly. Ah. Monet blushed and said cutely. She lowered her head shyly, not expecting that her wild thoughts would be known by her master. The world government also has big problems in the world. Now the pirates of the New World have gone crazy one by one. If the four emperors are not stable, who knows what these lunatics will do? So if the world government withdraws the masters who have been scouted to besiege me, then what awaits the world government is the attack of the pirates, and more importantly, there's the Revolutionary Army. Zuo Kong said lazily while half lying down. The Revolutionary Army of the Revolutionary Long? Monet asked curiously. Zuo Kong nodded and said, well, if nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid that most of the troops of the Army and Air Force are competing with Long. There are too few masters left, and unless the world government has absolute control over me, it will never dare to do anything to me. Why? Monet asked curiously. The barefoot are not afraid of the shoe-wearing ones, unless they can limit the speed of Thunder Fruit. Otherwise if I escape, I can easily destroy any branch of the world government in the world by myself. Zuo Kong shrugged and said nonchalantly. Monet's mouth twitched, it seemed to be true. Zuo Kong's Thunder Fruit and Op Fruit are fast, and the other is teleportation, which is a complete escape tool. In addition, the Fortress Fruit can take me and others into the body. If Zuo Kong is really angry, I will just shoot one shot and then another, and see who is upset. It is precisely because of this that the world government has never pushed Zuo Kong too hard, because they are afraid that Zuo Kong, a madman, will burst out with crazy ideas, which would be a pitfall. Advertisement, Master, we have arrived at Sabadi Archipelago. Little Sugar suddenly jumped back and said excitedly. Crackle. Stretching himself, Zuo Kong stood up and said excitedly. We are finally here. Pluton Rayleigh. Those celestial dragons. Laozi have been waiting impatiently for the past 2 days. Don't let me down. Master. Monet shouted helplessly. Let's go. Zuo Kong shouted. Yes. Monet said with authority. Sabadi Archipelago number 13. In Shocky 643's extortion bar as the owner, Shocky casually threw out a few freeloaders, looked at Pluton Rayleigh who was drinking, took a puff of cigarette, and said with a smile. That kid is coming soon, but it's really amazing that he can fight against the 3 highest forces alone, and even killed 2 admirals from the Army and Air Force. 2 of them have their own politics, and 1 has his own ideas. Such a combination can't threaten that kid at all, and can't even compare to that old guy Zephyr. Rayleigh just smiled and said. But there was also disdain in his tone. You should think about how to face that kid. Shocky knocked on his pipe and said interestingly. Forget it, I'd better go out and hide. I don't want to fight that crazy kid and lose my life. Rayleigh stood up and said helplessly. That little devil will tear down my shop, Shocky said with a smile. Rayleigh said with a sad face. Shocky, I know you must have a way, right? As long as you help me deal with that little devil, I will listen to you in everything. How about it? That's what you said. Shocky smiled like a fox, and said with a wicked smile. Point 130. The Gathering of World Governments, 8/10, please subscribe. Sabadi Archipelago. Looking at the island getting closer and closer, Zuo Kong couldn't help but smile wildly and said ferociously. You. The pirate who was blocking the road and preparing to collect some money shouted loudly. Idiot, do you want to die? His companion hurriedly stopped this guy and cursed angrily. What's wrong with you, brother? Isn't it just a pirate group, and there is no pirate flag? Such a big ship must be very rich. the scolded younger brother said unwillingly. DT. Giving him a slap in the face, the boss continued to curse. You idiot, that's the devil's pirate ship. Are you tired of living? Gudong. Zuo Kong's terrible record since he went to sea can almost make a child stop crying. The younger brother hurriedly said, Brother, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have been here today. Brother, you say what you want to play today, and I will take care of it all. Looking at the younger brother who was patting Yu Shang's mouth and making a hasty promise, the elder brother patted his shoulder and said lightly, You, just be more careful, be careful in the future, don't be so blind. Of course, the younger brother hurriedly smiled. This kind of thing didn't just happen here. Almost all the major forces and figures knew about it the moment Zuo Kong logged into Sabadi Archipelago. Zuo Kong hugged Xiao Shatang and ordered, Monet, go find someone to coat the devil. If it weren't for going to Mermaid Island to kill that B*********** D tiger, Laozi wouldn't bother with so much trouble. Okay, my master, please stop complaining, okay? Monet said helplessly. My identity is a secretary. Now I really have become a secretary who works when there is something to do and a secretary who works when there is nothing to do. I'm also very tired, okay? Work overtime during the day and overtime at night, and ask for a raise. Advertisement. The two left the pirate ship at the same time. As for whether anyone dares to steal Zuo Kong's things, Zuo Kong will tell you that his heart network has covered the entire Sky Island. If anyone dares to attack, then he will be greeted by a divine punishment in an instant. After the three left, several people sneaked over, but unfortunately they were greeted by terrifying thunder from the sky. Looking at the black without any residue, everyone thought it was better to stay away. On this side, Zuo Kong and the other two landed on the island happily, while on the other side, the world government was completely in an extremely depressed state. Sengoku, how strong is that kid? Garp asked curiously while drinking tea. He has become much stronger than the last time you saw him. The ghost dog and the white eagle died in his hands. Sengoku rubbed his brows and said helplessly. Garp had been out for a while, and when he came back, he immediately asked about the battle situation, even though he had guessed that he would fail 90% of the time. Garp couldn't help but swear and said, No way. Those two little ghosts were not very strong, but they were killed by that little ghost? Look, this is the battle video at that time. Sengoku handed a Den Den Mushi to Garp and said calmly. The Den Den Mushi are all edited, otherwise if you really watch the 4-day battle, it would be really a bummer. Sengoku and Crane said nothing. Garp quietly looked at the battle data in it, Zuo Kong's Thunder God form, and the Beast Paradise made Garp's eyes widen. Huh. After a long time, Garp exhaled deeply, and lived up to his usual playful smile, and said solemnly. I thought this little ghost would be dragged down by many devil fruits, but now it seems that I was wrong. Yeah. Sengoku nodded helplessly. Advertisement. Not only Garp, but even Sengoku had such an idea. In their opinion, even though Zuo Kong had many devil fruit abilities, developing a devil fruit might take a person's entire life. The biggest possibility was that Zuo Kong was disabled by the devil fruit and would stay in one realm forever. But now it seems that Zuo Kong is not like this at all. His biggest shortcoming was originally a problem of physical strength, but now it seems that the physical shortcoming has also been eliminated. He rubbed his eyebrows, his eyes slightly black, and said helplessly. She also calculated many possibilities in the past 2 days, and finally came to the conclusion that if she wanted to completely defeat Zuo Kong, she must not give him a chance to fight back, and kill him with one blow, otherwise it would be a trouble. Why do you say that? Garp did not react for a moment and asked curiously. Teleportation, healing, cutting, physical strength, that kid has developed the Op fruit too comprehensively, Thunder fruit as the main attack, Op fruit as the auxiliary, plus other fruits, and now there is this terrifying trick like the Beast Paradise. These tricks consume a huge amount of physical strength. Sengoku spoke first. Crane continued, but Garp, you should have noticed that this kid has never shown a decadent look from beginning to end. Normally, such a terrifying consumption of physical strength should consume a lot. Even if there is some reserve, it is impossible to completely see no signs of consumption. Fortress fruit. Garp suddenly thought of something and said with an ugly face. The two nodded at the same time. Crane said, King, the fortress fruit may contain humans captured by the kid, just to provide physical strength, and according to the kid's personality, the possibility of doing so is too great. Garp, what do you think of the strength of the Beast Paradise? Sengoku suddenly asked. It's scary. The strength of the mythical beasts is definitely at the edge of the admiral level, and those two ordinary zones should only be ordinary vice admirals, not top vice admirals. Garp thought of the scene he just watched and gave his own answer. Brew. Just when Sengoku was about to say something, the Den Den Mushi rang. After picking up the Den Den Mushi, Sora said solemnly, Sengoku, bring Suru and Garp to attend the world government meeting. I understand. Sengoku looked at the two and nodded. 131. Zuo Kong, the helpless one, 9/10, please subscribe. As soon as he stepped into the room, a tall man who was no less handsome than Sengoku immediately stood up and roared at Sengoku. Sengoku, you be ***************** D. If it weren't for Marine Admiral Aokiji's negligence, how could the White Eagle and the Ghost Dog die? You must explain it to me clearly. The man was very tall, without a single hair, with a long black beard and a blue cape like the White Eagle on his back. The big word, justice, began to tremble violently. This man was Air Marshal Kelt Kolo. You'd better calm down, Crane, take out the things. Sengoku sneered. Suru stepped forward and took out the recording Denmushi and placed it on the table in the middle of the room. Everyone saw it at once, including the 5 elders, Sora, another tall man, and Kolo. After the recording of Denmushi in the room was finished, Sengoku slapped his hand on the table and shouted, Kolo, I want to ask you how you manage your subordinates. Don't they know that they should cooperate in the face of the enemy? How could they do such a thing? Ah, are you talking? Sengoku shouted directly. 233 facing Sengoku's roar, Kolo's face was gloomy and he couldn't speak. This may be something Sengoku did not do properly, as he actually recorded such a thing, but the facts have proved that it was indeed Bai Diao who died because of his arrogance, otherwise it would not be the case. Okay. You two be quiet, I didn't come here to watch you quarrel this time. Kong knocked on the table and said loudly. The two looked at each other and sat down in their respective seats. Garp and Crane also sat down in their respective seats. The two people were able to sit here not by power, but by strength. This is also the reason why Kong asked Sengoku to come on their behalf. Marine needs enough people to control the situation. Looking at Sengoku's appearance, Koro said viciously in his heart. Sengoku, you be *************, wait for me. Advertisement Koro, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane and Army Marshal Kong Kwang are all Marines of the same period. At that time, the world government had just begun to form the Army and Air Force. Unlike Sengoku, Garp, CFCF, Zephyr, Crane, who were all civilians, Koro was the descendant of the adopted son of celestial dragons. Although he was not a celestial dragon, he was also the most noble, and Kwang was Kong's younger brother. It can be said that the two were the second generation of officials. Later, Kong was promoted to the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces. The two competed with Sengoku for the marshal of the naval headquarters. In the end, Sengoku became Marine Marshal. Kolo and Kwang were eliminated, but at this time, in order to form the other 2 armies, Kolo became the Air Force Marshal and Kwang became the Army Marshal. This is why the 3 armies have always disliked each other, because the tops disliked each other. Sengoku took the lead and said, apart from the problem of the White Eagle, the problem of the Ghost Dog is not unknown to you, Kwang. Why did you send Kwang to assist in the battle? Kwang was also stunned by the question for a moment and said helplessly. Okay. Knocking on the table, the blonde old man said calmly. The long-haired old man also continued. Now is not the time to argue about these things. You 3 parties are responsible for this matter. The White Eagle is too arrogant, the Ghost Dog is too arrogant, and Aokiji is too gentle. You 3 have problems. Now we need to discuss how to deal with that little ghost. Listening to the long-haired old man suppressing the matter in a few words. Sengoku was also relieved. The reason why he acted so strong this time was to suppress the matter. Otherwise, the Marine, as the initiator, would not have any credit but would have lost 2 admirals. This is a serious offense. So Sengoku was the one who used force to suppress others. He made the Army and Air Force suffer through various problems, and forced the 5 stars to suppress the matter. Advertisement, Sengoku, how do you record the strength of that kid? Asked the curly-haired old man. Here. He took out the Denmushi and said, just like Garp, when everyone finished watching the recorded images on the phone, everyone frowned slightly. Everyone present was smart and of course saw the most serious problem. If there was no way to kill Zuo Kong in one fell swoop, then what would be faced was Zuo Kong's endless revenge. The barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. If you dare to touch me, I am alone anyway, I will directly demolish your house. Start with the people around him? Kwang was silent for a long time and then spoke first. This is indeed a good idea, but that kid ate the fortified city fruit, and according to the kid's vigilant character, he will never give us this opportunity. He shook his head and said helplessly. Fortress fruit. Everyone present frowned slightly. Fortress fruit is not a precious fruit, but it depends on who it belongs to. If it belongs to a monster like Zuo Kong, it will be very troublesome. I can attack and defend. I still have a territory inside me. If you don't accept it, let's play slowly. You have a big family and a big business, and I am alone. Let's see who can beat whom. Can the CP organization find any useful information? As the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong is the most qualified to ask questions, and asked lightly. The bald old man shook his head and said, there is no useful information. We can only find that this kid is from Minion Island and has a grudge against Doflamingo. It is certain that there have been other members on his ship, but it is impossible to determine who they are. This is indeed very serious. The 3 Hancock sisters have never shown up on Zuo Kong's ship. The only time they showed up, the limelight was stolen by Sucrose. No one paid attention to them at all. Even he thought they were new recruits recruited by Zuo Kong. Later, Zuo Kong completely ate the Thunder Fruit and had a terrifying hard net. Not to mention the CP organization approaching, even a fly could not enter. This led to the 3 Hancock sisters staying on Zuo Kong's ship for several years without anyone knowing. Sengoku, do you have any ideas? The atmosphere froze for a moment. Facing this psoriasis, everyone would have a headache. Sora asked casually. There's a way, but the risk is very high. 132. Pushing to the forefront of the times, 10 out of 10, please subscribe. Kong was just asking casually, because they were already in a stalemate. The admiral with the highest combat power could not do anything to Zuo Kong, and these monster-level characters could not guarantee that they could kill Zuo Kong in 1 second. If Zuo Kong ran away, it would be embarrassing, but revenge would be the most troublesome. But he did not expect Sengoku to actually have a way. Kong hurriedly asked, Sengoku, do you really have a way? There is one, but if it fails, then I am afraid that I will never be able to check this madman, Sengoku said solemnly. The atmosphere became solemn for a while, and everyone understood that Sengoku's plan was absolutely a matter of success or failure. New World already had 4 emperors, and if it failed, there might be another emperor at worst. Tell me about it, the old man with the sword said calmly. Among all the people present, his status was the highest. As the head of the 5 elders, the old man with the sword was the most qualified to say this. Huh. Took a deep breath, Sengoku said solemnly. Since the opening of the Great Pirate Era, the first turmoil is about to end, the hegemony of the 4 emperors is about to end, the Shichibukai is about to take office, and the world government, the 4 emperors, and the Shichibukai will become the 3 main forces to balance the world. But this era is in the last turbulent period, the pirates of the world are ready to move against the 4 emperors, and the Shichibukai is not yet completely sure. If we can push that kid to the tide of the times. Crane took over Sengoku's words and continued. Just as Sengoku said, everyone was silent. If it succeeds, then Zuo Kong will be wiped out by this turbulent era. Advertisement, but if it fails, then what will greet him and others as a new emperor, or even a king who surpasses the emperor? This sea is likely to give birth to the second king. Too dangerous. The bald old man frowned and said. I know, so I said this is the only way I can think of, but it is also the most dangerous way, Sengoku said solemnly. It is really helpless to deal with such a person. There is no one at home, no one in front of me, and you come with more people. I turned my little brother to one side and ran away. Thunder Fruit gave Zuo Kong absolute speed. If I trouble you again, this is absolutely like a dogskin plaster, which makes people's head hurt. Kwong is a character whose name is like a dogskin plaster, he said directly and angrily. Why bother so much? If I say that as long as Garp and I work together, we can definitely kill that kid. Kwong, calm down. You and Garp are indeed not opponents of that kid, but have you thought about it? What if he runs away? Op Fruit's teleportation and Thunder Fruit's speed are extremely terrible escape abilities. If he really escapes, then the current balance will be broken. Kolo frowned and said, although Koro and Sengoku are at odds, it doesn't mean that Koro relies on his status to get to the top. His ability is also very strong. Koro, Kwong, and Sengoku are all equally matched, and Garp is slightly stronger than the 3. However, in terms of handling ability, Koro and Sengoku are both called the resourceful general. This kid is really troublesome, Kwong said angrily. Everyone was helpless about this. It was the best opportunity at the beginning, but they didn't take it seriously. Who could have thought that Zuo Kong would grow to such a terrifying level in such a short time? I think this is feasible. It's not easy to be a king. Back then, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger were listed as the 3 kings. In the end, Roger also went through a lot of hardships to become the king. The long-haired old man nodded and said. And you all seem to have been blocked by the Op Fruit all along. The old man holding the sword suddenly said. Looking at the 4 people who were suddenly shocked, and the people like Kong who looked like they didn't hear it. Advertisement. The old man holding the sword then continued. You hope that the little brat's Op Fruit can be used by me, but if you put it down, you will find that the little brat has been alone from beginning to end, and all his crew members are useless, in that case. The curly-haired old man said after a moment of silence, Sengoku's plan is feasible. He is just a lone man. If he succeeds, he will just be another figure like the old bat. If he fails, he will become a historical stream. Sora agreed. Please give me flowers. This sentence was agreed by everyone. For the old bat who is now imprisoned and impelled down, everyone has to admit that he is a real monster. His own strength is comparable to the 3 kings, and he even killed Sora. If he hadn't been exhausted, Garp couldn't hold him. The more arrogant a person is, the more he disdains to form a pirate group. Rather than recruiting members, that little brat is a lecher. The blonde old man pointed out the key point of the matter and said calmly. A pervert? Sengoku and others frowned slightly and said strangely. But thinking of Monet and Sugar on Zukong's ship, although one big and one small, they are indeed 2 beauties, it seems to be true. If there is a weakness, there is a way to break it. Let's do what Sengoku said about his problem. Finally, the old man holding the sword said with the final word. Okay. Sengoku said firmly. Koro said solemnly. Sengoku, what are you prepared? The 2 people are not in harmony, but they are still very clear about such major issues. The trick of that kid is called Beast Paradise, since the world government has given him the title of Whitebeard too. How about the title of King of Beasts? Sengoku said with a smile. Overt conspiracy. This is a naked conspiracy. Whitebeard may not care so much, but he needs to stabilize the people's hearts, so Zuo Kong accepted this title. Then Whitebeard will come to the door, otherwise he can't convince the people, and he will not be Whitebeard. And Kaido is not to mention, that is a madman, he calls himself the Beast. You call yourself the King of Beasts. What do you mean? Kaido is likely to be just after Zuo Kong entered New World came to him. And the most crucial point of the whole plan is that Zuo Kong is a madman. Even if he guessed that this was a trick, he would admit it. This is the source of Zuo Kong's devil. He is a madman like devil. Point 133. Beautiful women hunted by celestial dragons. 1/10. Please subscribe. Of course, Zuo Kong, who was wandering around the Sabaody archipelago at this moment, didn't know the world government's countermeasures. Even if he knew, he would probably just accept it with a wild smile. This is Zuo Kong. This is the devil. Wait until I solve this, then I will turn around and give you 100 shots of God's punishment to make you lie down honestly. Master. Where are we going? Little Sugar lay in Zuo Kong's arms, looking at the pirates around him who were looking at Zuo Kong with fear, and said boringly. Let's go. Zuo Kong was about to answer. It's so boring, why don't they come forward to provoke? Aren't these pirates usually very bold? Why are they so honest today? I'm really unhappy. Little Sugar lay there softly, interrupting Zuo Kong's words directly, and said with an unhappy, 1, 2, 3, look. Zuo Kong felt that his head was full of black lines. Good guy, so this is what you were thinking? You little girl, you are really good at making trouble. However, with Zuo Kong's reputation, although these pirates are full of the idea of killing Zuo Kong, they don't dare to do it. They don't have the courage. Hey, that guy over there. Zuo Kong suddenly pointed at a person and said loudly. In an instant, the venue on that side was cleared, and the figure of a man was immediately revealed. He pointed at himself stiffly, as if he couldn't believe that Shang Kong really called him. Don't point, I'm calling you. Lead me to the bottom road. Do you know how to get to Area 13? Zuo Kong said lazily. I know, Lord, Devil, this way. The man hurriedly greeted him and said carefully. Advertisement, then hurry up. Without waiting for Zuo Kong to speak, Xiao Shitang immediately shouted unsatisfied. The man was shocked and said hurriedly, yes, sir, this way, please. Under the guidance of the man, Zuo Kong soon arrived at the place he wanted to go, Swanky's Knocking Bamboo Bar in Area 13. It's here, sir, the place you are looking for is here. The man bowed his head respectfully, trembling all over. Everyone knows that the devil is moody, who knows if he will be greeted by a thunderbolt. Get lost, Zuo Kong said lightly. After that, he no longer paid attention to the man, but stepped directly into the store, with scarlet eyes flashing in his eyes, and the vigorous murderous intent completely broke out. The murderous intent swept across, and the man almost fell to the ground directly, and ran away in a hurry. He didn't dare to stay here for a moment. Little devil, don't be so manic, you scared away all the customers in my store. Shocky, holding a cigarette, came out from behind and said helplessly. Miss Shocky, can you let Pluton really come out? I'm already impatient to wait. Zuo Kong's mouth cracked and said excitedly. I'm afraid this won't work. Shocky was not afraid at all. She sat down openly in Zuo Kong's murderous intention, raised her legs high, and said generously. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Zuo Kong's scarlet eyes stared at Shocky's face, and his body was slightly covered with electric light, but Shocky seemed to look at Zuo Kong fearlessly, but with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Advertisement? Why? I just want to go to New, it's just the world, why would you betray it? The woman who hid her face completely under the hood murmured unwillingly. Tears dripped from the corners of her eyes, but they did not fall on the ground but on the huge soft body. She was wearing a purple-black tight-fitting short skirt, which set off her perfect figure to the fullest. Yes, from the violent ups and downs of her chest, it seemed that she was being chased. You guys go over there, don't let Nico Robin run away, she is the woman in Charlos Saint's eyes. There were waves of men shouting in the street. Damn celestial dragons. Robin clenched her hands and cursed angrily. Her hometown was destroyed because of celestial dragons, and now she was going to be caught by celestial dragons and become their plaything. Suddenly, a man in a black suit emerged from the wall of the alley and laughed. I caught you, B****ch, you made it so hard for us to find you. I will never give in. Robin whispered softly but firmly, six-wheeled flower anchor flower. Robin crossed his long arms, and 6 arms suddenly grew out of the black-clothed man in the air, grabbing his neck, arms, and feet and exerting force. The man's original arrogant smile fell softly to the ground, his whole body twitching violently, and he was not far from death. Run. You must not be caught. If you want to escape from Sabaldi Archipelago, you must escape to a no-man's land. Robin looked around, wiped away her tears, and said firmly with a firm look in her eyes. Waste, you waste, catch her for me, and don't let her run away. That's my pet. Charles Sheen, with a runny nose, cursed at his waist. My lord has found Nico Robin's trail, and she is heading towards Area 13. Suddenly, the subordinate rushed back, knelt on one knee and said hurriedly. Why don't you chase them? What are you doing here? Hurry up, Charlos Saint continued to shout. Yes, sir. All the men in black rushed out in a hurry, and Charlos Saint, who was sitting on the back of a tall man, whipped the man with a whip and shouted. Hurry up, you useless B*****************. If my pet runs away, you will be held responsible. Og. Screams came out of the man's mouth, and he hurriedly began to move quickly. For what Charlos Saint did, all the people, whether civilians, pirates, or marines, lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look him in the eye, but the pirate's eyes were shining with excitement. You know, the devil on number 13 is right there. 134. Trade, ancient species? 2/10, please subscribe. Shocky's blackmail bar, Zuo Kong, holding Little Sugar, looked crazy and looked at Shocky, who was smiling and calm. All the pirates around him were trembling and huddled aside, not daring to say a word, fearing that Zuo Kong would get angry and hit them with a thunderbolt, which would be extremely embarrassing. Get lost. Zuo Kong glanced at the pirates and said coldly. Yes. The pirates said hurriedly. Leave the money. Shocky glanced at the pirates and said with full medical intent. Yes. Yes. The pirates said hurriedly again. Putting the money on the table quickly, they rushed out at a speed that exceeded the maximum speed that the human body could withstand. It was really too dangerous here, and they would really die if they were not careful. Crackle. Zuo Kong's body flashed with lightning, and he said ferociously, Miss Shocky, you'd better call Rayleigh out. Although your strength is good, it's probably not just a little bit worse than mine. Well, after all, I haven't fought for more than 30 years. It's normal for my strength to weaken. Shocky waved her hand nonchalantly and said very naturally. Advertisement. When Zuo Kong squinted his eyes and was about to take another step, the door suddenly opened again. A beautiful woman with black hair ran in, jumped up and jumped directly over Zuo Kong's head, and ran into the store. A wisp of fragrant wind passed over Zuo Kong's head, and Zuo Kong even saw the purple lace panties. The master is a pervert. Xiao Shitang looked at Zuo Kong and said softly. Lolo LG. Shocky couldn't help laughing at Xiao Shitang's words. I don't deny that men have a desire for beautiful women, and my title is Devil. Even if I can't get her, I can just rob her. Zuo Kong also retracted his killing intent, shrugged, and said indifferently, the little devil is really sincere. Shocky seemed to sigh. There is no sincerity or insincerity. If you like it, just get it. This is my principle. Just like in Sky Island, I thought the Golden City was pretty good, so I emptied it and took away the historical text inside. Zuo Kong shrugged, but said with a sly smile, what a bad boy. Shocky took a puff of cigarette and shook his head. The figure who was about to open the door and leave suddenly stopped, and ran to Zuo Kong as if being pulled, and said excitedly. That, you have the historical text? Yes, Zuo Kong said with a smirk. Can I? Robin said very embarrassedly. She also felt it was a coincidence. She had only seen the pirates running out in a panic, and then she was going to escape into this store. Fortunately, she saw Zuo Kong, who was called the Devil Whitebeard too, and heard the title of Pluton, Rayleigh. In an instant, Robin felt that the amount of information was too much. But there was no way to get out after entering, so she had to prepare to leave. Originally, Zuo Kong and Shocky didn't care about her, which was a good thing, but after hearing the news of the historical text, her archaeologist soul reminded herself that she must not leave, so she came back again. It's okay. But why should I show it to you? Zuo Kong also sat down and said interestingly. Advertisement, I can pay. Opened his mouth. Robin finally said with a little helplessness. Money. Little Sugar blinked and said boringly. You mean the mountain of things piled up in my house? That thing is not worth anything. Robin felt like Alexander for Little Sugar's remarks. He has been a poor child since he was a child, and now he has met a rich man. But it's okay. 1 billion Baileys, sleep with me tonight, and I will let you watch the text of history. Zuo Kong suddenly cracked his mouth and said evilly. The little devil is really a bad boy. Shocky sighed. But the look of, I'm just watching the fun and not disturbing you at all, made Robin really want to cry but had no tears. Can you give me a definite answer? I don't have time to dawdle with you here. I have something else to do. Zuo Kong looked at Robin's hesitation and said boringly. I promised you, but I must see the historical text first, then I can. Robin said firmly with blushing cheeks. Zuo Kong sneered and said disdainfully. Remember, it was you who took the initiative to ask me for a deal. You have no right to bargain. Be obedient, little woman. After saying that, Zuo Kong didn't even look at Robin, turned his head and continued to look at Shocky, and said lightly. Miss Shocky, you'd better think about it, otherwise I have a bad temper and it would be bad if I demolished your shop. The sea is so vast, and there are countless strong men. Why does the little devil have to fight Rayleigh? Shocky took a puff of a 100 cigarette and seemed helpless. Luo Bing widened her eyes in astonishment. She was still curious about why Zuo Kong appeared here. It turned out that he came to compete with Pluton, Rayleigh. Although she had heard that Zuo Kong killed the previous Admiral Zephyr, she couldn't help but hesitate. How powerful is Zuo Kong? But isn't Rayleigh the closest to me now? I am the most impatient person. Zuo Kong shrugged, his eyes flashing with blood, and said coldly. How about this? I will give you a small gift. Just give me a face and don't bother Rayleigh, okay? Shocky knocked on the table and suddenly stood up and said, a small gift? Zuo Kong smiled interestingly and nodded. Okay, if I am satisfied, I won't bother Rayleigh this time. Hearing Zuo Kong's agreement, Shocky smiled and took out a box from behind the bar, opened it directly, and inside was a devil fruit with complex patterns. Shocky pointed at the devil fruit and said, you should be able to see that this is Zoan's devil fruit. I can confirm that it is an ancient species, but I'm not sure what ancient species it is. Is this a small gift? Robin couldn't help but said in amazement. 135. Celestial dragons. This isn't the first one I've killed. 3/10. Please subscribe. Robin may not be strong enough after being in the Grand Line for so long, but she still has good eyesight, and her knowledge reserve is also rare in the world. The lowest level of devil fruit from low to high is Paramecia, because Paramecia seems to have too many useless abilities. The second is Zoan, and then Logia, and Zoan Ancient is as precious as Logia. As for the current stage, the most precious is Zoan Mythical Beast. As a result, Shocky actually gave away the Ancient, which is equivalent to giving away at least 1 billion Baileys. And this is a power that cannot be bought with money. Ancient. Zuo Kong picked up the devil fruit and looked at it, saying strangely. When I was a pirate, it was a gift from Roger to me. I never used it and put it aside. Since you are a multi-fruit ability user, you should be able to use it, right? Shocky said nonchalantly. So that's how it is. Let me see what this ability is. Zuo Kong raised his mouth and smiled interestingly. Zuo Kong ate the devil fruit directly. Although it was not the first time he had eaten it, the taste was really unbearable. It was too disgusting. Robin was dumbfounded again. Who did he meet today? That woman knew One Piece? This man was actually a multi-fruit ability user. How was it? Shaw asked curiously as she watched Zuo Kong eat the devil fruit. Well, it is indeed an ancient species. As for the ability? Zuo Kong frowned slightly and said. A new energy emerged in his body again. Zuo Kong just quietly felt it and soon knew what kind of fruit ability it was. Advertisement, cat fruit, Zuo Kong said calmly. Saber-toothed tiger form. Speed, strength, and burst are all top-notch forms. Little devil, your beast paradise, has added another powerful guy. 11 Shocky also said with a smile. I really find your information interesting. In that battle, Marine was completely suppressed, and you were able to get the information. Zuo Kong looked at Shocky curiously and said strangely. Shocky smiled but said nothing. This was his trade secret, but then he smiled mysteriously and said, this little girl is being hunted by celestial dragons. Those guys are coming here. What do you think we should do? Celestial dragons. Zuo Kong looked at Robin, who was shaking slightly, and muttered with a little surprise. Is it that idiot? Xiao Shitang was lying in Zuo Kong's arms very honestly from beginning to end, and suddenly raised his head and said. So cute. Robin was not mature after more than 10 years. Looking at Xiao Shitang's cute appearance, he couldn't help but admire her. Ijigig. Shocky smiled and said, it's not good for Xiao Shitang to say that, but which race really looks like an idiot? I really don't understand why they are mating with the best women, but they are all born with such ugly things. Zuo Kong and Robin looked at Shocky in surprise. Although Zuo Kong knew Shocky's heroic character a long time ago, he really didn't expect Shocky to say such words without hesitation. But, Miss Shocky, you are right. Maybe it's because the genes of the ancestors of celestial dragons are too bad. Zuo Kong shrugged and stood up. Are you leaving? Shocky asked. It's time to leave. This time I took an ancient devil fruit from you, just as revenge. Next time, I will give you information for free. Zuo Kong turned around and walked out the door, saying arrogantly. Advertisement, celestial dragons are outside. Robin finally couldn't help but say. Zuo Kong glanced at Robin and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter, it's not the first one he killed anyway. Since these idiots are looking for trouble, Laozi doesn't suggest cleaning them out. After saying that, Zuo Kong walked out. Robin didn't know how he followed him out. There was only one thought in his mind. Has he killed celestial dragons? Has he killed celestial dragons? Has he killed celestial dragons? What a crazy and smart kid. Shocky said with interest as he watched Zuo Kong leave. Shocky could see that Zuo Kong looked crazy but was actually very smart. He knew that even if he killed him, Rayleigh would never show up. In the end, it would be more practical to get some benefits directly. Moreover, it seemed that he helped him clean up the trouble of celestial dragons, but in fact, he just sold him a favor so that he could ask him for information later. Outside the door, Zuo Kong and Robin were not satisfied with their steps and soon left the range of Shocky's blackmail bar. Have you really killed celestial dragons? Robin took 2 steps at a time and stood beside Zuo Kong, unable to help asking. Ah, what was that idiot called? I forgot, he insisted on taking my secretary away, but ended up killing me. I took away his gold. Zuo Kong held Shitang, and said calmly as if he was talking about something that was not worth paying attention to. You are still alive? Robin opened his mouth and said this for a long time. Because I killed Admiral, I survived naturally. By the way, don't forget that you still owe me 1 billion Baileys and sleeping with me, otherwise, Zuo Kong said with a crazy look. IG. Money, shocked all over, Robin felt as if he had come to a sea of corpses and bones. He nodded hurriedly and said, I know. It's right there, you bunch of rubbish. My pet is actually with a man. Go kill that man and catch my pet back. Charlo's Saint saw the figures of Zuo Kong and the others from a distance and roared immediately. Really, all celestial dragons are so stupid. Zuo Kong held his forehead with one hand, revealing a scarlet look, and said with emotion but ruthlessness. Do you know? I hate celestial dragons, especially those of you who call yourself gods, so. Zuo Kong said cruelly, die, God's judgment. The lightning pillar that fell from the sky enveloped everything. 136. Aokiji is here, 4/10. Please subscribe. Did you really kill celestial dragons? Robin didn't react even though they had left Area 13. He couldn't help asking again. Your eyesight is not good, woman. Didn't you see it just now? Zuo Kong was asked impatiently and said in a bad tone. Robin wanted to ask again, but thinking of the fact that there was not even charcoal left in the terrified eyes of the pirates around him, Robin thought it was better to shut up. For the first time, Robin was curious about a man. This man was not afraid of the naval headquarters at all. He killed celestial dragons in Sabadi Archipelago. Didn't he know that killing celestial dragons would attract Admiral? If you kill celestial dragons like this, will Admiral be dispatched? Robin finally couldn't help saying. Admiral. If Admiral doesn't come, why would I kill celestial dragons? I've wanted Aokiji frozen fruit for a long time. Zuo Kong said lightly, not caring about the impact of his words. Robin felt that his 3 views had collapsed. What was this? Others would want to avoid Admiral when they saw him, but you wanted to kill Admiral? and you threatened to take away his devil fruit? I'm on a pirate ship, and I can never get off 043. Robin sighed silently in his heart. The two of them also regained their composure. In this atmosphere, they quickly returned to the devil, and at this time the devil had been coated. Master, you're back. Monet stood on the boat and changed his clothes at some point. The green shirt and ultra-short jeans set off his perfect and hot figure. He waved at Zuo Kong and said with a smile. The moment he saw Robin, Monet suddenly turned into snowflakes and came to Robin. He looked at Robin carefully and said, Master, is this your newly captured bed warmer? Don't say I'm like a human trafficker. She came with me on her own initiative, Zuo Kong said helplessly. Yes, this big sister wanted to see the useless thing called historical text. So she paid 1 billion Baileys and promised to sleep with the master and came here, Little Sugar suddenly said. Advertisement, as expected, Monet said as if he had known it for a long time. Caught between the three people, Robin felt very uncomfortable. Although Monet and Sugar used the title of master, the feelings between them could not be hidden. Instead, they were more like a family. Maybe this is not bad. This feeling infected Robin. She, who had always been nervous, finally smiled and thought silently in her heart. Bang! Sengoku smashed the table again, and roared. Can't that brat follow the birthday order? What's wrong with that brat? Did he fight with Rayleigh and tear down Sabaody Archipelago? Garp asked in astonishment. He could only think of this possibility. After all, according to the brat's warlike character, he would never let go of a legendary figure like Rayleigh. That brat got together with Nico Robin and killed celestial dragons. Now celestial dragons ask Marine to send Admiral to capture that brat. Sengoku sat down and said helplessly. It seems that the brat is really lustful. Nico Robin is a great beauty, Garp said without grasping the point at all. The problem is not this, but that. Sengoku roared again. Marshal, let me go. Aokiji, who had been lazily leaning on the sofa, opened his eyes and said calmly. He also said helplessly. That brat is probably waiting for you. I know, this is for the justice of Marine. Aokiji stood up and left without looking back, saying calmly, CFCF. Looking at Aokiji leaving, the glaring word, justice, behind him seemed to infect the minds of the other three people in the room. Who can't see that the reason why Zukong did this is for Robin, but in fact it is just to get Aokiji to come. Celestial dragons were killed, and Marine would definitely send out the highest force. Now Kizaru is disabled, Akainu is guarding New World, and only Aokiji can fight. Zukong has been fighting Aokiji's attention from beginning to end. Aokiji is probably really impossible to come back alive in this battle. Advertisement, but the three people couldn't stop it. Just like Zephyr fought Zukong to death for his own justice, Aokiji also defended the face of the world government for his own justice, and no one was qualified to stop it. God's sanction. A thunderbolt fell from the sky again, and the terrifying lightning column destroyed at least hundreds of people around. Marine's huge lineup. How many waves are there? Monet asked with a yawn. The 8th wave. Little Sugar looked at the 8 night dolls around him and turned back. It's so slow, Zuo Kong said angrily, looking at the three people who didn't care at all. Robin really felt that his three views had been shattered by the shock. Others were trying to avoid Admiral, but you were going to face Admiral directly and fight him. Do your parents know that you are so arrogant? Your name is Robin, right? Monet suddenly looked at Robin and said. Yes. Robin nodded. Although I don't know how you got on the ship, our rule is that you can't get off the ship once you get on. The master has chosen you and you have to sleep with him. As for other rules, you can be casual, but you should be glad that you are a beauty, otherwise you would have turned into ashes if you disturbed the master. Monet coaxed and deceived, and finally threatened. Robin nodded awkwardly. She felt that she was really on a pirate ship this time, and women's thinking was very jumpy. What should I do if he wants to do something to me tonight? Robin thought in a completely tangled way. Here it comes. Zuo Kong suddenly stood up, looking into the distance, and said interestingly. What's coming? Robin asked curiously. But the moment she turned her head, she was stunned. The figure she would never forget was Marine Admiral Aokiji, her enemy and benefactor. 137. The last battle, 5/10. Please subscribe. The tall figure walked towards this side step by step, and Zuo Kong jumped up with a smile and flew down. Aokiji, Laozi has been waiting for you for a long time. Zuo Kong put his hands in his pockets and laughed cruelly and crazily. You killed celestial dragons just to lure me out. Aokiji glanced at Robin, Monet, and Sugar, who were watching the fun, and said lazily. Shrugged, Zuo Kong said, not entirely, according to your Marine's guess, I am a big pervert. Nico Robin is a big beauty, of course I am very interested, and you also know that I hate celestial dragons, who call themselves gods. Aokiji was silent, he raised his head and looked directly at Robin, his eyes flashing, but no one knew what Aokiji was thinking. Robin said in a low voice, hey. Zuo Kong interrupted Robin and said unhappily, Aokiji, Robin is now a member of Laozi's crew. Do you want to die by looking at Laozi's crew like this? Aren't you waiting here just to kill me? Aokiji retracted his gaze, it was already past and nothing mattered. He still said lazily, there was no rebuttal, this was something both sides knew. Otherwise, with the speed of the devil, it would have taken Aokiji so long to arrive. Zuo Kong did not leave, and his purpose was self-evident, ice two thorns. After staring at each other for a long time, Aokiji took the lead. Many ice spears suddenly whistled out with a wave of his hand, cloud thundercloud, crackling. Thousands of thunderclouds suddenly emerge, forming a terrifying net that swallowed Aokiji's ice spear into it, and disappeared without any sound, and then released Fang Chinmai. Ice wall. The ice wall exploded, but Aokiji's figure had disappeared without a trace, and the thundercloud had consumed all its energy and slowly dissipated into the air. Room thunder explosion. Zuo Kong suddenly felt the cold breath coming from his side, raised his palm, and countless balls had already been shot out. The explosion just sounded, but then it was like a fire was extinguished. Ice moment. Advertisement. Aokiji's arms released a terrifying freezing air, and in an instant, all the ice was completely covered in it, forming a beautiful ice ball in the air, and even emitting ice light inside. Ice arrow. Instead of withdrawing, he took a step back. Aokiji raised his hand, and countless ice arrows immediately emerged. The terrifying arrows all over the mountains and plains whistled with terrible power. 100 million volts Teoti. The giant mouth of thunder that swallowed the sky emerged from behind Zuo Kong, swallowing all the ice arrows. The two figures intertwined quickly, and dozens of moves had been exchanged in an instant. The terrifying explosion suddenly roared, and the lightning flashed on the edge of the devil. Zuo Kong stood with his hands in his pockets. On a building not far away, frost spread on it without knowing when. Aokiji's figure emerged. What a ruthless attack. Although it was only 2 short days, Aokiji, you are completely different from 2 days ago. Zuo Kong exclaimed with a smile. Aokiji was silent. Of course, his strength could not have changed in the past 2 days, but Aokiji's mind was different at this moment. When a person burns everything for his beliefs, his strength is not as simple as it is. Zuo Kong has been an intertwining of you and me from beginning to end, Aokiji suddenly said. Isn't it? The Marine Admiral who fought with me at first was you, and the first Marine Admiral who died in my hands will also be you, Zuo Kong said arrogantly. This is the last time. No matter what the result is, only one of you and me can walk out. Aokiji's solemnity. Everything disappeared without a trace, leaving only laziness. Just said. Yes. Zuo Kong smiled. Cloud thundercloud. Advertisement. Zuo Kong's arms suddenly turned into clouds and soared into the sky. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by thunderclouds. Countless lightning flashes seemed like thunder dragons running in the thunderclouds, surging. RO1, the combination of Yin fruit and thunder fruit. Aokiji murmured in a low voice. It was too late to stop it, or it was impossible to stop it. At this moment, Zuo Kong was the real terrifying existence who had changed the battlefield with his own strength. No one could be sure how much the thunderclouds covering the sky would add to Zuo Kong's strength. Then be careful next, Zuo Kong said excitedly, wiping his mouth and flashing scarlet blood eyes. Da. God's punishment, cloud thunder fist. .00. The sky-high thunder column roared down, and the whole sky was Zuo Kong's territory. From the thunder, black thunderclouds actually extended out, and the thunderclouds gathered into 2 huge fists, covered with more terrifying purple thunder. Ice speeding ice. Facing these 2 terrifying attacks, Aokiji's movements were very strange. He just raised his hand calmly. 10 tiny ices that no one could even see clearly suddenly appeared. The lightning pillar and the thunder fist were frozen without any trace. Even the thunderclouds in the sky were frozen in an instant, forming beautiful ice sculptures in an instant. Walala. The huge thundercloud fell down. Zuo Kong looked directly at Aokiji. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up, and he smiled excitedly. That's right, if you don't use all your strength, it will be too boring, DB. With a light snap of his fingers, the ice shattered in an instant, and the thunderclouds rose up again. The terrifying thunderclouds were still galloping with thunder dragons floating in the sky. Don't worry, this game has just begun. Zuo Kong wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. It will be very disadvantageous for you to continue the stalemate. Aokiji's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected such a situation, and said lazily. Go little. 138. Imitate you. 6/10. Please subscribe. Be careful. Zuo Kong's fingers slightly hooked, and he smiled evilly. Aokiji just snorted coldly at Zuo Kong's reminder, completely ignoring Zuo Kong's actions. The thunderclouds in the sky began to surge suddenly, and the terrifying thunder gathered together in an instant. Zuo Kong raised his hand with a solemn expression and said solemnly. I only have an idea for this move, and it is not certain whether it will succeed. 600 million volts thundercloud Qilin. Boom. 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 The earth was roaring, the sky was shaking, and huge thunders gathered together. In an instant, the terrifying Qilin head had already poked out. The huge Qilin head was aimed at Aokiji's position, 387, and suddenly rushed down. Big ice fist. Aokiji stood on the ice, raised his palm suddenly, and a huge ice fist that was enough to cover the sky and the earth, even as big as the giants of that kind of reason, rose up. The earth was razed to the ground in an instant. Marine had cleared everyone in this area long ago, and only Zuo Kong and Aokiji and Zuo Kong were floating in the air, and there was an ice sculpture on the ground. The huge ice sculpture looked more like a human than a beast. Crack. The ice sculpture slowly disintegrated, and Aokiji walked out of it and disappeared with a Su. Ice saber. Thunderstaff. The ice saber and the thunderstaff collided in the air, and at the same time, the black hockey covered the weapons of the two. Aokiji squinted lazily, while Zuo Kong was crazy. God's punishment. Ice beater's beak. Advertisement. At the same time, he raised one hand and pointed it at the sky. A lightning column fell from the sky, and a huge ice bird rushed out. Puff. The thunder was frozen, but the ice bird was melted in an instant. The collision between thunder and ice slowly dissipated and the two ended. Frozen moment. Following the ice saber, a stream of cold air spread up, and in an instant it had covered Zuo Kong's thunderstaff and spread towards Zuo Kong's body. Zuo Kong raised his hand, and the position of the devil suddenly exploded. The ice was blown up and floated in the air. He lowered his head and looked at Aokiji, who was slowly gathering on the ground. The two looked at each other quietly. Ice Two-Thorn Spear. With the injection of the last lightning, a terrifying roar came from Zuo Kong's mouth, and a powerful impact formed actually shook the surrounding seawater back dozens of meters, and even the devil was retreated. The ground quickly froze, and frost spread from Aokiji's body, freezing everything around him in an instant, freezing everything in it. From bottom to top, it formed spears. Suddenly, Aokiji's figure began to gather, just like Zuo Kong's Thunder God form. Aokiji was also covered by armor. If the only thing that remained unchanged was the big word, justice, on the back. Thunder burst out again. Zuo Kong's figure was galloping violently, violent power gathered on Zuo Kong's body, lightning formed the purple armor again, and the purple figure slowly emerged. Suddenly stepping back, Aokiji had already fallen downwards, and 5 icicles flew out of Aokiji's hands, covering the spider and thunder tiger at the same time, turning into ice sculptures in the air and falling to the ground, breaking into pieces, and Aokiji also disintegrated into ice the moment he landed. No, absolutely not. Good. Good. So scary. Robin swallowed nervously. She looked at the fight between the two in horror and said in horror. The ice spear hit Zuo Kong's body, but Zuo Kong did not flow out bloodline. What flowed out was a series of lightning, and suddenly the lightning was stronger than Zuo Kong's lightning staff. A burst of lightning flashed, the ice was melted, and drops of water fell to the ground, but before it fell to the ground, it had solidified into frost again, and gathered into one. Thor form. Robin didn't dare to say anything more, but silently gave up the idea of escaping in his heart. With such strength, could he escape? Advertisement number 90 million volts Thunder Tiger, 50 million volts Ghost Spider. 5.1. It's stronger than the last time we met. Aokiji looked at Zuo Kong and said lazily. But this is not the end. The thunderclouds in the skies suddenly burst out countless thunders and injected into Zuo Kong's body. The original simple purple armor became gorgeous with the injection of thunder, and even the simple sword emitted a sharp cold light. Crack, crack. Iceball, it's okay. The battle between the master and Zephyr was called fierce. Shimo Shie completely destroyed the entire island. Shrugging his shoulders, he said very calmly. Although it is very vulgar, this move is created by imitating you, so let's name it the Ice God form. Aokiji's voice came out from the ice, still full of laziness. Da. Come on, Aokiji, show your power, or you will die, Zuo Kong said coldly. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, Zuo Kong still recounted the battle to Monet and others later. Monet forgot that when he first heard it, he had the same expression as Robin. I think so too, this game should be over. Aokiji stood up straight and said lazily. Unlike the huge 10-meter figure when fighting the 3-headed dog of hell, the current Thor form is only a normal height, just like Zuo Kong covered with a layer of armor. Room air bomb. The game time is almost up, Aokiji, I'm in a hurry to get to the Fishman Island, so I won't play with you. Zuo Kong fell from the sky and smiled cruelly. In an instant, the lightning staff turned into a pitch-black spider and a purple thunder tiger, both of which rushed towards Aokiji. Zuo Kong in the Thunder God form has little increase in other abilities, but the increase in Thunder Fruit is extremely great. 139. Thunder God vs Ice God, 7/10, please subscribe. Ice God form? Zuo Kong thought secretly in his heart. Aokiji's appearance at this moment is not much different from his own. They are both wearing the same simple armor, but the difference is that his looks more gorgeous, while Aokiji's looks more simple. This state looks similar to the third stage of Zephyr's armament hockey, but the difference is that compared with Zephyr's increased strength, Aokiji's is not so terrifying. Thunder God. God's punishment. Zuo Kong raised his hand and a lightning bolt immediately fell from the sky, and the lightning column descended. This move was just a tentative attack. Ice God. Ice Fist. Aokiji raised his head slightly, looking at the lightning column getting closer and closer, and also raised his palm, and the same punch just collided again in midair. Zit. This time there was no freezing, no melting, but suddenly exploded, and the terrifying explosion airflow swept everything around, causing the 3 people who had just recovered from the devil to have their hair blown again. Is this really a human? Monet and Robin said at the same time. Robin could not imagine that their strength had reached such a level, so terrifying 25, while Monet thought that the ability of the fruit could be developed to such a degree. Now I finally understand. Monet smiled bitterly and thought firmly in his heart. No wonder his master always made him work hard to train. The ability of the fruit could be improved to such a terrifying level. Monet also saw the Thunder God form for the first time, but it opened a new path for her. Moreover, Frozen Fruit and Snow Fruit were only superiors and subordinates, and many abilities could be used for reference. Ice God. Ice Spear. Aokiji raised one hand, and the terrifying frost gathered in his palm. The terrifying spear that was hundreds of meters long condensed in an instant, and Zuo Kong's eyes suddenly shrank. The ice spear disappeared in an instant, with a terrifying size and an even more terrifying speed. Advertisement thousands of lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and Zuo Kong had reappeared in the air, but the position of Yu Shanko was covered with a layer of frost. It was not just a layer, but a complete penetration. I underestimated you, Aokiji, Zuo Kong exclaimed excitedly. Room life assembly. The moment the ice was melted by the lightning, a terrifying hole was formed, but the purple light covered it and began to heal rapidly, and it recovered in an instant. Zuo Kong squinted his eyes. He didn't expect Aokiji's attack speed to reach such a level. His elementalization was definitely very fast, but it was still penetrated a little. As a result, these ice covered his wound like highly corrosive sulfuric acid, freezing him to death. Search. The ice spear did not stop, but continued to fly backwards, rushing towards the sea for tens of thousands of meters before stopping. A terrifying ice road with a width of 5 meters and a length of 10,000 meters appeared above the sea. Room Death Cage. Zuo Kong, in the form of Thor, opened his hands and formed a terrifying thundercloud again. The thundercloud quickly compressed and solidified. Until the end, a terrifying thundercloud that seemed to be an explosion was formed. It suddenly rose into the air and exploded. The lightning turned into long lightning pillars that fell from the sky, surrounding Zuo Kong and Aokiji. The size was only hundreds of meters, completely different from the size used last time. Bursts of lightning surged in it, and more importantly, Aokiji felt waves of pressure coming from it in an instant. Zuo Kong opened his palms slightly and smiled cruelly. Welcome to my territory. Explode. Looking at Aokiji, Zuo Kong suddenly laughed. The violent explosion directly formed a mushroom cloud, but at the moment when the mushroom cloud rose, Zuo Kong waved his hand like a conductor, and countless thunder shockwaves appeared on the surrounding thunder pillars, madly attacking the original position. Like a moving gunpowder turret, Zuo Kong madly bombarded Aokiji's position. Advertisement. Ice God Ice Statue. The thunder pillar was frozen and Zuo Kong stopped attacking, but other lights began to emerge from the palm of one hand, which was a faint purple breath. When the smoke dissipated, the crystal clear ice statue stood tall in it. Even though it was riddled with holes, the wounds on it were healed in an instant. Aokiji stood in it, staring at Zuo Kong with sharp eyes. Room explosion. 5 million tons gravity spear. The purple spears gathered and covered with black hockey, but this time it is different from the past in that it is covered with a trace of purple thunder. This terrifying thunder will speed up its speed and increase its penetrating power again. The spear was thrown out suddenly, and Zuo Kong's body was slightly stiff. These moves were considered by Zuo Kong as his own tricks. How could they be so simple? Here it comes. Aokiji whispered softly. At this moment, he couldn't get out of this ice statue at all. Otherwise he would be completely trapped in this cage by Zuo Kong. With this gravity spear running over, Aokiji might be penetrated in an instant. The impact force is too great. It seems that I still have to use that move. Aokiji's eyes were blurred, and his lazy eyes finally gathered together, and he said with a smile. Dig. Putting his hands together, the frost on Aokiji's body had condensed into a solid body and suddenly gathered into one. The ice statue suddenly began to explode inch by inch, and Zuo Kong's face became heavy. His heart told him that Aokiji's aura suddenly increased again, and it increased to ultimate in one breath. Buzz. Another strange wave burst out from Aokiji's body, and a dazzling frost appeared in an instant. The lightning column and the cage were slowly frozen unbelievably. 140. Ice Buddha arrives, 8/10. Please subscribe. DFB. A pair of huge icy palms clamped Zuo Kong's attack, and the two huge palms caught the impact of the gravity spear. Boom. The gravity spear suddenly exploded, and the huge icy palm was shattered, but in an instant, even the ice had not fallen to the ground, and it rose again, forming the terrifying icy palm. Buddha? Zuo Kong widened his eyes and said in astonishment. Hidden behind the ice was a Buddha tens of meters tall. The ice blue Buddha sat cross-legged with his hands folded, and Aokiji stood at the top. His lower body was completely integrated into the Buddha, and only the upper body extended from the center of its eyebrows. Are you going to die? Zuo Kong said in astonishment. This battle is only about life and death, not victory or defeat. Killing you is my only goal. Aokiji's voice was no longer lazy, angry, crazy, and all that was left was indifferent. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Zuo Kong suddenly held his forehead and laughed crazily, and said excitedly, It's great, great, Aokiji. You are really an interesting opponent. Laozi will give you a decent death. 10,000 Thunder's God's sanction. The lightning surged again. Since the cage had been broken by Aokiji, Zuo Kong was not polite. A huge thunder suddenly erupted, and the terrifying sky was covered with lightning. There were countless lightnings, and no one knew how many lightnings there were. They just hit the huge Ice Buddha. Ice Buddha Senju. The huge Ice Buddha quickly stretched out, and countless arms appeared behind him. These arms were covered with black hockey and defended the electric horizon in the sky. How long can you keep such a defense? Zuo Kong sneered at Aokiji's pale face. With a hook of his palm, the attack of God's sanction became even bigger and more terrifying. Of course, Aokiji's hockey was not so huge, but he integrated his body into the Ice Buddha. Advertisement. The current Ice Buddha was not created by Aokiji through his ability, but by himself. He created this Ice Buddha by fusing his own ice with other ice. If Zuo Kong destroyed this Ice Buddha, Aokiji would be dead. That is why Aokiji could use such hockey so easily. IZ. Because this is his own body, of course, using it does not represent the quality of hockey. Aokiji roared wildly, and clasped his hands together and roared, Ice Buddha, Buddha form. Zuo Kong laughed excitedly. I just like such lunatics. In fact, Zuo Kong did not know that the three admirals had actually developed different forms of this move, just to use it in critical moments. Kizaru was going to use it that time, but he met Zephyr, so he didn't use it. Accompanied by the last lightning column, the last arm was also shattered. At this moment, the Ice Buddha has become tattered, and Aokiji's face is extremely pale. Zuo Kong still looks calm, and his pale face instantly returns to his original appearance, unscathed. This guy is really a lunatic, but countless lightning pillars fell from the sky, madly attacking Aokiji. It was precisely because of this that the three people were defeated one by Zuo Kong, just like Kizaru at that time, who was completely suppressed and beaten by Zuo Kong. Once there is one, there will be two. After the first time, the next is much easier. I don't know when Zuo Kong's Thunder God form has been lifted. His face is slightly pale, but it becomes ruddy in an instant, pale again, and ruddy again, presenting a cycle. Buzz. Dog. Aokiji coughed violently. While this form brought him great power, it also made him unable to transform into an element. Aokiji really endured all those impacts. Crack. Advertisement, and now Aokiji came with the belief that he would die. Why be afraid of so much? He is the king. Da. This is the biggest possibility, of course, unless Zuo Kong is killed directly, there is no way to trap Zuo Kong. After all, sea stone and seawater are ineffective for Zuo Kong. Zuo Kong exhaled a long breath of turbid air, thinking secretly, Aokiji is really terrifying. I actually consumed 50% of my physical strength in one breath to completely destroy this Ice Buddha. Aokiji looked up to the sky and howled wildly, roaring, 6 styles 6 kings. At this time, Zuo Kong also knew how lucky he was to win that battle. The ghost dog and the white eagle did not play their true strength at all, and even because of the lack of cooperation between them, they did not even play 100% of their strength. The Ice Buddha move was created by Aokiji based on Sengoku's Great Buddha form. It has extremely terrifying impact and defense, but the consumption of physical strength in these 10 moves is too terrifying, just like Zuo Kong. A divine punishment suddenly became 3 points thicker, breaking through the huge Buddha palm, breaking the dark hockey, and instantly shattering the ice palm. Otherwise, if the three of them joined forces and burst out with all their strength, the biggest possibility is that Zuo Kong will consume all his physical strength, even the physical strength stored in his body, and be killed. A wave of air rose from Aokiji's body. Aokiji's body surged crazily, and his originally thin and tall body immediately, dead, turned into a muscular man, with muscles surging all over his body. The terrifying air wave suddenly burst out from Aokiji's body, and Zuo Kong's face instantly became solemn. 6 styles had been seen on Zephyr, and it was a very terrifying move. Zuo Kong did not expect that Aokiji, who mainly developed the ability of the fruit, would know this grandmaster move. And now using 6 styles when the physical strength is exhausted, Aokiji is no longer consuming physical strength, but his own life. The air wave swept around directly, and the Ice Buddha had shrunk to about 10 meters high. The Buddha's face had also become like Aokiji, and the breath was even more terrifying. 141. Thunder God's Sword, /9/10, please subscribe. Zuo Kong, kill you, Aokiji said in a very low voice. Ice Buddha eyes shocked. Aokiji's arms suddenly began to compress violently, and the ice actually formed a terrifying liquid-like appearance. It was obviously ice, but it was actually a fluid, and it suddenly blasted out. The terrifying shockwave immediately came across the sky, not only the ground but also the air was frozen. Ice is divided into solidified solid and fluid. Although the attack power of solid is stronger, the impact of fluid is stronger. Spiral. Zuo Kong whispered, 500 million volts thunder holy beast. Zuo Kong put his hands together in his abdomen, and thunder brewed again. 4 hideous figures roared and collapsed in it, and the figures of the 4 sacred beasts of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise merged into one in it. Boom! The thunderball suddenly burst out, and quickly condensed into the phantom of the Thunder Dragon in the air, making a deafening roar, and roared towards the terrifying impact. Ice Buddha Peacock. This time Aokiji did not wait, but a huge figure soared into the sky, and his hands spread out and gathered 770 into huge wings. In an instant, the whole person had turned into a huge ice peacock, soaring into the sky, and roaring towards Zuo Kong. The 3 attacks of the 4 sacred beasts, the Thunder Dragon, Thunder Phoenix, and Thunder Turtle, finally shattered the ice shockwave, and the 4th Thunder Tiger soared into the sky and met the terrifying ice peacock. Gah! With a cry, the ice peacock actually opened its mouth, and its big mouth suddenly swallowed the Thunder Tiger directly, and in this instant, the ice peacock had arrived in front of Shenkong. With a roar, a tiger's roar suddenly came from underground, and a saber-toothed tiger soared into the sky. A pair of sharp claws exuded a terrifying breath, and cut off one of the wings of the ice peacock from bottom to top, but this was not the end. With the help of the horse's impact, the spider also soared into the sky, and its 8 arms seemed to be 8 terrifying long knives that cut off another wing of the ice peacock again. Advertisement with a wail, the ice peacock's eyes were filled with a firm look, and suddenly rushed towards Zukong, and its long mouth formed a terrifying, CFCF, impact. Roar. There was a roar under Zukong's feet, and the sound of the 3-headed dog of hell emerged from the ground. Darkness, fire, ice, thunder, the 4 forces gathered together again. Boom! The peacock was shattered, and the ice sand in the sky just floated in the air, but Zukong did not have the slightest joy, because Aokiji's figure slowly emerged on the ground. The huge shell of the ice peacock blocked Aokiji's figure. Although Aokiji still looked tall at this moment, his face looked at least 20 years older. In this moment, he had consumed nearly 20 years of his life. Since you are not dead, let's do it again, Zuo Kong panted and roared. Boom. Zuo Kong's palm began to brew the power of thunder again, and the three powers of darkness, fire, and ice in the three heads of the hellhound also brewed. Zuo Kong now looked like he was going to kill Aokiji with all that energy. Zuo Kong. Aokiji let out a wild roar. Ice Buddha. The terrifying ice gathered in an instant, and Aokiji formed the huge Ice Buddha again in an instant. Ice Buddha Senju Iron Fist. In an instant, thousands of big hands appeared behind him, with black hockey covering his fists, and Aokiji beat them randomly. The saber-toothed tiger, spider, and horse were smashed to pieces by the thousands of big hands almost instantly, and they disintegrated into black light. The black light once again merged into Zuo Kong's body, and Zuo Kong knew that he could not continue to brew it, otherwise he would be greeted by Aokiji's fatal punch. Die. The four energies once again gathered into a terrifying shockwave, and Aokiji fought back, shattering his ice fists one by one, while the shockwave was also weakening. Advertisement: the body of the three-headed hellhound was becoming more and more blurred, and Zuo Kong had no way to deal with this. They did consume Zuo Kong's physical strength, but if they consumed too much in an instant and Zuo Kong could not keep up with the supply, they would dissipate. Boom. Finally, with this earth-shaking explosion, everything returned to calm. Zuo Kong knelt on one knee on the ground. His body was tattered, and wounds of all sizes were densely covered on his body. His fingers gently hooked. Room Life Assembly. Zuo Kong slowly stood up, and a terrifying figure suddenly rushed out not far away. When the fists intersected, Zuo Kong felt a terrifying force and shouted in his heart, 5 million tons. Boom. Zuo Kong's sudden increase in strength knocked the rushing force away again. Zuo Kong's arms showed irregular twists. Although his body was greatly improved, Zuo Kong could never withstand 5 million tons. A flash of purple light and his body recovered again. Zuo Kong then raised his head and stared at Aokiji, who had crashed into the ice not far away but climbed out again. At this moment, Aokiji was already very old, but his old face became more robust, and even with every roar of Aokiji, his strength would increase a little. He had completely abandoned reason, and only one thought was left, to kill Zuo Kong, even if it exhausted all his strength. In this world, the lifespan of normal people is strong, especially the strong ones. If they reach the level of Aokiji and others, if there is no fierce battle, they will only stay around 40 years old at most when they are 80 years old, and it is absolutely no problem to live a normal life of 150 years old. At this moment, Aokiji was completely burning his life. Ice Fist. In the end, Aokiji suddenly turned into a huge ice fist and rushed towards Zuo Kong. This was his last blow and the strongest blow. No matter what the result was, Aokiji would definitely die. Thor's sword. Thor's sword, which only appears in the form of Thor, appeared in Zuo Kong's palm. The thunder in his body seemed to disappear at this moment, and Shang Kong slashed down with a sword from above. 142. Aokiji's death. 10 out of 10, please subscribe. Under this terrifying sword, the ice fist was cut open, and Aokiji and it was also cut open in an instant, but the terrifying impact of the ice fist also reached Zuo Kong. D. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and Zuo Kong almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he felt that his heart seemed to stop beating. His arms trembled and pressed on his body, and the purple light flashed rapidly. Room Life Assembly. Zuo Kong slowly stood up, breathing heavily. Although his body had recovered from the feeling of almost instant death just now, Zuo Kong still felt a sense of fear. He wiped the sweat that flowed from his eyebrows involuntarily, and looked back again. Aokiji's eyes flashed with disappointment, and the whole person had fallen to the ground, twitching all over, and lightning flashed on Aokiji, who had been split in half. Sizzle. Sizzle. Bursts of lightning burned Aokiji's figure violently, and he was slowly burned into gas and blown away by the wind, and the system's voice rang in Zuo Kong's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing Marine Admiral Aokiji, gaining 15 copy points, and swallowing to obtain Logia Frozen Fruit. Warrior. Zuo Kong bowed slightly and said solemnly. At this moment, there was no madness, no joy or sadness in Zuo Kong's eyes, only calmness. This was a warrior as respectable as Zephyr. The real strong men, whether they were Marines, pirates, or the Revolutionary Army, all had respectable wills. D. Every step Zuo Kong took was on the sea, and under his feet, a road of ice emerged, which was Aokiji's frozen fruit. As the battle ended, all the pirates and Marines who had been hiding came out, looking at Zuo Kong's departing back. They wanted to attack, but the long ice made everyone afraid. Advertisement, Ice Age. Turning his head, Zuo Kong looked at everyone, and with a hook of his palm, the terrifying freezing air immediately swept over. All the people, the huge population of thousands of pirates and Marines, were frozen into ice in an instant. Zuo Kong hooked his palm again. Room Air Bomb. The violent explosion took away everyone's life. Zuo Kong turned his head, without speeding up or slowing down, and just walked towards the devil one step at a time. Is that the ability of frozen fruit? He swallowed Aokiji's ability? Robin covered his mouth in astonishment, and couldn't help but said in horror. The master's op fruit has long been developed to the point where it can swallow devil fruit, Monet said very proudly. Those who didn't know thought that Monet was not talking about Zuo Kong, but himself. Not only Monet, But even Xiao Shitang was very excited that Zuo Kong got the frozen fruit. Both of them showed extremely happy smiles on their faces. Although she is calling him master, the relationship between them, Luo Bing couldn't help but reveal a yearning look, thinking with emotion in his heart. Robin is also pursuing love, and he is also pursuing a trustworthy relationship. Robin also wants it. She has now involuntarily developed a slight affection for this man called Devil. Of course, the main source of this affection is that she can't resist Zuo Kong at all. Such a terrifying man wants to do something to her, she can't deny it. Finally walking under the Devil, Zuo Kong jumped up and landed on the Devil. The whole person sat directly on the ground, panting slightly. Master, what's wrong with you? Monet hurriedly came up and asked nervously. Zuo Kong waved his hand and said lazily, there is nothing wrong with my body, I am just mentally tired. Okay, let's take a rest here today. Monet will accompany me to sleep. Xiao Shitang, keep an eye on this woman. If she wants to escape, catch her. Zuo Kong hugged Monet and walked directly into the cabin with big strides. He turned back and ordered Shitang, I promise to complete the task. Xiao Shitang saluted very cutely. Robin's cheeks were slightly blushing, because he found that Zuo Kong and Monet were walking inside, and their movements were getting bigger and bigger. Shameless men and women. Robin spat softly. Isis. Advertisement. Listening to the coughing sound beside her, Robin turned her head, and the corner of Little Sugar's mouth showed a happy arc, obviously very satisfied with Robin's approach. Sister Robin, although I like intellectual queens like you, my master said that you must not run away, and the master also said that queens taste especially good when they are well trained, so I can't let you go. Little Sugar shook his head and said a lot, then said very firmly. Oh, this. Robin opened his mouth and said. I really want to tell Little Sugar that I will not run away, and if I leave the Devil, I will be taken away by those pirates and marines. And what did your master teach you? Ah, you still want to escape? Little Sugar took a step back and said nervously. Then there is no way, little guys, come out, Little Sugar immediately said loudly. 10. The huge puppet knights immediately surrounded Robin from all directions, and at the same time, the red teddy bear that Little Sugar had been holding in his arms immediately turned into a behemoth, glaring at Robin, and Little Sugar jumped into the arms of the teddy bear. Just stare at her like this, I'll take a break. Xiaosha waved her hand and said. After saying that, she fell asleep in the arms of the teddy bear. What's going on? Robin held her forehead helplessly, her beautiful face full of intelligence showed a helpless look, shook her head and said helplessly. In the end, Robin gave up the idea of leaving and lay directly on Zuo Kong's recliner. After the intense escape, she also fell asleep. Although the doll knights were monitoring Robin, Robin regarded them as guards and fell asleep. 143. The first victim of the new era, 1/10, please subscribe. Crackle. In the room, Zuo Kong, who was hugging Monet, suddenly had a flash of lightning in his eyes. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and he slightly tightened Monet's delicate body in his arms. His heart net instantly unfolded, covering everything around him. Finally recovered. I didn't expect the side effects of Thor's sword to be so great, Zuo Kong thought secretly. The last blow of Thor's sword exhausted all the thunder in his body, leaving him in a state of no power. Even his heart net could not unfold. It took 3 hours to recover. Sure enough, these bastards still came up. Zuo Kong frowned, but thought with a sneer. God's punishment. The palm was slightly raised in the room, and the cautious figures on the 737 in the sea outside were instantly covered by the lightning pillar. No one could escape, and all the people were instantly turned into ashes. The sea is boiling. Nico Robin, the son of the Devil, has a relationship with the Devil, Zuo Kong, and has been confirmed to have boarded the huge pirate ship Devil and become a member of it. Sabadi Archipelago, Celestial Dragon's Charlo Saint was struck into charcoal by thunder in public, leaving no trace of anyone. The Devil. Zuo Kong once again challenged the face of the world government. But the most important thing is that Admiral Aokiji Kuzan fought with the Devil, Zuo Kong in Sabadi Archipelago. The two of them almost froze the entire island, turning the 16th area into an ice island. The final result was that Aokiji died in battle, and the Devil took his frozen fruit and left. These 3 pieces of news swept the entire sea in an instant like a typhoon. New World, Grand Line, and the 4 Seas, all places with only people were swept away. Advertisement. In just 3 hours, a violent tornado has formed, making the entire sea boil. Sengoku Celestial Dragons was killed. Aokiji died in battle, which made Celestial Dragons very angry and strongly condemned Marine for its poor performance. Sora Nakadashi also sighed. Sora and Sengoku rubbed their brows at the same time. Both of them were helpless. Sora was like a troublemaker. Wherever he went, he created endless troubles. Although they had already guessed the current situation. As long as there are celestial dragons in Sabadi Archipelago, then pray that they don't meet Sora. Otherwise, according to the rampant character of that Devil, it would be strange if he would indulge you, and he would directly kill you. This time, the naval headquarters will take full responsibility, Sengoku said firmly. I understand what kind of impact this will have on the ocean, but I have to bear it. The people may not trust the world government again, but Marine must consolidate this trust again. Brew. The voice of the bald old man came from the other end of the phone, saying coldly. Silence. The room was terribly quiet for a moment. Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 people in the crane room seemed to feel that time had frozen. The big, absolute justice on the wall seemed to be shining with its own brilliance. Marshal Marine Sengoku promises to complete the mission. Sengoku stood up, saluted in a standard military salute, and bowed very respectfully. You go and make preparations. Aokiji's death in the war cannot be hidden. This is a very important sign for this turbulent era. The losses must be kept to a minimum. We will send the army to assist. The curly-haired old man finally concluded. Yes, not only Sengoku, Garp, and Crane stood up at the same time and saluted. Advertisement. The huge marine started to move again. This huge machine will make people see its horror. The room of the Holy Land Marijoy and 5 elders was also very quiet at this moment. Although this will hurt the face of the world government, it will make all the complaints of the naval headquarters against the world government disappear. I think this is a good deal. The blonde old man spoke first. Reconsideration. The bald old man nodded. I agree, but the death of Aokiji this time may have a great impact on this sea. We must make full preparations to reduce all losses to the minimum. I suggest that the army assist the marine, the air force secretly assist, and the CP organization investigate some countries that are dissatisfied with the world government, and secretly eradicate them. The curly-haired old man proposed. Reconsideration. The long-haired old man agreed. The 4 people's eyes fell on the old man with the knife at the same time. After a moment of silence, the old man with the knife said, in fact, there is a problem that we have been wrong from the beginning. We should not guard against marine. The army and air force are firmly in our hands. Marine can't make any waves. Instead, giving them some benefits from time to time will make them loyal to the world government. I agree with this matter. The 5 elders have never quarreled with each other. Everything can be resolved through negotiation. Otherwise, how could they control the world government for such a long time? The world government has made the most correct choice at this stage. But no matter the 5 elders, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, or the marine marshal. None of them mentioned Zuo Kong. For this crazy guy, before there is no definite way to kill him, they can only let him continue to grow like this. The opportunity to strangle him in the cradle has disappeared. Now this devil has spread his fangs and opened a new era, and Aokiji has become the first victim of this new era. But the good thing is that Marine will not have to worry about it next, because Zukong will go to the new world, and the next headache will be the pirates. 144. Go to Mermaid Island, 2/10, please subscribe. Kill. Catch the devil's son, Nico Robin, ha ha ha, she's mine. Dazed Robin felt the familiar voice ringing in his ears again, and opened his eyes in an instant. What's going on? Robin jumped up, not realizing that he had been exposed, and said nervously. What happened? Xiao Shitang was also woken up by Robin, rubbed his eyes, and said strangely. When Zuo Kong saw Zuo Kong standing there in fear, he immediately shouted, Sister Robin, are you going to run away? I'll give you 3 seconds to explain. 3, 2, 1. Time is up, Sister Robin, I'm sorry I still have to catch you, otherwise the master will be angry. Stop making trouble, Xiao Shitang, there are pirates attacking. Robin couldn't help but hold his forehead and said helplessly to Little Sugar, who talked to himself and didn't give others a chance to speak. Someone attacked us. Little Sugar seemed to have heard something interesting, rubbed his eyes and said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, accompanied by a burst of laughter, a figure suddenly rushed up, with a crazy look on his face, and roared. Your heads are mine. Idiot, Little Sugar said contemptuously, puff. In Robin's astonished eyes, the doll knight of the doll knights, who was just a doll, actually pierced through the pirate's chest in an instant, and the speed, accuracy and ruthlessness of the force were even better than his own. Are all the people on this ship monsters? Robin couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, unable to maintain the elegant and intellectual image of a queen, and thought silently in his heart. Zuo Kong killed Admiral and Monet head on Logia users, and Sugar can actually manipulate these dolls that seem to have no combat power but are actually extremely powerful. Someone is really attacking. Little Sugar jumped up and soon came to the edge of the pirate ship and said curiously. Isn't it true if you look down? There are countless pirates, there are as many as 40 or 50 pirate ships alone, and there are countless pirates on the ships. These pirates all showed crazy looks, roaring and screaming. The riots of the times have driven them crazy. Advertisement. They have forgotten the horror of Zuo Kong. Now they only hope to take Zuo Kong's head, show their own prestige, and rob Zuo Kong's women and wealth to make themselves happier. Big Bear, go. Little Sugar pointed at these pirates helplessly, just about to give an order. Okay, Sugar. This is a voice that came out. Zuo Kong walked out of the cabin and said calmly. Master, we have taken good care of Sister Robin. It's just that these annoying ants made my mission not go smoothly. Little Sugar immediately ran towards Zuo Kong happily, but then said unhappily. Good boy. My Little Sugar is very capable. Zuo Kong hugged Little Sugar in his arms and comforted him gently. Duh. Zuo Kong is out. Brothers, prepare for the bombardment. Kill. Kill. Kill this demon. Laozi wants to use the demon's head as a drink. Zuo Kong walked out of the cabin, and all the pirates became even crazier in an instant, screaming like crazy as if they were risking their lives. The scarlet eyes told others that they had lost their minds. Robin shook his head helplessly. There was no need for such a crazy person to exist. After so many years of wandering in the darkness, Robin had already developed a dark personality. The so-called keeping innocence in the darkness was just nonsense. Either you change the environment or the environment changes you. Robin has no ability to change the environment and can only be changed by the environment. It's really interesting, Zuo Kong said with a crazy smile, his mouth cruelly cracked. I really don't know who gave you such arrogant confidence. But Laozi, I like you arrogant guys the most, Zuo Kong said cruelly. Zuo Kong pointed at all the pirates, raised a hand, and said softly, "Go to hell, you bastards." 10,000 thunders God's punishment. Advertisement. The sky and the earth lost their color, and they were shrouded in purple in an instant. Countless terrifying thunders that covered the sky and the earth had covered everything. All the people were covered in an instant, and all the pirate ships were covered under this terrifying lightning column. Resist? Beg for mercy? Fear? Zuo Kong did not give any chances, and only gave the overwhelming thunder, taking away all their lives. The sea was rendered purple, and everything was over in an instant. Zuo Kong spit disdainfully and said, "What a bunch of trash, such a guy also wants to take my head. Next time, if you don't have the strength of Admiral, it's better not to be arrogant with me." "Master, you are playing a little too much," Yan Nai said helplessly. Thunder destroyed all the pirates, even the pirate ships, leaving no residue, but the key point is, what do you think will happen when thunder meets water? The devil is now under the punishment of thunder and lightning. Room. Zuo Kong smiled awkwardly, hooked his palm, and the purple space unfolded in an instant. The devil disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared, it appeared in the calm sea in the distance. "Master, you can put away the thunder and lightning, why do you have to move the ship?" Monet asked curiously. "I like it, what's your business?" Zuo Kong roared angrily. Yes, my master," Monet said with a snicker. Will Zuo Kong tell his maid that he actually forgot? That's too embarrassing, how could he say it? "Master, shall we set sail now?" Monet was also very solemn when mentioning this matter, and said very seriously. "Let's go." Zuo Kong waved his hand and said lightly. It was as if they were sailing peacefully, without any awareness of the danger of going to Mermaid Island, which was a dangerous area 10,000 meters deep in the sea. If they were not careful, they would die. 145. The sea in total chaos, 3/10, please subscribe. Sister. Sandersonia rushed into the palace in a panic, holding a newspaper in her hand and shouting loudly. In the palace hall, Hancock was learning a lot of knowledge from his grandmother. As an emperor, he must learn a lot of knowledge. This is what his grandmother taught Hancock. And Hancock was also studying hard for the dream in his heart. When he returned to Nine Snake Island, Hancock had already inherited the throne and became the new emperor of Nine Snake Island, but he still needed to learn. The Angel Army led by Conus and Lackey became Hancock's private guards, trained and managed by Sandersonia and Marigold. Of course, as women, the Angel Army got along very well with the original residents of Nine Snake Island. Sonda Ai said that you should not panic too much when encountering things. How can this be? Hancock frowned slightly and scolded softly. The Queen's hockey has been revealed on Hancock, and there is even a kind of unusual hockey floating on him. Yes, Imperial sister. Sandersonia hurriedly tidied herself up and said calmly. Granny Zoa smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that's it. The world government's move is completely to kill without blood. At the same time, being targeted by the world's strongest man, and the world's strongest creature, I just hope that Zuo Kong can survive. Brothers, kill. The Marine Admiral has been killed, and the world will be ours next. It's like this, Grandma Zoa, Lord Kong killed the celestial dragons in Sabaody Archipelago, and killed Marine Admiral Aokiji, and took away Nico Robin, who was in charge of world government statistics. D.A. What did you say, King of Beasts? Granny Zoa suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. It's a big trouble. You should know that 2 of the 4 emperors of the New World have been confirmed, and the other 2, although not yet crowned, are recognized by everyone, Kaido and Shanks. Granny Zoa paced anxiously in the room and said solemnly. Yes, sister, you should know that Monet will get a lot of experience following Lord Kong. If you let her surpass you, it will be over. Marigold also walked into the room at this time and continued. Advertisement. How did the world government deal with this matter? Granny Zoa wanted to read the newspaper, but it was taken away by Hancock directly, so she had to continue asking. Sandersonia handed the newspaper in her hand to Hancock and whispered. Imperial sister, this is the news about Lord Kong. Before she finished speaking, the newspaper in her hand had disappeared. Hancock was blushing as he looked at the things recorded in the newspaper. His shy look made it impossible to see the hockey look just now. Hancock's flames immediately burned up, and he stood up and said, You were right. I need to become stronger, so that Song you can be worthy of Kong. Waving swords, many pirates jumped off the pirate ship and rushed into the village frantically, burning, killing and looting. You are worthy of being my man, Kong. You are really outstanding. Hancock hugged the newspaper tightly and said shyly. Sandersonia said strangely. Yes, what's wrong, Granny Zoa? Remember, you must not inform your sister about this matter, otherwise it will be bad, you know, Granny Zoa warned solemnly. Such a world is not only happening here, but also happening all over the world. All the pirates in the 4 seas and Grand Line are completely in a crazy state. Every time she said something, her face became paler, and finally the whole person froze there. I don't know if I thought Hancock told the truth. Hancock ran away and went to training in a panic. The reason why she was so flustered just now was because she suddenly learned about Zuo Kong's news. As for this level of information, it was no longer worth being shocked. With her master's ability, even if he kicked the sky open and made a hole, Sandersonia said that she could accept it normally. The whole world can be said to have completely fallen into a huge chaos. If the world government does not take any action, then I am afraid that the majesty of the world government will also plummet. The world government did not deal with it at all, and there was not even any report. In addition to increasing the bounty of Lord Kong to 1 billion, the Lord also gained the title of King of Beasts. Marigold also said with a little surprise. Advertisement. The two women nodded, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Granny Zha was helpless when she saw the worry of the two women. In fact, she had something else to say. If Zuo Kong survived, he might become the 5th emperor or even the new king. Ah, *3, we know, Sandersonia said stiffly. Sandersonia said very calmly. The King of Beasts? Whitebeard too? Doesn't that mean that Lord Kong will face the 2-4 emperors when he enters the new world? Marigold said in astonishment. Aokiji's death broke the legend of the strongest combat power of Marine Admiral and weakened the absolute justice of Marine. Now not only pirates, but even the revolutionary army led by Long have begun to stir up trouble. Yes, tell me, what happened? Hancock waved his hand calmly and said calmly. The three sighed at the same time. This is good, stimulating Hancock to make her stronger. Grandma Zha sighed helplessly. She had already given up persuading Hancock. She just hoped that everything would develop well and that Nine Snake Island would not be destroyed. Royal sister, calm down. Lord Kong has already gone to Mermaid Island. If you don't become stronger, you will not even be qualified to stand by Lord Kong's side in the future. Sandersonia hurriedly comforted Hancock and said. Killed celestial dragons? Killed Marine Admiral? Just let the son of the devil go? The mother-in-law said in astonishment. Ah, what happened to Sandersonia? Grandma Zha turned her head and asked strangely. 146. Undersea Scenery, 4/10. Please subscribe, brew. Brew, brew, brew. After finishing a day's training, Zuo Kong, who was lying there lazily basking in the seawater, suddenly heard the sound of the Den Den Mushi. He picked up the Den Den Mushi, answered it, and said strangely, Miss Shocky, why are you so free to chat with me today? Although I mind. Rayleigh may mind, right? Don't you like Rayleigh, the old man, and plan to find a new man, but I don't like old women. Little devil, what did you say? Shocky said with gritted teeth. Well, don't mind, you also know that I am really bored in this sea. Zuo Kong smiled and said without caring at all. Some women's momentum is indeed amazing, but it's a pity that these things are useless to Zuo Kong. He is not the kind of person who lets women manipulate him. Thinking of this, Zuo Kong turned back and glanced. Osos. Robin, who was gagged, immediately shouted loudly, looking at Zuo Kong pleadingly, almost crying. In fact, Robin 120 has cried more than once. Now Robin is tied to a cross in the clouds, just like a Christian prisoner. Of course, the most important thing is that Robin is naked, naked, naked. This is the most important thing. Little devil, do you want to know how the world government will deal with you? Shocky said in a tempting voice. What do you need to know? The world government will never do anything to me unless they're idiots. Now I have gone to New World. According to my estimation, they have given me the title of Whitebeard too, so giving me a title like Lord is almost the same. Zuo Kong said boringly. You guessed it right, the little devil is very smart. Shocky said with a smile. Zuo Kong didn't care about Shocky's teasing, and still lay there lazily, completely ignoring the look behind Robin, who was almost about to cut himself open after begging in vain. By the way, little devil, Hancock is your lover, right? Shocky suddenly said teasingly. Miss Shocky, I'm getting more and more curious. How did you find out something that even the CP organization couldn't find out? Zuo Kong asked curiously. The world government has never used the Nine Snake Island to deal with Zuo Kong, which means that they didn't find out this information at all. But Shocky can find out information that the world government can't find out. What does this mean? Is Shocky's information stronger than the world government? Advertisement, I just learned it by chance. Hancock has become famous recently. Just one expedition has earned a bounty of 80 million, and got the title of Pirate Queen. She was invited by Marine to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Shocky said with a smile. Although he didn't see anyone, Zuo Kong felt that he could feel Shocky's fox-like smile. Tisk. You and your mother-in-law should have a good relationship, right? Zuo Kong pouted and said boringly. Ah. The little devil is really smart. He dragged out the tone and reproduced the look of how smart you are. At that time, Laozi really should have missed your bar. Zuo Kong was so angry when he heard this voice that he felt itchy all over and said angrily. Of course, this kind of anger was not real anger. Zuo Kong was just a madman. Although he was the one who provided information to him through transactions, he provided the information to him anyway. However, after being angry, CFCG, Zuo Kong calmed down and said quietly, Miss Shocky, please tell Hancock for me that if she likes it, let her go. If Nine Snake Island needs the position of 7 warlords of the sea, I will not stop it. Her current title of Pirate Queen is not something I like. I know, you are really a little devil who says one thing and means another. Shocky continued to tease. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Zuo Kong a chance to react. This woman. Zuo Kong stood up angrily and said angrily. Monet couldn't help but laugh secretly. Shocky is one of the few people who can make Zuo Kong lose face. Now that Zuo Kong lost face, he immediately went to find some fun. Kilogram. After being gagged by Zuo Kong, Robin immediately gasped and begged. Lord Kong, please, let me go. Robin's cheeks flushed with shame, feeling a little wronged. Well, you haven't taken care of your skin for so many years, but your skin is still so smooth. A pair of big hands directly covered Robin's slender legs, and said with emotion. Now Robin is really crying without tears. Advertisement. What's going on? If I had known this, I would never provoke Zuo Kong. After going to the sea, Robin asked to watch the historical text. Zuo Kong told her to sleep with him first, but Robin didn't dare to do it and blamed Zuo Kong for not hash. The result is like this. I have been tied here for 3 days. Fortunately, I have no problem eating because of my fruit ability, but I can't get rid of Jing Kong's restraints at all. Lord Kong, I'm really sorry that I didn't keep my word. I will do what I should do tonight. Please, let me down. Robin finally betrayed her integrity and chastity and begged. Wouldn't it be better if you behaved like this earlier? Zuo Kong nodded with satisfaction. As he said, Zuo Kong untied Robin, and Zuo Kong had a satisfied smile on his face. Before Robin could react, Zuo Kong suddenly pulled him into his arms, and he touched him all over. He blushed again, but he couldn't resist at all. This is when Little Sugar suddenly screamed, Master, Master is so beautiful. The sea is so beautiful. It's so dark, what's so good about it? Zuo Kong muttered. But the moment he raised his head, Zuo Kong was also stunned. An extremely beautiful and slender fish that looked like a snake, seemed to be at least hundreds of meters long, and its body was made of scales made of mineral-like substances, emitting a green light, illuminating the entire sea, and flashing beautiful light. It's really beautiful, Zuo Kong said in admiration. 147. Terrifying Mermaid Island, 5/10, please subscribe. So beautiful. *3 Whether it was the sexy and elegant secretary Monet, the mature and intellectual sister Robin, or the cute and sinister Mengli Sandong, they were all women, and they were all attracted by the shiny long snake in front of them. One of the 18 common points between birds and women is that they both like shiny objects. Master, Master, I want a snake. I want this snake. Little Sandong immediately pounced on Zuo Kong, hugged Zuo Kong's thigh, and begged bitterly. What do you want it for? Zuo Kong waved his hand and said boringly. Although it was indeed beautiful, it would pass after the beauty. Compared with beauty, Zuo Kong preferred destruction, which was more refreshing. This snake is called emerald snake, and is an extremely precious species. Such a huge emerald snake of hundreds of meters is worth 10 billion Baileys, and it will always be in short supply for those nobles. Robin began to show off her knowledge again, saying very elegantly. If it weren't for her embarrassing situation, she would definitely be an intellectual beauty scholar. It looks good, wait for you guys. Zuo Kong held his chin, thought for a moment and said with a smile. In an instant, Zuo Kong had turned into lightning and disappeared. Looking at Robin who suddenly disappeared, Hancock blinked and said strangely, he shouldn't be short of money, right? Indeed, he is not short of money. Celestial Dragon's heavenly gold, Doflamingo's underground trading field, and Sky Island's gold city, all these money are in the master's body, but according to the master's words, as a pirate, if you see good things and don't take them back, can you still be called a pirate? Monet said in the tone of Zuo Kong imitating him. I finally know why he is called Devil, Robin said with a twitch in the corner of his mouth. Mermaid Island is divided into 2 types, mermaids and fishmen. Neptune is the king of Mermaid Island and commands the entire Mermaid Island, but in fact, Mermaid Island worships 2 people respectively. Now Zuo Kong's body is also a self-contained one, and although the emerald snake can eat, it will definitely not starve to death. Solved. Zuo Kong returned to the devil again and said lightly. Advertisement Odahime stood up slowly and said softly, don't be anxious, left minister. I believe that even the devil can be persuaded. Your Majesty, the devil, Zuo Kong's devil has set sail half a month ago. If nothing goes wrong, it will reach Mermaid Island in half a month. Minister Zuo hurriedly entered the Dragon Palace and said nervously. What? Neptune, who was sitting on the throne, stood up and said in horror. Your Majesty, you must understand that the man dared to kill celestial dragons and Marine Admiral, and the Fishman Tiger has a grudge against him. If it is not handled properly, it is very likely that Mermaid Island will be destroyed by him. Minister Zuo analyzed the pros and cons and said very solemnly. What should I do? Yi asked in panic. On the other side, they were already desperate, killing the previous Marine Admiral Legend Zephyr, beheading celestial dragons, and fighting and killing the current Marine Admiral Aokiji. Such a fierce record has made all the fishmen feel desperate. But Monet and Robin looked at Zuo Kong in astonishment, especially Robin trembling and said, you are not afraid of the seawater? The whole Mermaid Island has completely fallen into panic. The title of Devil is accompanied by Aokiji's death has long been known in Haikou. The emerald snake, which was swimming happily, suddenly froze. Zuo Kong floated in front of the emerald snake, looking at the emerald snake that was completely frozen except for its head, and said with a smile, submit, or die. Asterisk 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 asterisk, very good, Zuo Kong said with satisfaction. The fishmen in the Fishman Street all follow Tiger's horsehead and saddle, and they even think that Brother Tiger can solve everything. These 2 people are supported by mermaids and fishmen respectively, and they also represent 2 different attitudes, peace and war. Damn. Neptune cursed angrily. Even crazy fishmen have appeared in the Fishman Street, and the timid fishmen are frightened by Zuo Kong's name. Advertisement, Ice Age. Although Yi is good at talking to people, you really can't say anything to such a lunatic who is completely unreasonable. In fact, Minister Zuo was not wrong. According to Zuo Kong's character, he must kill Tiger when he comes here. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. If you make me angry, I will destroy the entire Mermaid Island. The scarlet pupil stimulated the soul of the emerald snake, and it began to tremble all over. The beast could not tell the danger of the person in front of it, and nodded hurriedly. And under Tiger's teachings, they are also extremely hostile to humans, but when they heard about Zuokong's terrifying record, all the fishmen couldn't help but feel desperate. They were afraid. The palace was like facing a great enemy. Odahime and the left minister were silent. This was the best solution, to lose money to avoid disaster, but what on earth was there on Mermaid Island that Zuokong was interested in? Your Majesty, you must make plans immediately, otherwise the devil will definitely destroy the entire Mermaid Island, the left minister said in panic. Mermaid worshipper Odahime Nyanganang, fishman worshipper adventurer Tiger. The emerald snake disappeared without a trace, and the sea in Zuokong's body welcomed the first Overlord level creature. It is worth mentioning that Zuokong felt that his body was too empty, so he took many kinds of fish from large to small into his body. The power of thunder in water is not just doubled. Even the 4 emperors dare not kill celestial dragons so openly and then kill Admiral. Now we can only pray that the devil is willing to exchange things on Mermaid Island. Neptune sighed helplessly. That is simply a fight to the death with the world government. There will be no room for easing in the future. So even if the 4 emperors can kill Admiral, they will let Admiral go. But who knows that Zuokong actually killed him? 148. Tiger's decision, 6/10. Please subscribe. The thin fishman roared angrily and shouted crazily. Under the horrified eyes of other fishmen, he actually pressed a female fishman to the ground and laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I'm not far from death, let Laozi have fun once. No. The female fishman shouted in horror. Stop it, you be asterisk 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 d. Just when the fishman was about to succeed, a full-blooded voice shouted angrily. In an instant, all the fishmen froze. In fact, it was not just this fishman. Many other fishmen had already burst out with other ideas, showing crazy looks on their faces. In their opinion, they were not far from death. You guys, is this what Brother Tiger taught you? Jinbei directly grabbed the fishman, 820, and roared angrily. The future has changed. What appears is no longer the destroyed the Fishman Island, but a beautiful land with a golden city, a beautiful cloud palace, and thousands of beautiful mermaids kneeling on the ground, while she is tied to the cross of the cloud like a normal human woman. The most important thing is that she has grown legs. Shirley sighed again and gently passed through the crystal ball, but this time a completely different picture appeared on the crystal ball. Jinbei, take people to comfort the brothers, Tiger said firmly. Okay, stop arguing. I believe Jinbei, and now it doesn't matter. The important thing is to survive the crisis of Mermaid Island. Tiger waved his hand to stop everyone from talking, and said firmly. The picture I saw was that the devil stood in front of the destroyed Mermaid Island and laughed wildly, and you, Brother Tiger, Jinbei, and even Empress Odahime were all covered in blood and fell on the destroyed the Fishman Island, Shirley said silently. Jinbei, you. When everyone saw what was written on the letter, they were all shocked. Brothers, don't shoot, Brother Tiger will definitely lead us out of the predicament. Advertisement under Jinbei's comfort, all the fishmen slowly cheered up, but this was only temporary. If any accident occurred, they would all collapse. As he said that, Tiger had already walked towards the Mermaid Cafe. He didn't grow up in Fishman Street, so he didn't hate humans that much. But Dragon grew up in Fishman Street, and he was exposed to Tiger spirit since he was a child. I know, Tiger was silent for a long time, turned around and left. History can be changed, that is to say. Shirley couldn't help but widen her eyes and said with joy. If he hadn't experienced the future, Jinbei would just be a racial discrimination. Brother Tiger, I've said it before, it's not your fault for what happened back then, and his death may be sooner or later. The fishmen are not a superior race, and the strong of humans are far superior to the fishmen. The beautiful fishman sat on the red sofa, smoking the pipe in his hand, and said calmly. In the eyes of all the fishmen in Fishman Street, fishmen are born superior. When the fishmen surpass humans, they can become a superior race, even Jinbei is no exception. How is Brother Tiger? In the room of Fishman Street, Jinbei and others saw Tiger coming in and immediately asked anxiously. Tiger scanned them one by one. These people were all his brothers. They followed him through so many roads. Even if he was wanted by Marine, they still followed him. Mermaid Island will be destroyed. Tiger couldn't deceive his brothers and said hoarsely, boom. All the people's heads seemed to explode, and they all sat down softly. They didn't know what they should do at this moment. They just instinctively felt fear, and despair. Dig. Tiger slapped the 5.0 table in the room and broke it, and said firmly, but I won't give up, even if I only have one breath left at the end of the fight, I will never give up. I want that madman to pay for everything he did. Brother Tiger, I have a way. Jinbei suddenly took out a letter and said solemnly. Creaky. Tiger understood that Shirley would not lie, which means that if things continued like this, the future of Mermaid Island would be like this. Long live Brother Tiger. The door of the Mermaid Cafe was opened, and Tiger walked in, saying seriously, Shirley, you still won't forgive me? Advertisement her arms couldn't help but hug her body tightly. She vaguely thought that the Mermaid Island did not experience destruction, but more mermaids experienced despair. From Tiger's tenacious eyes, everyone knew that Tiger had made up his mind. Okay, I'm not here to argue with you about this today. Have you predicted the future of Mermaid Island? Tiger waved his hand and stopped arguing with Shirley, but said firmly. The fishman laughed wildly and said in a low voice. We can't survive anymore, we can't survive anymore. That person can kill Admiral? Are we his opponent? Are we his opponent? Even Brother Tiger is not his opponent. We're finished, finished. Listen to me, you stinky boys, as long as I am alive, there will be no crisis on this mermaid island. Tiger looked at these fishmen and shouted loudly. How is this possible? Shirley said in horror, we still have brother Tiger here. All the fishmen along the way saw Tiger's arrival, and the despair that was originally in their eyes slowly dissipated. Shirley sighed softly. Everyone has their own ideas, he can't force others, and others can't force him. Tiger understood that the current state of the fishmen could not be solved by beating or scolding, but they had to be comforted. This is impossible. This is impossible, Shirley shouted in horror. After breaking free from Jinbei's restraints, the fishman staggered away, laughing sadly. 149. Arrival at Mermaid Island, 7/10, please subscribe. 8-wheeled flower backflip. Robin and Monet looked at each other. Robin crossed his hands slightly, and suddenly 8 arms grew out of Monet's body, grabbing Monet's upper body and flipping backwards. Crack. Snowflakes were flying all over the sky, and Monet was flying in the snowflakes, laughing softly. It's useless. Hockey's attack can't do anything to me. Snowblade. In the air, Monet, who looked like snow, was combined. With a hook of his palm, a snowblade emerged and was thrown out. 16-wheeled flower shield. Robin's movements did not change, and 16 arms suddenly grew out of the ground, crossing each other from top to bottom to form a seamless shield, which blocked Monet's attack with difficulty. No, Robin, your strength is too weak, you can't survive in this sea. Monet shook his head in the air and said helplessly. Robin did not refute, nor could she refute. She certainly knew that her strength was too weak, but there was nothing she could do about it. Robin had never taken her strength too seriously. She had always been on the run, so her cultivation strength was very little. In Monet's opinion, she had completely fallen into a misunderstanding. She did not know how to cultivate and only knew to find others to lead her forward. If Robin had the strength of an admiral and still needed others, she could go to the New World, and no one could stop her. Snowflakes flew in the air, and Monet started a very swift attack again. The violent attack completely left Robin with no power to fight back, and she could only passively bear it. However, Robin could not deny that although this method was too violent, her progress was very large. After only 5 days of training, she felt that she had been strengthened. Okay, let's stop here today. Zuo Kong's voice suddenly came, and Ji Zhengdao said. Advertisement, huh. Robin breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. Zuo Kong walked on the beach and said with a smile, Robin, how is this training? What do you mean by Mr. Pervert? Robin sat on the ground with his legs together and said with a smile. Who knows, maybe it means you. Zuo Kong also smiled and said with a full of perverted breath. Robin has long been accustomed to it and smiled slightly without caring. Master, it's not far from Mermaid Island, Monet said very calmly. Today's Monet is different from the past. He is wearing a black professional suit. The sexy black stockings make Zuo Kong feel that his desire is aroused, and he suddenly laughs dangerously. No. Robin immediately stood up and cried miserably. Too late. Zuo Kong smiled wickedly. With a big hand, Monet and Robin were already in his arms. Zuo Kong took the 2 women back to the deck and walked towards the room. He threw the 2 women on the bed with a wicked smile. Especially Robin, who was having S*X for the first time, made Zuo Kong's fiery eyes feel hot all over. It hurts so much, Robin cried out in grief. But soon the cry disappeared, replaced by a comfortable sound, like an alluring symphony. It's a good day to be hugged by both sides, Zuo Kong said to the 2 women in a very lazy way. You bad guy, it's my first time, but you are so irritable. Robin's pink fist gently hit Zuo Kong's moon chest, pretending to be angry. Zuo Kong said interestingly, Robin, don't you feel angry? Robin did not answer immediately, but remained silent, but looking at Zuo Kong's sharp eyes, she knew that she would definitely not answer. Advertisement after a long time, Robin said quietly. I don't know whether I should be angry or not. Instead, I feel a little relaxed, as if my tense mind suddenly relaxed. Since you are relaxed, don't think too much, from today on, you belong to my family, Zukong said with a smile. He suddenly stopped talking. Zukong asked in Robin's strange eyes, Robin, what can you do? Robin opened his mouth and said in surprise. But he didn't know what to say. It seemed that he didn't know what to do except archaeology. Forget it, you can be a special member like Sugar. Really, why is it so difficult for me to find a chef? Do I really have to train one myself? Zukong muttered angrily. Chef? Robin touched his thin lips and said gently. Okay, let's not talk about this. What the hell is recorded on Robin's historical text? Zukong asked strangely. Although he knew that the information recorded above was Poseidon, Zuo Kong didn't know whether what he knew was correct or not, so it would be better to ask. The information recorded above is Poseidon. It is said that Poseidon's true identity is a mermaid princess who can communicate with sea kings and appears only once every 910 years. She is the king of sea kings and has great power that can save countless lives or destroy the world. Robin did not hide anything and said everything proudly. Suddenly Robin said in surprise, Mr. Pervert, you didn't know that Mermaid Island has Poseidon, did you? I do know that Shirahoshi, the daughter of Neptune, the current king of Mermaid Island, is the mermaid princess, Poseidon. I went there this time with the idea of snatching her away. Zuo Kong nodded and said calmly. Robin has long been accustomed to the above-board hooliganism Zuo Kong mentioned, and can face it calmly. So what if Mermaid Island doesn't hand it over? Robin's consideration is not impossible, after all, this is someone else's princess, and then he asked with a little curiosity. Then destroy Mermaid Island. I have already destroyed Sky Island, and I don't care about destroying one more Mermaid Island. I will catch 1,000 or 800 mermaids and let them dance striptease for me every day. Zuo Kong showed an evil smile, but said cruelly. Suddenly, the hull shook violently, and Monet immediately opened his eyes and said, Master, we have arrived at Mermaid Island. 150. Hatred? Then kill. 8/10. Please subscribe. Is this the Mermaid Island? Zuo Kong asked curiously after leaving the cabin. The digital display showed the unique buildings of the Mermaid Island. The location where Zuo Kong's demon fell was not far from the town, or even very close. If Zuo Kong had not added a layer of cloud protection film to the demon before entering the house, and the material of the demon itself was hard, it would probably have been smashed directly. In any case, it has landed safely now, and there are bubble-like things in the sky, and there are also things similar to the sun. In short, it is a very strange place. What is the principle here? Zuo Kong murmured strangely. Inside, Robin, who came out in a black lace jumpsuit, was immediately ready to show off her wisdom and just opened her mouth. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. I'm not interested in how it was formed. I'm more interested in mermaids. Zuo Kong showed an evil smile. He laughed strangely. Zuo Kong jumped down and fell directly downwards. Robin looked at Zuo Kong helplessly. If she didn't know Zuo Kong's character, if Robin was a jealous woman, then it would probably have caused a family dispute now. Of course, if it was a domineering woman in front of Zuo Kong, the biggest possibility would be to be watched honestly. Let's go and catch up. Monet patted Robin's shoulder and said while holding Little Sugar, okay. Robin nodded. The two women also jumped down. The moment the two women fell, the figure of the devil had disappeared. As Zuo Kong had recently swallowed many devil fruits, the space in his body expanded by 3/10 again. The scenery of Mermaid Island is really beautiful. By the way, Robin, my sister has a historical text here, but it's of no use. Zuo Kong felt the beauty around him and suddenly said to Robin. However, Robin and Monet saw the desire to destroy from Zuo Kong. If the Mermaid Island cannot satisfy Zuo Kong, then maybe Zuo Kong will destroy the entire Mermaid Island, which is definitely not a joke. Who are you? How did you get to Fishman Street? Suddenly a roar came, and a man's voice said in a deep voice. Zuo Kong and the other four looked at the same time, and saw a man holding a double insertion coming over and said very violently. Fishman. Zuo Kong said with emotion. The murderous intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. This was the first time Zuo Kong was tricked by someone since his debut, and it was by Tiger. He had to avenge himself, and no one could stop him. Zuo Kong didn't know that he wanted Tiger to die, and he wanted him to die ugly, extremely ugly. Damn low-level human, don't you know that the location of Fishman Street is forbidden to humans? You disgusting pirates. The fishman cursed angrily. Del. At the same time, the eyes of the two fishmen turned red, and the small group of fishmen following behind them were slightly stunned, but the murderous aura seemed to be contagious and they immediately rushed up madly. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, and the fishman was completely dead. Advertisement. It's a bit interesting. If it weren't so, it would be no fun. Tiger, let me see what kind of fun you can bring me. Zuo Kong laughed evilly. Kill. The current fishmen are not the situation in the future. Although they will also hate humans in the future, they will never reach this level. Now under Tiger's propaganda, humans are completely regarded as inferior races. After all, Mermaid Island is not yet Whitebeard's territory, they are still the bastards kept in captivity. Monet patted Robin's shoulder and whispered, let's go. Hate. Here they come again, aren't these guys tired? Zuo Kong looked at the fishmen getting closer and closer, and although he seemed helpless, he was actually crazy. Zuo Kong sneered and said, then just kill them all. The strength of the two women was not enough to withstand Zuo Kong's terrifying murderous aura, and the arrogant fishman did not seem to notice this, and still roared. You be asterisk 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 D. Be asterisk 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 D. Low-level human. Laozi will fight with you again. Zuo Kong had narrowed his eyes slightly, and Monet and Robin took a step back at the same time. It was not because they were afraid, but because they could not bear it. Room heart-cutting. The fishman suddenly knelt on the ground trembling all over, and the heart in his chest had been pulled out at some point. At this time, Zuo Kong's voice slowly came into his ears. The fishman let out a hideous roar and roared. Asterisk hole. You die for me. Laozi is going to kill you, you shameless, low-class human. Zuo Kong said that he did want to do something, but he hadn't done it yet. It seems that the fishmen hate you, the master, Monet sighed. The two girls followed Zuo Kong's steps with Xiao Shitang in their arms. What happened? The guarding fishman said nervously. At the moment when the long fist was about to fall on Zuo Kong, his heart suddenly exploded, and the fishman fell to the ground trembling all over, twitching violently and died. Why do these fishmen look like they killed their fathers? What's going on? Puff. Kilogram. But then he frowned and said strangely, the situation seems very strange. This fishman is crazy after knowing my identity. I shouldn't have done anything to Mermaid Island? Scum. Zuo Kong cursed disdainfully. It seems that Tiger's prestige among the fishmen has probably exceeded expectations. Tiger is your enemy, and now the entire the Fishman Island is your enemy, Robin said solemnly after putting on his sun hat. Zuo Kong pinched the heart of the fishman with one hand and said coldly, "Didn't your big brother Tiger tell you not to look down on anyone? Especially when you can't afford to defend someone." "It seems to be thunder," another fishman also said strangely. "Pa. Really?" Robin said helplessly as he looked at Zuo Kong, who was getting farther and farther away. "You are a devil, a devil." The fishman stood up with difficulty and roared angrily. Suddenly the two people thought of something and said in unison, "Okay. 5 do 151. Siege, 9/10. Please subscribe, here he comes, that man is coming." Shirley suddenly shuddered in the mermaid cafe, saying in a state of despair. She couldn't help but think of her future, and couldn't help biting her thin lips, forcing herself to calm down, No woman wanted to face such a situation, she had to calm down. "Tiger, I hope you can defeat this man." Until the end, Shirley laughed at herself. She knew that Tiger was no match for Zuo Kong, even if he did that thing, but she could only pray like that, she didn't want to suffer such humiliation. God's punishment. Advertisement. Zuo Kong smiled and raised his palm, and the lightning column fell from the sky, covering all the fishmen who rushed over. When the thunder slowly dissipated, all the fishmen had disappeared without a trace, and they didn't even leave any residue. This is the horror of Zuo Kong. "It's really boring, isn't there anyone who can make people excited? Are the fishmen on the Fishman Island all trash?" Zuo Kong said, shaking his head in boredom. "You are not allowed to insult the honor of the fishman." A figure stood out with a roar. 723 roared. Zuo Kong looked at the white figure with an interesting look. "Finally, a guy who can be seen by others has come. Before Tiger comes, let me play with him." Zuo Kong glanced at the great white shark man with a sidelong glance and said with a little interest. "Tiger is so miserable." Monet looked at the direction of the palace and said helplessly. "Why do you say that?" Robin asked curiously. Monet put Xiaodong down and let her go to play on the side. Then he whispered, "Robin, let me tell you, if the master doesn't like something, he will destroy it directly. There are very few such cases. That is to say, Mr. Lu Lang has resented Tiger to the extreme now, and wants to destroy the entire mermaid island in front of him." Robin understood it as soon as he heard it, and asked immediately. "Who knows? Maybe Tiger will be even more miserable." Monet shrugged and said. "What bad luck." The two women looked at each other and said at the same time. Advertisement. The great white shark stared at Zuo Kong, his eyes full of CFCF, crazy killing intent, which was different from the killing intent of other fishmen, but was completely hatred without any room for easing. "You are very interesting, tell me your name. This kind of hatred is really interesting." Zuo Kong looked at the hatred and suddenly said interestingly. "Laozi is called Hody Jones." Hody roared, suddenly rushed up, and roared madly. Fishman Karate Water Strike. A powerful drop of water condensed in the palm of his hand and instantly attacked Zuo Kong. D+B. Zuo Kong crushed the water drop with one hand and said interestingly. No, this kind of power is too weak, much worse than Tiger, you waste. *hole. Don't be complacent too early. Hody had come to Zuo Kong at this moment and roared. Fishman Karate Rough Shark. A hand pinched Zuo Kong's arm, the arm with seawater, and the whole person laughed crazily. You scumbag human, die. Crack. Hody suddenly screamed miserably and knelt on the ground. His right arm was crushed by Zuo Kong. He raised his foot and kicked Hody away. Zuo Kong said boringly. You are so weak. Hey, can you bring me some more fun? You know, waiting is boring. Hee, lowly human, don't think you are strong enough. In front of our powerful fishmen, you are just fighting. Hody struggled to stand up and suddenly roared fiercely. Phantom Carpet. A black and white fishman suddenly emerged from the ground, opened his hands and directly attacked the cute little sugar jumping there. Ah, weird fishman, do you want to play with me? Little Sugar tilted his head strangely and said cutely. Advertisement, how sad. Monet and Robin looked at the fishman and shook his head. Da. With a roar, a terrifying giant bear suddenly stood up. The huge figure, which was nearly 3 meters tall, directly grabbed the fishman's arms and exerted force with both hands. Gotcha. The whole man was torn apart, without even a chance for him to speak. The fiery red stuffed bear hid his mouth and roared wildly. The violent roars attracted everyone's attention. How could this be possible? Hody said in astonishment. He never thought that the sneak attack that was almost certain to succeed would be broken. This guy, Geo, was torn to pieces without even a chance to fight back. It's really boring. This fishman is so boring. Big Bear, go kill all those guys. Little Sugar tapped the bloodline on his face and said boringly. Suddenly, Little Sugar pointed at the fishman who came to support not far away, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth like Zuo Kong. Little Sugar is a black-bellied little Lolita. If you are deceived by her naive foreign trade, then congratulations, you are definitely at great risk of death. Da. With roars, the fiery red stuffed bear ran towards the fishman frantically, roaring loudly. Talk. A huge collision sound came, and a huge fishman stood there, holding a huge hammer, but although he successfully blocked the attack of the stuffed bear, the whole person retreated more than 10 steps in one breath, and then he barely stopped, his arms shaking slightly. Dosen, kill the bear, and then catch the 3 human women, I will kill them cruelly, Hody roared madly. Dosen, the hammerhead shark, waved his sledgehammer and said coldly, Okay, boss Hody. Brothers, brother Hody is here, kill this lowly human and his companions. There were at least 30,000 or 40,000 fishmen who came, all of them roared madly. Master, We are besieged. Monet floated to Zuo Kong's side and said helplessly. But his eyes were full of smiles. 152. 7 Warlords of the Sea. 10 out of 10, please subscribe. Advertisement, if you like to play, then play. I'm just waiting for Tiger to come. Zuo Kong curled his lips and said boringly. Monet immediately smiled and said, thank you, master. Go. Go. Zuo Kong waved his hand impatiently and said boringly. Fishman karate yabusai. Hody looked at Zuo Kong and Monet, who didn't take him seriously at all, and roared angrily. Suddenly, a drop of water was shot out, as powerful as an arrow. Just looking at it, you can tell that it has terrible lethality. Snow wall. A hard white wall immediately appeared, and snowflakes were overflowing. Trit. The water droplets hitting it made a steel-like sound. Hody said in astonishment. How is this possible? Hee hee hee. Lowly human, you really d me off, Hody roared. As for Zuo Kong's beast paradise, let alone, this is obviously a hellish scene. Is it just a game in Zuo Kong's eyes? Monet and Hody were fighting, but the two were actually Monet suppressing Hody. Hody's strength was also pretty good, and he could barely withstand Monet's attack. You call this playing? Robin pointed to the scene below, which was completely a massacre, and said in a cliché. Advertisement, search, I know. Robin also nodded and said desolately. Yes, it is because I always believe in others that I am deceived again and again, but at this moment when this man tore the reality in front of her, Robin felt so cold that she couldn't help but shrink in Zuo Kong's arms, feeling the hard-earned warmth. The ground began to shake violently, and the spider, horse, and saber-toothed tiger, the first two immediately turned into human beast type, while the latter kept the Lu type and pounced on it immediately. The doll bear on the other side was madly attacking the giant fishman, but at this moment there was more than one fishman. In addition to Dosen holding a giant hammer, there was also Ikaros' squid fishman holding a spear to assist, an octopus fishman and a hoop octopus fishman looking for an opportunity to attack the giant doll bear. The spider has 8 terrifying arms, the horse has a terrible impact force, and the saber-toothed tiger is extremely terrifying in terms of attack, speed, and defense. Facing these ordinary fishmen, it is a complete massacre. Charge! Little Sugar shouted. Murky karate sea drum. Hody's arm suddenly raised, but his arm was just raised. Hey, why bother? Robin said boringly. Huh? The next moment Robin only felt that his body suddenly floated up, and he murmured strangely. Unfortunately, without giving Robin more chances to react, Zuo Kong directly hugged Robin in his arms, and his big hands ravaged Robin's delicate body, wandering around unscrupulously, and said boringly, why don't you go up and play for a while? Such a guy can be easily solved by himself, but asking Monet for help also requires taking care of others' self-esteem. If it is worthless, then a person may feel that his life is meaningless. Another sound like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. Xiao Sugar frowned and said angrily, I'm so angry, you, the fish puller, fish blaster, dared to hurt my bear. Hey, don't tell me that you haven't abandoned your so-called kindness? Robin, you should be more careful. It is because of your kindness that you are always deceived. Zuo Kong looked at Robin helplessly and said. Advertisement, it's so noisy. Zuo Kong picked his ears and said helplessly. Brothers, don't run. The big brothers are watching here. Brothers, kill. Many fishman masters took action, and immediately all the fishmen were excited and roared excitedly. Although he didn't do it himself this time, Zuo Kong felt that he could protect his own shortcomings, but he couldn't let his family members become useless, right? Said Little Sugar. He waved his hand, and the doll knights were on standby. But it's really strange, why didn't Tiger and Jinbei come? Did the two guys run away? The battle has been going on for so long, but the two still haven't come. Zuo Kong couldn't help but say strangely, I think with Tiger and Jinbei's status, they should be discussing your problem in the palace now. Robin leaned in Zuo Kong's arms, lazily chose a comfortable position, and said comfortably, hey. Monet suddenly yelled. That woman over there, how could you take this opportunity to sneak away, really? Dragging out the tone, Robin suddenly hugged Zuo Kong's neck more intimately, and that weak and boneless intimate look made Monet so angry that he was itchy. Damn fishman, blame that woman, otherwise you will live for a long time. Monet turned his head and yelled angrily, typing snow muscle blade. Monet yelled in a low voice, and the wings condensed by snowflakes behind him bloomed in an instant, and each feather turned into a blade composed of round fan-shaped ice and snow, especially the blade in Monet's palm was covered with a pitch-black color, which was armament hockey's color. White clouds rose up from under Zuo Kong, dragging him into the air. Sitting cross-legged on the white clouds, Zuo Kong smiled at the fight between Monet and Sugar. Boom! Hody fell to the ground weakly, covered in blood. The huge vitality of the murky man kept him alive. Looking at the blade getting closer and closer, he hurriedly said, You can't kill me. Brother Tiger has become the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you want to offend Marine? Offend world conquest? Amusement park? What's impossible? Monet has already reached a high level in the development of snow fruit. The hardness of this snow wall is no less than steel. Zuo Kong looked at Huodi's astonishment and said with disdain. Just now, the doll bear was cut by the hoop octopus fishman. However, from the beginning to the end, Hody was almost in a state of letting go and had almost no qualifications to attack. On the other side, Sucrose, a teddy bear, directly withstood the joint efforts of 4 powerful fishmen, and the remaining teddy knights still launched a massacre-like battle. 153. What else can we do? Massacre, 1/10, please subscribe. Tick-tock. Blood dripped onto the ground. Hody looked at the black knife that was only a hair's length away from his throat. His whole body was shaking violently. Monet finally stopped attacking. Master, how do we solve it? Monet raised his head, completely ignoring Tiger's escape or counterattack, and asked Zuo Skyspath. Secretary, if there is something to do. Secretary, if there is nothing to do. Although this is the formality of Zuo Kong and Monet, it has already involved the world government and must ask Zuo Kong, otherwise it would be too much of an overstep. Zuo Kong may not care, but Monet cannot ignore it. The battlefield suddenly became silent. Zuo Kong and others, as well as the fishmen, all became extremely silent, quietly waiting for Zuo Kong to speak. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Zuo Kong said with a 030 smile. How do we solve the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Robin asked with an interesting and intellectual smile. Kill them. I don't even care about the Marine Admiral. 7 Warlords of the Sea is just a small matter. Warlords of the Sea, will I take it seriously? Zuo Kong said cruelly. A cold light flashed in an instant, and Hody widened his eyes in horror, and he had closed his eyes forever, and there was no way to open them again. Brother Hody? Duozan waved his giant hammer and roared angrily. You should worry about yourself, Little Sugar said cutely. DF. With a roar, the teddy bear waved his huge arms and fell down abruptly, smashing Duozan, the huge fishman, into a pulp from top to bottom, killing Duozan. The teddy bear slapped his moon chest again and roared to the sky. Good job, little bear, Little Sugar said excitedly. It's really vulnerable. Tiger and Jinbei are here. The bored Zuo Kong looked at the battlefield, which was a one-sided massacre, and shook his head without missing a beat. Suddenly, he looked into the distance and said interestingly. Zuo Kong's heart net almost covered the entire Mermaid Island in an instant, just in time to see Tiger and Jinbei. Jinbei was rushing over here quickly. Blizzard. These guys are the real lunatics. Robin shook his head with emotion. 0415123225 Filu 180,203,521. The 4 forces of darkness, fire, ice, and thunder gathered again into a terrifying shockwave, sweeping away. On the contrary, the fishmen roared excitedly, and they were full of energy immediately. They rushed up one after another, stepping on the bodies of their companions, crazy attack. As a result, because of the desire of both sides to watch the fun, there was not a single pirate on Mermaid Island during this period of time, and both sides were watching. Advertisement, yes. Yes, Little Sucrose nodded obediently and said excitedly. Letting go of the 2 women and putting them on the clouds, he floated to the head of the 3-headed dog of hell, and Monet suddenly pulled away the moment he saw Zuo Kong's action. The ground suddenly shook violently. The figure of the 3-headed dog of hell suddenly appeared under Zuo Kong's feet. There was no roar or roar. The 3 dog heads were brewing the terrifying power. The 3 powers of darkness, fire and ice gathered in their mouths, emitting waves of frightening fluctuations. With a left and right hug, a queen on the left hand and a loli on the right hand, Zuo Kong at this moment is really like a winner in life, making people envious and jealous. Die. Zuo Kong said cruelly. The dancing blizzard took away the lives of thousands of fishmen in an instant, but Monet was so tired of killing that there were too many people, so many that he could kill a large number of them without even looking at them, just by using skills with his eyes closed. Tiger and Jinbei do have some tricks. These fishmen are just like being brainwashed, Robin said with emotion. Kill, brothers, charge, come on, let me give you to spare, Zuo Kong suddenly said interestingly. But I didn't expect that Tiger, the guy who hates humans, would actually join the world government and become the 7 warlords of the sea. Zuo Kong didn't care too much, but said with interest. Zuo Kong smiled and said, that's because they haven't really been completely destroyed. When their hopes are completely destroyed, they will no longer be so crazy. If that's the case, Zuo Kong said with a wicked smile. Indeed, if Zuo Kong hadn't brought too much pressure to Tiger and Mermaid Island, then Tiger would never join the world government even if he was beaten to death. Advertisement. Although the individual strength of the fishmen is not very good 5.2, the overall strength is still good, and the doll knights created again must be good. Roar. Brothers, charge, my knights, Little Sugar shouted with heartache. Boom boom. Room. Don't be afraid. Kill these 2 women, and then kill that guy. What is that? But it's not good to leave you so many fishmen. Zuo Kong looked at the number of fishmen coming from all directions, which had reached nearly 100,000, and the number was still increasing. Zuo Kong said with interest. The most important thing is that everyone understands Zuo Kong's position at this moment. The world government itself looks down on Mermaid Island and naturally doesn't care, and knew the pirates of world had no time, and they also wanted to see if Mermaid Island could withstand Zuo Kong's attack and see what kind of strength Zuo Kong had. Although the doll knights of the doll knights are powerful, they can't bear the huge number of fishmen. They are broken one by one and scattered into broken shoulders on the ground, which makes Sugar immediately sad. But such consumption is also huge. Who knew that the fishmen were so huge? Zuo Kong appeared beside Sucrose in an instant, hugged Sucrose in his arms, and said gently, it's okay, there are so many fishmen in Fishman Street, the master will replenish you soon, okay? Okay, it's almost time, and the next game should end, Zuo Kong said lightly. Master, none of Sucrose's dolls are left. The doll knights were finally defeated, and the bear doll with many knife marks ran back with Sucrose in its arms, crying to Zuo Kong in the air. It's because a certain pervert forced me into a desperate situation, otherwise how could I do this, Robin said with a chuckle. 154. Tiger and Jinbei's joint attack, 2/10, please subscribe. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the terrifying shockwave penetrated the entire battlefield, even the entire Fishman Street. Until the endless explosion sounded, everyone came back with difficulty. The surviving fishmen turned their heads stiffly. Their companions had disappeared without knowing when, and their homes had disappeared without knowing when. More than 100,000 fishmen were reduced to less than a few thousand in an instant. All the fishmen had been crushed. There was no trace left on this land, and the Fishman Street had become tattered. Just one blow almost shattered the Fishman Street. No. Tiger, who just arrived, roared heartbreakingly. Is it finally here? Zuo Kong's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a little excitement. Zuo Kong didn't know when he developed this habit. He actually liked to collect things, whether it was treasures, women or precious things. As long as he liked it, he wanted to take it away. Mermaid Island has historical texts, mermaids, and Poseidon. These three things are Zuo Kong's favorites and must be taken away. Of course, Zuo Kong doesn't like to collect treasures casually. Instead, he prefers to experience a battle. The only one who can fight with him on Mermaid Island is Tiger. Can I get excited? It's really exciting. Zuo Kong, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Tiger soared into the sky and roared. Fishman Karate 7000 watts punch. Along with the roar, Tiger's punch actually drove the surrounding seawater, and the waves were turbulent for a while, and the roar was like the roar of the sea. Not bad, not bad. Zuo Kong laughed excitedly. All the beasts in the park, including the three-headed dog of hell, disappeared without a trace, and Zuo Kong jumped up to meet Tiger's attack, and 10 punches also came across the sky. 3 million tons. Tet. The airwaves were surging rapidly, and the collision between the two in the air produced a huge impact. However, compared to Zuo Kong's calmness, Tiger's face was completely stiff. He couldn't bear it. Hey, you said you wanted revenge, but this is all you can do. You useless, Zuo Kong said with disdain and ridicule. Advertisement. UB asterisk 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 D. Tiger roared madly. Fishman Karate 5000 watts punch. At this moment, Zuo Kong only felt the wave emerge again. Jinbei had already rushed up, and the same long fist was across the air, and the same long fist broke the waves. Boom. The two strengths were strangely combined. If they were not Zuo Kong's opponents in a one-on-one fight, then the two of them together were barely qualified to compete with Zuo Kong. Fit. Laying down suddenly, Tiger and Jinbei quickly retreated, leaving a long mark on the ground, and then they barely stopped. Zuo Kong was relatively much simpler. He just took a step back and shook his arms. Purple light flashed, and the slight damage caused by the impact and the recoil disappeared in an instant. Room physical reserve. Zuo Kong's palm slightly hooked, and the fishmen who were watching the excitement around, almost 500 people, all turned into mummies in an instant, and green breaths floated from their bodies. These breaths merged into Zuo Kong's body, accompanied by Zuo Kong's violently beating heart, and the heart was completely rendered green and disappeared in the body in an instant. 1. Zuo Kong squinted his eyes comfortably and said excitedly, it feels so comfortable. UB asterisk 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 D. Tiger was originally a calm person, but at this moment, Tiger could no longer hold back and roared. Fishman Jutsu Secret Sea Surge. Advertisement, Fishman Jutsu Secret Sea Surge. Tiger and Jinbei both took the same posture at the same time, and terrifying water flows gathered on their fists. These water flows rotated rapidly, and the moment they were released, they turned into huge waves, and in an instant, they became something like a terrifying rotating shockwave. Interesting. Zuo Kong's mouth curled up slightly and he smiled faintly. Cloud ice cloud. Zuo Kong raised it with one hand, and in an instant, the ice cloud rose up quickly. The terrifying ice cloud actually gathered into one, and in an instant, it condensed into a terrifying wall that made people tremble with fear. Suddenly, the attacks of Tiger and Jinbei turned into one, condensing into a larger rotating water wave impact, and in an instant, the impact on the huge wall made a violent collision sound, which was so loud that everyone covered their ears involuntarily. The sound and the waves were shaking at the same time, which was a very cruel test for ordinary people. As soon as the water waves dissipated, Zuo Kong's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the ground suddenly exploded, and the same terrifying impact rose from the ground, also a rotating water impact. Fishman Jutsu Sea Penetration. Jinbei and Tiger's voices came again at the same time, but Zuo Kong was standing on the rising waves, with an excited and cruel smile on his face. Haha. What are you talking about? You ask me what I'm talking about, Zuo Kong shouted excitedly to the sky. Of course I'm praising you too. I didn't expect that you and Jinbei would cooperate so well. It's so exciting. I thought that even destroying the entire Mermaid Island would make me excited, but you two actually made me excited. Looking at Zuo Kong, who was like a madman, at this moment, the two of them truly understood how Zuo Kong got the title of Devil. 155. Comparable to Admiral, 3/10, please subscribe. This guy is a lunatic, Tiger and Jinbei thought angrily at the same time. It is undeniable that if they were in a different place, the two would never be able to do this. After all, they came for revenge, so of course the weaker the opponent, the better, so that they can enjoy the pleasure of being a winner. But Zuo Kong did the opposite strangely, hoping that a strong opponent would appear. In the eyes of the two, Zuo Kong is such a lunatic. In fact, Zuo Kong is the reason why Zuo Kong fought Kizaru, Zephyr, and even resisted the net laid by Crane, because Zuo Kong was pursuing that kind of excitement, the excitement of fighting. Of course, if Aokiji, White Eagle, and Ghost Dog really had the tacit understanding of Tiger and Akainu at this time, Zuo Kong would really be left behind, and he would be left behind without any suspense. You too, it's my turn. Zuo Kong opened his arms and laughed wildly. God's punishment. 2 purple lightning pillars suddenly fell from the sky, and their power was completely incomparable to the past. Zuo Kong swallowed frozen fruit again. Although frozen fruit was not as good as thunder fruit and dark fruit, which were the top devil fruits in Logia, it was definitely a second-level natural disaster-level devil fruit. Zuo Kong's devil fruit's ability development was improved again. Although Paramecia and Zoan had not yet reached the level of awakening, they had naturally improved visibly. For example, the purity of lightning had been raised to purple, and the density of clouds and the freezing of ice had been extremely improved. Brother Tiger, retreat? Jinbei asked solemnly. You can't retreat. Tiger looked at the fishman behind him who had become desperate again, and said firmly. Okay. The two shouted at the same time. Fishman karate 10,000 tiles straight punch. Backquote, asterisk 2. Boom. The identical long fist combined with the pitch-black armament hockey burst out with terrifying power. What's even more terrifying is that the two people's moves are combined together to exert the power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Bang! Advertisement of violent explosion suddenly came, and the terrifying fistwind formed by the straight fist actually tore apart the two terrifying divine sanctions. It's really exciting, Zuo Kong said excitedly, wiping the corner of his mouth slightly. Zuo Kong didn't expect that the two people could achieve such a level by joining forces. It was really exciting. The two men's arms danced at the same time, and in an instant a drop of water emerged from the new, and the terrifying airwaves gathered in the palms of the two men, and in an instant this terrifying impact was thrown out. The terrifying explosion immediately swept the world, and the terrifying mushroom cloud that rose in an instant made all the survivors full of fear. If the bubble of Mermaid Island was broken, then everyone would be finished. Okay, Jinbei also said firmly. The smoke of the explosion slowly dissipated, and a layer of dazzling water waves was seen. Wrapped in the air, the two people stepped on the water waves back to back, and a water ball-like thing made of water blocked all the explosions. Of course, the two people didn't look particularly good, with many injuries of all sizes. Do you think it's over? Zuo Kong laughed wildly. Of course, these injuries are indeed okay for humans, but for fishmen, it's the same. This made the originally desperate fishman involuntarily rise up again with excitement and joy. That is Admiral, that represents the strongest combat power of Naval Headquarters. Mermaid, Zhao Qianhao, Island finally has a real strong man. It's really exciting, they didn't die even after this. Have you two reached this level of cooperation? Zuo Kong laughed excitedly. The two people gasped heavily, especially Jinbei's mouth corners dripping with bloodline. The two people fell down, and did not attack again swiftly, but stared at Zuo Kong. A series of actions made everyone look confused, even Monet and Robin were dumbfounded, and countless thunders under Zuo Kong's men surged, and completely rushed into the range of the two in an instant. Room thunder explosion. Not far away, Zuo Kong appeared again, floating in the air and mockingly looking at the two of them, while in front of them were countless thunderbolts. 50 million volts ghost spider. The three people fighting fiercely, Tiger and Jinbei suddenly felt the speed in front of him slow down, and Zuo Kong's figure had disappeared, with a faint mocking smile in the air. Advertisement, Fishman Jutsu Water Softness, ha. The combination of Brother Tiger and Brother Jinbei is no less than admirable? Ignoring the two people's gaze, Zuo Kong said interestingly, I really didn't expect that the power of you two joining forces is no less than admirable. The speed of the three people became faster and faster until suddenly no one could see what was happening inside. Room explosion gravity scalpel, Fishman karate secret Qian Wuchang. With a grasp of his palm, the thunderstaff condensed in an instant, and Zuo Kong's palms danced in a series of circles, easily blocking the two people outside in an instant. Room air bomb, 90 million volts thunder tiger. Ha, ha, ha. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. Come on, let me see if you two can break the impact that Aokiji can break. Zuo Kong opened his arms and thunder surged all over his body, laughing crazily. The two people soared into the sky at the same time, Tiger on top and Jinbei on the bottom. The two people attacked Zuo Kong's body from all sides at the same time, and the terrifying fist shadows were mixed with thick hockey surrounded Zuo Kong on the second floor. Thunderstaff, not good, we must stop him, Tiger immediately whispered. After Zuo Kong's recognition, the whole Mermaid Island seemed to explode with thunder. Through the heart network, he had sensed what happened just now. In the air, the water drops suddenly burst, and small sharks emerged one by one, covering the sky and the earth. Song is born in the air and surrounded Chong Nai Bin and the Sugar Master Girl. Point 156. Tacit cooperation, 4/10, please subscribe. It's amazing, Zuo Kong said with interest. Cloud Thundercloud. 100 million volts Teodi. Zuo Kong's palm slightly hooked, and the terrifying beast once again turned into ferocious thunder and gathered in Zuo Kong's palm, and behind Zuo Kong, a series of frightening black clouds rose up. The terrifying mouth of Teodi immediately emerged, swallowing all the sharks in the hopeful eyes of all the fishmen, and the dark clouds in the sky covered everything like covering the sky and the earth, and the roar of thunder made people shudder. Ha ha ha, Tiger, Come and feel the despair brought to you by the devil. Zuo Kong's figure slowly floated up and said madly. You will never succeed. Tiger roared angrily. Although they roared, Tiger and Jinbei did not move. Both of them stood quietly in place. Although the physical strength of fishmen completely surpassed that of ordinary humans, there was also a limit. After releasing so many moves in succession and bearing Zuo Kong's attack, both of them had consumed a lot of physical strength. They naturally needed to recover at this moment. The biggest difference between Admiral level and non-Admiral level is here. That is the physical strength of the terrifying monster and the physical strength of ordinary people. Every Admiral has the physical strength of a monster, and they are never weak in a protracted battle. Not to mention the monster like Zuo Kong. You have to know that Zephyr, who was so old, fought with Zuo Kong for 10 days and 10 nights, but was finally worn out by Zuo Kong. Otherwise, Zuo Kong felt that he was not Zephyr's opponent. In terms of physical strength, Admiral level are all monsters, while Tiger and Jinbei are much worse. Success or failure is not up to you. Zuo Kong shook his fingers and laughed cruelly suddenly. 10,000 thunders, God's punishment. Advertisement, boom. Brother Tiger, I know. Jinbei nodded firmly and said firmly immediately. Tiger, did you really take your brain with you when you went out to fight? Zuo Kong couldn't help but hold his forehead and said. Of course, this was Zuo Kong's previous opinion. Now I think that even if Tiger has 4 Emperor's strength is also gone, this guy has no brains at all. But, Tiger, let me see how strong the fishman's body is. Ha 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 ha. Zuo Kong suddenly laughed wildly. Brother Tiger. Jinbei shouted nervously, but he didn't dare to move at all, and continued his actions. He didn't dare to move, otherwise he would lose his last hope. The two put their hands together at the same time and roared, Devil, die for us. Instantly, the atmosphere became weird, and everyone's face froze. All the fishmen, including Tiger, had a stiff face. He was almost crippled because of such a simple injury. But Zuo Kong didn't have the idea of doing so. What Zuo Kong wanted to do was to be cruel and let Tiger and Jinbei fall completely into the abyss of fear. At this moment, it was really not a mockery, but helplessness. Tiger, this guy, has the qualifications of a generation of leaders. If he had this Admiral level power, Mermaid Island could really develop in his hands. Damn it. Tiger stood up straight, took a fighting posture again, and said firmly. Hundreds of lightning pillars have fallen from the sky again. Ah. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Tiger was unwilling and said weakly. Why, how could this be? Advertisement, D. Purple thunder suddenly appeared in the thunderclouds, and the terrifying lightning gathered into terrifying thunderpillars that roared down from the sky. Zuo Kong's eyes narrowed slightly. He really wanted to see how Tiger and Jinbei would deal with such a tool. Fishman Jutsu. Ocean Gentle Fist. Tiger stood in front of Zuo Kong, his legs inserted directly into the ground, fixing his body to face the countless lightning pillars falling from the sky. He clasped his hands together and the terrifying sea seemed to be brewing in his hands. This idiot. Zuo Kong's originally crazy expression showed a funny expression, and he couldn't help cursing. You idiot, don't you know that water conducts electricity? I said you don't have a brain and you really don't have a brain. Zuo Kong mocked again. With a loud bang, Tiger and the huge water waves in Jinbei's hands suddenly evaporated, and terrifying steam rose up, but in an instant the steam gathered into one and soared into the sky. Whether the other party is an idiot or not has nothing to do with me. I want revenge, revenge. Monet and Sugar, the two women, were stunned. They really couldn't understand what Tiger was thinking about Tiger's actions. Did he really have a head? Wouldn't his head be filled with paste? Unlike when facing Aokiji, Zuo Kong wanted to solve it quickly but had no way. Facing the two of them, Zuo Kong had a way to quickly solve the two, such as the Thunder God form. The terrifying water waves turned into a huge wave that covered the sky and the earth, and instantly enveloped all the terrifying lightning pillars. When the waves dissipated and the thunder dissipated, Tiger's figure emerged, kneeling on the ground with blood all over his body. His breath was full of weakness, and the whole person was on the verge of collapse. Does this guy have a head? Robin exhaled deeply, telling himself not to mock, but still couldn't help but said mockingly. Then the two suddenly changed their movements. Tiger rushed towards Zuo Kong, while Jinbei retreated, looking for a very perfect position, clasping his hands in front of the moon. Shang, and waves of water still rushed up all over his body. Hole. Tiger struggled to stand up, and although his whole body was twitching, he roared very firmly. Jinbei. Tiger suddenly shouted loudly. Brother Tiger. Jinbei suddenly roared loudly. A terrifying explosion suddenly came out, followed by Tiger's shrill screams in the waves. Fishman Karate Secret Chenkunjen. 157. Thunder and Ice, 5/10. Please subscribe. Bulk. In an instant, it was like a thunder explosion, and the sky and the earth were swept away in an instant. All the dark clouds and thunder disappeared in an instant, and disappeared in a quiet moment. The terrifying airwave turned into a terrifying shockwave, instantly breaking through all the thunder and dark clouds in the sky. Pa! 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 Just when all the fishmen were cheering, a faint applause suddenly came, and Zuo Kong slowly fell from the sky, with a curled mouth, and said interestingly, Tiger, I can't deny that you and Jinbei's cooperation is really tacit. I didn't expect that the two of you could break this move. Da. Da. However, compared to Zuo Kong's calmness, Tiger and Jinbei seemed extremely difficult. Both of them were breathing heavily, especially Tiger, who was trembling slightly. But you have to be careful, the game has just begun. Zuo Kong suddenly smiled mysteriously. Brother Jinbei, you and Brother Tiger have to survive. Mermaid Island still depends on you. More than a dozen fishmen used their bodies to hold the terrifying spear, and fell to the ground with convulsions, just like Jinbei, who was still tenaciously grasping the terrifying spear even if his bones were shattered, and said firmly. Since you have been dragged into hell by the devil, it is better to fall into a devil with peace of mind. At least there are people. Robin gently stroked his chest, felt his beating heart, and a gentle embrace, showed a gentle smile, and whispered in his heart. A saber-toothed tiger made of ice, a three-headed hellhound made of thunder. The palm of his hand gently brushed past, and the ice in front of Zuo Kong gathered into an ice spear, and the thunder gathered into a thunder spear. Zuo Kong shook his hand and flew out in an instant. DF. Advertisement, Tiger and Jinbei both roared earth-shatteringly, and the two dragged their weak bodies to stand up stiffly, staring at Zuo Kong and roared. Devil, die. Fishman Karate Samahata palm heel strike. He held up a ball of ice and a ball of thunder in his hands and said lightly. Ah. Fishman Karate 10,000 watts Samahata palm heel strike. Jinbei let out a wild roar, holding tightly to the ice spear that pierced his right chest with one arm. Even though he was shaking violently, he still held the ice spear firmly, but there were still more than 10 spears piercing from all around. A roar that shook the earth suddenly came out, and the ice gathered into a human-shaped tiger, and the radar gathered into a human-shaped dog. Brother Tiger, help me. As for Monet and Sandong, they were already used to it. When they were on Angel Island, in such despair, the two women saw all kinds of life, good and evil, and grudges clearly. As for Robin, she looked at Zuo Kong with complicated eyes, sighed softly for a long time, and her eyes had returned to calm. You be asterisk 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 D. Tiger roared madly. Not good, Tiger suddenly yelled. Kill me? Zuo Kong looked at the two people and said with a strange smile. For the eye-catching scene just now, Zuo Kong had no idea at all, but just watched a play. I suddenly found a very interesting move, just in time to use you two to do an experiment. Zuo Kong continued to say interestingly. Advertisement. The sudden burst of power from Tiger and Jinbei formed an even more terrifying impact, mixed with the pitch-black armament hockey actually gathered into a solid body in midair, but this was not the end. The two people's long fists actually combined to form a huge black fist that shook the earth. The two people's feet burst out with terrifying power, suddenly soared into the air, rushed towards Zuo Kong frantically, and waved their long fists, which gave birth to even more terrifying power at this moment. Tiger, Jinbei, let you see the new power of the beast paradise. Zuo Kong opened one hand and begged frantically. A saber-toothed tiger in the form of a human beast, a three-headed hellhound in the form of a human beast. Ah! When he opened his eyes again, Robin's eyes were only determined. No. Seeing the fishmen suddenly rushing out, Jinbei shouted anxiously. But Tiger couldn't move, his body was too tired, even though he was a fishman, even among the fishmen. His strength was 10 times that of a normal fishman, and his recovery speed was 10 times that of a normal fishman, but it also took time, and time was not enough. He wanted to act immediately, but his body froze in an instant, and he couldn't move. He knelt on one knee on the ground with his whole body stiff. Ice and thunder, gather, Zuo Kong whispered softly. Just you? Zuo Kong scratched his ears and said boringly. Brother Tiger, you just need to avenge us. Ah, it's all because of you. You be asterisk 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 D. Otherwise, how could Mermaid Island be destroyed? Faced with the despair that put them to death, all of them burst out with only 3 emotions. Despair, excitement, and pushing everything to others. These 3 emotions are also the most likely to appear in anyone. Ha ha ha, did Tiger see it? Did you see it? This is the fishman you want to protect? Let me send these ants to death. Kong laughed crazily. With a wave of his hand, more lightning spears and ice spears emerged. Zuo Kong didn't want to kill Tiger, but to make Tiger feel absolute despair and fear. Fishman Karate Tenkawawa Jungchuan. Along with the sound of wooden clogs stepping on the ground, Jinbei suddenly came in front of all the fishmen, and a terrifying force suddenly burst out with one hand. The terrifying fist wind of a punch suddenly shattered all the attacks, but the wise man will make mistakes. What's more, Jinbei and Zuo Kong are so much different in strength, and there are still many penetrations. Jinbei's defense. Zuo Kong's mouth curled up, and he smiled excitedly. It really succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Tiger, let me see what choice you will make in front of your compatriots, come on. 158. Both lost, 6/10, please subscribe, DA. The saber-toothed tiger roared and stabbed into Jinbei's abdomen. The terrifying claws seemed to feel uncomfortable and both claws were inserted. IZ. Jinbei was shocked and his terrifying fist hit the saber-toothed tiger at the same time. The saber-toothed tiger was shattered into ice in an instant, and Jinbei fell straight from the sky. Roar. As for the 3-headed hellhound on the other side, it was even crazier. The 3 heads of the 3-headed hellhound in human beast form represented the 3 forces of darkness, fire, and ice, and the lightning on its body. The 4 forces mixed into one and rushed Tiger back. A asterisk hole. Tiger roared crazily. 2, 1, 3. Title. Another punch. Tiger's punch contained all the strength of his body. The terrifying airwave seemed to shake the sea, and instantly shattered the shockwave of the 3-headed dog of hell. And shattered the 3-headed dog of hell, duh. But Tiger's body was almost useless, and he fell directly to the ground, his whole body twitching violently, and the blood at the corner of his mouth could not be stopped no matter what. It's really touching. Even if you are seriously injured, you still want to kill them, but it's a pity that you two are too weak. Zuokong tilted his head and said in a boring way. Zuokong's body was struggling to float above the clouds at this moment. If it were Tiger in his prime, he might find that Zuokong's state at this moment was very strange, as if he had lost something. In fact, it was like this, and strange changes also occurred on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. In the horrified eyes of all the fishmen, the figures of the saber-toothed tiger and the three-headed dog of hell were slowly combined, unscathed, just like Logia's demon fruit power, but it looked a little weaker. Advertisement. Da unknown currency a. Unknown currency a. Pa unknown currency a. Zuokong laughed up to the sky and said excitedly, "It succeeded, it finally succeeded, the results are very exciting." Damn it, what's going on? Tiger struggled to sit up, but failed after struggling for a long time, and said with twitching all over. Damn it. Jinbei cursed weakly. Zuokong's mouth opened with excitement. He only had one idea for this trick, but he didn't expect it to be so simple and successful. Zuokong combined Logia and Zoan. The original Beast Paradise was equivalent to summoning Zoan's Devil Fruit. Now he injected Logia's ability into it, and it worked. Although the consumption of physical strength doubled and Zuokong would lose this ability for a short time, Zuokong succeeded, and the power of Beast Paradise was improved again. Okay, Jinbei, Tiger, the game is almost over here. There is no need for you two to live. Zuokong stabilized his excited look, showed his endless killing intent again, and said coldly. With Zuokong's voice, the saber-toothed tiger and the three-headed dog of hell all collapsed, and disappeared with the breeze, but Zuokong felt that the four forces reappeared in his body. Sure enough, the source of the devil fruit is still in my body, but I released 90% of the power at once, which caused me to be unable to use it. It will be no problem to recover over time. Zuokong felt the changes in his body and thought secretly. At the same time, Zuokong was relieved. After all, if he released all the energy, it would be embarrassing if he was caught and couldn't take it back. After all, there are countless devil fruits. Who can guarantee that there is no devil fruit with any ability? Don't even think about it, it will never end like this. Tiger struggled to stand up again and said firmly. Boss Tiger is right. Jinbei also struggled to stand up and said weakly. What a tenacious perseverance. Zuokong grinned and praised cruelly. At this moment, all the fishmen were already showing despair. They couldn't imagine what would happen if Tiger and Jinbei fell. In fact, they already knew the result. Mermaid Island was finished. Advertisement. Although Tiger and Jinbei could still barely stand, they had reached their limit, while Zuokong was unscathed. In fact, it was not as everyone thought. Zuokong was indeed not injured, but in fact, the consumption of his physical strength was not small. After all, none of Zuokong's moves were simple and did not use physical strength, especially the Beast Paradise just now. Then let's do it again, Zuokong said lightly, 500 million volts, the holy beast of thunder. Accompanied by the cold voice, Zuokong's face became even colder. He was tired of playing this game. The terrifying lightning in his palm surged crazily, and the four beasts gathered in his palm, making waves of vibrations. I'm tired of playing, go to hell. The madness and cruelty had disappeared, Zuokong said coldly at this moment. Boom. The thunder dragon rushed out of Zuokong's palm in an instant, and rushed towards the two people with a roar. Zuokong really wanted to torture Tiger, but the terrifying tenacity made Zuokong feel bored. This was the last 5.4 moves and a little reward from Zuokong. If Tiger died, he could die peacefully, and Zuokong would not destroy Mermaid Island. He would leave after getting what he wanted. If Tiger didn't die, then I'm sorry, this cruel game will continue. What will be the final result? Zuokong himself didn't know. I will never admit defeat, Tiger roared wildly. Fishman Karate Secret Whale Tile Punch. The strength of the whole body gathered on the arms of the two people. The two people soared into the sky in an instant, and met Zuokong's attack from bottom to top. The horrible impact sounded throughout the Mermaid Island, and Neptune and Odahime, who had already headed here, showed a look of sadness in their eyes. 159. The destruction of half a fish island, 7/10, please subscribe. A deep pit was dug out on the ground, so deep that it made people wonder if it had penetrated the Fishman Island. Is it over? Zuokong narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Pa. Slowly falling from the air, Zuokong glanced at the figures in the smoke, his eyes full of indifference. In the heartnet, the two people had lost all their breath, which meant that they were dead and could not die anymore. Turning around, Zuokong looked at the remaining fishmen, and his blood-red eyes swept over them. In an instant, all the fishmen fell to the ground. It was not that they were timid, but that Zuokong was too terrifying. Each of them felt that their thighs were shaking. Even if they wanted to stand up and fight with Zuokong in their hearts, their bodies could no longer hold on. It's really boring. The weak will always be the weak. Weakness is the original sin. Die. Zuokong opened his arms to them, the scarlet light in his eyes became more vigorous, and he said coldly and ruthlessly. Give it to me. Give it to me. Stop it. A weak voice suddenly came from the deep pit, saying very firmly. Zuokong was silent, but the scarlet in his eyes slowly faded, and the endless indifference disappeared, replaced by a strong interest. If someone who knew Zuokong well, such as Monet, was already praying for the Mermaid Island. 10,000 Thunder's God's sanction. He remained silent, but Zuokong looked at Tiger with interest. To be precise, it was Tiger's system problem. And Tiger is complaining at this time. If he dies, Mermaid Island may be damaged, but it will never perish. But at this moment, who can know what this madman will do to avenge himself? Advertisement: Tiger is absolutely worthy of being the leader of the fishmen. He has 10 times more strength than ordinary fishmen, 10 times more recovery ability than ordinary fishmen, and 10 times more vitality than ordinary fishmen. These factors are the most important elements that make Tiger the strongest among the fishmen. I couldn't ask for more. Tiger once again took a fighting stance and said with difficulty. Zuo Kong himself did not hate the world government, because there was no need for him to be an enemy since he was a pirate and they were righteous. But Tiger attacked him in his predicament, and Doflamingo wanted to train him as a puppet, which made Zuo Kong the most angry. It is undeniable that Monet has been following Zuo Kong for a long time, and he has also learned bad things. Especially after experiencing Hancock and Robin, Monet has been an accomplice, so you have no psychological concerns at all. It should be good to catch those mermaids and play with them casually. Along with Zuo Kong's wild laughter, the thunderclouds that had dissipated in the sky reappeared, and the thunder rolled back in the air. Zuo Kong's eyes were full of cold and ruthless murderous intent, flashing with a chilling cold light. 0415123325 Filu 180,223,041. Zuo Kong applauded and said admiringly, Tiger, I cannot deny that you are right. If we are speaking from the same perspective, I admire you. Unfortunately, you and I are enemies. I have no concept of good and evil. Since you are an enemy, don't blame me for being rude. Don't. Tiger roared madly. Yes, brother Tiger. The fishmen who were originally desperate immediately stood up and said encouragingly. I'm sorry. I can't just die like this. The fate of the fishmen is decided by us, not by you humans. Tiger knelt on one knee on the ground and said firmly. I will never admit defeat. Tiger said firmly. Tiger, do you know, if you died in that attack just now, this mermaid island could survive, but now it is uncertain whether the mermaid island can survive. Zuo Kong's mouth corners slightly raised, although no one saw the person, but he could already be sure who was speaking, and said cruelly. God bless, my master must not play too much, I still want to catch some mermaids to enjoy every day. Monet prayed silently in his heart. Isn't it good to die peacefully? Zuo Kong asked cruelly. A red figure suddenly jumped out of the deep pit, and just after coming out, Tiger fell to the ground, his whole body twitching violently, and even if you look closely, you can find that Tiger's heart can be seen. Advertisement, don't you want to experience what despair is? Tiger, I will let you see despair today. Zuo Kong opened his arms and said coldly. If that blow landed, half of the mermaid island would really be gone. In this era of great pirates, if you want to become stronger, you have to pay more than others, much more, extremely much, to become stronger, otherwise it is absolutely impossible. Tiger, you should feel sad. If you die, I was going to let the mermaid island go. Now I have changed my mind. Ha ha ha. Zuo Kong opened his hands and laughed crazily. Iglulb. All the thunder between heaven and earth suddenly resounded on Zuo Kong's body. Zuo Kong pointed one hand to the east and smiled cruelly. Destroy it. Te. However, compared to Tiger, Jinbei's injury is much better. Tiger roared. You bastards, boss, I'm not dead yet. Where's the doctor? Take Jinbei to treat me, quickly. Tiger, do you know? First, never hate Marine. Do not hate the world government. They want op fruit, so I think it is normal for them to be my enemy. Just kill the enemy, but what I hate most is the people who plot against me. You and Doflamingo, I will make you feel the real despair, forever despair. Zuo Kong's face became more and more furious as he spoke, and he roared angrily. But no matter how you look at that face, it is desperate. Tiger knows that even in his heyday, he is definitely not Zuo Kong's opponent. There is no such thing as a breakthrough after the blessing of the heart in the world of pirates. Listening to Monet's smirk, Robin couldn't help but shudder and walked away a little bit with Sugar in his arms. In their hearts, Tiger is their greatest support. As long as Tiger is not dead, then they will never reach the level of despair. 160. Odahime's plea, 8/10, please subscribe. Shirley suddenly rushed out of the mermaid cafe and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the eyes of Tiger's anger and Shirley's despair, half of the mermaid island was destroyed and turned into ruins in an instant. All the buildings and people were shattered, and even the ground began to crack inch by inch and exploded. No, Shirley fell to the ground in horror and said sadly. At this moment, Zuo Kong leaned against himself and looked into the distance. Looking at the desperate scenery, Shirley understood that this was the first history. It turned out that history had been applied without knowing it. Then, even Shirley, who was a queen, felt fear and said nervously. Mermaid? Zuo Kong turned his head slightly and saw Shirley's figure at the first glance, and said interestingly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing Vanderdecken IX. Because he is not recognized by the system, he will not receive exchange points. Devour his Paramecia devil fruit, target fruit. Zuo Kong was still looking at the sister of the evil dragon, the mature mermaid, with interest, but was suddenly confused by the system's prompt. Who knows how he killed Vanderdecken IX, the biggest threat to Princess Shirahoshi in the original book. When attacking, Zuo Kong deliberately chose the east where there were the fewest buildings instead of the location of the Fishman Street in the Royal Palace, just to let Tiger experience despair step by step. As a result, he backfired and killed a guy he hated. It's better to kill the guy who has ideas about his own Princess Shirahoshi. Zuo Kong nodded, thinking secretly in his heart. Zuo Kong, who had completely turned into a shameless person, treated Shirahoshi as his own. No. Seeing Zuo Kong's eyes on her, Shirley suddenly shouted in horror, "Room." Shirley, who wanted to escape, suddenly found herself in front of Zuo Kong. With one hand pinching Shirley's neck, Zuo Kong looked at her, who looked very similar to humans except for her tail, and smiled with interest. Mermaids are so beautiful. Maybe it would be very comfortable to play with them, Zuo Kong said with an interesting smile. Don't. Shirley couldn't help but think of the scene in the prophecy again, and couldn't help but said in horror. Shirley, right? You know, your brother has always said that I am a low-level human. If he knew that his sister was played with by a low-level human like me, would he be angry to death again in hell? Zuo Kong said with an evil and cruel smile. Advertisement. Shirley found that her body was floating up uncontrollably, and a cloud cross had emerged behind her. Her hands, throat, waist, and chest were all tied to the cross. It was exactly the same as the scene in her prophecy except for her legs at this moment. Shirley was even more frightened. Women still valued their innocence very much. Search. Zuo Kong waved his hand and put Shirley not far away. Anyway, she couldn't run away. He turned his head and continued to look at the angry tiger, and said cruelly, "How does Tiger feel? Watching something you value destroyed in front of you? Don't worry, this game is not over yet. I will let you experience new despair. Respected Zuo Kong, please let Mermaid Island go." At this time, a woman's voice suddenly came out, full of pleading. Zuo Kong and Tiger looked over at the same time. Neptune's tall figure had finally arrived with EG. The two looked at Zuo Kong nervously. EG was even more anxious to beg Zuo Kong. "Let go of Mermaid Island. Sorry, what I want to do is to make Tiger feel desperate." Zuo Kong completely ignored Odahime's thoughts and said lightly. Although he likes beautiful women, it's a pity that Zuo Kong is really not interested in Odahime. More importantly, although Zuo Kong is not a germaphobe, he is really not interested in such a woman who has been played by others. Lord Zuo Kong, you should know that Mermaid Island is a member of the world government and an important channel to enter the New World. Do you want to be an enemy of the world government and the pirates of the New World? Neptune also spoke at this time. It seems that he is persuading Zuo Kong, but in fact he is friending Zuo Kong, telling Zuo Kong that if you destroy Mermaid Island, you will be at odds with the whole world. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Zuo Kong laughed wildly. Being the enemy of the world? Do you think I'm afraid? Advertisement. I killed 4 admiral-level figures in the world government Marine, Army, and Air Force, and Whitebeard and Kaido are already my enemies. Do you think I'm afraid? Zuo Kong opened his hands and said madly. Fear. At this moment, whether it was Tiger or Odahime, all the fishmen in Neptune could only feel fear. What kind of lunatic is this guy? He actually provoked the 2 most powerful forces in the world government and the 4 emperors, and it was not a simple provocation. Of course, they obviously didn't notice the strength of the world government, nor did they notice that Zuo Kong didn't deliberately provoke the 4 emperors. God's punishment. Neptune fell to the ground with a bang. Although Nord was not dead yet, he was definitely not far from death. Zuo Kong said cruelly, "What I hate most is others threatening me. Do you really think the pirates of Mermaid Island left naturally? They left just because they came." Your Majesty. Odahime hurried to Neptune's side and said nervously. Neptune's whole body was stiff. Although there were bursts of meat fragrance, he was indeed not dead. As the king of Mermaid Island, his strength was not very good, but his physique was still very good, but it could be seen from the huge reminder. Okay, this game should be over. Zuo Kong looked at the people present and suddenly said lightly. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Odahime suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. Lord Zuo Kong, please, I beg you to let Mermaid Island go. 161. Killing and destroying the heart, 9/10. Please subscribe. Lady EG. Tiger's eyes widened and he shouted angrily. Shut up. EG shouted even more angrily. At this moment, all the mermaids and fishmen were stunned. In their impression, EG has always been a gentle woman, but this woman actually made such a crazy roar at this moment. For the future of Mermaid Island, EG had no choice but to do this. Damn. It's all me. Tiger's knees softened and he fell to the ground, supporting himself on the ground with his hands, tears in his eyes, and he shouted in grief. It's all his own fault. If he could be stronger, if he could be more powerful, then everything would be fine, but at this moment, everything is in the past tense. The survival of Mermaid Island is not in his own hands but in Zuo Kong's hands. Lady EG. All the fishmen showed an angry look in their eyes and shouted wildly. If Tiger laid the foundation for their personality, then EG was their soul. At this moment, whether they were weak or strong, all the fishmen stood up firmly and glared at Zuo Kong. Even the 280s were ready to fight. Stop, EG said firmly without raising her head, tears dripping onto the ground. At this moment, the whole of Fishman Island was filled with the breath of despair, making everyone feel the breath of despair, and Chuan couldn't help but close his eyes slightly. Are you not used to such a scene? Monet asked very naturally and calmly. Advertisement. Since you have chosen Zuo Kong as your master, you must be prepared to give everything, even your conscience, which has long been rendered black. And the most important thing is that although Zuo Kong is a bad person, even a cruel person, he is definitely a person who protects his shortcomings. Just because of a word from the guard, Zuo Kong destroyed Angel Island. Monet knew that it was because of Hancock, but he also believed that if one day he was insulted by someone, Zuo Kong would definitely do the same. It's okay, I'm just a little uncomfortable. Robin shook his head slightly and said softly. If you're not used to it, just close your eyes. My master never forces anyone to do anything. If he likes you, you can live under his protection. He never asks you to pay anything, Monet said gently. This sentence made Robin tremble all over, and he opened his eyes firmly, no longer avoiding what he believed in his heart. He had to face it by himself. Who gave you the feeling that if you kneel here today, I will let Mermaid Island go? Zuo Kong said lightly. Please forgive Tiger's rude behavior. Anything. I am willing to take responsibility, even if it means paying everything. Odahime knelt on the ground without raising her head, but her tone was firm. Really? Zuo Kong asked back, saying interestingly. Odahime did not answer, but that firm look represented everything. Zuo Kong showed an interesting smile, which turned into a rampant laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. The harsh smile seemed to resound in the hearts of every fishman. They were angry but afraid. No one dared to guarantee what this man would do. But no one doubted that Zuo Kong definitely had the power to destroy Mermaid Island. It was not difficult for a strong man to destroy an island. Whitebeard, Garp, Kaido, Shanks and his people all have the ability to destroy the island, and although Zukong can't reach their level, Zukong's Thunder Fruit is the most powerful Logia, and one of the most powerful elements in nature, so the attack power is naturally needless to say. Is this the feeling of despair? Yi thought in her heart. For so many years, she has been committed to coexisting peacefully with humans. Even if she still feels disappointed, she has never felt despair. At this moment, facing Zukong, he feels despair. Yi fully understands why the world government feels a headache for Zukong. This kind of person is simply a madman. I think of it and do it. There is nothing that can restrain him. Why has Mermaid Island not received any damage all this time? The reason is that Mermaid Island is located at the entrance to New World, is an important place, so no pirate dared to attack here, because they were afraid of being enemies with pirates all over the world. But Zuo Kong is a madman. He doesn't care so much. Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. Zuo Kong is such a fearless madman. The key is that he is still a madman with terrifying power. Interesting. It's really interesting. I suddenly changed my mind. Since the famous Princess Odahime has knelt down to beg me, it would not be good if I don't give her any face, Zuo Kong said with a smile. But everyone can hear that Zuo Kong's words are completely false. Just suddenly felt interesting, so he gave up the original idea. But this kind of person is more troublesome because he does whatever he wants. Then the first request is, Zuo Kong dragged out the evil tone. Tig, kneel down. Let me see what it looks like when you kneel down, a guy who never kneeled in front of celestial dragons. Zuo Kong suddenly pointed at Tiger and said playfully. Tiger's arms trembled. Even though he was kneeling on the ground at this moment, it had a completely different meaning. Tiger felt chilled at this moment. This was a real murder and a heartbreaking one. A fishman suddenly turned into a charcoal after a flash of lightning. Zuo Kong said cruelly, don't worry, I have plenty of time. We can play slowly and wait for a while, but I am very impatient. If you don't kneel, a mermaid will die on Mermaid Island every 10 seconds. Oh, I forgot to say, another 10 seconds have passed. Zuo Kong said with a wicked smile, another fishman died. As if to compliment Zuo Kong's statement, thunder rolled in the sky. 162. What will happen to the other half of the fish island? 10 out of 10, please subscribe. Car. Zuo Kong had a cruel smile on his face, and he had no intention of speaking. Even the entire Mermaid Island was in an extremely silent state. There was a countdown made of clouds beside Zuo Kong. Every time the 10 seconds reached 0, one person would die. All the fishmen were terrified, because no matter where they hid, they would definitely die. Despair had begun to spread in the hearts of all the fishmen. Relatively speaking, the mermaids were much better. After all, Zuo Kong had a special idea about mermaids. It would be bad if they were all killed. Tiger glared at Zuo Kong. His whole body was filled with fear. Trembling, his knees were bent, but he never knelt down. Please give me flowers, Zuo Kong applauded and said, it's a good choice. In this case, I'll tell you one thing. In fact, I'm not interested in mermaids, but raising them as pets is not bad. Very boring, of course. Although he felt bored, Zuo Kong would not let the other party go so easily. He just turned his head and set his eyes on Yi. This is the hero of Mermaid Island. This is the fishman who never kneeled down in front of celestial dragons. It's really exciting. Zuo Kong laughed arrogantly. Zuo Kong wanted a dragon palace. He already had a heavenly palace at home, so wouldn't it be more beautiful to have another one on the seabed? So what is your choice? Queen Yi. The fate of the other half of Mermaid Island is in your hands. Destruction and survival depend on you. Zuo Kong put his eyes on Yi and said lightly. Advertisement. Zuo Kong did not force him, nor did he speak, but every time the thunder sounded, Tiger's whole body trembled violently. Tiger listened to the voice full of despair, his knees finally softened, and the whole person knelt on the ground, with tears of humiliation dripping from his eyes. Brother Tiger, accompanied by a fishman's fearful cry. Very good, second, I want 1,000 beautiful female mermaids. Zuo Kong raised his second finger and said lightly. Before Yi could speak, someone else spoke first. Lord Zuo Kong, do you have any other instructions? Yi's heart suddenly changed violently, and she said respectfully. The whole Mermaid Island became quiet again. If Zuo Kong just made them tired, then now it was equivalent to asking them to give their wives away. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. No matter what, Yi must save the Mermaid Island. Mermaid Island was silent again, and all the fishmen came back to their senses from their anger. This guy is a demon, and he will never give himself and others too much hope. Mermaid Island is divided into two species, mermaids and fishmen. Lord Zuokong, please tell me. As long as the Mermaid Island can do it, I will never refuse. Yi clenched her teeth. She knew she had to agree, no matter what, so she immediately said respectfully. Queen Yi is really a smart person. Now that Tiger's matter is resolved, then we should talk about the Mermaid Island. I have a few small conditions. I wonder if the Mermaid Island can satisfy me, Zuokong said calmly. Advertisement, but the evil charm at the corner of his mouth was not hidden at all. All the mermaids and fishmen were trembling all over. They felt as if they were being stared at by the devil. Absolutely impossible, Mermaid Island will never. A fishman immediately jumped out and roared madly. Different from the large number of fishmen, don't look at Zuokong who killed 100,000 directly. There are at least 100,000 fishmen left, and there are even more scattered outside. However, the mermaids, men and women, can be dead at most. Now Zuokong can open his mouth and you want 1,000 directly, and they must be beautiful. Are you trying to kill us? No problem. Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said without hesitation. The dark clouds in the sky had begun to surge with lightning again. After a long time, perhaps Zuokong had laughed enough, and suddenly the corner of his mouth curled up and continued to laugh cruelly. Very good, now you should continue the next action. I. Tiger's arms supported his body tightly, roaring in a low voice, Tiger. Yi looked at Tiao with hope and despair and said softly. Tiger's body stiffened again. Yi can be said to be the sole symbol of everyone on Mermaid Island, even Tiger is no exception. He finally couldn't help it. His self-esteem was finally abandoned in front of the life of Mermaid Island. He knelt on the ground respectfully, and rubbed his head against the ground. You did a good job. If the countdown ends in 10 seconds, my patience will end. The clouds beside Zuokong slowly disappeared, but the man said coldly, Please, evil. Devil Lord, please let Mermaid Island go. Time became extremely silent, and Tiger shouted frantically. The whole Mermaid Island was echoing with Tiger's roar. Facing the world government, facing Celestial, the man who never lost his pride even in dragons finally knelt down in front of his enemy, the devil, for his hometown. For a person who is strong and healthy, and the Mermaid Island has all kinds of treasures and wealth, there is naturally no problem at all. A luxurious dragon palace is not a problem at all. It's just that the last bubble is more troublesome, but it's just a trouble, not a problem at all. Plop, first, I want a dragon palace. Zuokong raised a finger and said interestingly. Thunder interrupted his nonsense, and he turned into dust. Zuokong sat cross-legged on the cloud with his chin dragged, and said coldly, Remember that you have no right to resist. Either you personally dedicate the 1,000 mermaids I want to me, or let me destroy Mermaid Island and catch 1,000 mermaids myself. I agree. Yi felt that her tears had already flowed out uncontrollably when she said this, but she still said it firmly. Listening to Tiger's angry pleading and looking at the figure kneeling on the ground, Zuokong suddenly felt very boring. 163. Tiger surrender, 1/10, please subscribe. For the first time, Yi, a kind person, felt happy and angry. She was happy that Zuokong would not do anything out of line with the mermaids, but she was angry that Zuokong actually treated the nobles of Mermaid Island as such. Lord Zuokong, I know, but no matter what the result was, she had no right to object, so Yi had to lower her head and continue. Zeet. Why, you actually abandoned us? There were naturally mermaids present who heard Yi's choice and tears flowed in their eyes. The person they trusted the most ended up abandoning them. Even though they knew it was for the future of Mermaid Island, they still couldn't help crying and complaining. Shut up. Zuokong, 610, turned his head and swept all the mermaids, scolding them coldly. As if responding to Zuokong's words, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the air, and the harsh roar made all the mermaids shut their mouths and dared not say anything more. There are two more conditions. If Queen Odahime agrees to both of them, then Mermaid Island will be safe and sound. Zuokong raised two fingers again and made a promise. Please speak. Odahime lowered her head, her delicate body full of firmness, and said firmly. No matter what the last two conditions are, I must agree to them, even if it means becoming the biggest sinner of Mermaid Island. I cannot become the biggest sinner in the history of Mermaid Island. The first condition is that your daughter Shirahoshi will belong to me from today. Zuokong narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone suddenly became deep, making it difficult for people to hear the real meaning, and said indifferently. The same silence appeared on Mermaid Island again, and Odahime's tears finally fell to the ground uncontrollably again. Tiger's fists were clenched tightly, but he could do nothing but watch Zuokong domineering. At this moment, Tiger could only blame himself for not dying and why he didn't have stronger power. The heart beat violently, not only Tiger's but also all the fishmen's hearts beat violently. Advertisement. It's very simple, I want you to go to the Red Line with me, to the Holy Land Marijoy, to release all the slaves and your compatriots, Zuokong said cruelly. They all thought of the possibility of success, but after a little excitement, Tiger felt despair, absolute despair. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. Pa unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Very good, Queen Yi. You made a very satisfactory choice, so the next last condition has nothing to do with you. Zuo Kong looked at Yi with satisfaction, turned his head and looked at Tiger and said. Yi wanted to cry, but she couldn't. She lay on the ground and twitched gently. People around wanted to help Yi up, but no one dared to move because of Zuo Kong's fear. I agree. Tiger finally succumbed to Zuo Kong's feet again, saying with tears. You can also disagree. Zuo Kong opened his hands and said as if jokingly. This question is really strange. Very good. In this case, I will give you this opportunity. Zuo Kong continued. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. Pa unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. 67. There was nothing wrong with this plan, but this was before Tiger accepted the title of Shichibukai. Now Tiger has become Shichibukai and he was once a slave of celestial dragons, which made celestial dragons hate him. Zuo Kong really wants to study Tiger. How did this fishman's physical fitness grow? He suffered such a strong injury from himself. Just now, even his heart leaped out, but now he has recovered a lot. How could he die of blood loss in the future? Brother Tiger. Everyone shouted at the same time. But suddenly, thunder surged, his face was cold, and he said coldly, you should know the result of that. Mermaid Island is just a thought away. Zuo Kong is forcing Tiger to never return to his hometown and endure the pursuit of the world government forever. Advertisement Pinchong Tiger instinctively felt a little bad, but he still said firmly. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was confused. What was going on? His pride had been broken, and Tiger didn't want to think so much now. What he had to do was to firmly stick to Yiji's last effort, otherwise what was the use of Yiji's efforts? If Tiger really did such a thing at this moment, he would be an enemy of the whole world and the entire world government. He would never be able to return to his hometown again. Even if he did it once, he would bring trouble to his hometown and cause inestimable damage to his hometown. As long as I can do it, I will never be vague even if it costs my life. Tiger looked directly at Zuo Kong and said firmly. Of course. Tiger's voice has recovered and he said firmly. What do you want to do? Although Tiger was confused, he firmly believed that Zuo Kong would not do good things and asked very solemnly. The moment this sentence came out of her mouth, Yi felt dizzy and fell to the ground. She felt as if her brain no longer belonged to her. Something important in her heart had been away from her little by little. The severe heartache made it difficult for her to breathe. Tiger was confused, Odahime was confused, Shirley who was good at prediction was also confused, even Monet and Robin were extremely confused, not to mention the other fishmen and mermaids. I agree, Yi said hoarsely. Tiger turned his head and looked at everyone, tears dripping from his eyes, and he couldn't help shouting in grief. Do you agree? There was no answer for a long time, and Zuo Kong's patience was almost exhausted, and he asked with murderous intent. Plop. Zuo Kong looked at Tiger and suddenly laughed like a devil. His voice was full of devilish temptation. He said, Tiger, do you want to save your compatriots? Those compatriots who are suffering in the holy land of Marijoy? I hope you will do what you say. Zuo Kong smiled cruelly. You are so cruel. Tiger gritted his teeth and looked at Zuo Kong, saying angrily, 5.0164. Cute and adorable Shirahoshi, 2/10, please subscribe. Robin, have you finished reading? So boring. Zuo Kong was lying on the cloud, breathing heavily, and looked like he was half dead. Monet followed Zuo Kong and sat on the cloud. Little Sugar was very cute and fell asleep on the cloud. As for Robin, he was excited to look at the historical text on the ground. The only thing left was Shirley who was tied up and hung on the side. How could it be? How could it be? Little Shirahoshi, don't cry. Mommy will never give up little Shirahoshi. Odahime gently stroked little Shirahoshi's head, still speaking gently. Mom? Mom? What's wrong? Little Shirahoshi looked at Odahime who was motionless strangely and said strangely. EOIDID. What are you doing? The historical text is an extremely precious treasure. Okay. As a pirate, if you don't take it away after seeing it, is it my character? Shen Kong said proudly, I am a pirate. As Robin was speechless, the clouds in the left sky turned around and rushed towards the location of the mermaid island. It was time to receive his mermaid and the Sea King Shirahoshi. He was completely excited to look at the stone tablet of the historical text. Although it was not the same as the real historical text, Robin was very excited every time he saw the historical text. Monet smiled softly with his mouth covered, and said gently without being annoyed, my master's temper is actually quite good, and he never gets angry with his family. Zuo Kong breathed again and finally fell asleep. It's almost done, Robin said impatiently. Yeah. Shirahoshi wants to play with humans. The cute little Shirahoshi said in a baby voice. Advertisement. As he said that, Zuo Kong took the historical text directly into his body. This instantaneous change made Shirley stunned, and Robin was also stunned. Mr. Pervert, it's over. Robin turned his head, jumped up and landed on the cloud, and said softly. Nothing, Mom just thought of something. Odahime shook her head, suppressed the thoughts in her mind, and said gently to comfort her. Monet shook his head helplessly at Zuo Kong's appearance, turned his head and smiled softly at Shirley. You seem shocked. Odahime didn't know whether what she did was right or wrong, but she just hoped that what she did was right. Mr. Pervert, what are you doing? Robin asked curiously. Shirahoshi, don't you always want to play with humans? Odahime was dragged by little Shirahoshi in her palm, gently stroking little Shirahoshi's cheek and said. I just want to let little Shirahoshi go out to play. Mom will wait for you at home. When little Shirahoshi has had enough fun, he can come back. Little Shirahoshi smiled cutely and said firmly, "Yes, yes, Mom, little Shirahoshi will definitely come back after having enough fun." Odahime was bitter. She knew in her heart that little Shirahoshi would never come back after leaving this time. This was the fate of little Shirahoshi and the fate of Mermaid Island. Maybe it was caused by Tiger, but Odahime had already made up her mind to be a sinner. Helplessly, Odahime knew that she was a sinner. No matter what, she abandoned thousands of beautiful mermaids and her own daughter. Maybe she would become a hero in history, but she would definitely become a sinner of the times. Little Shirahoshi, maybe it's better to follow humans so that you can see human society instead of staying in this corrupt seabed that only knows revenge. Odahime gently stroked the face of little Shirahoshi, but her mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. Of course, my master is only good-tempered at home, but he is completely irritable and bad-tempered to the outside world. Monet shrugged again and said in Shiarli's horrified eyes. Normally, the size of male mermaids is very large, and the size of female mermaids is almost the same as that of normal women, but only little Shirahoshi is an outlier. Of course, Odahime knows that when little Shirahoshi really becomes an adult, he can control his size. At this moment, Zuo Kong, who was outside the palace, couldn't help but smile when he heard what little Shirahoshi said. This is really a silly and cute creature. Oba. Advertisement, is his temper considered good? Shiarli's mouth twitched, and he secretly slandered in his heart. The young little Shirahoshi didn't know what happened today. Neptune and Odahime protected her very well. Today, little Shirahoshi thought she was just dreaming and didn't know that everything was real. Odahime hurriedly raised her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, forcing herself to show a gentle smile, gently stroked the relatively large body of little Shirahoshi. Shiarli was completely dazed, nodded instinctively, and blurted out what he thought in his heart. Is this man 25 really the demon who almost destroyed Mermaid Island just now? Why does he feel like a good family man? Mom, what's wrong with you? Little Shirahoshi was originally timid, and Odahime burst into tears immediately after being frightened by this, and asked while crying. Stretching, Zuo Kong jumped up and sat up, saying helplessly, finally it's over. Duh. Okay. Little Shirahoshi, Mom found a human friend for you. You can always go out and play with him in the future. You don't have to come back, understand? Odahime couldn't help but burst into tears again, but she firmly stopped the tears and said very gently. After blurting out, Shiarli finally reacted. His face was embarrassed and pale. The only thing he should be thankful for was that Zuo Kong fell asleep. Otherwise, God knows what kind of humiliation he would have endured. Little Shirahoshi didn't think much, but said excitedly, Mom, when will the human friends you mentioned appear? I really want to play with them. Og. Mom? Don't you want Shirahoshi? Little Shirahoshi couldn't help crying immediately, and said sadly. Shirahoshi. Odahime hugged the young Shirahoshi tightly, tears dripping from her eyes involuntarily, and she cried. 165. You will die, 3/10, please subscribe, room. With a flick of his hand, Zuo Kong and his companions disappeared in an instant, and when they reappeared, they were already in the room of little Shirahoshi. Hey, Odahime, how's it going? Zuo Kong waved at Odahime and said with a smile. But the next moment Zuo Kong's face changed, and little Shirahoshi actually pounced on him directly. His huge body directly threw Zuo Kong on his bed, and then rubbed Zuo Kong and said excitedly, It's really a human. Mom really didn't lie to Shirahoshi. Can I be friends with humans? Oh my god. Zuo Kong Shinchunin couldn't help cursing and thinking. Although he already knew how cute little Shirahoshi was, Zuo Kong really couldn't imagine that little Shirahoshi could be so cute. Don't you think that if an ordinary person with your physique was pressed to the ground by you, he would be crushed to death directly? Fortunately, you are not an ordinary person. More importantly, your bed is seawater. Okay. Fortunately, Laozi is not afraid of seawater, otherwise he would have been killed now. Shirahoshi, get up quickly, you will make Zuo Kong very troubled. Odahime was also frightened and said hurriedly. Are you calling Zuo Kong Lord? Little Shirahoshi sat up hurriedly, dragged Zuo Kong in his hands, and asked cutely. Robin and Monet, who were watching the fun on the side, looked at Zuo Kong's helpless expression and couldn't help laughing. What a cute child, Robin said in admiration. Well, I just didn't expect that the child born by Odahime, a smart woman, would be so cute, like a little fool. Monet couldn't help laughing. Advertisement. When he heard this, little Shirahoshi immediately didn't want to, puffed up his little face, stared at Monet and Robin very angrily, then snorted, turned his head, and rubbed Zuo Kong on his palm again. They're bad guys, but little Shirahoshi is not stupid, right? Right, Master Zuo Kong? Little Shirahoshi was very angry but still looked at Zuo Kong nervously, and said carefully. Of course, little Shirahoshi is not stupid. Zuo Kong floated up, rubbed little Shirahoshi's head, and said gently. I knew it, little Shirahoshi said happily immediately. Odahime breathed a sigh of relief. She had a very powerful observation haki compared to ordinary people. Although the observation haki could not hear the sounds of all things, it was also very powerful. She could feel that Zuo Kong's love for ordinary people was indeed real. Even if he was forced, it would be good as long as Shirahoshi was not wrong. Odahime wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and murmured happily in her heart. Now she is not the queen of Mermaid Island, but just a mother who is worried about her daughter. Of course, the happiness of her own children is the most important thing. Master Zuo Kong, please don't leave. Shirahoshi is sleepy and wants to sleep. Little Shirahoshi suddenly became sleepy, holding Zuo Kong nervously and not letting go, saying cutely. No problem, you have a good rest. Zukong nodded and said. Little Shirahoshi immediately lay down on the bed obediently, put Zukong on himself, and soon fell asleep. The mermaid's infancy itself requires extremely large energy to restore its body, especially for little Shirahoshi. Master Zukong really can't imagine that a cruel person like you can have such a gentle side. Yiji didn't care, but said directly. Yiji felt that Zukong was sometimes not a person who cared about what others said. Well, then what do you think I should do? Be an enemy of the whole world, kill whoever I see, forget it, how boring it is. There is no one at home, and it's hard to have a meal at night. Zukong waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Ijigig. Odahime couldn't help laughing. At this moment, the two people were not talking as the queen and the devil, but as Odahime and Zukong. Advertisement Zukong didn't care about Odahime's smile. He just sat cross-legged on little Shirahoshi and said lightly. Do you know that your daughter is the Sea Emperor Poseidon? 1. Instantly, the room became silent. Monet and Robin knew what was going on. Little Sugar was still resting, but Shirley, who was hanging there, showed a look of horror. She obviously knew what Poseidon was. I know. Odahime looked at Zukong's very indifferent eyes, nodded for a long time and said. Sure enough, I knew that you must know the identity of little Shirahoshi, Zukong said as expected. Zukong had almost guessed that the moment when little Shirahoshi showed himself in front of the public was definitely not the first time. It is very likely that he had awakened this ability when he was very young, but Yiji had been hiding it. She knew what the result would be if outsiders knew about little Shirahoshi's ability. And at this moment, handing little Shirahoshi over to Zukong might be a very good choice. Yiji spoke again. Then Lord Zukong, is it because of little Shirahoshi's identity as the Sea King? I did think so originally, but I found that little Shirahoshi is really cute, Zukong said with a smile. Yiji really couldn't believe that this man with a simple smile at this moment would be good, a cruel man who made people feel absolutely desperate. Zukong didn't care about Yiji's opinion. He was such a person. If you don't provoke me, you are good to me and everyone is good. If you provoke me, wash your head and wait for me to chop it off for you. But, Zukong suddenly looked at Yiji and said strangely. What's wrong? Yiji also asked strangely. Your life is not long, you did something like this today. I have seen the shadow of hatred in the hearts of many fishmen. I am afraid that you and your husband will soon be betrayed by fishmen. Mermaids don't have the strength to fight against fishmen, Zukong said shockingly. Monet, Robin, Shirley, the three women, were all frozen in place at the same time. And Yiji smiled bitterly. With her observation hockey, how could she not have discovered it? 166. Celestial Dragons in Trouble, 4/10, please subscribe. Saint Muscarad left the Holy Land without permission, said the long-haired old man with a slight frown. The blonde old man nodded and said, he left the Holy Land without permission half a month ago. Why? Asked the bald old man. He was going to Mermaid Island to capture some new fishman slaves, said the curly-haired old man lightly. This idiot. The 5 elders cursed in their hearts at the same time. The 5 elders felt helpless. Saint Muscarad must be in the sea now. Even the 5 elders could not find a ship in the sea. Only those who have personally experienced the power of nature will understand the horror of nature. Of course, if Saint Muscarad went there normally, they would not care at all. After all, the people of Mermaid Island did not dare to do anything. But the problem is, where is the madman on Mermaid Island now? Saint Muscarad has died in a shipwreck. The old man holding the sword spoke for the first time since beginning to end. Reconsideration, reconsideration, reconsideration. Reconsideration. All the 5 elders nodded in agreement. Now the world government really has no time to care about these celestial dragons, since Zukong killed Aokiji and caused the entire sea to fall into chaos. In the past 2 months, the world government has been busy from top to bottom and can't even make ends meet. The Air Force, Marine, and Army have all been sent out, and even the CP organization has not stayed behind. Advertisement even so, there is still a lack of manpower, and there is no way. Not only the pirates and the Revolutionary Army are a headache, but even the bandits and robbers have also emerged. Although they are all weak, they are indeed a headache. So let this celestial dragon die. Anyway, there are many descendants of celestial dragons over the years, and one more is not too much, one less. Saint Muscarad, it's bad, we are attacked by a group of sea kings. The bodyguard in black clothes in the sea shouted nervously. You lowly low-level humans, you must protect me completely, otherwise you will all die. Even in the face of deadly danger, Muscarad Saint still maintained his arrogant and domineering nature and roared. Yes, Lord Muscarad Saint, all the bodyguards said hurriedly. They dared not disobey the orders of this bug like celestial dragons. If they died at that time, it would be a small matter. What if they implicated their families? The furious sea kings didn't care who you were, and angrily crashed into the ship. Ah, lowly beast, you kill him for me. Muscarad Saint shook for a while, and the 2 beauties in his arms fell out, and he immediately roared and cursed. Yes, Lord. The bodyguards said hurriedly. Being able to be a celestial dragon's bodyguard is naturally not too weak. This bodyguard is a rare master of physical skills in the marine. He rushed out of the ship wrapped in bubbles. With a terrifying attack, he easily solved the sea kings in an instant, and blood filled the sea. Very good, lowly human, this time I will reward you when I go back. Muscarad Saint was very satisfied with the bodyguard's actions and said very satisfied. But the person who really drove the ship on the ship immediately stiffened his face, and the whole person had silently prepared for death, and was about to arrive at Mermaid Island. But you have to know that Mermaid Island is actually located in the deep sea 10,000 meters below the deep sea. It goes without saying how terrifying the Sea Kings here are. What's more important is that the Sea Masters here are all super long, CFCE, Super Sea Kings. DA. As expected, the blood attracted all the Sea Kings, and they rushed out of the darkness crazily, roaring and roaring wantonly, roaring at the ship. Advertisement. No, no, don't come over here, Muscarad Saint said in a panic. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sea Kings didn't care if you were celestial dragons or anything else. Laozi was the boss in the sea. Muscarad Saint's ship was easily destroyed by Sea Kings. In the end, he also passed out. The entire pirate ship staggered towards the location of Mermaid Island. A huge impact sounded on Mermaid Island. The fishmen who were repairing the ruins of Fishman Street raised their heads strangely and said strangely, "What happened?" Everyone shook their heads in confusion, indicating that they had no idea what was going on. What happened? Jinbei, who was wrapped in bandages, walked out and asked strangely. After nearly a month of recuperation, Jinbei's injuries were finally almost recovered, and the most important thing was that after this life and death battle, Jinbei's strength was greatly improved. Now he is responsible for supervising the reconstruction of Fishman Street. As for Tiger, since he agreed to Zuo Kong, he has escaped to other places to practice. Although Zuo Kong set him up in a situation where he must die, he wants to survive as long as there is a 1% chance, he must survive. So he started to practice hard for 2 months, and Zuo Kong agreed. The selection of mermaids takes some time, and the construction of Dragon Palace takes at least 2 months even at the super high speed of fishmen. It happened that Zuo Kong has been cultivating feelings with little Shirahoshi in the palace during this period. Little Shirahoshi, who didn't know the truth of the matter, Shirahoshi had been fooled by Zukong for the past 2 months and had turned Zukong into a good person. As for Shirley, the mermaid, although she wanted to tell the truth, she gave up in the end after seeing Zukong's evil smile. In short, the Mermaid Island was very harmonious in the past 2 months, harmonious to the point of being a little weird. Come on, you two, let's go and take a look, Jinbei said solemnly after hearing the explanation of his brothers. He was not sure what happened, but it was always better to be careful. But when Jinbei walked to the place where the ship crashed, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because this was actually a celestial dragon's. 167. Rampant? Tyrannical, 5/10, please subscribe. The fishmen couldn't help but show ferocious eyes. If you ask who the fishmen hate the most, it's definitely not Zuokong, who almost destroyed Mermaid Island, but celestial dragons, who don't treat them as human beings at all. What should we do, brother Jinbei? The 2 fishmen asked nervously, although they were angry. This is celestial dragons. If they can't handle it well, it will be Admiral's problem. It's troublesome. You two go and inform Brother Tiger and Lady Yi respectively, Jinbei said with a frown. But when Jinbei mentioned the 2 people, Yi, the faces of the people present suddenly became stiff, and they sighed silently for a long time. Even Ping's eyes showed a complicated look. Lady Yi, how do you want Mermaid Island to look at you in the future? Looking at the 2 fishmen going away, Jinbei whispered. Jinbei is a reasonable person. He knows that the Mermaid Island has reached a desperate situation at that time. Odahime's behavior is understandable. From a historical perspective, Odahime is a great benefactor of the Mermaid Island, but from the perspective of the times, Odahime is the great sinner of the Mermaid Island. Whether it is building the Dragon Palace or handing Shirahoshi to Zukong, in fact, these have nothing to do with ordinary fishmen, and they don't care. But handing 1,000 mermaids to Zukong is not something that the fishmen can bear. Everyone loves beauty, and the fishmen also hope to have a beautiful encounter with mermaids. What, there are celestial dragons in trouble here? Odahime stood up from the throne in astonishment and couldn't help but said loudly. Mom, what happened? Little Shirahoshi floated out cutely and asked curiously. Looking at Yi, who was busy walking away, Zuo Kong said lightly, your hatred is too low end. Do you think I can't see it when you lower your head? Just after waking up, he found that he was seriously injured, and his whole body was in severe pain. Celestial dragons, who had been the pride of heaven since childhood, had never suffered such a crime, and immediately cursed angrily. Let's go. Yi was ready and said hurriedly, isn't this looking for trouble? You know, Zukong's previous record is not just killing 1 celestial dragon. I believe that Shenkong will definitely not mind killing 10 Kailong people again. Advertisement, hey, didn't you lowly fishmen hear what I said? Seeing that these fishmen dared to ignore him, Muscarad Saint immediately continued to curse. Is it true, Master Yi? The fishman immediately said nervously. As a child, he naturally asked curiously when he heard it for the first time. Lord Zuokong, does he have a grudge against you? Although little Shirahoshi was simple, he could still understand some words and immediately asked curiously. Even if you are a celestial dragon, can you grow some brains? You're like this, and you are still so arrogant, do you think you are not dying fast enough? Again, the celestial dragons, Zukong sneered disdainfully above the head of little Shirahoshi. Little Shirahoshi, who grew up in the deep sea and in the palace, didn't particularly understand what celestial dragons represented, and had never even heard of them. Jinbei and the others couldn't help but take a step back. Zuokong's brutal and crazy eyes reminded them of the devil that day. You lowly fishmen, why don't you save me quickly? I am a noble celestial dragon. Muscarad Sin roared wildly at the surroundings. 0. I'll go right away, Yi said immediately. Brother Jinbei, let's kill him. Some fishmen could no longer bear it and said angrily. They were not overwhelmed by anger. After all, the person in front of them was a celestial dragon, the noblest person in the world. Zuo Kong's mouth curled up, and the fishman felt sad. It was him who destroyed everything on Mermaid Island, but the princess still relied on this man so much, it was all to blame. He lowered his head deeply, fearing that his hatred would be seen by Zuo Kong, but he did not realize that his hatred was hidden in a deeper fear. What he felt was fear, not hatred. He was afraid of Zuo Kong. Advertisement, search. Of course there is a grudge. He and I have a deep hatred. Little Shirahoshi, if I fight with him, who will you stand on? Zuo Kong suddenly asked with a smile. Although Yi didn't want Shirahoshi to go, she couldn't refuse because of Zuo Kong, so Shirahoshi followed. I know. Little Shirahoshi nodded cutely, although he was still a little confused, but he immediately said firmly. Wait, Brother Tiger and Lady Odahime will be here soon. Jinbei also frowned and said helplessly. During this month, Zuo Kong did nothing, but the training of little Shirahoshi was definitely very good. This child who didn't know anything was deceived by Zuo Kong and was stunned. Whatever Zuo Kong said was what he meant. Zuo Kong was sitting on top of little Shirahoshi's head. As for Monet and Sugar, they were training Shirley, the mermaid, in Zuo Kong's body, while Robin was studying 2 historical texts. More importantly, the fishmen around, whether Jinbei or ordinary fishmen, all looked at celestial dragons coldly. The fishmen are indeed afraid of the celestial dragon's identity, but fear does not mean that I have to stick to your cold butt with a stinky face when you scold me. That is sick. They are just a bunch of scum, a bunch of bores. Little Shirahoshi, remember, if you meet such people in the future, kill them without mercy. Zuo Kong didn't care what kind of dangerous ideas he instilled in little Shirahoshi. Anyway, he said it very hockey. There are celestial dragons stranded on Mermaid Island, Odahime said without thinking. Lord Zukong, who are celestial dragons? Little Shirahoshi asked curiously. Suddenly, accompanied by a flash of lightning, Muscarad Saint screamed miserably. His left arm had been separated from his body at some point. Although fighting is not good, I will stand on the side of Lord Zuo Kong. Little Shirahoshi said firmly immediately. But then her face changed drastically. Odahime felt that this was the most regretful thing she had ever done. Why did she tell Zukong? 168. Torture. Even the soul is spared. 6/10. Please subscribe. H. Zuo Kong lifted Muscarad Saint's neck with one hand and pulled him out of the ruins. With a cruel smile on his face, he asked cruelly. So, the so-called celestial dragons, how long do you think it will take me to kill you now? 1 second, 5 seconds. Kuisk. A shrill scream came from Muscarad Saint's mouth, and he shouted in grief. What are you doing, you lowly human being? Lowly human being. Zuo Kong repeated with a terrifying cold light flashing in his eyes. Yi, Tiger, who had just arrived, and the other 3 who had been here for a long time were all silent this time. Even though they knew what the consequences would be if they killed celestial dragons like this, the 3 of them would never dare to talk nonsense. Just kidding, celestial dragons, May 17th, troubles can be solved later. If you dare to speak now, Zuo Kong will definitely teach you a lesson in minutes. You bastards, do you know that? I hate you who think you are so noble, gods. I prefer to turn you into bastards. Zuo Kong threw Muscarad Saint to the ground and said coldly, fit. A shocking scene happened. This celestial dragons took out a pistol from nowhere and shot at Zuo Kong Howler. Swish. Swish. Lightning surged and the sky and the earth became completely thunderous. Anyone could see that Zuo Kong was angry. Even Shirahoshi covered his big eyes, cutely, as if he was a good baby and I would not look at him. Go to hell, you lowly human. While shooting, Muscarad Saint yelled madly, rude. A flash of lightning passed by, and Zuo Kong stood in front of Muscarad Saint unscathed, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and the cold and ruthless killing intent made everyone feel frightened. His palm was aimed at Muscarad Saint's head in the horrified eyes, and he started. He raised his finger to form a pistol shape, and the lightning was surging slightly on it. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed. Everyone shuddered at the same time, as if they were trapped in the ultimate cold. Although Zuo Kong was laughing at this moment, it was even more terrifying. The screams cut through everyone's ears, and accompanied by Zuo Kong's crazy laughter. They think that this celestial dragons is absolutely stupid. Even if you are arrogant, there must be a limit, okay? This is obviously not a worry of arrogance, but a worry of stupidity. Advertisement. Although little Shirahoshi was curious about what happened, as a good child, he still had to listen to his mother and Lord Zukong. File. It seems that Zukong is still very good at cheating. He fooled the little girl in just 1 month and made her second only to her mother in his heart. Zuo Kong slapped Muscarad Saint's teeth directly, his face remained unchanged, and he still had that gentle smile. The fishman swallowed his saliva at the same time. This guy is really a ruthless person. He doesn't even want to let go of the soul. I'm so sorry, my dear, celestial dragons, I was going to kill you like this, but unfortunately I don't know how to use a gun. It seems that I played a little bit wrong. Don't mind it. Zuo Kong smiled and seemed helpless. This young master wants. Even at such a level, Muscarad Saint still threatened weakly. Duh, don't you like playing with guns? Then I'll play with them too, Zukong said with a smile. Blinking, no one rushed forward to stop Zuo Kong who was completely crazy. Brother, you are already a prisoner, and you were caught by such a terrifying person. Can't you be honest? I know, Mom, little Shirahoshi said obediently. Advertisement. You are so arrogant. Arrogant. What Laozi hates most is you celestial dragons, who think they are at the top of the world and control the fate of everyone. What Laozi likes most is to kill you so-called gods. Why do Laozi call you demons? Isn't it that B************* D Doflamingo who forced them out? Zuo Kong cursed wildly while torturing. Mom, little Shirahoshi called softly. This guy is definitely an idiot. This sentence is the voice of everyone at this moment, including Tiger and Jinbei. Ah! Masquerade Saint let out a shrill scream and roared in pain. But what makes everyone more curious is that Doflamingo is actually a celestial dragon. Of course, whether it is a celestial dragon or not has nothing to do with them, and they don't care. Scumbag, remember to be born in the next life, don't be a waste that is worse than an animal. Zuo Kong sneered cruelly. Masquerade Saint's body was burned into charcoal in an instant, and Zuo Kong turned his head and cursed coldly. Scumbag, Laozi doesn't have the soul fruit in his hand, otherwise you won't have the chance to practice reincarnation. Tiger, Jinbei and Zuo Kong have a life and death hatred, but they definitely did not interrupt Zuo Kong's thoughts. Not to mention that they also look down on celestial dragons, and they dare not. Shirahoshi, promise your mother that no matter what you hear, you must not look at it, okay? Odahime gently persuaded. Who knows if Zuo Kong will count himself and kill himself and others, especially Tiger, who feels that his fate is really good. Fortunately, Zuo Kong did not torture himself. Ha ha ha. You, a lowly human, finally know how to be afraid. This young master will punish you and the lowest fishman. Masquerade Saint roared crazily. Respected, celestial dragons. Do you want to experience what the ultimate bliss is in the world? Zuo Kong lowered his head slightly and smiled gently. Gudong. What should I do? E.G. thought anxiously. Celestial dragons died on Mermaid Island. This is a huge problem no matter what. Of course, E.G. didn't know that in the definition of 5 elders, Masquerade Saint had died from the waves. 169. Let's go, 7/10, please subscribe. Lord Zukong. In the Dragon Palace, Odahime said hesitantly while watching Zukong playing with little Shirahoshi. I know you want to talk about the celestial dragons. This time, for the sake of little Shirahoshi, I will take responsibility for this matter. Zukong patted little Shirahoshi's palm and said gently. Little Shirahoshi put Zukong down obediently, supported his head with both hands, and looked at Zukong and Odahime cutely. Although this is not right, if this is true, won't you be an enemy of the world government? Odahime really didn't understand why she, as an enemy, would think about Zukong, but she couldn't help but say it. Don't worry, there are more than 1 or 2 celestial dragons that have been killed. Knowing the hatred between me and Tiger, it's not surprising that the world government has defined this idiot as a shipwreck death. Zukong waved his hand and said very confidently. That's good, Odahime said gently after getting a satisfactory answer. Odahime turned and left, but she was thinking silently in her heart. Thank you, Master Zukong. He was only thanking Zukong as 25, Zukong, not Zukong as a devil. Women are creatures who say one thing and mean another. Little Shirahoshi, don't be like this in the future. Zukong taught little Shirahoshi very seriously. What does it mean to say one thing and mean another? Little Shirahoshi asked cutely. What does it mean to say one thing and mean another? Time passed, and Zukong basically settled in the Dragon Palace during this period. Very good. Zuo Kong sneered with satisfaction. Zoan and Logia already had methods, and Paramecia was studying it, but it was not something that could be solved in a moment. This is your future residence. Your job is very simple. You can dance for me when I like you. You can do whatever you want when you have nothing to do. Of course, if you are not used to living in the Dragon Palace, it doesn't matter if you live in the Heavenly Palace. Zuo Kong's voice was cold, but he was very easygoing. Advertisement, Bat. Sisters, what are you doing here? Little Shirahoshi shuttled through the palace, curiously looking at the thousands of mermaids gathered, and asked strangely. Instantly, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and all the mermaids became obedient in an instant. For the sake of their own safety, they should be obedient. Tiger. Zuo Kong took a step forward, and a purple light flashed between his palms. The person had disappeared on the spot, and said coldly. In addition to playing with little Shirahoshi, he was more involved in sorting out his own devil fruit. As the number of devil fruits increased, Zukong had discovered the problem, that is, the number was too large, and there was already a prototype for sorting out Zukong. 10. Lord Zuo Kong, you really won't let us sleep with you or something? The little mermaid with light green short hair and pink fishtail ran out and asked curiously. Sleeping with you? I think Robin and Monet are prettier than you, and Hancock is also prettier than you. Zuo Kong held his chin and said strangely. After he finished speaking, the figure disappeared and returned to the real world. A cruel smile immediately appeared in Zuo Kong's eyes, and the terrifying killing intent almost permeated the entire Dragon Palace. An indignant mermaid thought of something to say and immediately said angrily. After 3 months of training, Shirley was obedient. Monet and Xiao Shitang stood cutely beside Zuo Kong, showing their victory to Zuo Kong. We are going to move, and little Shirahoshi can move with us, Shirley said with a chuckle. The next moment, all the mermaids found that they were no longer in the sea, but on land. This was a beautiful beach. All the mermaids looked around curiously, and only Shirley showed a look of horror. In the astonished eyes of all the fishmen, the sea actually parted, and the beautiful dragon head wrapped in bubbles appeared in the sea of sky. Okay, anyway, you guys just live here, from today on, you are all mine. Zuokong clapped his hands and said lightly. Advertisement, but there is a time for quiet time, it is not good to watch. The Dragon Palace has been built, and 1,000 mermaids have been carefully selected by Zuokong, and these mermaids are all girls. Food was provided by someone, and it was all good ingredients, you just had to make it yourself. Shirahoshi, I hope you can live a happier life in the future. Odahime murmured silently in her heart. Okay, stop talking nonsense, Zuokong said lightly. All the mermaids were shocked. They had already done their job as slaves, but the result was so simple? Zuokong pointed to the heavenly palace in the air. In her prophecy, the second prophecy was similar to this one, or even exactly the same. The residence was provided by someone, and it was either the heavenly palace in the clouds or the dragon palace in the sea. These were rare palaces in the world. During these 3 months, all the pirates from New World and Grand Line seemed to have colluded, and everyone went back and forth through Mermaid Island. Without saying a word, Tiger got on the boat, and Zuokong also got on the boat. The others watched Zuokong and Tiger leave, and their eyes showed a strong tension. It's been ready for a long time. Tiger leaned against a boat, and Jinbei, Neptune, and Yi were all here on one side, Tiger said firmly. Because the problem is that the mermaids on Mermaid Island face an embarrassing problem. Female mermaids look down on fishmen after they become adults, so they usually go to land to marry humans, and then hide their mermaid identities for the rest of their lives, so the mermaids on Mermaid Island are actually mermaids in their teenage years. Silence 563, all the mermaids were involuntarily filled with resentment. What does it mean to be prettier than yourself? Is this looking down on me? Brother Tiger, you must survive, Jinbei thought firmly. And Zuokong was naturally happy to see it happen, it was good to be quiet. 170. Climbing up the red line with bare hands, 8/10, please subscribe. Marco, is there still no news about that kid? Whitebeard raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp, asking. Dad, it's really strange. There has been no news about that kid since he entered Mermaid Island 3 months ago. Marco shook his head, put down the newspaper in his hand, and said strangely. Whitebeard also began to frown. If Whitebeard could choose a kid like Zuokong, Whitebeard actually didn't want to be an enemy of Zuokong. Although Whitebeard is now much stronger than more than 10 years later, his ambitions back then have disappeared. Now he is no longer one of the 3 kings who swept across the New World, but just a 4 emperors who lives in seclusion. Unfortunately, Whitebeard is unwilling to be an enemy of Zuokong, but the world government will not agree. Since the world government gave Zuokong the title of Whitebeard II, and Zuokong did not object, then this battle must be launched. Otherwise, Whitebeard will no longer be qualified to be called the 4 emperors. Dad, there is news. At this time, Joes ran over carelessly and shouted loudly, who sent the news? Marco asked curiously. Normally, the news of Mermaid Island is very simple, but at this moment, there have been no ships stationed in Mermaid Island for 3 months, so the news is definitely very strange. The news from Pei is that 3 months ago, the little ghost destroyed most of the Mermaid Island. Later, Odahime and Tiger Little Ghost prayed for this to keep the Mermaid Island, but they agreed to many very strange conditions. Joes scratched his head and said strangely. Strange conditions? Marco continued to ask, what conditions? But that kid is really domineering. Yeah, he actually made both Odahime and Tiger kneel down. Hearing that there was fun, everyone came over and started to discuss. The details are not very clear. I only know 2 of them. Zuokong asked Mermaid Island to build a dragon palace for him, and he wanted to take away 1,000 mermaids. As for the other 2 conditions, Pei said she didn't know. Joe scratched his head and said strangely. Gulalalala. Lord Kaido, there is still no news about that kid. Jack looked at Kaido carefully and said. The Whitebeard pirates immediately started sailing, and the giant Moby D*K immediately started to move. 1 main ship and 4 auxiliary ships quickly started to sail. The laughter full of hockey will always echo on the sea, and the violent hockey will make people tremble with fear. Advertisement, Dad. Whitebeard responded with a thunderous roar. This damn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Two voices came. Jack didn't even need to look back to know who was coming. The three major disasters, in addition to drought, are floods and wind disasters. Tiger's figure emerged from the seabed, looking at the towering red line and whispered, "How should I get up?" "Ah, there is no news yet. Is this kid afraid?" Kaido burped and asked very confusedly. "Laozi is Whitebeard. Laozi is 4 emperors. How could I be scared by a little kid? Sons, clear the way for Laozi. From today on, Mermaid Island is Laozi's territory," Ribbard said with a big laugh. Kaido immediately became excited, stood up very irritably, and laughed wildly. "Tell me, what is the old guy Whitebeard doing again?" "It is said that Whitebeard is going to go to Mermaid Island and mark Mermaid Island as his territory," Jack said carefully. Crackling. "Ha ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, Laozi is here, ha ha ha." Kaido shouted excitedly after drinking the wine in the pot. "I don't know, but we heard that the Whitebeard pirates have made a move," Jack continued. Crack, crack. Plop, Kaido disappeared. He was just running, but his terrifying speed was no less than that of Yinmi, and even exceeded Yinmi's speed. He was running on the sea. There was absolutely no mistake in the title of the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Tay. Advertisement: Tiger's physical strength is terrifying, even as good as Zuokong. If he wasn't too weak, he would definitely be an admiral-level master. But Tiger's recovery ability is also fast. I'm afraid only his weird body can do such a feat. Kaido laughed excitedly, and jumped up from the boat into the sea. Strangely, he did not fall down, but stood on the sea. Climb up the red line with bare hands. Lord Kaido is really, Jack said helplessly, scratching his head helplessly. Lord Kaido is just like this. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Whether it was for the safety of Mermaid Island or for the safety of his compatriots who were suffering on the red line, Tiger couldn't leave. He had to stand up. Gu la la la. Whitebeard suddenly stood up, and the terrifying haki immediately shook the world. Whitebeard roared loudly, "Sons!" 2. Tiger, this terrifying monster, inserted his 10 fingers into the stone of the red line and climbed up step by step. The speed was very slow but very strong. I'm afraid that other people besides Tiger might not be able to do this. Along with the thunder and lightning, a pirate ship suddenly rushed out of the sea and crashed directly into the huge continent of Redline, instantly destroyed into pieces. That's right, DA. As Zuokong said that, he didn't even look at Tiger, and clouds emerged under him, dragging Zuokong upwards and slowly floating away. A series of lightning flashed, and Zuokong's figure emerged in the air. Looking at Tiger, he said lightly, "How you want to get up is your own business. I'm not interested in you. I'll wait for you on the red line." 3 major disasters. 171. Riots on the red line, 9/10. Please subscribe. Mr. Pervert, is it really possible for Tiger to climb up with his bare hands? Robin asked in astonishment while lying on the cloud. There was plenty of time, so Zuokong was not in a hurry. Moreover, this time Zuokong was just here for fun. Although I don't blame you, world government, it's not fair that you always attack me, right? In this case, I'll trouble you once. Zuokong's character can be said to be to do what he thinks. It's just right for him to have fun, and Tiger will fall into the abyss of no return forever. Robin, has anyone told you that this is very tempting? Zuokong wanted to answer, but looking at Robin's appearance, he couldn't help but say excitedly. Ah! Robin turned his head strangely. The first thing he saw was Zuokong's hungry wolf-like eyes. It's no wonder that Zuokong did so. Robin's actions were indeed very seductive. Lying on the cloud, he looked down cutely because of a little fear, and the result was that the tight jeans were set off to the fullest. Kr. Robin turned around and said very elegantly. You're done. Zuokong pounced on him like a hungry tiger, saying viciously, K. The clouds formed a natural barrier, and Zuokong and Robin were in it. If Tiger knew that he was climbing up here with great difficulty, and Zuokong was having fun with the beauty, Tiger would definitely attack Zuokong and fight him to the death even if he knew he was no match for Zuokong. Otherwise, he would probably get angry to death, duh. Zuokong climbed out of the cloud, naked from the waist up, and the whole person made a series of popping sounds. You bad guy. Robin said angrily, lying on the cloud, unable to stand up. Well, don't worry about it, my Robin, you are too beautiful, otherwise I can't do this, right? Zuokong turned around and waved at Robin, smiling nonchalantly, pervert. Robin cursed elegantly. Okay. Zuokong immediately raised his hands in surrender and admitted strangely. Robin did not continue to pursue Zuokong's attitude that whatever he said was right. He also enjoyed the feeling of comforting a little woman. CFCD, Robin could not help but lean on Zuokong's arms and closed his eyes full of intellectual beauty. Robin also enjoyed this kind of care very much, and knew how to grasp the degree. He knew from Monet that Zuokong was not a man with a friendly temper. If you have too much of a little woman's character, Zuokong will not tolerate you. Zuokong and Tiger started to climb the red line around sunrise, but it was sunset when the two finally reached the top of the red line. Advertisement, duh. Gasping for breath, Tiger fell to the ground, looking at Zuokong sitting on the cloud, like a god. Tiger curled his lips and said nothing. Although Tiger's body was terrible, it was still a long way to climb the red line. Line is a huge project. It's good to be able to come up. You need to take a good rest. You can do whatever you want next. Laozi is leaving. Zuokong turned around and floated on the clouds and left, saying lightly. Zuokong never doubted that Tiger would escape. His companions were right in front of him, and he would never leave. Since we are here, what should we see next? Zuokong floated on the clouds and murmured strangely. Under the dark night, Zuokong was so conspicuous, but the strange thing was that no one found Zuokong's trace. Even some people walked by Zuokong, but did not find Zuokong. Zuokong did not make a sound. The silence fruit in Zuokong's hands had already reached a terrifying ultimate. While Zuokong was still wandering here, there were explosions on the other side. The fire instantly filled the entire place where slaves were imprisoned. Tiger did not dare to go to the residence of celestial dragons and 5 elders. Just kidding, he might really die there. The whole bunch of rubbish is pretty fast. Zuokong looked into the distance and said with a smile. Run, ha ha ha, it's brother Tiger. Zuokong felt that his IQ was completely suppressed. These guys are all brain dead, no, mentally retarded? Advertisement: should they just run away peacefully in this situation? These stupid fishmen actually called out Tiger's name. Zuokong didn't need to do anything about it. Tiger's black pot had already been decided. Tiger, damn it, how come the 7 warlords of the sea are here? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and report to the 5 elders. As expected of the people guarding the red line, they are really efficient. Zuo Kong exclaimed with a smile. Zuo Kong had no interest in these minions at all. He walked past the fleeing slaves and captured soldiers. He found that all the people who found Zuo Kong had been killed by the flash of lightning, and those who didn't find Zuo Kong were not interested. There were violent explosions in the place where the slaves were imprisoned. The whole red line was completely shaken. All the people opened their eyes and were in chaos. The freed slaves burst out with their terrifying power. Tilk. At this moment, Zuo Kong suddenly felt that he was hit by something. Looking at the little devil whose head hit the cloud directly and then fell to the ground, Zuo Kong suddenly showed an interesting look. My lord, I'm sorry, Koala will work hard. Koala, with messy hair and wearing a shabby suspenders, said with a stiff smile. Interesting little guy. Zuo Kong smiled interestingly. Get up, little guy, you are lucky to meet me, otherwise you might die in this turmoil. Zuo Kong picked up Koala and said gently. My lord, Koala will definitely work hard. Koala tightly grasped Zuo Kong's clothes and still smiled stiffly. It's a pity that Koala didn't know that the person he met was a demon 10 times more dangerous than the danger. 172. It's finally here. 10 out of 10, please subscribe. In the room of 5 elders listened to the report of the army, waved his hand without changing his expression, and the soldiers went down. That guy Tiger should have reached some kind of agreement with that kid, the blonde old man said lightly. Such an attack does not pose a threat at all, whether it is for celestial dragons or world government. The water above the red line is very deep. That kid wants to make Tiger the enemy of the world, and let him wander in the sea forever, unable to return home. The long-haired old man said the analyst. What kind of people are the 5 elders? They are people who play politics thoroughly. Although they only guessed Zuo Kong's thoughts, they guessed them very easily. Although it is just a very simple method, it is very practical, the curly-haired old man said. In this case, I propose to send the admiral, if there is a chance to keep the kid forever, the bald old man finally said. This red line riot that was enough to shock the world was decided in the words of the 5 elders. It was very simple, and it seemed that it should be so. Work? I don't have anything to work for, or you can be my child bride? Zuo Kong teased. My lord, I will be serious, Koala said with a smile. Change that smile of yours, or I will kill you. Zuo Kong's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly. My lord, I will help you. Koala pulled out a rag from her clothes very naturally, and immediately jumped on the ground and said. Zuo Kong and Koala were above the clouds. How could there be ground? For a moment, Koala froze there. OSOSOS. Finally, the last line of defense in her heart was completely broken, and Koala cried, crying very sadly, completely on the verge of collapse. Why? Why did she work so hard? In the end, she didn't even have her own value. Hey, don't cry, stupid little girl. Zuo Kong hugged Koala in his arms and said gently. My lord, Koala is a fool, please don't kill me, okay? Koala will work hard. Koala showed that fake smile again and begged. Advertisement, DV. Zuo Kong sighed helplessly, rubbed the little girl's head, and said gently. Put away your fake smile in front of me. No one can bully you again, remember, no one can bully you again except me. Domineering words, gentle embrace, how could Koala, a child, bear it after experiencing so much darkness? Osos. Finally, Koala lay in Zuo Kong's arms and began to cry loudly, her small body twitching violently, and her whole body trembling violently. The only good thing was that the stiff smile on her face slowly disappeared. That's right, remember, little girl, from now on you are my, devil, Zuo Kong's child bride, you are also my trained cook. No one can bully you, only you can bully others, and anyone who dares to bully you will be killed. Zuo Kong hugged Koala and said cruelly. In fact, Zuo Kong just had a sudden impulse. He thought this little girl was interesting, so he brought Koala back and decided to train her as his cook. Mr. Kong. Koala called softly. Well, this title is fine. Zuo Kong nodded and said. Long. Koala showed a sincere smile, which was the smile that a child should show. The heart of a child is always changing. She immediately said cutely, Mister, what if someone bullies me and I can't beat him? As she spoke, Koala's little figure trembled slightly. The experience of being beaten has left a deep psychological shadow on the child. Pa. Zuo Kong knocked on her little head and said helplessly. Are you a little fool? Since you can't beat him, of course you ran away. Then go home and tell me that I will avenge you. Remember, as my subordinate, I have always been the only one who bullies others, and I will never allow others to bully me. Yeah, please give me flowers. Koala nodded very obediently. I don't know why, although he is a person I have only known for a short time and is full of swear words, he makes me feel very gentle. Very comfortable. Advertisement, boom. Suddenly, a figure fell down, and Zuo Kong's original position was covered by a violent explosion. Room. Zuo Kong's figure appeared not far away. Looking at the Gundam figure that was slowly walking from not far away, he smiled excitedly and said, Finally, you are here, but you didn't even say hello. Is this the attitude of treating the army admiral to treat guests? Do vicious guests need to be treated well? The tall figure stood still and said lightly. Zuo Kong looked at the man who came in a lavender suit, with a big brown cape on his back and the word, Justice, flying in the air, which made people marvel. What's your name? Zuo Kong asked with interest. Who knows? Let me see if you are qualified to know my name, the army admiral said arrogantly. Are all of you army admirals like this? You are so arrogant. You are really no different from that trash ghost dog. Zuo Kong sneered. The army admiral sneered disdainfully. Don't compare me with that trash ghost dog. How can a guy who became an admiral only by relying on the mythical beast species be compared with me? He is just a trash. Really? Zuo Kong asked intrigued. Suddenly, Zuo Kong disappeared without a trace, and suddenly appeared in front of Army Admiral with Koala in his arms. He raised his iron fist suddenly, but Army Admiral's reaction was not slow at all, and the fists of the two people collided violently. E378. The sudden increase in force knocked Army Admiral out, and the powerful recoil also made Zuo Kong retreat 2 steps backward. After a backflip in the air, Army Admiral stopped his body, leaving 2 deep pits on the ground, and finally stopped. 173. Fight with Admiral again, 1/10, please subscribe. What a terrible blow. Zuo Kong shook his arms and said excitedly. You liar. The Army Admiral raised his lips slightly and said with the same excitement. For a moment, the two did not attack again immediately, but stared at each other, looking for each other's flaws, ready to kill with one blow. Master Kong, Koala suddenly whispered softly. The Army Admiral suddenly rushed out, and the whole person rushed directly into the air, with a cruel and bloodthirsty sneer on his mouth, and said excitedly, Little boy, I won this battle. Finger pistol tiger pounce. Stupid little girl. Zuo Kong patted Koala's little head and scolded with a smile. Although he was scolding, Zuo Kong's tone did not have the slightest, 70-90, meaning of annoyance. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and also soared into the sky. It was just a finger pistol, but it actually gathered into a tiger in the air. The terrifying tiger pounced on him swiftly. When Zuo Kong saw this move, he immediately understood the principle. He used his own strength to generate a very high airwave at the moment of the move, and gathered this airwave into the form of a tiger. Of course, it is easy to say, but it is very important to grasp the timing of the battle. Master Kong, Koala did it wrong again. Don't. Koala habitually admitted her mistake, and then said with a stiff smile. However, because of Zuo Kong's teaching, Koala suddenly remembered when she was halfway through, and lay obediently in Zuo Kong's arms, so cute that people loved her. What a lovely little girl. Okay, go and have a good rest. Zuo Kong said gently, rubbing Koala's little head. Advertisement Koala disappeared in an instant, and Monet and Robin on the other side had already started to tidy up Koala. Women are easier to talk to. God's punishment. Zuo Kong hooked his hand, and the terrifying lightning column immediately fell from the sky, and suddenly split into 2 in midair. One directly covered the tiger in front of Zuo Kong, and the other covered the Army Admiral. Die. Zuo Kong laughed cruelly. The lightning column suddenly exploded violently, but what happened suddenly in the next moment made Zuo Kong's face change. Search. In the explosion, a ray of terrifying energy rushed out and directly penetrated Zuo Kong's body, making Zuo Kong lower his head in surprise. Although his abdomen was unscathed, this sudden change shocked him. He didn't even notice it in his heart. Boom, on the other side, the Army Admiral smashed the lightning column and walked out of it. He was unscathed. Looking at Zuo Kong's appearance, he laughed and said, How come you realize the gap between you and me? No, I'm just more excited. Zuo Kong wiped the corner of his mouth slightly, excited but cruel. Zuo Kong felt that this Army Admiral was very strong, not comparable to Ghost Dog and Kizaru, but had the strength that was no less than Aokiji, or even slightly better than Aokiji. Such strength made Zuo Kong excited involuntarily, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger and stronger. In the appearance of the tiger, Vice Admiral Finger Pistol is integrated into it. Even if this move is shattered, Finger Pistol will cause an unpredictable attack to people. It's a good idea. Zuo Kong pointed out the move just now and said interestingly. Who knows? Army Admiral said lightly, Razor Tiger Blade. In an instant, the figure of Army Admiral suddenly turned into a residual image. Zuo Kong's eyes shrank, and Army Admiral had come in front of him, with long legs raised over his head and suddenly fell down, and an extremely terrifying force suddenly swung out. Zite. Zuo Kong raised one arm, which was instantly covered with ice. He even blocked the fatal move of the Army Admiral with a slight movement. With his head lowered slightly raised, Zuo Kong's mouth curled up cruelly, and he laughed crazily. Hey, is that all? 200 million volts Dragon Ghost. In an instant, Zuo Kong disappeared without a trace. The impact that was close at hand should have killed the Army Admiral instantly, but he blocked it at the critical moment. Iron body full body hardening. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. All the skin on his body suddenly gathered into an iron-like substance as if it was hit by blood, but this was not the terrifying black hockey that immediately covered the Army Admiral with something like epidermis. Advertisement, boom. The impact fell on the Army Admiral, fiercely knocking the Army Admiral away, but his body was unscathed, and even his clothes were not damaged. The combination of iron body and armament hockey? Zuo Kong pondered secretly in his heart. Wait. No, there is also Zoan's human beast form, so that's it, Zuo Kong thought clearly. Tat. Just after landing in the distance, the Army Admiral soared into the sky again. When he put his hands together, the powerful force was compressed between his palms. The face of the Army Admiral was twisted crazily, and he growled. Little devil, die for me. 6 styles 6 kings cannon. The power was compressed, the chi was converted, and a physical shockwave was formed. Looking at this light blue shockwave, Zuo Kong's mouth corners slightly raised. It's getting more and more interesting. 4.6. The Army Admiral who has developed physical skills to this level is really exciting. Zuo Kong laughed excitedly and cruelly. 150 million volt thunder shockwave. With his hands together, Zuo Kong gathered a shockwave that was no less powerful than that of the army admiral with his fingertips, and suddenly retreated. Just like the waves in Dragon Ball, the two people were slightly deadlocked together, and the light blue shockwave and the purple thunder shockwave formed a stalemate. Zuo Kong sneered cruelly, while the army admiral smiled coldly. Ha! With a roar, the muscles in the upper body of the army admiral swelled violently again, and suddenly a terrifying force burst out. The power of the shockwave was doubled, and it was faintly pressed towards Zuo Kong. 174. Army 2 Admiral, 2/10, please subscribe. Interesting. The suppressed Zuo Kong smiled excitedly. Then let me see what kind of ability you have. More terrifying lightning pillars burst out from Zuo Kong's body, and the thunder roared, as if a tiger descended from the mountain, making people feel terrified. The terrifying power of thunder was brewing on Zuo Kong's body, and a dazzling light was whistling out here. AAA. Zuo Kong laughed cruelly. What's wrong? Army Admiral has only this little ability, and it's not good enough. It really disappoints me. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* angrily again. Go to hell. The muscles on his body swelled again, and the shockwave expanded by 3 points again, bursting out with terrifying power, but it was a pity that he was strong and Zuo Kong was stronger than him. In an instant, the two people formed a 25-point stalemate again. Zuo Kong also became solemn. He did not expect that the explosive power of this army admiral was so strong that it could be comparable to his own. Finger pistol fist. Suddenly, a sharp cold wind blew in his face. Zuo Kong did not know when a figure appeared beside him. The huge figure seemed to appear out of thin air, and a terrifying punch had already hit his temple. The black hockey covered his fist. Don't doubt the result. Even if Zuo Kong's op fruit can repair his body at a critical moment, who would be willing to joke with his head? What a pity, he said with a reluctant pout, room. Without Zuo Kong's stalemate, the shockwave of the army admiral immediately pressed over, and suddenly a huge explosion occurred, and the lightning-fast Iron Fist also fell in an instant. Advertisement Iron Wolf's face was calm. He raised his head and punched Thunder Tiger with one punch, and the thunder that burst out of Thunder Tiger seemed to have never appeared on him. Zuo Kong squinted his eyes and saw clearly that armament hockey on Iron Wolf covered his whole body in an instant, but disappeared in an instant. However, before the two people took the lead, Zuo Kong had already taken the lead. The whole person floated in the air, and countless ice swords penetrated in the air. In Zuo Kong's cruel smile, they whistled towards the two people. Finger pistol fist. Boom. Boom. It's really dangerous, isn't it bad for two army admirals to besiege me like this? Zuo Kong wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, sitting on the clouds in the air, and said with a scared look. Especially the cold murderous aura that made people feel bone-chilling. Crackle. A deep pit appeared on the ground again, but at this moment, Zuo Kong's figure had disappeared without a trace. Zuo Kong disappeared in the clouds in an instant, and appeared in front of the two of them when he reappeared. He spread his palms and said with a smile. The game has begun, are you ready? Is that all? Two figures suddenly jumped out of the explosion, and Zihu laughed cruelly. With a big laugh, Purple Tiger pointed with one hand, and this finger actually produced a huge roar, which shattered Ghost Spider and even shattered the lightning after the collapse. Hey, this is not a joke, right? Zihu said in astonishment after seeing the strange vision. Die. Zuo Kong laughed cruelly. Ice 10,000 swords pierced the heart. The stronger the person, the more excited he felt. The 1-on-3 battle made Zuo Kong feel unprecedented excitement, and now Zuo Kong wanted to see what happened today. How many people can the government send? Advertisement, let me see, Zuo Kong roared to the sky. 50 million volts Ghost Spider, Room Thunder Explosion. It's really good, but, Zuo Kong was completely excited and said excitedly. Who are you? Zuo Kong said solemnly. 90 million volts Thunder Tiger. Finger Pistol Tiger Roar. Suddenly, countless thunderballs emerged from Zuo Kong's palm, and Zuo Kong disappeared again in an instant, and a violent explosion immediately occurred. The lightning quickly gathered, and the pitch-black Ghost Spider and the Thunder Tiger roaring to the sky rushed directly to the two army admirals who were rushing towards them. If the strength of the original army admiral is at most comparable to Aokiji and others, then the strength of this army admiral has surpassed Aokiji, heading towards the legendary realm. Zuo Kong didn't know that the world government has three armed forces: the Navy, the Army and the Air Force. If the overall strength is the strongest, the Marine is the strongest in terms of top strength, but the mid-level strength is the weakest. The three Marine admirals are not as good as the three Army and Air Force admirals. Army Admiral, Tailing. Tailing pushed his glasses and said coldly, Army Admiral, Zihu. The original Army Admiral said excitedly with his mouth raised. It seems that today will be an exciting day. Zuo Kong smiled excitedly with his mouth raised. Maybe, Tailing said coldly. Black suit, black sunglasses, black leather shoes, black hair. If it weren't for the brown cloak, Zuo Kong felt that this guy was more qualified to be a villain than himself. Zuo Kong roared to the sky, and the only light between heaven and earth disappeared in an instant. The terrifying coldness immediately filled the whole world, and endless frost emerged in an instant. Old rules. Zihu shrugged and continued. Who knows? Zuo Kong quickly retreated, and the terrifying lightning between his hands brewed again, and said cruelly. Okay, Tai Lang nodded coldly. This man is very scary about the fruit. Pushing his glasses, Tai Lang said coldly. Devil, Zuo Kong. Marshal's order, kill. The newly appeared army admiral pushed his black sunglasses and said coldly. 175. Support is coming, 3/10, please subscribe. Zuo Kong's attack was completely at the level of a map cannon. The few or tens of thousands of ice swords that covered the sky and the ground gave Zihu and Tai Lang a headache. Unlike the map cannon level devil fruit of the Marine 3 admirals, the Army 3 admirals were all relatively strong at the single level. They were actually quite helpless against this kind of map cannon. Come on. Ha 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 ha. You guys are here, bastards. Laozi is waiting for you here. Zuo Kong laughed wildly. His palms repeatedly hooked the countless ice swords that fell from the sky, and they started to plow the ground directly. A asterisk hole. Zihu cursed, shave shadowless. 191,919. Zihu's huge figure became extremely fast in an instant, and dozens of afterimages appeared in an instant, and he had already stepped on the falling ice swords and came to Zuo Kong. A asterisk hole. Go to hell. Zihu roared angrily. Razor Tiger Blade. Flashing past again, Zihu had already appeared behind Zuo Kong. In an instant, the air seemed to collapse, and the terrifying airblade actually enveloped Zuo Kong. Snowflakes. Zuo Kong smiled faintly, and with a slight hook of his fingers, beautiful snowflakes appeared out of thin air. The snowflakes rotated quickly in the air. Even though the hardness of snowflakes was not as good as ice, it was undeniable that snowflakes also had their own unique flexibility. Search. In an instant, snowflakes immediately came out in an overwhelming manner, completely offsetting all the airblades around, and even more snowflakes rushed towards Zihu. Is this guy really a monster? Zihu jumped back, thinking helplessly. Finger pistol iron fist. Advertisement. Accompanied by a loud bang, a deep pit was suddenly blown out of the ground, and even this terrifying deep pit actually formed a straight line, shattering all the ice swords in this straight line in an instant. The figure of Tai Lang, holding a fist in one hand, came out and said coldly, I hate such attacks. It seems that the relationship between you and Aokiji is not good, Zuo Kong said teasingly with a long tone. Die. Tai Lang soared into the sky and said coldly. Shave wolf attack. Zuo Kong's heart immediately beat violently, reminding Zuo Kong of the coming danger. He dodged back in his heart for a moment, and saw a terrifying giant wolf rushing towards him. It's really frightening, Zuo Kong said in admiration and excitement. A series of figures passed through the air. They were the figures of Tai Lang. The speed of shaving was unparalleled. Coupled with the terrifying strength of Tai Lang, it was difficult to catch its figure, but what was even more rare was that every time Tai Lang passed by, a wolf figure would appear in the original place. In an instant, Zuo Kong was surrounded by these wolves, and they attacked Zuo Kong madly. Cloud Snow Cloud. Zuo Kong lifted up with one hand, and a flawless white cloud slowly floated up. Beautiful snowflakes slowly fell, accompanied by Zuo Kong's hands open and slightly narrowed eyes. Suddenly, the terrifying explosion filled everything. Zuo Kong's mouth corners were cruelly raised, and his palms were raised. Room. God's punishment. Zuo Kong appeared behind Tai Lang in an instant, smiled cruelly, and aimed at Tai Lang's figure with one hand. The terrifying lightning flashed out instantly. This guy is really not simple. Zuo Kong disappeared from the spot in an instant and said solemnly. Advertisement, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Zuo Kong's figure Zihu appeared and said cruelly. Finger pistol. The power of ordinary finger pistol in different people's hands is completely different. Zihu's palm quickly passed through the air, and the terrifying airflow had burned his fingers red. The original attack turned out to be a hot attack like magma. Freeze. Zuo Kong turned slowly, and simply covered Zihu's palm with one hand, with a faint smile that seemed so indifferent. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Zihu's palm was blocked by ice. Water and fire originally mutually reinforcing and restraining. Whoever has stronger power will overwhelm the other. At this moment, Zuo Kong's frozen fruit is not at the same level as Zihu's heat that penetrates through speed. In an instant, it has easily frozen Zihu's attack. Die. Suddenly, the figure of Tai Lang rushed out from behind Zuo Kong, saying coldly and mercilessly. The breath of Tai Lang became colder and colder, but Zuo Kong became more and more solemn. The almost fatal blow just now was unexpected by Zuo Kong, but Tai Lang was still able to react and resist it. In an instant, the whole body of armament hockey was combined with iron body, which was not something that ordinary people could do. Even admiral-level masters rarely could achieve full-body iron body. Iron body has great requirements for the body, and is even no worse than the level of armament hockey training. But Tai Lang did it. Tempest Kick Wind Dance. The legs danced continuously in the air, and Zuo Kong had to let go of the attack on Zihu. The overwhelming and terrifying Tempest Kick had already enveloped Zuo Kong. Of course, if it was just an ordinary Tempest Kick, Zuo Kong would not care. But these air blades were all covered with armament hockey, and Zuo Kong's face became even heavier. I didn't expect Tai Lang to have reached the level of Zephyr's armament hockey, the degree of hockey's separation. Don't think that Zuo Kong's armament hockey can also be separated from the body. That's because the space of Zuo Kong's op fruit is considered to be one with himself. This is a real separation. Room air explosion. The mushroom cloud rose up, and the figures of Zihu and Tai Lang on the ground emerged unscathed, while Zuo Kong's figure in the air stood on the cloud with his hands in his pockets, which was relatively embarrassing. It's not a level of cooperation at all. The cooperation of these two people is too terrible. XER. Suddenly, a familiar obscene voice sounded in Zuo Kong's ears. 176. Crazy Demon, 4/10, please subscribe, crackle. Zuo Kong's body was pierced in an instant, and lightning wrapped around his body. The attack just now obviously did not cause any significant damage to Zuo Kong, but only turned his body into an element. Tay. The light column shockwave suddenly exploded in the sky, turning the dark night into bright day in an instant. Ah. You are really a monster. You didn't die from such an attack. A familiar voice sounded in his ears, saying obscenely. Zuo Kong turned his head slightly. The knight was nothing to a strong man like himself. The yellow figure, Marine's coat, and the big word, justice. Isn't this Kizaru? Zuo Kong laughed cruelly. Isn't the yellow figure the admiral of headquarters Kizaru? Little devil, the harm you caused me will be remembered in my heart. Kizaru covered his chest, his wretched smile slightly restrained, and said coldly. You are too weak and you blame me. Today I will let you experience the despair of that day again. Zuo Kong smiled cruelly. 587. Zuo Kong's body returned to its original form and slowly floated into the sky. Zuo Kong opened one hand and said lightly, Cloud Thundercloud. More terrifying thunder emanated from Zuo Kong's body, and thunderclouds slowly spread between heaven and earth. Zuo Kong's hands moved slightly, and the lightning on the thunderclouds began to surge wildly. It seems that it will be useless if you don't show some real skills, Zihu laughed. Shua. Throwing the coat behind him, Zihu's body began to change violently. The suit on the upper body was broken in an instant, and a tiger head was immediately exposed, and the light hair on the body began to grow vigorously. Cat fruit tiger form human beast form, advertisement. D. He howled to the sky, and the sound almost formed a solid, and actually shattered a dark cloud in the sky, but the dark cloud was dense again in an instant. Cat fruit tiger form. Then the remaining is the dog fruit wolf form? Zuo Kong narrowed his eyes slightly, put his eyes on Tailing, and thought secretly. However, unlike Zihu who took out the human beast form, Tailing still maintained his human body and looked at Zuo Kong lightly. At this moment, Zuo Kong probably understood the strength of the army admiral. If Marine Admiral is Akainu's strongest, Aokiji's second, and Kizaru's weakest, then Army Admiral means Iron Wolf is the strongest, Purple Tiger is the second, and Ghost Dog is the weakest. In fact, if we only look at the fruit power, Kizaru's Sparkling Fruit and Ghost Dog's mythical beast-type Hell 3-headed dog form are both very powerful devil fruits, and are among the top levels among Logia and Zoan. But the two of them relied too much on the power of devil fruit, and as a result, they completely ignored the development of their own abilities, which led to this situation and became the bottom of each other. Kizaru, I didn't expect that I would fight with you. Purple Tiger opened his tiger's mouth and said cruelly. I didn't expect it either. Kizaru still said so obscenely. 10,000 Thunder's God's sanction. Zuo Kong didn't have so much to listen to their nonsense. He opened his hands, and a faint voice filled the entire battlefield. The terrifying lightning pillars fell from the sky again. Countless lightning pillars have completely transformed into purple. Zuo Kong spent 10 points to exchange for Monet and Robin's Snow Fruit and Flower Fruit. Devil Fruit has been upgraded again. The density of thunder has become stronger. It's not that Zuo Kong doesn't want to exchange for the childlike fruit, but who knows if the childlike fruit will completely stop his body, and his strength will also stay at this stage. If that's the case, Zuo Kong will really cry to death, so Zuo Kong has never exchanged for the childlike fruit, otherwise with his own strength and the childlike fruit, it is definitely a heaven-defying existence. It's a pity that now heaven-defying, if it means that he can never become stronger in the future, Zuo Kong would rather not have it. Shave Tiger Leap. Zihu squatted slightly on the ground, and disappeared in an instant, and the ground appeared in a deep pit. Then I will assist you, Kizaru said with a smile. Light Speed Kick. Advertisement, 19. The yellow laser and the purple lightning column collided in the air, and suddenly there was a violent explosion. At this moment, Zihu appeared in front of him, with his claws carrying the black light of armament hockey, grasping his throat and heart fiercely. What a fatal attack, Zuo Kong said with a smile. Room. Although he said so, Zuo Kong's movements were extremely fast. In the air, a huge arm condensed in an instant, and the terrifying arm was completely covered with black light. 5 million tons. Zuo Kong spoke lightly, but his cruel smile made Zihu feel a little frightened. A huge fist suddenly blasted over, and the terrifying uncontrolled force directly knocked the purple tiger out, and at this time, the figure of the Iron Wolf had already soared into the sky. Tempest Kick hyphenation point Windfang. With a tremor of his legs, a terrifying airblade that was dozens of meters long immediately whistled out, and Kizaru's figure had appeared beside him without knowing when. Light Speed Kick. Do you think you can stop me like this? Zuo Kong laughed wildly. More and more lightning pillars fell down, and Zuo Kong suddenly rushed out, with his hands open, and two even bigger arms rose in the air, one hand covered with frost, and the other hand covered with thunder. Pierce through. Zuo Kong roared coldly. Completely ignoring the attack that was getting closer and closer, Zuo Kong's eyes at this moment only had the purple tiger flying backwards, full of crazy charm. This lunatic. Kizaru cursed secretly. Great eruption. A voice that had never been heard before, but was extremely fiery, suddenly sounded. 177. Akainu arrives, 5/10, please subscribe, TL. Zuo Kong's eyes narrowed slightly, and two lights flashed in his eyes. Avoid and continue. Scum. Do you think you can stop Laozi like this? Zuo Kong's eyes showed a crazy look, and he roared ferociously. Not only did he not avoid, but he rushed forward more frantically, and the terrifying lightning in his palm began to brew. 500 million volts Teodi. D. With a loud roar, the terrifying Teodi suddenly appeared, opened its huge mouth to swallow the purple tiger suddenly. Everything was instantly shrouded in the flames of magma, and the figures of Zuo Kong and Zihu disappeared without a trace. Dia. Tai Lang and Kizaru landed one after another. Beside them was a man in a red suit with lava on his hands. He was the last admiral of naval headquarters, the Logia Lava Fruit user. Hate. Akainu, you are really cruel. If you do this, Zihu will also be killed, Kizaru said with a gloating look. Oh 9. Akainu snorted coldly. For the sake of justice, no matter who it is, I will do it. Tai Lang just glanced at Akainu coldly without much nonsense. Zihu would not die from such an attack. Sure enough, a tall figure fell directly from the air. Zihu struggled to get up. His fur had been burned almost to ashes. There was almost no good place on his body. He was swallowed by the thunder. It would be strange if he could recover. It's really dangerous. Is this kid crazy? But this should be enough. Zihu struggled to stand up and said with a grin. However, as Zoan's strong man, he has recovered a lot in a short time. Although the injury is still there, it has begun to heal gradually. This is the advantage of Zoan. Advertisement. That kid, you can't kill him with such an attack alone, Kizaru said with a heavy face and lived up to the previous sarcasm. Kizaru really understands me. Zuo Kong's voice came from the air, saying lightly. The magma was slowly frozen and slowly fell to the ground and dispersed, followed by drops of blood. Zuo Kong covered his abdomen and said stiffly, Akainu, your attack is very effective. It is not effective if it does not kill evil like you, Akainu said coldly with a blank expression. Really? Zuo Kong sneered. 14. At this time, someone suddenly discovered that a purple sword of thunder had gathered above Zuo Kong's head. It was hidden in the dark clouds before, so it was not discovered without careful observation, but at this moment, the sword of thunder had revealed its figure. Zuo Kong pressed one hand on his abdomen and whispered, Room Life Assembly. The dazzling purple light permeated Zuo Kong's body, and soon he had completely recovered and moved his body casually. Zuo Kong lifted it with one hand, and the sword of thunder that had bred countless thunders fell into Zuo Kong's hand. Die, 4 bastards, Zuo Kong roared. Heavenly punishment thunder. Fast as lightning, it rushed down suddenly, but the 4 people present were all admiral-level strongmen, so their reaction speed was definitely not slow. Dog bites red lotus. The red magma gathered into a dog shape, rushing upward swiftly, but unfortunately, facing the terrifying thunder, it was unknown how long the heavenly punishment thunder had been brewing, and it was completely split in an instant. Light speed kick. Kizaru kicked out with a power far exceeding the previous light speed kick, but unfortunately the result was similar to that of the magma, and it was also easily cut off by the heavenly punishment thunder. Damn it, such an attack must not be allowed to land, Akainu said angrily. Advertisement. If this attack lands, I'm afraid that the area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters will be almost destroyed, Kizaru said sarcastically. 6 Styles Tiger King Cannon. Zihu stood directly below, squinting his eyes slightly, and clenched his fists, slightly clasping them together. A more terrifying impact immediately emerged, suddenly electrocuted. A violent explosion occurred in the air, but it was barely successful. Although it was difficult, it barely resisted the impact of the thunder of heavenly punishment. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the thunder of heavenly punishment would soon fall again and could not be resisted at all. Iron Wolf, how are you prepared? Laozi can't. Zihu's tiger head turned red and roared. Get out of here, Tai Lang said lightly, shave. Suddenly he withdrew his hand, and Zihu disappeared immediately, but the low-level power suddenly dissipated, and the speed was 3 times faster. Tai Lang had already soared into the sky, and his right hand was completely transformed into an orc. Different from the ordinary orc form, Tai Lang had obviously developed the devil fruit into a partial orc form. He roared slightly, and his arm was suddenly covered by pitch-black light. Tai Lang exuded an ancient and terrifying beast aura. Ancient species? Zuo Kong narrowed his eyes and thought secretly. The Army and Air Force can indeed be called elite training. The 3 admirals of the Army, Ghost Dog, Iron Wolf, and Purple Tiger, are respectively the fantasy beast species, ancient species, and ordinary zone, but they are also the strongest tiger forms among ordinary zone. And the 3 admirals of the Air Force are also familiar with Logia's Onion Fruit. Logia's Devil Fruit is extremely rare, not to mention the Flying Devil Fruit, which is even more rare. 6 Styles Wolf Mark. T. A lone wolf suddenly rushed out with a roar. The vast lone wolf seemed to be the demon wolf that caused the Ragnarok in the myth, biting the terrifying thunder madly. Zuo Kong did not increase the impact of the thunder, while the Iron Wolf increased the attack madly. In this situation of one gaining and the other losing, the impact of the thunder of heavenly punishment was finally dissipated slowly. The game has just begun. Zuo Kong smiled mysteriously. Ice 10,000 swords piercing the heart, 10,000 thunders God's sanction. 178. The final support arrives, 6/10, please subscribe. Zuo Kong opened his arms, and thousands of lightning flashes appeared in the sky again, and endless ice swords condensed in the sky again. Aokiji's frozen fruit. Looking at the ice swords in the sky, Kizaru whispered softly. Don't die, this game has just begun. Zuo Kong laughed cruelly. All evil should be eliminated. Akainu took a step forward and said firmly. Walala. Walala. Akainu's arms completely turned into magma, filled with terrifying hot breath, and the terrifying magma was aimed at the sky along with Akainu's movements. Go. Zuo Kong laughed coldly. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru jumped up and looked at the god's sanction that was getting closer and closer. With a hook of his hand, countless yellow light, 297, lines suddenly flew out and collided in the sky. Boom. Boom. Countless explosions rang in the air. Zuo Kong's expression did not change at all. He was still so hideous and terrifying. Song, but the 10th Song's hand was also slightly hooked. Swish. 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 Countless ice swords fell from the sky. In fact, Zuo Kong did not hold the hope of success at all, because there was no possibility of success. Meteor volcano. With a roar, Akainu suddenly hit the magma into the air. Zuo Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. After the magma suddenly rushed into the air, it was slightly compressed in the air and suddenly exploded, forming an extremely terrifying shockwave that rushed to the surroundings frantically. Kizaru is not as good as Akainu in the development of the fruit. Zuo Kong shook his head slightly, as if he was sighing. The magma in the sky kept falling, but every magma fell on the ice sword very accurately, almost cancelling out both. Both the precision and accuracy had been developed to the ultimate by Akainu, which was not comparable to Kizaru at all. Quote. Advertisement. Accompanied by the last explosion, there was a strong and pungent smell of sulfuric acid in the sky, but all the impacts slowly dissipated. Ice Age. Great eruption. The ice and magma fists suddenly collided with each other in midair, and a terrifying impact occurred with a bang. In an instant, a terrifying mushroom cloud formed again between heaven and earth. Room Death Cut. The Yin fruit allowed Zuo Kong to float in the air. Even Moonwalk could not float in the air for a long time, and Kizaru's speed was at most the same as Zuo Kong. Zuo Kong sneered and said coldly, "Revenge also requires ability, okay?" No wonder Kizaru's body looks intact. It turns out that the right half of his body has been completely transformed into a man-made man, but it seems that Kizaru still has his own will, but it has been transformed to continue to exert its combat power. Great eruption. Zuo Kong's figure just disappeared, and he was already covered by the huge fist of magma. After a series of attacks, Zuo Kong, who was standing on the clouds in the sky, looked very unhappy when he saw the dark position of Yu Shanko. It was not difficult to defeat Zuo Kong. With the strength of the 4 people, Zuo Kong was suppressed now, but it was almost impossible to catch or kill him. Da. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flashed across the sky, and the 4 people smiled at the same time. The last person has finally arrived. Filk. Hey, is this all the ability of the 4 admirals of the Marine and Army? If you're like this, then Laozi can beat all 4 of you alone. Zuo Kong stood in the air and laughed wildly. Advertisement, but in fact, Zuo Kong's consumption was very huge. The consumption of physical strength was one aspect, and the more critical thing was the consumption of spirit. One person fought against 4 people, and they were 4 admiral-level strongmen. The pressure on his brain was very huge. Fortunately, it was a madman like Zuo Kong. Others might not be able to do it. Devil Flow Lightning. Purple Tiger and Iron Wolf appeared at the same time. The 2 attacked very quickly and crushed all the attacks in an instant, and took a step back slightly. Suddenly, a series of dark impacts appeared around Akainu. Akainu's strength was completely used to compete with Zuo Kong. He never thought that Zuo Kong actually had such a method. Another violent explosion. Zuo Kong stubbornly withstood Kizaru's impact. The corner of his mouth was aligned, and more fierce power burst out. The lightning had already surged up, and directly kicked Kizaru out. But the more critical problem was that Kizaru was not Zuo Kong's opponent at all. If he chased alone, who would beat whom? In addition to the speed of Thunder Fruit and the teleportation of Op Fruit, Zuo Kong was too difficult to deal with. However, the 4 of them were much better than Zuo Kong, but Zuo Kong's face was very pale and he was breathing heavily. Room. Zuo Kong is actually very curious about Vegapunk's technology. Not to mention the development of artificial devil fruit, just transforming people into men-made people, but being able to maintain the ability of devil fruit is very unique. A deep pit was blasted out on the ground. Zuo Kong suddenly turned around, clasped his hands together, and roared. 150 million volts thunder shockwave. Boom. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Akainu said coldly, "For evil people like you, there is no place for you in the sea, so let me keep you today for Aokiji, take revenge." The smoke dissipated, and the 5 people present did not seem to be in a particularly good state. Akainu, Kizaru, Zihu, and Tailing all had slight injuries. Although the injuries were not serious, they were definitely injured. Zihu, in particular, was taken special care of by Zuo Kong and was now in a very bad condition. "I see, Kizaru, you have been transformed into a cyborg, right?" Zuo Kong said clearly as he looked at Kizaru, who stood up again. Zod. Fit. HMPH. In the moment when the light flashed, Zuo Kong turned around in an instant, and the terrifying lightning suddenly gathered on his calf. Zuo Kong kicked out, and Kizaru's leg was just raised and was stopped by Zuo Kong. Zihu and Tailing had to retreat, and Zuo Kong's palm hooked again. 179. Air Force 2 Admirals, 7/10, please subscribe. Tempest Kick Feather Slash. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and countless air blades in the sky instantly enveloped Zuo Kong's figure. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Zuo Kong thought secretly, the last 2 admirals of the Air Force? Room air explosion. Although he was thinking, Zuo Kong's reaction was extremely fast. With a hook of his palm, a terrifying explosion formed in the air again in an instant. All the air blades were shattered. Blood fist bloodthirsty. But this was just the beginning. Zuo Kong's eyes shrank, and a blood-red light suddenly appeared. The black boxing gloves were slightly hooked, and a pair of sharp claws produced a slight red breath with the speed of rubbing through the air, and pierced through the heart in an instant. Ice cloud. Zuo Kong raised his palm, and the cloud and ice in front of him immediately combined, and the huge barrier blocked Zuo Kong's body. The claws that tore everything suddenly became strong, but he still had to stop, and finally retreated without caring. God's punishment. 2 rays of light flashed across the sky at the same time, and suddenly 2 lightning bolts rushed towards the 2 figures, 1 basket and 1 gray. Lightspeed kick. Advertisement Kizaru's reaction blow was extremely fast, and suddenly 2 lightspeed kicks were thrown out, and the sky returned to calm in an instant. Boom. However, more violent lightning began to emerge rapidly in the thunder, and Zuo Kong's extremely solemn voice came out in the air. 600 million volts thundercloud Qilin. Boom. 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 The air exploded in a series of explosions, and a huge Qilin suddenly emerged from the terrifying thundercloud, and the thunderbolts that shook the earth and the sky were roaring. Swish. What was astonishing was that 2 thunder-like wings suddenly condensed on the Qilin's back, and the huge figure swooped down from top to bottom. Hey, this is not a joke, right? Kizaru said helplessly. The terrifying Qilin completely filled all the positions on the battlefield. It was too late to dodge. Even Kizaru had no way to dodge this terrifying light speed. The only way now was to resist it. Such an attack must not be allowed to land. The red line is the face of the world government. Now Zuo Kong and Tiger have made such a big fuss that there is no way to conceal it, so the impact must be reduced. If Zuo Kong directly destroys a part of the red line in the end, it will be really embarrassing. Malvitrol. Akainu's arms suddenly brewed a terrifying magma that gushed out continuously, and a terrifying lava giant condensed on the ground. It seemed that there was a violent impact under the huge magma troll's feet, and a deep hole appeared on the ground out of thin air. The magma troll rose into the air. Another violent explosion. The magma troll and the thunder and lightning unicorn collided with each other and the sword exploded. Unfortunately, this was the end but a new beginning. The terrifying magma mixed with the thunder and lightning fell in all directions. The terrifying impact covered everything around. If it was implemented, basically all the surrounding buildings would be destroyed, and even the army base would be finished. Advertisement, Kizaru is in your hands, Akainu said weakly. After all, not everyone is a monster with unlimited physical strength like Zuo Kong. He patted Kizaru's shoulder and said weakly. I understand. Kizaru nodded solemnly. In an instant, Kizaru had disappeared. Zuo Kong wanted to chase him, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance. The 2 figures in the sky stared at Zuo Kong tightly, and Zihu and Tailing on the ground also stared at Zuo Kong with beast-like eyes. Yasukani no Magatama. Boom. There were bursts of explosions not far away. Kizaru's speed was extremely fast, and the Yasukani no Magatama covered a large area. Although it couldn't save all places, it could at least save 80% of the range. Zuo Kong's eyes fell completely on the 2 figures in front of him. Just by the breath, he could feel that they were definitely admiral level, and there was no need to think about it, and they were definitely Air Force admirals floating in the air. One has white wings on his back and wears a blue suit. His face is very gentle and he seems to be a gentle person. The other one gives people an evil feeling at first glance. His dark fleshy wings seem like a demon. He wears a black suit and it is hard to forget him. Hey. Zuo Kong suddenly sighed softly. Sigh, do you feel desperate? If Mr. Zuo Kong is willing to surrender, I guarantee that you will not have any accidents as the Air Force Admiral Blue Ghost. The Air Force Admiral in the blue suit, that is, Blue Ghost, said gently. If you ask me, just kill this guy directly, he. It is your honor to die in the hands of my Nightbat. Wiping the saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, Nightbat said very cruelly, #TE. Zuo Kong shook his head and said with interest, I just feel curious. The world government has at least the combat power of the martial level and 9 admirals. Such strength can obviously sweep across the sea. Why do they still allow High Z to exist, or do they need them to exist? Zuo Kong's words made the faces of the 5 people present change at the same time, especially Akainu. Akainu is a person who hates evil as much as he hates evil. He always kills. Kill. But now he suddenly reacted after hearing Zuo Kong's words. If the world government really attacks with all its strength, then wouldn't it be a very simple thing to destroy the pirates? Zuo Kong's indifferent words planted a deep shadow in Akainu's heart. This is the decision of the higher-ups. We are just admirals. There are many things we can't control. Blue Ghost shrugged gently and said softly. Well, Zuo Kong waved his hand, and a purple light flashed on his body. His injuries had completely recovered, but his face was still pale. He said with a crazy smile, then this battle should come to an end here. Come on, let me see if you admirals can kill me. 180. 1v6 8/10, please subscribe. Little Ghost, you are very much my type. Nightbat laughed very strangely. Why do you have to do this? Blue Ghost shook his head slightly, and said very gently and regretfully. Zuo Kong looked calm. The thunderclouds in the sky had slowly dissipated, but something shocking appeared in the air. The terrifying thunderballs gathered in the air, which made people feel extremely shocked. Thunder Fruit Thor form. Zuo Kong roared, and 6 thunder drums suddenly released terrifying lightning that enveloped Zuo Kong, and the thunderball was instantly injected into Zuo Kong's body. The world was instantly enveloped by endless purple lightning, but this was just the beginning. What was even more terrifying was that these lightnings were compressed rapidly, and in an instant they had condensed on Zuo Kong's body, and the terrifying thunder snake you appeared again. But this time, the thunder god was even more terrifying. He held a thunder staff in his hand, the thunder god's sword was wrapped around his waist, and a pair of huge thunder wings slowly spread out behind him. The gorgeous armor burst out with terrifying lightning, and he was stepping on thunderclouds. Zuo Kong upgraded the form of the thunder god. Not only the 6 thunder drums stored thunder, but even the thunderclouds in the sky could store thunder. Zuo Kong had been storing thunder since the beginning of the battle, and now it was almost done. Die, Zuo Kong said in a majestic and cold voice. Interesting, let me see. Night Bat laughed cruelly. Blood Fist. Claw attack. The night bat in the sky suddenly turned into a black shadow, and the blood-red light appeared on the claws again, terrifyingly crossing the air. 6 pads very terrifying red air knife whistled out. The smoke was filled, and the faces of several people were even heavier. Their observation hockey told them that things seemed to be really serious. The smoke dissipated, and Zuo Kong did not move, but he was also completely unharmed, without even a trace of injury on his body, as if it was just a joke. Is that all? If so, then it's my turn. Zuo Kong lightly brushed Yu Yu's chest and said lightly. Thor 5000 volts Ghost Spider. Zuo Kong opened one hand, and the terrifying lightning instantly formed a terrifying spider that was nearly tens of meters high, roaring and swooping down. Advertisement. ***. It seems that it is impossible to continue hiding, Zihu cursed. Facing such a huge attack, Akainu and Kizaru were originally the most suitable, but Akainu is now in the CD cooling state of the ultimate move, and Kizaru is cleaning up the mess. And if 6 against 1 still need to fight desperately, then will they still be alive? Boom. Da. The terrifying airwave rolled over Zihu's body, and Zihu roared angrily, and the whole person's figure swelled violently, several meters, 10 meters, more than 20 meters. In an instant, a terrifying tiger with 4 limbs on the ground, at least 30 meters away, immediately emerged, looking at the falling thunderbead and leaping up 10 times. Blood Fist Death Bite. After a series of bombings, Zuo Kong rose from the ground, waving the thunderstaff in his hand, and spread his wings to directly meet their attacks. Finger Pistol Impact. Crack, crack, crack. Great Eruption. Without the slightest hesitation, he still rushed up. Tiger Leap. Zuo Kong's huge figure was suddenly blown away. These guys would not miss such a good opportunity to add insult to injury. Blue Ghost, Night Bat, and Iron Wolf immediately attacked at the same time. What a powerful attack. Zuo Kong grinned, and his pale mouth made him look more like a devil, and he said ferociously. The pitch-black hockey covered his entire body, and with just one leap, the giant demon spider was actually knocked out, and the long tail behind it swept past. Zuo Kong suddenly drew out the long sword at his waist and threw it out without any hesitation. Night Bat and Blue Ghost blocked all the thunder in the sky, while Purple Tiger and Iron Wolf rushed up directly. The terrifying armament hockey on both of them really covered their whole bodies this time. Advertisement. Coward. Purple Tiger roared. Thunder God, thunder of heavenly punishment. Tiger Scissors. Tempest Kick Wind Dance. The huge purple tiger soared into the sky again and pounced on him. At the same time, the Blue Ghost and the Night Bat also rushed up from the left and right. The people present were all masters of physical skills, and the two-color hockey could be said to be very grand masters. Die. The purple tiger roared madly. Do you really think I'm unprepared? Zuo Kong suddenly laughed cruelly. Thunder God 10,000 thunders. Even Akainu and Kizaru, who had just returned, were no exception. At once, the 6 admirals' moves all hit Zuo Kong at the same time. No, Kizaru said with panic on his face, suddenly feeling the familiar impulse. Fit. The same armament hockey covered it, and in an instant it formed something like a barb that made people feel scared. The 3 attacked from top to bottom without any hesitation, and exploded on Zuo Kong's body. Although Zuo Kong was not afraid of sea stone and seawater, armament hockey's special ability to attack Logia was still very much there. Zuo Kong opened one hand, and countless thunders between heaven and earth fell again, rumbling countless thunderlights, suddenly exploded. Although it was not the punishment of God, this move in the form of Thunder God was even more powerful. Especially the huge purple tiger, Zuo Kong had to sigh that he couldn't reach such a level yet. The amount of armament hockey was too terrifying, right? Little ghost, you have this day too. Wang Jiaohao, Kizaru said with hatred in his eyes, mockingly. Light speed kick, accompanied by waves of icy sounds, the ice was broken one by one, and Zuo Kong slowly stood up. Unlike the unscathed just now, Zuo Kong was really injured at this moment, and his face looked even paler. More importantly, Thor's armor was broken halfway on his head. Asterisk Tiger Leap. 181. The Last Gift, 9/10, please subscribe. Not good, Tiling said with a stiff face, iron body fully armored. Now he couldn't care about other people. If this move really hit him, Tiling was sure that even with his own body, he would be crippled if not dead. Zihu roared, but it was too late for him to dodge with his huge body. In addition, he taunted Kizaru, so his speed increased a bit. As a result, it was impossible for him to dodge now. Armament hockey fully hardened. With the same roar, the pitch-black hockey covered all parts of his body, and the attack had already arrived. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Akainu and Kizaru looked at Zukong solemnly, while the blue ghost and the night bat in the sky did not change their expressions. The blue ghost was gentle, and the night bat was ferocious. They seemed not to be affected at all. Snap. That was the sound of a crisp bone fracture. After only a moment of stalemate, the thunder of heavenly punishment easily penetrated Ziyu's body. Armament hockey was like a decoration, and terrifying power filled Ziyu's body. He couldn't bear it and fell down. He was almost crushed to pieces, his limbs were broken, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. The only advantage was that he didn't die. This was the biggest advantage. With the recovery level of Zoan awakened by Ziyu, as long as he didn't die, he could recover slowly. However, from Ziyu's almost negligible recovery speed, it can be seen how terrible Zuokong's attack was. Bursts of lightning flashed, and Zuokong's Thor armor collapsed. Zuokong wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and said palely, "How about this gift, everyone?" Gift. B****************** D. Tiling roared angrily. Not to be outdone by the previous calmness, the admirals of the Navy, Army and Air Force are completely different. If the Air Force is the government, if the Marines are even hostile to each other, then the Army is very cooperative with each other. The three of them are brothers. Now one of his two brothers, CFBJ, was killed, and the other almost died in front of him. If Iron Wolf can still endure it, then he is definitely not Iron Wolf. Roar. Advertisement. The same roar burst out from Iron Wolf's body, and Iron Wolf's body swelled violently. However, a moment later, a giant wolf, which was only 10 meters tall, but had a more terrifying aura than Purple Tiger, emerged. Sharp limbs, sharp fangs, vast breath, and thick fur that is like steel. Dog Fruit. Ancient species. Dire wolf form. A beast from ancient times, a terrifying existence with the same name as the saber-toothed tiger, but what makes people feel more terrified is that the Iron Wolf is in an awakening state at this moment. How terrible will the awakening state of the ancient species be? You don't need to think about it to know. Doll. With a roar, the Iron Wolf swept up, and the speed was so fast that people felt a little scared. It was a horror beyond the phoneme. Filk. Boom. Suddenly, Blue Ghost disappeared from the spot, and the speed was so fast that it had reached an ultimate. The white wings behind him trembled slightly, and dozens of feathers suddenly fell. You will know if you can do it if you try it, Zuokong said coldly. Is this the beast paradise? Blue Ghost whispered softly. That won't do. If you kill Kizaru, the world government will lose face. At the critical moment, the Blue Ghost blocked the last fatal sword and said gently. Stronger thunder gathered in Zuokong's palm, and the 6 small thunder drums were also broken by the sword. The remaining 4 admirals were stopped at the same time. Kizaru, feel despair again. Zuokong laughed cruelly. They could only watch Zuokong brewing stronger moves, and they had no choice. Zuokong actually admired Vegapunk more. Kizaru didn't know how to transform, but the artificial human could become an element, otherwise he would have died just now. Da. Zuokong curled his lips and disappeared in the distance again. When he emerged, he said excitedly, "This is the last gift, I hope you like it." Room 8 arms death scalpel, finger pistol feather spear. With the same roar, the 3-headed dog of hell emerged from the ground, looking at the figure of the Iron Wolf ferociously, grinning, and the power of fire and ice in the left and right dog heads has begun to gather again. Advertisement, die. Zuokong's face was extremely pale, and he didn't know if his body was an illusion, but he felt that he had lost at least 3 points of weight, but he still roared madly. The saber-toothed tiger roared and suddenly rushed up, and its black claws swiftly tore the feathers falling from the sky, and fell to the ground, staring at Blue Ghost with bared teeth. The saber-toothed tiger stopped the Blue Ghost and the night bat by itself, while the horse in the form of a human beast stopped Akainu's steps with its terrifying impact. Crack, crack, room? Zuokong and the spider appeared on both sides of Kizaru, and at the same time, both attacks fell on Kizaru. Yefu and Akainu moved at the same time, and their attacks were very fast, with magma surging and blood shrouding them. Zilt. But halfway through, the Iron Wolf was stopped. Suddenly, 3 shock waves rushed out from under the ground at the same time, abruptly blocking the Iron Wolf's steps. Fit. Roar. 8 swords, each heavier than the last, and the explosions were even more ferocious. Kizaru's face darkened as his body stiffened slightly, and he said coldly, "Kid, I am not the same person today, and do you really think you can do it?" Sword of the Thunder God. Not only the 3-headed hellhound, but also the 3 beasts of spider, horse and saber-toothed tiger also emerged and surrounded Zuokong, seemingly defending against the attack of the remaining 4 admirals. 182. The most serious injury, 10 out of 10, please subscribe. The lightning in Zuokong's palm has become more and more terrifying. The terrifying power of collapsing the world makes the 4 admirals look heavy-hearted, and the strength of their attacks is even more powerful. It's a pity that if the trick of Beast Paradise can be cracked so easily, it is not worthy of being Zuokong's own strongest trick. The animals in the Beast Paradise devour Zuokong's physical strength one by one. As long as Zuokong is not dead, they will never fall down. What's more, they are not allowed to make contributions, but simply blocked. It's very simple. It seems that it's almost done, everyone, this game should end here. Zuokong laughed cruelly. 10 billion volts sky punishment. Zuokong's cold voice was accompanied by thousands of lightning. The 4 admirals suddenly found that Zuokong's sky punishment actually covered such a wide area, not only the sky above the 4 admirals, but also the position of the world government on the other side. But no matter what, the 4 admirals could not leave. Even if they could break through the siege of thunder and lightning, they did not dare. Who knows whether Zihu and Kazaru, who fell to the ground, would die directly in Zuo Kong's attack. How fast is the devil? Zuo Kong had already been fully charged in advance, and with the special structure, it was completely 1,000 miles a day and disappeared in the red line in an instant. The position of the doldrums was a swift sailor under the sea. I am afraid that the sea will fall into violent turmoil again, and these people will not rest in peace. Boom. After raising his hand several times in a row, Zuo Kong barely raised his palm. A flash of light appeared, and two figures emerged in the void, which were Monet and Robin. Zuo Kong's body fell down like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the beasts in the beast paradise slowly disintegrated. Blue Ghost and Night Bat immediately rushed down, but time did not allow them to do so. Advertisement. This time it's really a big deal, Zuo Kong said weakly. Want to run? Zuo Kong's figure slowly disappeared, but Akainu rushed out and roared against the impact of the horse. The spirit was almost bitter, the body was almost scrapped, and all the systems had been lost. Room Life Assembly. At this moment, Zuo Kong's body was struggling to repair itself. Flower Bloom. Great eruption. This damn kid. Akainu cursed. A weak voice echoed in everyone's ears. Zuo Kong's figure had disappeared in the darkness, and the lightning in the sky also landed. Please give me flowers. Lying weakly on the devil, Zuo Kong's whole body has become weak to the ultimate. His originally well-dressed body now looks like skin and bones, which makes people feel terrified, and his face is as pale as a piece of white paper. Isis. Quote. Quote. Advertisement. Perhaps he finally relaxed. Zuo Kong saw that the two women finally fainted. Zuo Kong's body would easily have problems. Robin, take me back to the room. Monet will leave immediately and go to the position I gave you in advance. Zuo Kong groaned weakly in a range. Master. The moment he saw Zuo Kong, Monet screamed immediately. This can be said to be the most serious injury Zuo Kong had suffered since he went to sea. If Monet rushed over to Zuo Kong in this state, then there is no doubt that Zuo Kong would be dead even if he didn't die. Robin crossed his arms, and his hands appeared on the ground one by one, carefully dragging Zuo Kong to move into the cabin. Robin didn't dare to use any force at all, and a slight vibration. Originally, those dangerous slaves were captured by the admiral level, so these slaves were useless, but now those powerful slaves have also escaped. Wait, Monet. Mr. Lustwolf's body can't bear it now. Robin hurriedly stopped Monet's action and said solemnly. Just as the devil left, a figure suddenly jumped into the sea. Tiger emerged from the deep sea and cursed secretly, damn, it's still a step too late. If it was earlier, I could have killed that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* pity that he had lost it now. Since Zuo Kong dared to fight 6 admirals alone, he had prepared a retreat. Robin, take the master back quickly, I will return now. Monet glanced at Zuo Kong nervously, and immediately left in a panic, saying nervously. As for the world on the other side government, on the contrary, they were not worried. That was the world government. Where were the 3 marshals, the chief marshal, and the 5 elders? If they could be defeated, the world government would really have no need to live. Above the world government, Sengoku raised his head indifferently, raised his palm, and a golden palm emerged, and a terrifying shockwave brewed in his palm. Boom. A gust of wind whistled past, accompanied by a shockwave, and forcibly defeated the thundercloud in the sky. But the speed of the thundercloud was also very fast, and the numerous lightnings slowly dissipated. Crack, crack, crack. Many buildings on the ground were shattered. With Zuo Kong's departure, the largest attack since the establishment of the world government finally ended. Although there were no casualties, all the slaves had fled. There was no shortage of weak people among these slaves. Coupled with Tiger's organization, the strength of these slaves could be said to have been extremely strengthened. In addition, Zuo Kong blocked all the highest combat power, and Sengoku and others were too lazy to make a move, so naturally all the slaves fled. Fortunately, Zuo Kong had developed the Op Fruit to an ultimate, otherwise such a terrible injury would be enough to kill a person almost instantly. You guys play slowly. This game will be very interesting. Zuo Kong's face was as pale as a piece of paper, and he smiled cruelly. Even a monster like Whitebeard could not guarantee that the 6 admirals could be truly defeated, but there was absolutely no problem in maintaining the undefeated. If it continued, both sides would suffer physical damage, or he would be captured. 183. Special Investigation Team established. 1/10. Please subscribe. Silence. This room, which represents the highest power of the world government, is terribly quiet at this moment. Even the masters at the admiral level dare not say a word here. This room represents the highest power of the world government. Okay, tell me what you think. The bald old man said very calmly while leaning on the sofa. The faces of the 5 elders were extremely calm. They were not angry or fluctuated at all because of what had just happened. Instead, they looked as calm as usual. This matter must be resolved immediately. I suggest sending an admiral to kill that kid immediately. Akainu stood up and said very seriously. Well, what do others think? The blond old man just nodded, but shifted his gaze to other, 913, places and continued to ask. I agree with Akainu. Although the kid is not clear about the situation, he is definitely seriously injured. It is the best opportunity to kill him at this time. Tyling also stood up. His tall figure was filled with cold murderous intent, and he said coldly. Akainu and Tailing both had terrifying killing intent flashing in their eyes. However, the difference was that Akainu was fighting for his own justice, while Tailing was fighting for his friends. Although Zihu and Kizaru did not die, they were both seriously injured. Fortunately, Zihu was a Zoan with terrible recovery ability, and Kizaru had been transformed into a man-made person, so he only needed to continue the transformation. What do you think of the strength of that kid? The curly-haired old man ignored the two murderous people and turned his head to look at the other two Air Force admirals and asked. Now is not the time to think about strength. The kid is seriously injured. It's the last time to kill him. Akainu slapped the sofa angrily and roared. Akainu, calm down. Sengoku immediately stood up and shouted loudly. Advertisement. Sengoku had already prepared for Akainu's hot temper, otherwise who knows what kind of situation Akainu would cause. Akainu, we know you can give everything for justice. Indeed, the best action now is to exclude Admiral from chasing that kid, but are there some problems you understand? Kong waved his hand to stop Sengoku's action and said very calmly. What's the problem? Akainu was stunned and asked. Not only Akainu, but even Tailing, who had the same idea as Akainu, looked over. Both of them looked at Kong, wanting to see what the problem was that the supreme commander of the three armies was talking about. That kid has Thunder Fruit, Op Fruit and Yin Fruit. These three fruits are enough for him to leave quickly. Do you really know where he is? Kong said very seriously. Akainu and Tailing were speechless. To be honest, they had never considered this question. In their opinion, facing the seriously injured Zukong, they could easily solve it by sending Admiral. But can we just let him get away? Tailing asked unwillingly. With the Marines, absolute justice. There is absolutely no place for that kid to survive in this sea. Akainu said very violently. Kong, Sengoku and Kwang looked at each other. Now, because of their respective beliefs, Tailing and Akainu absolutely hated to kill Zukong as soon as possible, and they were almost in a state of rampage. Since you insist on doing this, then form a special pursuit team. The old man with a knife suddenly said. Special pursuit team? Tailing and Akainu looked at each other at the same time and asked back. The other people in the room all frowned slightly. This name seemed to have only appeared when facing the Pirate King Roger. Could it be that in the eyes of the five elders, Zuo Kong is already comparable to Roger? Akainu, how many admirals do you think are needed to defeat that kid in his prime? Or even kill him? The old man with the knife didn't need to speak, and the tacit understanding of many years was enough, the curly-haired old man asked. Advertisement, 3 of you, the 3 admirals of the Navy, Army and Air Force can definitely keep that little devil if they cooperate well. Akainu said very firmly. This is indeed the case. The cooperation between Tailing and Zihu can put pressure on Zukong. If Zukong had not played desperately at the end, I am afraid that he might not even have the chance to seriously injure Zihu and Kizaru. After so many battles, Zukong's strength has been clearly defined. It is above the admirals, but it is definitely not up to the legendary monster level of the older generation. Facing 2 admirals, Zukong can definitely win, but it may be difficult to stay. However, if he faces 3 admirals who cooperate well, instead of the situation where Aokiji and the other 3 do not work hard and even calculate each other, he will definitely lose. Then let's have 3 people. Blue Ghost, Tilang, Yutu and Kizaru will form a special investigation team to track down the news of the devil, Zuokong. The long-haired old man who had never spoken said it with finality. Why? Akainu asked in astonishment. Of course, he was not angry again this time. Akainu also knew that his people's mission was to guard the new world and could not stop time here. He was just astonished why he had nothing to do with this matter. Personality. Sengoku said lightly. All of you go down. The blonde old man glanced at the 4 admirals, waved his hand and said. The 4.3 admirals nodded and turned away. Akainu's personality is not suitable for joining forces with others, while the cooperation of the 3 people, such as the gentle blue ghost, the calm iron wolf, and the smooth Kizaru, can definitely bring out 100% of their strength. What do you think of this little ghost? After the admiral left, the old man with the knife continued to focus on the people in the room and asked. This little ghost must not continue to grow, and he must be quickly dealt with, Sengoku said very seriously. Sengoku's words were recognized by everyone, even Keiluo, who had always been against Sengoku, nodded solemnly. 184. The sea shakes again. 2/10, please subscribe. Zuo Kong is a big threat but not big. The threat of Roger, Whitebeard and others is big enough because the former and the latter have a reputation that is difficult for others in the world to match in a terrifying power. If they fight to the death, even the world government will be impacted. But Zuo Kong is different. He is a commander without troops. As for his subordinates, the world government does not even look at them. They are more like women than subordinates. There is no need to care about them at all. I agree with Sengoku's opinion. I volunteered to kill that kid. Kwang stood up and said angrily. For Zuo Kong, Kwang definitely wanted to kill him as soon as possible. The relationship between the marshal and the admiral is definitely the best in the army. The army can be said to be the most united. Kwang values his 3 subordinates very much. As a result, one of them died and another was seriously injured. How can Ken accept this? Kwang. Calm down. Kong looked at the irritable Kwang and scolded in a low voice. Yes. Facing his elder brother, Kwang still felt a little afraid. He nodded and said calmly. Kwang will definitely lose against your little ghost, but the problem is still here. How are you going to find that little ghost? Kolo frowned and said helplessly. The problem is here. Zuo Kong is a slippery guy. It's too difficult to find a way to get rid of him. Let's not talk about the troubles of Thunder Fruit and Yin Fruit, especially Op Fruit. If Zuo Kong is really forced into a corner, he can directly consume his life or teleport directly. This situation is really too helpless. Okay, let's discuss today's affairs here. You all leave. The long-haired old man looked at the silent four people and said calmly. Yes. The four people got up and left one after another. Advertisement. After the four people left, the long-haired old man frowned slightly and said, if this little ghost really grows up like this, it will become a very big threat. How about I kill him? There is no need for this. His potential is so developed when he is young. I am afraid that this will stop here in this life. The curly-haired old man waved his hand and said casually. Yes, it is disdain. In the eyes of outsiders, Zuo Kong is already earth-shattering, but in the eyes of five elders, he is just a jumping clown, just disdain. Five elders see further and deeper. In the eyes of others, Zuo Kong is indeed a big trouble, but in the eyes of five elders, he is actually useless. Whether it is the revolutionary dragon or the pirate king Roger, these people are actually nothing in the eyes of five elders. Does the world government really not have the strength to solve them? Don't underestimate the world government that has existed for so many years. They just don't want to solve it. Sometimes the enemy is not completely eliminated. Leaving a little bit of the enemy will have a different effect. The sea is boiling again. Fishman Explorer Fisher Tiger. Devil Zuo Kong. These two names resounded in the sea at the same time. They rushed to the red line alone and released all the slaves. In the end, Tiger retreated safely. As for Zuo Kong, Marine gave the result that his life and death were unknown. Anyone with a brain would be disdainful of Marine's words. Life and death unknown? It is obvious that it is embarrassing to say that someone ran away. It would be strange if he had the nerve to say that someone ran away alone in his own nest, so he gave such nonsense. If anyone believes it, he is really an idiot. Kong. Life and death unknown. No, I have to go out to find Kong. Hancock looked at the newspaper in his hand, stood up nervously, tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, and shouted anxiously. Hancock, calm down. As an old man, the mother-in-law knew what was going on, so she had to persuade him helplessly. Old woman, get out of my way, or I will not be polite. Hancock is now unmoved and said angrily. Advertisement. Anyone who dares to block my path now, no matter who you are, you will surely die. Hancock, calm down. Listen to me. Grandma Zha had long been accustomed to Hancock's temper, and she persuaded him calmly. After listening to Grandma Zha's explanation, Hancock finally calmed down and said nervously, so Kong is fine. Of course he's fine. Grandma Zha nodded. At the same time, she turned her eyes to the other two people. Sandersonia and Marigold nodded hurriedly. Yes. Yes. Sister, Lord Kong is so strong, he will definitely be fine. Marine is just bluffing. That's great. No, I still have to go find Kong, so that I can rest assured. Hancock, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly jumped up again and said firmly. You can't go. Grandma Zha continued to stop her. Old woman, if you can't give me an explanation that satisfies me, I will let you know who is the master of 9 Snake Island now 510, Hancock said angrily. You can't go. If you go out to look for Lord Kong now, you will harm him. Granny Zha hurriedly persuaded. Hancock is a smart man, but he is always a little bit temperamental sometimes. After Granny Zha reminded him, he immediately reacted. Zuo Kong is not dead, but breaking into the red line is not a small matter. He must have been injured. If he goes to find him now and is caught by the world government, then what awaits Zuo Kong is a net of heaven and earth. Now Zuo Kong has not recovered his body, so he will definitely die. Fortunately, otherwise I would have killed Kong. Hancock patted his huge softness and thought with a long sigh of relief. Seeing Hancock finally calm down, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This little girl was really too helpless, but fortunately, Hancock had a dead end. As long as it involved Zuo Kong, everything would be for Zuo Kong's sake. The grandmother had used this method to subdue Hancock many times. I can't see through this man's future at all, the grandmother thought with emotion. 185. The ownership of Mermaid Island, 3/10, please subscribe. 13x13x. The pale Zuo Kong lazily leaned on the lounge chair, lying comfortably on the beach in the sun. Although his body still looked thin, he was no longer skinny, and finally looked like a human. Master, how do you feel today? Monet floated back from not far away, and the snowflakes fell to the ground to form Monet's figure, and asked gently. I have recovered a lot. Zuo Kong nodded gently, showing a sick but gentle voice. At this time, Robin walked over with soft steps, wearing a black ultra-short shirt, a black ultra-short skirt, and black high boots. It was a super attractive outfit. If it were in the past, Zuo Kong would have pounced on her long ago, but unfortunately now he was unable to do so. Robin, you are so bad, Monet said with emotion. But the whole person also twisted gently beside Zuo Kong, showing his perfect figure in front of Zuo Kong. Robin was not wrong. This truth is very simple, but no one would think so, because the world government's attack on pirates and the Revolutionary Army has always been very huge. One day, Zuo Kong said in astonishment. Woo woo. Monet, who was overjoyed, immediately cried out in sorrow. Actually not, in this era, because Roger has gone berserk, there are more and more pirates, and they are getting stronger and stronger, and the Revolutionary Army is also growing like a snowball. I'm afraid the current world government is also in a headache, Robin continued. The older people live, the less they dare to fight. For balance, Robin said. Advertisement: Robin will never forgive the world government, even if he has been bullied by people in his hometown since he was a child, but that is his hometown, and it was destroyed just because the so-called historical text of the group of scholars and researchers in his hometown who obviously didn't think about anything was destroyed. Now the world government led by the 5 elders is not difficult to destroy the Marine and the Revolutionary Army, but in this era, it is definitely a situation of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of their own. The 5 elders hesitated. But everyone is selectively helpless, that is only the power of Marine, the Air Force and the Army organization did not intervene. Although I'm not bragging, I have done such a big thing, and the world will pay attention to me for one day. Yun Duo was completely wrapped in Monet's pleading eyes. Vice Admiral Monet was completely wrapped in it. Robin walked to Zuo Kong's side, gently took off his high boots, leaned on the recliner beside Zuo Kong, and asked gently, "Mr. Pervert, how do you feel this time?" "Woo woo. Master, spare my life." Monet, who was completely surrounded by clouds, did not dare to struggle for fear of hurting Zuo Kong, so he had to beg bitterly. "Feel sad. There is no need to be so. This is the world. Power has long determined everything. If the world government did not have the power to control the world, it would have been overthrown long ago." Zuo Kong looked at Robin's sadness and did not directly comfort her, but just said calmly. Hearing Zuo Kong's tone, the smile on Robin's mouth also disappeared, and a look of hatred appeared in his eyes involuntarily. Not only Robin, but Monet, who had just escaped from the trap, also took a breath of cold air. The two women looked at Zuo Kong in amazement. "Doesn't that mean that the pirates and the Revolutionary Army are completely controlled by the world government?" Monet said in astonishment. "By the way, Monet, didn't I ask you to find out the news? How's your finding?" Zuo Kong suddenly remembered his original purpose and immediately asked curiously. Zuo Kong's body was now in a state of automatic defense. He would not accept any other power and could only recover on his own. "But master, if the world government is really as strong as you said, it should be easy for the Revolutionary Army to destroy the pirates." "Why?" Monet asked immediately. After arranging his words, Robin said, "When there is no danger, people's ambitions will grow, and the reason why pirates and the Revolutionary Army exist is because the world government allows them to exist, so that they can balance the ambitions of ordinary people. Only when ordinary people are attacked will they understand that only the world government can save themselves, so that the world government will be in a position of justice and become stronger and stronger." Advertisement: just stay in there for a while. Zuo Kong waved his hand and said calmly. Well, I was comforted by Mr. Pervert. Robin blinked cutely and smiled gently. They wished that Zuo Kong was just joking with them, but unfortunately this was the fact, but the problem followed. There are at least 9 admiral-level figures in the 3 armed forces, the 3 marshals, the 3 general marshals, at least 4 legendary figures, the 5 elders, GARP, and the CP organization are not counted. If you say that the world government has no other hidden power, it is simply an insult to my IQ. Zuo Kong said with disdain. It's like this. Miss Shocky told me that now you, the master, are famous all over the world, but it's a pity that you are only famous for one day. Monet raised a finger and said helplessly. Because Whitebeard was going to take over the Mermaid Island, but he bumped into Kaido, and the two of them were ready to fight, Monet said helplessly. Monet blinked and looked at Robin, waiting for Robin's explanation. How strong is the world government? Robin asked solemnly. Although his body had not fully recovered, his strength had recovered. However, Zuo Kong's current body could not be recovered by Op Fruit at all. He could only recover a little bit. One battle almost emptied Zuo Kong's body. The water in this world is very deep, or the water in the world government is very deep. Zuo Kong sighed and said solemnly. If this is true, isn't holding the whole world a game of the world government? Why? Zuo Kong raised his mouth and sneered. Little girl, when can your master be provoked by you? Zuo Kong squinted his eyes and said lazily. Zuo Kong shrugged helplessly, he was used to Robin's teasing. 186, Whitebeard vs Kaido, 4/10, please subscribe. Zuo Kong and Tiger did cause a big incident in Redline. Unfortunately, to everyone's surprise, even the world government did not expect that such a huge incident would be completely forgotten after only one day. Because there was a new incident on the sea that swept everyone. Although they were more confused about this matter, the world government thought that it would be idiotic not to take advantage of it, and immediately sent Marine to capture the original efforts all over the world, trying to minimize the impact of this incident. But the cause of this incident was Whitebeard and Kaido. The battle between the 4 emperors and the quasi-4 emperors. Dad, are you really going to take over the Mermaid Island? Marco leaned on the boat and asked curiously. Marco, when did you become nagging? Just say it directly if you have something to say. Whitebeard looked at Marco who was hesitating and scolded with a smile. Dad can't hide anything from you. Marco scratched his head, which was completely inconsistent with the appearance of Whitebeard's captain of the first team in front of outsiders. Instead, he was honest like a child and said stupidly. Gulalalala. Whitebeard laughed, you are Laozi's son. Dad, you should know that the kid has a conflict with Mermaid Island. If you take over Mermaid Island now, it is equivalent to a real fight with the kid. That guy is a lunatic, Marco said with a little worry. Marco, are you worried that Laozi is not the opponent of the kid? Whitebeard put down the huge wine bowl in his hand and said lightly. No, Dad. It's just that the kid is a lunatic. What if he does something crazy? Marco said worriedly. In fact, Marco's worry is groundless. It can be seen from the time Zukong went to sea that Zukong is a madman. It is obvious that I have a grudge against Mermaid Island. but Whitebeard took over Mermaid Island. Isn't this a clear sign of war? What Marco is worried about is that Zukong is like a madman. If I can't beat you, Whitebeard, how dare I not kill your pirate group? When Laozi gets anxious, he will shoot one shot and change another, see who plays more accurately. Gulala. Advertisement, Marco is just like what you said, that kid is basically a madman. Do you think there is any difference if I take over Mermaid Island? Since that kid got the title of Whitebeard too, he has been against Laozi, Whitebeard said with a big laugh. Marco smiled and shook his head. His father had thought of everything a long time ago. It seems that he was worrying too much. Suddenly, the sea began to shake violently. The sudden change made Marco shout loudly. What's going on? Has the weather changed again? Captain Marco, no, yes, someone is running towards here. The navigator's voice seemed to be full of astonishment. Dad is not good. A huge figure suddenly jumped up and jumped over, and Joes said breathlessly. Speak slowly. Marco looked at Joes and immediately comforted Joes. Joes took a deep breath and said hurriedly, Dad, something bad has happened. Kaido is here. Kaido, how could that lunatic come here? Marco said with a grim look. It is now generally recognized that there are two lunatics on the sea. The first lunatic is Kaido, who dares to provoke anyone and is not afraid of death. He will provoke anyone wherever he goes. The second one is Zuokong, who also dares to provoke anyone, but the key is that he is too fast, and no one can catch him because he is alone. Marco feels that he is really screwed now. He and others went to find trouble with a lunatic, and another lunatic came to the door. Did you collude? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, Laozi is here to start a war with you. Kaido could only see the silhouette just now, but the sound like a trumpet has come over, and he shouted excitedly. Splash. Splash. Advertisement water columns rose from the water surface. Kaido ran quickly, and the terrifying power formed by the whole person even split the sea into a root, which made people feel frightened. Is this guy really a monster? Marco thought secretly in his heart. In fact, it was the first time for Marco and others to meet Kaido. In the past, they only knew that Dad and Kaido had fought, and the result was that Dad won. And now it seems that Kaido's title of the strongest creature is definitely not in vain. Who can run on the sea? You know that New World is not small. The territory and route of others are very far away from Kaido's territory. There is no pirate ship in sight. To put it bluntly, Kaido rushed here by himself. In other words, Kaido ran all the way here. What kind of monster-like physical strength is this? Whitebeard, Laozi is coming. Kaido jumped up and said frantically. Zit. Because of Kaido's leverage, a deep pit was directly blown out of the sea. After a huge pressure, the huge water column rushed up to the sky, and even broke the clouds in the sky. What a terrible power. Kaido kid, are you looking for death? Whitebeard stood up shakily, raised his head slightly, and said lightly. Ha ha ha. Let Laozi kill you. Kaido looked down and punched hard, laughing. What a rampant kid, today. Let Laozi teach you what it means to respect your predecessors. Whitebeard slowly raised a fist and said with a grin. The air seemed to be vibrating, and the invisible waves gathered on Whitebeard's fist, producing a faint gust of wind that blew away Whitebeard's coat. At the moment Kaido fell, Whitebeard's fist hit Kaido's fist just right, and the air seemed to solidify at this moment. 187. The strongest man in the world, 5/10, please subscribe. Zilk. The sea suddenly churned and surged, and the world shook horribly as if the sky and the earth were collapsing. Kaido's huge figure flew backwards and fell into the sea. Boom. The huge body suddenly smashed into the deep sea, splashing thousands of feet high waves. Sons, go to the nearest isolated island. Whitebeard stood up and shouted loudly. DF. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates roared violently, with absolute pride in their eyes. This is their captain, their father, even if they are facing the strongest man in the world who is known as the strongest creature. They can easily kill him with one punch. The pirate ship slowly approached the shore, and Whitebeard walked down from the ship with his naginata in his hand. He was very slow, and stood on the edge of the isolated island, slowly closed his eyes, and didn't know what he was waiting for. Here it comes. Marco looked into the distance and said suddenly. The strongest member of the Whitebeard pirates besides Whitebeard is Marco. Marco's strength may still be a little worse than Admiral, but it's only a little bit. If it's a one-on-one protracted battle, Marco will lose in the end, but it's a long battle that will take who knows how long. Ah, Whitebeard. Kaido's voice came again, shouting loudly. Zit. The sea was split again. Kaido rushed out of the sea directly, jumped up and landed on the isolated island. It was obviously a huge isolated island, but the moment Kaido landed, it shook violently, forming a terrifying shockwave, which instantly made everyone on the pirate ship shake violently. Is this guy really a monster? Joes said in horror. But this sentence also expressed everyone's thoughts. Kaido was unscathed, with no injuries on his body. He looked as if he had not just endured Whitebeard's terrifying blow. This was simply incredible. Advertisement Joes was sure that he could withstand Hawkeye's slash by transforming into a diamond form, but he was absolutely unsure of facing Whitebeard's punch, but Kaido did it, and only with his body. This guy's strongest creature is really terrifying, Joes whispered in admiration. Indeed. Marco also said solemnly. Everyone on the Whitebeard pirate ship shut up and watched this battle obediently. This was a duel between emperors. No matter who the winner was, this battle would be very exciting. Old man, was the punch just now powerful? Kaido smiled, rubbing his shoulders. Old man? Kid, This title Laozi is not your turn to call, defeat a general, Whitebeard laughed and taunted. What an annoying old man. Kaido suddenly laughed grimly. Title. Boom. Kaido suddenly stepped on the ground, and a deep pit was directly stepped out of it. The terrifying power also spread to the surroundings, forming huge cracks, but Kaido's speed was extremely fast. The power of his punch far exceeded the previous punch, and even formed a sound barrier. Before the punch arrived, the terrifying fist wind was as sharp as the sword energy used by the great swordsman. Sons, stay away. This kind of battle is not something you can participate in. Whitebeard ignored Kaido's attack and turned around and shouted. Yes, Dad. Marco shouted immediately. Under Marco's command, Whitebeard's fleet began to retreat rapidly. Looking at the departing pirate ship, Whitebeard's eyes slipped into tenderness. Isn't this what he has been pursuing since he went to sea? What he is pursuing is called family. Crack. Stabbing the naginata into the ground with one hand, Whitebeard's body slightly arched up, legs apart, this time without using any fruit ability, just the same long fist to meet Kaido's attack. Boom. The two fists collided, just like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The ground has been shaking violently. Kaido and Whitebeard did not give in to each other, and waves of terrifying shocks, explosions, burst out on the fists of the two people. Advertisement, old man, after so many years, your power is still so terrifying, Kaido said excitedly. Little devil, so many years have passed. You have made no progress. If you continue like this, your title of beast will be taken away. Whitebeard grinned and said lightly. Boom. No more nonsense, but the power in the fists of the two people is even more terrifying, and the more terrifying impact spreads from the two people. Kaido's body took a step back uncontrollably, just like a beginning. Kaido was beaten back by Whitebeard. 0. Da. Seeing Whitebeard's actions, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates immediately shouted loudly, isn't this their captain? This is the strongest man in the world, a monster that is more terrifying than monsters. Old man, don't be complacent. Kaido patted the dust on his body and said excitedly. Unscathed, Kaido's arms slightly exerted force, and suddenly a terrifying force gathered on his arms. The arms that were originally like a dragon circling suddenly became a little bigger again. Kaido roared again and rushed up directly. Little devil. Whitebeard said with interest, the corners of his mouth cracked. Buzz. A force suddenly gathered on Whitebeard's palm, and the invisible impact slowly gathered on Whitebeard's fist. That was the power of Shock Fruit. The terrifying power of Shock Fruit, which is the best among all devil fruits. Tit. With one punch, the atmosphere was broken, the sea was turbulent, and even the sky was shattered, but Kaido in front of him was unscathed. Relying on a pair of flesh fists, Kaido withstood the shock of Whitebeard. Although both arms were shaking violently, such a little pain was nothing at all. It's so cool. 188. Injury, 6/10. Please subscribe. Kaido excitedly roared to the sky, and his muscles were shaking violently because of excitement. Duh. Kaido laughed excitedly. Old man, it turns out that only a guy like you can make me feel excited. What a pervert kid. Whitebeard also said with a smile. Watch it, old man. Kaido shouted excitedly. Boom. Kaido rushed up again, and his terrifying fist brought up a terrifying gust of wind again. These gusts of wind were no less than the sword energy generated by the great swordsman, but this time these gusts of wind did not dissipate, but seemed to be attracted by something and solidified on Kaido's fist. Die, old man. Kaido shouted excitedly with a big 450 after punching out. What a madman. Whitebeard also grinned, and the blood in his heart was burning, and he shouted loudly. As a pirate, I don't want to have a hearty fight, but there are too few people who can fight Whitebeard in this era. Roger is dead, Zephyr is dead, Sengoku and Garp have already lived in seclusion in naval headquarters, Golden Lion has disappeared since escaping from prison, and the old Bad is still in prison. And in this new era, even if Charlotte and I become 4 emperors, and Shanks and Kaido are even known as quasi-4 emperors, they're just juniors, there are 10 people who can really make me excited. Maybe there is, that is the man in front of me, the man known as the strongest creature in the world, Kaido. A special sound gathered in Whitebeard's hand. Different from the previous attacks, at this moment, Whitebeard's palm actually formed a wave visible to the naked eye. It was a layer of light emitting white light, which seemed to be transparent and visible, covering Whitebeard's hand. Not good. Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. Marco saw the actions of his father and Kaido and shouted hurriedly. Okay. The pirate ship just left, and the next moment there was an even more violent explosion. Advertisement. The water within 100 meters was still flowing backwards, really flowing backwards, as if the Milky Way in the sky was hanging high in the sky, but this was just the beginning. The next moment, all the seawater was instantly divided into countless huge water masses, but was instantly shaken into drops of water, and returned to the sea that formed a terrifying black hole again. Fit. Whitebeard proudly drew out his naginata and said proudly, Kid, this little skill can't hurt Laozi. It's really exciting. Kaido looked up at his fist and said excitedly. It was a very subtle wound. If it wasn't on Kaido's huge body, it would probably not be visible on an ordinary person, and even no blood would be shed. It has been completely recovered under Kaido's terrifying self-healing ability. But Kaido shouted excitedly. Injured. Kaido didn't know how long he hadn't been injured. His muscular body didn't have any injuries at all. Marine, 4 emperors, other forces, all the famous forces in this world have come to him. But only Whitebeard can hurt himself, only he can make himself feel pain. It's so cool. It's so cool, old man. As the price for you making Laozi excited, Laozi decided to kill you. Kaido shouted excitedly. The muscles on his body began to vibrate violently due to the excitement. The vibration of the muscles alone caused waves of terrifying air vibrations, forming wind blades comparable to sword energy. Little ghost, Laozi will tell you that you are still far from it, Whitebeard said proudly. Boom. Suddenly, the two men attacked, punching each other again, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The two men's movements were not gorgeous at all, and they didn't even have any moves, but such a simple battle could exert extremely terrifying, even making people feel collapsed. Whitebeard never drew his naginata from beginning to end, and relied on his two fists to withstand all of Kaido's attacks. Advertisement. The muscles on his body vibrated violently, and looking at Kaido who was rushing towards him, Yoo-hoo suddenly jumped up. Zit. It is really hard to imagine that Whitebeard's huge body can jump so high, but now it should be considered that it is a terrifying kick falling from above. Roar. Kaido let out a beast roar, and the shocking roar immediately shook the sea, and a fierce punch from bottom to top met again Whitebeard's kick. Crack. The ground cracked, cracking inch by inch, collapsing inch by inch, and a deep pit was completely formed within 100 meters of Kaido. This was because Kaido's terrifying body absorbed 99% of the power, otherwise the island would have collapsed completely in an instant. Zit. In the instant of falling from the air, Whitebeard kicked Kaido in the abdomen and forcibly kicked Kaido out. Roar. Unfortunately, just after landing, Kaido roared again, and then stood up again, unscathed, with 4.2 still no injuries on his body, or maybe there were, but those minor injuries would probably disappear in less than 5 seconds on Kaido's body. Whitebeard grinned, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more intense, and shouted, "Little devil, Laozi must go all out." I wish for it, Kaido shouted excitedly. Crack. Whitebeard swung the naginata stuck in the ground, and a terrifying wave of air immediately surged from Whitebeard's body. This is Whitebeard, the 3 kings of the past and the 4 emperors of the present. No matter which era he is a man standing at the top of the world. He does not need any decoration, a knife and a pair of fists can fight out of this world. Gulalalala. 189. Winner Whitebeard, 7/10. Please subscribe. Quote. Whitebeard's last strike brought an end to the battle that lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Quote. Quote. Kaido flew backwards into the sea. The cross wound on his left abdomen was so creepy. The unconscious Kaido completely lost his breath and disappeared with the drifters on the sea. As for whether Kaido would die, Whitebeard had no doubt at all. Even if he was unconscious, a guy like Kaido still had a very terrifying vitality, and his self-protection ability was even more terrifying when he was unconscious. Marine had captured Kaido before, and even wanted to feed him 2 devil fruits when Kaido was unconscious, and according to the characteristics of devil fruit, he failed in the end. Kaido's self-protection ability was very strong. This brat. Whitebeard's mouth corners slightly cracked, and he said proudly. Stepping on the rubble that could no longer be called an island, but only a ruin, Whitebeard jumped up, and the remaining fragments under his feet were finally completely blown to pieces, and Whitebeard also landed on his pirate ship. Sons, 25, set off for Mermaid Island. Whitebeard shouted loudly. Although this opportunity is vague and hopeless, it is indeed possible, so there is no need to think that the pirates under Kaido's jurisdiction will definitely riot again for a while. Okay, master, you are crazy, I can't understand it. Monet said helplessly again. And the roots of Whitebeard and Charlotte can be said to be very stable, but relatively speaking, the roots of Kaido and Shanks are relatively turbulent, of course, only relatively speaking. As a result, something happened now. Although Whitebeard defeated Kaido, if Whitebeard can defeat him, does he have a chance? But after a moment, Zuo Kong suddenly laughed excitedly and said excitedly, although I am not very interested in the position of 4 emperors, since Whitebeard has made it clear that he wants to go to war with me, I am not afraid of him. Kill Whitebeard, and then Mermaid Island will still be my toy. Advertisement. Of course I didn't make it, it was the mermaids of Mermaid Island who made it, and master, do you think Koala can fly? How old is she? Monet muttered endlessly. Zuo Kong's mouth twitched suddenly, and he said helplessly, Monet, how is Koala's cooking? I really don't want to eat the food you make anymore. Don't think about the result. Monet said helplessly to his master's childish look. Master, what do you want to eat at noon? Deck. The time difference was very interesting. Zuo Kong had just escaped, and the news had just spread to the entire ocean, but the next day Whitebeard defeated Kaido. This news immediately overshadowed all of Zuo Kong's news and occupied everyone's mind. A unknown currency, unknown currency, a unknown currency, unknown currency, a unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency, a. This system, in the study of devil fruit, isn't this a suicide? Zuo Kong fainted again without paying attention. Fortunately, Zuo Kong's body has been very strong after so many years of training. If it were someone else, he would have died long ago. I really don't understand Kaido's thoughts. Monet shook his head helplessly. For Zuo Kong's arrogant but confident words, Robin and Monet both shook their heads helplessly. The new world is now divided into 4 roots, and these 4 roots have been basically determined, which are controlled by Whitebeard and other 4 people. After the last battle, Zuo Kong found that his devil fruit was still not developed well, and the cooperation between them was still too weak. So Yuji was studying how to add ropes to this kind of cooperation. 0415123325 Filu 180,273,531. What should I do? Zuo Kong replied silently while lying on the recliner. During this period, Kaido and Shanks have conquered all the pirates in different ways. After all, the two people's methods are different. Kaido's subordinates have a huge force that can be used to squander, and can completely control the entire chassis. Especially Monet, who had clearly watched Zuo Kong carefully, but Zuo Kong actually started to commit suicide when he was fine. Advertisement: the fleet of Whitebeard's pirate ship began to sail again, and the target was the Mermaid Island. Kaido said he was going to commit suicide, but in fact he challenged his limits again and again in pursuit of a stronger opponent, and the same was true for Zuo Kong. Zuo Kong could easily escape on the Red Line, so why did he stay and fight against 6 admirals, and almost left himself behind? Does that mean Whitebeard won? Zuo Kong looked at Monet and scratched his head. X1. So people who are suicide-seeking have a strong physique. When mentioning this, the two women were helpless. However, the two women have long been accustomed to Zuo Kong's personality. Monet hurriedly comforted Zuo Kong and said nervously, "Master, you should rest and recover from your injuries, okay? If you continue to toss like this, you won't be able to recover even in a year, let alone 3 months." That's right, until now, I still don't understand why Kaido didn't prepare for the final fight for his position as the 4 emperors, but had to fight Whitebeard. Monet shook his head and said in confusion. Kaido is a person similar to Zuo Kong. Of course you don't understand, because Kaido is a madman like me. You will never understand why you have to fight against the strong. Zuo Kong's eyes showed a fierce fighting spirit, and he said excitedly. Robin said interestingly, Mr. Seductive Wolf, since Whitebeard defeated Kaido, Mermaid Island has now been designated as Whitebeard's territory, so what are you going to do next facing the 4 emperors' territory? Tisk. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Zuo Kong curled his lips and turned his head to look at Robin, saying boringly. Zuo Kong and Robin fell into a state of distraction very tacitly. Because Zuo Kong and Kaido are both the same type of madman. Yes. If Kaido didn't fight Whitebeard, at most 2 months would have been enough to subdue all the pirates and formally establish the position of the 4 emperors, but now that he was defeated by Whitebeard, I'm afraid those pirates will be ready to move again, Robin said in confusion. 190. The Differences of 4 Emperors, 8/10, please subscribe. As the saying goes, when you are drunk, you will think. Ahem. Oh. Thinking of this, Zuo Kong sighed helplessly. It would be too embarrassing if he died on a woman. Mr. Pervert. Are you thinking about something annoying? Tell me and make me happy. Robin came over again, put his slender arms on Zuo Kong's recliner, and said lazily and charmingly. Robin, you wait for me, I will never let you go, Zuo Kong said angrily when he saw Robin's appearance. Really? Robin seemed to be very cute and nodded his thin lips, and said with a smile and doubt, what did I do? While talking, Robin posed a seductive posture again, which made Zuo Kong's teeth itch. Zuo Kong's health was not good during this period, and he couldn't touch women. As a result, Robin started to play seduction as if he didn't know whether it was revenge or something. Every day's clothes are extremely tempting. For example, now, Robin is wearing a black lace long skirt, which can't cover anything at all. She is wearing nothing inside. This kind of 3-point temptation is really unbearable. Sexy black stockings wrapped around her slender legs. Robin seems to think that this is not enough. She fanned her hands and said lazily, it's so hot, this weather is really hot to death. As she said that, Robin took off her clothes again. Robin, remember to leave a way out for others, otherwise you will wait for me, Zuo Kong threatened viciously. But I didn't do anything, Robin said cutely. While saying this, he also posed in a seductive posture. Robin was also desperate. Anyway, according to her situation in the past few days, as long as Zuo Kong recovered, she would definitely be in trouble. Anyway, that's it. Advertisement anyway. Robin is a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, that's it. You woman. Zuo Kong felt itchy all over and said angrily. Logia. Robin couldn't help laughing softly, and finally said gently, Mr. Pervert, since you have decided to be an enemy of Whitebeard, you should understand that you are not Whitebeard's opponent with your current strength. Of course I know, I'm not an idiot. People now see Admiral-level figures as active, but in fact, Admiral-level figures are not at the same level as those monsters in Legends. The gap is really too big. Zuo Kong also returned to normal when it came to business, and said calmly. And the most important thing is that the Whitebeard pirates are not just Whitebeard, Robin said worriedly. Robin's worry was not without reason. Zuo Kong can only kill 2 Vice Admiral-level masters, Monet and Sugar. Hancock is now on 9 Snake Island, and Robin is not good at fighting. As for Shirahoshi, it is better to wait quietly until she reaches adulthood. Scarce combat power is a big problem. This time has already explained a lot. 1 admiral is not Zuo Kong's opponent, then 2 is not enough, 3. In the end, they had 6 people. Although Zuo Kong severely injured 2 of them, he almost died directly. The number of people is sometimes very important. Forget it. I don't have the idea of forming a force. It's too troublesome. After a long silence, Zuo Kong gave up and said helplessly. You. Robin also said helplessly. Of course, Robin also understood that his pervert was not good at managing power. If he was asked to fight, it would be fine. If he was asked to manage, forget it. But I can kill Kaido. That guy has a huge army of zones under his command. Then I will have my own men, right? Zuo Kong blinked and asked Robin. Okay, Robin said helplessly. Advertisement. But it seems that this is the only way. The more devil fruit Zuokong swallows, the bigger the beast paradise under his command will be. If he can really have hundreds of zones in the end, it will definitely be a very terrifying force. Ancient species and fantasy beast species gathered together, what a spectacular scene. But the 4 emperors are not so easy to deal with, Robin said thoughtfully. The easiest one to deal with among the 4 emperors is Kaido. He is the one who supports the whole force with his strong strength. As long as Kaido is killed, the forces under him will basically be scattered. Zuokong shrugged and said calmly. Although only Whitebeard and Charlotte have become 4 emperors now, the strength of Kaido and Shanks has already been predetermined as 4 emperors, and no one is absolutely right to call them that. Is there any difference between 4 emperors? Robin continued to ask curiously after hearing Zuokong's words. Of course there is a difference, Zuokong said very calmly. The difference between 4 emperors is actually very big. At least if we want to talk about the most stable force, it must be Whitebeard. At one command, he will definitely not hesitate to send down 43 pirate ships even if he fights for his life. The Whitebeard pirates rely on family affection. Whitebeard's family affection of tolerance and inclusiveness makes everyone integrate into his arms, and they can't help but submit to Whitebeard. It is frank to say that such a team, Li Haojiao, is absolutely very stable. The remaining 4 emperors, Kaido, relied on his strength to suppress, while Shanks was the most unique. His pirate group had very few members, but he was a man of loyalty. As long as he shouted, he could immediately form a large fleet that was no less than Whitebeard's. That was a team formed by Shanks relying on his own personality. Even Hawkeye would become Shanks' friend. As for the last Charlotte, she formed her own pirate group based on blood ties. She had dozens of direct relatives, not to mention the others. Robin listened to Zuokong's explanation and felt that his worldview had collapsed. So the 4 emperors were so simple. Although the reason seemed simple, it was all based on the powerful strength of the 4 emperors. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. 191. Injury healed, 9/10. Please subscribe. God's punishment. Floating on the seashore, Zuokong suddenly dropped one hand, and a terrifying purple lightning column suddenly fell from the sky and fell into the sea in an instant, without causing any explosion, but the sea was actually evaporated by this terrifying lightning column. Huh! Spitting out a breath of turbid air gently, Zuokong fell from the sky, and the lightning column also slowly dissipated, revealing the situation of the sea. Not only was it evaporated, but there was also an extremely deep black hole extending out, emitting crackling thunder, which was slowly filled by the seawater. Success! Zuokong murmured happily in his heart. During the 3 months of recuperation, Zuokong has been thinking about a question, that is the terrifying explosive power pursued by his thunder? In fact, Zuokong does not need explosive power with the explosion fruit, so Zuokong changed the direction. The thunder is no longer an explosion, but a solidified heat. The terrifying heat mixed with the power of thunder and lightning can instantly evaporate everything, and Zuokong has also strengthened the sharp piercing of the thunder. Due to his physical condition, Zuokong has been lying down most of the time in these 3 months, but he has a lot of new ideas about the fruit in these 3 months. And the next will be verified. Master, it seems that your body has almost recovered. Monet floated over, landed slowly, and said with a chuckle. It has basically recovered 90%, and the rest will be recovered in a month of recuperation, and it will recover at the same time. Zuokong moved his shoulders and said calmly. In 3 months, Zuokong has not fully recovered, but only recovered 90%. Of course, it does not affect the battle, but it is still easy to cause fatal injuries in some intense situations. Master, shall we go out to sea immediately? Monet asked softly. Monet had been a little bored for 3 consecutive months. Although he was training hard every day, this incident was a big blow to Monet, and he could not help at all. This is the nightmare of his life. Advertisement? Mr. Pervert, I have something else to do. I have to leave first, Robin said immediately. Now his heart net is unusable. If Monet hadn't told him, he wouldn't even know Robin was here. Search. The cold smile made Zuokong look like an angry hungry wolf at this moment, and Robin took a few steps back in fear again. Soon the voice that had been absent for 3 months sounded again in the clouds, and this voice made Monet, who was walking slowly, look helpless. The most important thing is that this beautiful woman has been teasing him from beginning to end. Zuokong feels that he needs to teach Robin how to behave. At the same time, Monet's mouth corners were slightly raised. He could already imagine Robin's miserable life in the next month. Zuokong would not let Robin have an easy life. Zuokong was teased by Robin in the past 3 months. A white cloud suddenly appeared in front of Robin, soft and cute, like cotton candy, but Robin's heart was chilled. Room. Search. Girl, you know I was very annoyed in the past 3 months, Zuokong said grimly while moving his body. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Zuokong said with a wicked smile. Don't worry, I will be very gentle this time. Zuokong suddenly appeared behind Robin, hugged Robin's delicate body, and said gently. After saying that, he turned around and left without thinking. If Zuokong got angry and did it, it would be a problem whether he could get out of bed. It is even possible that he would stay in bed for 10 days or half a month. This is thanks to you, Robin. Zuokong wiped his mouth and said with a sinister smile. Search. 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 His hockey can recover. Advertisement. Woo, let me go. I know I was wrong, Robin said softly. Now Robin regretted it. Why did he provoke a beast for no reason? Robin used this to monitor Zuokong. This damn Monet, he said he wouldn't tell me, but he betrayed me. Robin thought angrily in his heart. Really, it's in broad daylight, but, Monet said very helplessly. Robin, who was in the forest, looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. A look of horror appeared on his face, and he said calmly, "Mr. Lustful Wolf, it seems that you have recovered almost." But as he spoke, Monet also walked into the clouds. "It's better to recuperate for a month. Next, we will go to New World to face monsters among monsters like Kaido and Whitebeard. If we are not fully prepared, it will be bad." Zuo Kong exhaled a breath of turbid air and said lightly. If Monet was lazy before, then now he was practicing very hard. And Robin actually used her fruit ability to monitor. Robin was bored in the past 3 months, so she developed her fruit ability. Although she didn't develop combat power, she developed a lot of auxiliary abilities. Ears and eyes can grow in other places. The white clouds tossed and turned, and soon they regrouped into the shape of the house floating in the air, and Zuo Kong hugged Robin and walked in. "You know you were wrong, but it's a little late," Zuo Kong said regretfully. "Can you imagine a beautiful woman in front of you, but you can't touch or eat her body?" Zuo Kong's body has almost recovered, but his spirit still needs to recover. That's why Zuo Kong has to wait another month, because his mental injury is serious, and it will take another month to fully recover. A flash of light passed by and Zuo Kong disappeared without a trace, leaving only Monet who was grinning in the same place. "Okay, master." Monet nodded and said with a smile. 192. Go to New World, 10 out of 10, please subscribe. Yeah, so cool, Zuo Kong said comfortably. Lying in the clouds, Zuo Kong crossed his legs, looking like a master. "Master, are you playing a little too much?" Monet put the already sleeping Robin aside and asked gently. "It's okay. I've already treated Robin with op fruit. She's just too tired," Zuo Kong said with a wicked smile. Monet shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In Monet's opinion, Robin deserved it. He always liked to provoke Zuo Kong for no reason. Now he's in trouble, right? If Zuo Kong hadn't used op fruit to repair Robin's body, Robin would have to lie in bed for 3 to 5 days. Of course, Robin thought it would be better for him to lie in bed for 3 to 5 days, so that he could at least have a good rest, instead of continuing to work hard like now. It's been silent for 3 months. I don't know what's going on the sea. The game is about to continue. Zuo Kong licked his mouth evilly and said excitedly. "Master." Monet sighed helplessly. The sea is always silent. Blue Ghost, Iron Wolf, and Kizaru formed a special tracking team to track down Zuo Kong's figure. Unfortunately, the result was minimal. Everyone was sure that Zuo Kong was in Grand Line, but they couldn't find it at all. With the help of Marine, the 3 of them searched almost the entire Grand Line, but the result was a bummer. In the end, it was certain that Zuo Kong should be in the Grand Line, but the question was useless. You know you can't find it. Blue Ghost can fly in by himself, but what will happen? Will Zuo Kong die after flying in? Marine had no choice but to ask Hancock for help, but there was no trace of him in the end. Of course, Hancock just accepted the order and took the supplies. In the end, he didn't care at all. He just sent someone to report when the time came. This incident also made the world government decide that no matter what, it must research a ship that can sail in the calm belt. Originally, it was researching artificial devil fruit and pacifists. Vegapunk began to study these things urgently. Advertisement: a huge pirate ship emerged on the sea, riding the wind and waves. No matter who is on the sea, I'm afraid everyone knows the owner of this black pirate ship. Zuo Kong nodded. How long will it take for Monet to reach Red Line? Zuo Kong turned his head and asked Monet. Boom boom. Little Sugar pointed at Koala, obviously with the style of a big sister, and Koala listened obediently. Monet was driving the boat carefully. Robin was lying on the deck reading a book. And little Shirahoshi looked around cutely, looking very curious about everything. There are probably 4 days left, Monet said after a moment of silence. 0. This time Zuo Kong did not plan to go to Mermaid Island. He had taken everything he wanted, so there was no need to go again. Zuo Kong was going to float directly across the Red Line. Anyway, with his speed, it was basically impossible for the marine guys to catch him. These are all descriptions of Zukong, Devil, Zukong. New World, Laozi is coming. With a hook of his hand, the Devil and Monet and others on it disappeared without a trace. Zuo Kong raised his head and his figure disappeared instantly. After sailing for several days in a row, there was almost no rest. After all, Monet was not a strong man like Zuo Kong, and women, they are always easily tired. Fortunately, Zukong's devil was big enough to accommodate the size of Shirahoshi in his infancy, otherwise it really couldn't accommodate him. At this moment, Zukong was floating cross-legged in the air, with 4 objects floating beside him: thunderballs, ice balls, cloud balls, and snowballs. A strange scene appeared on the devil advertisement. It was floating rapidly, and no one knew what kind of rules it had. It just disappeared suddenly. It didn't dissipate, but just disappeared like that. Reward 1 billion Baileys, phantom beast species or Logia, or even op fruit. And Zukong is the first supernova, and the only one who is qualified to be called a supernova. Others may have good people, but in front of Zukong, they are nothing at all. What qualifications do they have to be called a supernova on par with Zukong? I know. Zuo Kong stood up and floated up, saying calmly. Devil, Zukong. The word supernova comes from Zukong, which means that within a short time of going out to sea, he has become a terrifying existence with a bounty of over 100 million. After exhaling deeply, Zuo Kong opened his eyes. Clouds appeared out of thin air under him. He thought solemnly. Although there are general steps, it seems that there is still a lot of gap to success. Alas. There are still too few devil fruits and the development of devil fruits is still too weak. Search. The manifestations of the abilities of the 4 Logia devil fruits that Zukong possessed, Thunder Fruit, Frozen Fruit, Cloud Fruit, and Snow Fruit, were all floating around Zukong. The shadow of the devil slowly stopped, and under the dark night, the devil finally arrived under the red line. These are all top-level devil fruits, and the more top-level devil fruits are, the more difficult it is to develop. Zuo Kong is now in a bottleneck period. Supernova on the sea. Either follow the most perfect method developed by the system and grind it slowly. This method is stable and solid, very safe, and the second method is to develop a new method yourself. A flash of lightning passed by, and Zuo Kong rushed to the red line swiftly. The terrifying speed brought only sparks. Multi-fruit ability user, Whitebeard 2, King of Beasts, jealous and cruel. Zuo Kong's training has never stopped, but even with the most perfect development plan developed by the system, it takes time to improve, especially whether it is Zoan ancient species. The master has arrived. Monet said with a little fatigue. 193. A gift to the world government, 1/10, please subscribe. Search. A figure as fast as lightning suddenly passed over the red line, but strangely, there was no sound at all, making it impossible to imagine whether the light just seen was real or just an illusion. Wait. Zuo Kong, who was flying at high speed, suddenly thought strangely in his heart. Search. Zuo Kong's figure stopped abruptly, looking at the slave farm not far away, which had only been 4 months but had become dimly lit again. Zuo Kong suddenly laughed. Well, I finally came here again. If I don't give the world government a gift, it would be too boring. Zuo Kong said with a smile on his face and a little excitement. Do it as soon as you think of it, but this has always been Zuo Kong's character. The figure of 790 turned into lightning again in an instant, and flew towards the location of the slave farm in silence. I don't know when Zuo Kong formed this habit. The fruit of silence always covers his whole body, which can hide his voice very well. What a great defense, Zuo Kong thought with a smile, squinting his eyes. Through the hope, Zuo Kong saw the defense of the slave farm. The center was guarded by the army admiral Zihu himself. The elite soldiers around him were definitely no less than 3,000 people, not to mention that there were hundreds of generals and generals hidden, and at least 20 vice admirals. Although these vice admirals were not as strong as those who had been on the battlefield for many years, they were large-scale products, but vice admirals were vice admirals, and they were not something that ordinary people could face. Unfortunately, you have to face me, Zuo Kong whispered. With a crazy smile on his lips, Zuo Kong's figure slowly floated up. I don't know when the thunderclouds in the sky had covered the dark night. The thunderclouds that appeared invisibly in the night light had covered the moonlight, and Zihu, who was training, vaguely felt that something was wrong. He walked out of the room and looked at the sky, and asked curiously, will it rain today? Advertisement, Admiral Zihu, this is the Grand Line. Normally, any weather changes are possible. The guard on the side immediately reported respectfully. Yeah, Zihu nodded but still felt something was wrong, and even the scars on his body were aching. Zoan's awakening is actually divided into 2 types. The first is the awakening of the human and beast forms, combining the characteristics of both sides. The power is very strong, but the second is the awakening of the beast form, abandoning the power of the human form, only the instinct of the beast, but the recovery ability is increased again. If it wasn't in the awakening state of the beast form last time, I'm afraid Zuo Kong would have to. Zuo Kong, not good. Zihu suddenly raised his head and shouted in surprise. Did you find it? It's too late. Zuo Kong's figure slowly emerged in the sky, with a sharp coldness at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly. You be asterisk 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 D. Zihu roared angrily. Hate. Zuo Kong looked at Zihu, who was so angry that he had lost his mind and was about to rush over. He smiled and shook his head and said. Sorry, I don't want to play with you today. I'll give you a gift as a reward for the last time you seriously injured me. 600 million volts thundercloud Qilin. Boom. As Zuo Kong spoke, the terrifying Qilin finally emerged from the sky after brewing, and suddenly rushed over from top to bottom. This damn B asterisk 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 D. Zihu cursed angrily. But being angry was useless. He immediately hid away quickly. It seemed that it was really difficult to resist the Qilin with his body. Even if he could resist it after awakening, Zihu had weighed the pros and cons and decided not to give up. It's just a slave farm anyway. The worst that can happen is that it will break down again and then be repaired. It's not a big deal. Advertisement. With Zihu's escape, no one can stop Zuo Kong's Qilin anymore. When the others reacted, it was too late. The huge thunder Qilin had already fallen from the sky. Boom. With the Qilin rushing into the entire slave farm from top to bottom, the terrifying heat almost instantly engulfed the entire slave farm. Even all the people in it, whether they were soldiers of the world government or slaves, were instantly evaporated. 041512325 Filu 180,283,421. Sizzle. 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 It was a very harsh sound. The sound even made people's scalps numb and felt a little frightened. However, the more it was like this, the happier Zuo Kong felt. I have always been chased and beaten. After 30 years of ups and downs, it is finally time for me to fight back. This feels so good. Zuo Kong laughed excitedly. In fact, Zuo Kong did not think of touching after Red Line. He sneaked in and attacked them directly, but after thinking about it, Zuo Kong gave up because Red Line was too dangerous. This was the headquarters of the world government. If he was not careful, he would not be the one to attack them, but they would kill him. If it was not necessary, Zuo Kong would definitely not want to come to Red Line to fight for no reason. Then it's over and it's time to leave. Zuo Kong said with a chuckle. It's been fun enough, it's time to go to the new world. Doflamingo, Kaido, Whitebeard. The guys who are equivalent to giants in the new world are waiting for his arrival. If he doesn't go, it will be a bit sorry for them. You may not be able to leave. Zihu stepped on Moonwalk and rushed towards Zuo Kong's position quickly, whispering. Ah. Zuo Kong smiled and waved his hand and said, sorry, it's not up to you whether I can leave or not. Goodbye, stupid tiger. While speaking, Zuo Kong completely ignored Zihu's attack, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Zihu could only watch Zuo Kong's figure disappear in an instant, and the voice suddenly rang in his ears. Stupid tiger. Please pass on this gift to the world government. 194. Arrival at the new world, 2/10, please subscribe. There was a mess on the red line, but Zuo Kong easily rushed out of the red line, falling from top to bottom at a speed that was completely beyond the speed of thunder. This feels like. Zuo Kong's figure condensed, feeling the power of the whistling wind, he couldn't help but close his eyes comfortably and said lazily. A huge splash suddenly appeared on the sea. As the splash fell, the lightning surged, and Zuo Kong's figure emerged from it, with his hands in his pockets and an excited smile on his lips. At this moment, Shang Kong's spirit was in an extremely excited state. Then this is the new world. Zuo Kong looked into the distance, licked his lips involuntarily, and said excitedly. 3 directions and 4 routes, representing the 4 routes of the 4 emperors. These 4 months have officially established Shank's position as the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea already have 6 people. Shanks conquered all the pirates on that route with his own courage, and the original 5th 7 warlords of the Sea Tiger did such a thing and betrayed the world government to form the Sun Pirates, recruiting those fishmen and trying to never go back to Mermaid Island again. It's not that Tiger doesn't want to go back, but that he can't go back. Now Tiger has completely angered the world government, no matter if you were threatened by Zuo Kong or what. Since you were the 7 the warlords of the sea actually came to attack the top of the world government, Red Line. This is a typical betrayal. If Tiger returns to Mermaid Island, he will move Mermaid Island to the other side of the world government. At that time, the world government will almost send troops. Even with Whitebeard's protection, facing the completely furious world government, Whitebeard will probably retreat. Advertisement. Even if the Fishmen Island will not be destroyed, it will be almost the same. I just didn't expect that Jinbei guy will inherit the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Zukong thought with his chin in hand. That's right. In the past 4 months, Jinbei inherited Tiger's position and became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This barely stabilized the anger of the world government. Bartholomew Kuma, who was also known as a tyrant among pirates, became the 6th 7 warlords of the sea. It can be said that this era of great turmoil is about to enter an era of balance. At this time, Zukong came to New World. I'm afraid no one knows whether it is good or bad. Then this position is good. Zukong didn't know who the root was. He just looked into the distance and suddenly said excitedly. Here, in Luffy's words, it's, I feel the taste of adventure, but in Zukong's words, it's, I feel the taste of danger. Zukong suddenly disappeared into a flash of lightning. As soon as Zukong left, warships immediately emerged, led by Blue Oni, Iron Wolf and Kizaru, 3 admirals of the Navy, Army and Air Force. Obviously, the moment he received the news from Zihu, he was already and knew the 3 people prepared by World rushed over immediately, but they didn't expect that they were still a step too late. Ah, that kid just left. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, looking at the lightning that had not completely dissipated above the sea, and said in a mocking tone. It can be determined that the kid has come to New World. The next step is to confirm his target. Iron Wolf scanned the surroundings, using his observation hockey to sense everything around him, and said indifferently. Well. Blue Ghost waved his hand and said gently, don't worry, even if we don't cause trouble to that little ghost next time, he will still have trouble. Whitebeard, Kaido and other people are not easy to get along with. Advertisement. Listening to Blue Ghost's words, the 2 nodded at the same time. It is true that although they may be able to defeat Zuo Kong with the 3 of them, they are still not sure about leaving Zuo Kong and the other 2. However, if they are to face the monsters of the 4 emperors of New World, Zuo Kong will be in trouble. If they really fight to the point of both sides being injured, wouldn't it be good for them to benefit from it? It was just dawn, and Zuo Kong didn't know how far he had flown. Looking at the endless sea, he finally gave up the idea of flying directly to the land. He swung his hand and the devil appeared above the sea. This is New World? Monet looked around excitedly as the devil appeared on the sea. Why are you so excited? Zuo Kong landed and asked curiously. Mr. Pervert. This is New World, the last half of the Grand Line, the most chaotic sea in the world. Anyone who can survive here is a top figure. It's natural to be excited, Robin said elegantly and intellectually. But there was inevitably a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he was obviously full of interest in this place. Is this the New World that Mom said, Lord Kong? Little Shirahoshi was lying on the deck, curiously looking at the unchanged sea around him, and said strangely, 740, boom boom boom. Suddenly, lightning flashed between the sky and the earth, and then huge hailstones fell down immediately, without any signs at all. What a ripoff, right? Zuo Kong said with a confused look on his face. His heartnet didn't even notice that the speed at which this weird weather formed was too fast, right? It formed and fell in the blink of an eye. What a rip-off. Zuo Kong cursed helplessly. Although he said so, Zuo Kong still floated up, dragged his palm, and the white clouds in the sky immediately appeared. The bigger the dark clouds, the bigger the white clouds, and dragged all the ice cubes. The devil also began to leave quickly under Monet's driving. So cool, so cool. Xiao Shitang ran excitedly on the deck and shouted, "Oh, oh, oh." Koala followed Xiao Shitang, and the two little girls were having a lot of fun. As for Xiao Shirahoshi also joined in, playing with the two little girls. These girls. Zuo Kong shook his head helplessly. Zuo Kong turned his head and looked at the sun that had reappeared, and smiled excitedly. New world, here we come. 195. Toll? 3/10. Please subscribe. Monet, which route are we on now? Zuo Kong asked with a bored look on his face, lying on the clouds with his upper body naked. You can never imagine the weather in New World. It was gloomy and windy not long ago, but it became sunny in a short while. Although Zuo Kong has the abilities of frozen fruit and snow fruit, he is still very upset when facing such weather. Xiao Shitang and Koala are hiding in the cabin obediently, and no one knows what they're doing. As for little Shirahoshi, he went back to his body to take a bath. I think this weather is good. Wearing sunglasses and lying under the parasol, Robin put down the book in his hand and said lazily. Zuo Kong glanced at Robin. For Robin, who had been eaten up long ago, this little temptation was nothing. The tricks Robin played in the past 3 months could scare people. At this moment, Robin was wearing a black sexy lace bikini, wearing such glasses, and lazily lying on the lounge chair, looking like a seaside beauty, although not at the seaside but at the seaside. Master, you are so shameless. You didn't enter any of the 4 routes this night. Monet looked at the nautical chart and the pointer in his hand and said helplessly. How is it possible? At my speed, I should have flown a very long distance, right? Zuo Kong jumped down from the clouds and asked curiously. This is not scientific at all. After all, New World is only a small part of the world. Zuo Kong flew at a speed close to the speed of light, but he didn't even enter the 4 routes in one night. I think I can explain this. Robin suddenly sat up and said. Tell me about it, Zuo Kong said strangely. At the same time, he walked in front of Robin, sat down, and hugged Robin in his arms. Not caring about Zuo Kong's actions, Robin adjusted himself to a comfortable posture and continued. I read in a book that there is a section of the sea in New World called the Labyrinth Sea. No matter how powerful a person is, he will get lost in this sea if he travels alone. So I'm lost? Zuo Kong asked helplessly with a black line on his head. It can be said that no matter how strong your sense of direction is, it will be distorted in that sea area, and you will naturally circle in the same place. Robin leaned on Zuo Kong's arms and said intelligently. Zuo Kong rubbed his eyebrows, and he finally understood why he didn't see any islands even though the sun was out. It turned out that he was lost in October. Advertisement, Monet, which route are we closest to now? Zuo Kong asked suddenly after dragging his chin and being silent for a moment. If you want to say the closest. Monet looked at the nautical chart in his hand and said, it should be the closest to Whitebeard's route, but if the master wants to find Doflamingo, this route may not be suitable. It doesn't matter, let Doflamingo live a few more days and let him enjoy his last life. Zuo Kong sneered and said with murderous intent. Zuo Kong didn't have so many ideas about dealing with Tiger for Doflamingo. He would destroy everything he had without hesitation. Everything he had would make him lose everything again. Only in this way would it be the best and biggest punishment for him. Okay. Monet nodded and said calmly. Without asking any more questions, he immediately controlled the pirate ship to sail to the other side. The speed of the devil was extremely fast. And Zuo Kong's position was very close to Whitebeard's route. In just half a day, he had seen the iconic island. This Whitebeard is really rampant, Zuo Kong said with a grin. Closter Island, Robin said, looking at the island. It is the first island on Whitebeard's route and the starting island for everyone. It is said that Whitebeard's strength exceeds that of the other 4 emperors, and the strength of the people sailing on Whitebeard's route is also beyond the 4 emperors. Listening to Robin's explanation, Zuo Kong just nodded, but his eyes were always on the high-flying flag that could be seen even here. The long Whitebeard's skull and the grinning smile seemed to symbolize Whitebeard's heroism, and also seemed to symbolize all the arrogance here. Suddenly I also wanted to try the idea of hanging the flag of my own pirate ship here, Zuo Kong suddenly said excitedly. That master. Monet suddenly interrupted Zuo Kong's thoughts and said helplessly. What's wrong? Zuo Kong asked curiously. We have never had a pirate flag in our family, Monet said helplessly. Okay. Advertisement. Zuo Kong felt that a pitch-black crow was floating above his head, and this crow was S-shaped and B-shaped, showing some very high-end postures. Zuo Kong's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what he should say. Hey, Robin sighed helplessly, got up and quickly took out a pirate flag from the cabin and said helplessly. I knew it, fortunately I was prepared. Swish. As he said, Robin unfolded the pirate flag, and the pattern on it made Zuo Kong's eyes bright. Unlike the pale skull of ordinary pirates, it was a pitch-black skull, with 4 special things dotted on the bones. Lightning, ice, clouds, and snowflakes, with a hideous smile and a devil-like coiled horn. Oh my goodness, Robin didn't expect you to have such a talent for painting? Zuo Kong patted Robin's shoulder and said with a smile. You, Robin shook his head helplessly. Crossing his hands, he quickly hung up the pirate flag. Let's go. Zuo Kong waved his hand and said excitedly. For Zuo Kong's appearance, the two women shook their heads helplessly. They really couldn't connect Zuo Kong at this time with the demon who killed people without blinking an eye. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't look like the same person. Kacha. 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 In the eyes of the people living in the port, the huge pirate ship Devil suddenly slowly docked. Wait, I remember that these 4 routes all need to pay fees. Robin nodded his thin lips and suddenly said. Toll? Zuo Kong asked curiously. 196. Whitebeard's Pirate Group, 4/10, please subscribe. Hey, I'm talking about you. Before Robin could speak, a man's shout came from the port. Here comes the money collector. Robin said softly. It's really interesting, they robbed Laozi. Zuo Kong wiped the corner of his mouth and said with interest. It seemed that Zuo Kong just laughed in a funny way, but Robin and Monet, who were familiar with Zuo Kong, could see that at this moment, Zuo Kong's eyes were filled with cruel murderous intent. You guy, Laozi didn't hear you talking. Seeing that there was no response from the devil, the pirate immediately cursed, boom. The next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. The pirate was actually pushed into the ground by a big hand. A handsome man was squatting on the ground, with one hand on the pirate's head. Hey, hey, do you know that what Laozi hates most is someone calling himself, in front of Laozi? Laozi? Zuo Kong's mouth slightly cracked, revealing an evil breath, and said gloomily and evilly. You be asterisk 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 d. The pirate was not afraid at all, and still cursed angrily. Interesting. Zuo Kong laughed with interest. The force used in this attack was indeed not big, but if it was an ordinary pirate, he would definitely be dead after being hit like this, but he didn't expect that this pirate was still alive, and it seemed that he was only slightly injured and was basically unscathed. It seems that the pirates of the New World are not at the same level as the Grand Line. Zuo Kong sighed secretly in his heart. In fact, this is inevitable. The pirates of the New World rushed out one by one in the war. Those who can survive in the New World are the 4 in this riot. Survived the Emperor's War. Although this is a chaotic world, it is undeniable that almost all the pirates who survived this chaotic world are brave warriors who can fight against hundreds of enemies. The strength of each person is very strong, of course, it is only relative. You be asterisk 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 d. The pirate roared angrily. Zit. The pirate who was pressed to the ground by Zuo Kong and could not move at all actually kicked out and kicked Zuo Kong. Crackle. A series of lightning flashes slowly passed by, and Zuo Kong's body disintegrated into thunder. At this moment, all the people who were watching the excitement were stunned. Is that Thunder? Thunder Fruit in Logia? Advertisement? As that, Devil Zuo Kong. A series of terrified voices came out, and everyone hurriedly retreated. They were all terrified. If it was just the ability of Logia, even the ability of Thunder Fruit was not enough to make them so scared. This is Whitebeard's territory. Thunder Fruit is known as the strongest Logia, but Whitebeard's Ching Fruit is known as the strongest Paramecia. And Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. A mere Logia is nothing, but if the person is Zuo Kong, it will be completely different. The devil is coming. Take. Such a scene has not appeared for many years. In the era of the 3 kings, Whitebeard was the ruler of this sea area. For many years, no one could make the residents of this island flee in panic, because the person coming was a devil that cannot be explained by common sense at all. Are you the devil, Zuo Kong? The pirate who was pressed to the ground by Zuo Kong said with difficulty. Do you think anyone dares to pretend to be me? Zuo Kong said lightly with his arms open. Triple A. The pirate laughed wildly. I didn't expect Laozi to provoke a supernova like you, but so what? Laozi is a member of the pirate group, CFCA. Under Whitebeard's father. If you dare to provoke your father, you're dead. Dead? Zuo Kong asked back with his chin dragged. You're dead. Don't think you can run rampant in New World just because you have some skills. This is not a place for you babies. The pirate continued to mock. Good baby. Advertisement. Robin and Monet, who had just come down, were both stunned when they heard this. Of course, the stunned state of a beautiful woman is also very beautiful. But no matter how the two women looked left and right, up and down, no one in the world could understand how Zuo Kong could be associated with the word, good baby. From the time Zuo Kong went to sea until now, if everything from marines to pirates is counted, Zuo Kong has killed at least hundreds of thousands of people. After destroying Angel Island and Mermaid Island, Zuo Kong made countless people stupid. Can such a person be called a good baby? No one has ever called me such a name, Zuo Kong said with a wicked smile. Crack. Zuo Kong no longer wanted to listen to the pirate's nonsense. He used one hand to gently crush the pirate's skull. Red and white suddenly popped out. Zuo Kong's arm turned into an element in an instant. The lightning suddenly burst out with terrifying heat, melting the pirate into gas. Master, is it really okay for you to provoke the Whitebeard pirates like this? Monet asked helplessly again. Monet felt that he had been following his master for a long time, and helplessness had become commonplace. It looked like a matter of life and death, but his master actually did it. I don't care. Anyway, Laozi is ready to beat the whole world. I want to show everyone how a person's power stands at the top of the world. Zuo Kong clenched his fists, with a rampant fighting spirit in his eyes, and said excitedly and firmly. Okay, you are the master, you have the final say, Monet said helplessly. As for Robin, she was watching the fun from the beginning to the end. She had long been accustomed to Zuo Kong's impulsive ideas. A few days ago, they said they were going to attack the world government and kill the 5 elders. Of course, Zuo Kong did attack the world government, but unfortunately he didn't kill the 5 elders. Finally, they're here. This kind of reaction speed is worthy of being called a pirate group under the Whitebeard pirates. Don't laugh your head off, okay? Zuo Kong felt more and more pirates approaching him in his heart, and said boringly. 197. Insignificant, greeting gift, 5/10, please subscribe. You are the one who killed our brothers from the Kuroa's pirates? Soon, many pirates with nearly 100 people rushed out, waving their swords, and the leader said angrily. Stop. Waving his hand, Zuo Kong said helplessly. What kind of pirate group are you? Forget it, let's not talk about it, think about how you are going to die. You are too arrogant, kid, the captain said irritably with a smile on his face. Ha! With a loud shout, the captain jumped up and the sword in his hand suddenly fell down. Zuo Kong's body was split in half in an instant, and a very scary sword mark appeared at the port, which was the damage caused by the captain's sword energy. You are more or less capable. Zuo Kong appeared again with the lightning, smiling. There was a smile on his face, but if someone could peek into Zuo Kong's heart, they would find that Zuo Kong was very solemn, very solemn. New World was just an ordinary pirate group whose name had never been heard of, but it was so powerful. Although it was still nothing to Zuo Kong, it could already be seen how dangerous New World was. How is this possible? The captain looked at Zuo Kong in horror and said in disbelief. The big knife in the captain's hand was covered with black hockey, but even the attack covered with hockey did not cause any damage to Zuo Kong at all, and it could even be said that he was unscathed. It seems that I still overestimate you. Looking at the astonished eyes of the pirate captain, Zuo Kong said boringly. God's punishment. Zuo Kong waved his hand and was ready to give the pirate captain a second chance to attack. A lightning column suddenly fell, and the captain was evaporated into gas in an instant in the purple lightning column. Under Zuo Kong's development, the thunder had a very large improvement in heat, penetration, and destructive power. Wind blowing snow. Advertisement, 40 flowers blooming finger pistol. Monet and Robin, wearing sunglasses, walked out from behind Zuo Kong at the same time. Looking at the pirates who were terrified and angry, the two women attacked at the same time. The blizzard mixed with terrifying ice crystals pierced through the lives of one person after another, and Robin crossed her hands in front of the moon. Suddenly, many palms emerged and gathered into a huge palm. With 2 fingers together, the power of the blow was terrifying. It's so boring. Zuo Kong shook his head boredly. With the last lightning, everything finally returned to calm, except for the destroyed ground, even the corpse was not seen. Mr. Pervert, you really provoked Whitebeard in this way. Robin walked to the side of Zuo Kong, her slender legs sticking out from her long skirt, and said interestingly. Since Whitebeard took the initiative to provoke me, don't blame me. Zuo Kong smiled coldly and said indifferently. Knowing the relationship between Zuo Kong and Mermaid Island, Whitebeard actually went to Mermaid Island and designated it as his territory. This was a provocation to Zuo Kong. Maybe Zuo Kong was weaker than Whitebeard now, but since Whitebeard dared to cause trouble for him, he should not blame him for being ruthless. If that's the case. Thinking about it, Zuo Kong suddenly laughed cruelly. Really? Robin shook his head and said helplessly. Turning around and jumping up, he returned directly to the devil. He had already vaguely guessed what might happen next. Although he could accept it, he still couldn't accept seeing it all with his own eyes. Monet, count how many pirate groups there are on the island, Zuo Kong ordered. Yes. Monet nodded and left, and clouds appeared under Zuo Kong's feet, like a god, or a demon, floating in the air and looking down at the entire island. What does that demon want to do? He actually killed Whitebeard's father's people. This lunatic. The people on the island looked at Zuo Kong's figure in horror. They didn't understand what Zuo Kong wanted to do, and they didn't know that they were now on the dividing line between life and death. The distance between life and death is very close. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. As the snowflakes drifted by, Zuo Kong opened his eyes lightly and asked, how is Monet? The master has found out clearly. Monet landed on Zuo Kong's cloud and nodded. Tell me about it. Zuo Kong said. There are a total of 42 pirate groups on the island, but these people are just staying here after paying tolls, and they have not really submitted to Whitebeard, but the residents of the island are all under the command of Whitebeard. Monet explained to Zuo Kong carefully. Point 0 Zuo Kong listened to Monet's explanation, silently looked at the island, and suddenly raised his mouth slightly, waving at Monet. Monet nodded and returned to the devil, and the driver of the devil quickly left the location of the island. Whitebeard. This is a gift. I hope you like it. Zuo Kong's mouth slightly raised, and smiled cruelly. 10,000 thunders God's sanction. He opened one hand and pointed it at the sky. In an instant, the sky was already speechless and densely covered with lightning flashing in the sky. That guy. He wants to destroy the entire island. Is he a madman? Boom. Whether they were afraid or angry, they only had one fate waiting for them. Everything was destroyed in an instant. The entire island was destroyed in an instant. Is this hell? The terrified pirate widened his eyes and said nervously. This is not hell. Zuo Kong's figure emerged and said lightly. The pirate knelt directly on the ground and said in fear. You won't die. I need you to tell Whitebeard a message, since he gave me a big gift. I don't know if he likes this insignificant gift. Zuo Kong patted the pirate's shoulder and said with a smile. 198. Show your strength, 6/10, please subscribe, silence. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. All the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have stopped in time. Some drank, some ate meat, some made noises. There were all kinds of strange things, but what was the same was that everyone's eyes were filled with endless anger, the kind of anger that could burn a person to ashes with just a look. Pa! The weapon in Whitebeard's hand finally fell down, and he shouted loudly. Sons, what are you doing? We are having a party now, don't let people laugh at you. Yes, Dad, shouted loudly. All the pirates started to move again. The atmosphere of the party was still so warm, but everyone could see, 040. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates were on the verge of being irritable. The captains scattered around all consciously approached Whitebeard, and the pirate who sent the letter was invited to join the party, and maybe he would become a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Although his hair was disheveled, he was a pirate selected by Zoan after all. It goes without saying that he is strong, otherwise he would not have been able to reach the Whitebeard pirates after all the hardships, and he was promoted halfway. Of course, the more important reason is that all the pirates along the way, big or small, have changed their direction. The pirates affiliated with Whitebeard were directly released, and the pirates not affiliated with them were not allowed to leave. Whitebeard's pirates let them go with the intention of watching the fun. Dad, this kid is too arrogant, Captain Thatch of the 4th Division said angrily. The 8 people shouted at the same time. Of course, the Whitebeard pirates were definitely not weak. The most important thing was that the Whitebeard pirates had the terrifying Whitebeard, and if Marco, Joes and Vista could kill an admiral in a row, it would definitely not be a problem. The other captains could definitely be comparable to admiral together. This was their tacit understanding. Dad is not good, Marco suddenly said nervously. This sentence can be said to speak out the voice of everyone. Advertisement. The strongest among the people present were Marco, Joes and Vista. The strength of the three could only be said to be comparable to admiral. It was no problem to fight admiral to a draw in a short time, but they would definitely fail if they fought for a long time. The bone-chilling voice was not spoken by one person, but it represented the voice of everyone. The tacit understanding brought about by sharing life and death for so many years. Yes, Dad. Everyone shouted loudly. Whitebeard glanced at Marco, shook his head and said, Marco, you are not the opponent of that kid, or none of you present is the opponent of that kid. Dad. Joes couldn't help but say loudly. Dad, no matter who dares to attack our Whitebeard pirates on this sea, he must know the price. Captain Vista of the 5th Division said with murderous intent, with both hands on the 2 knives at his waist. The 7 people shouted at the same time. Whitebeard laughed wildly, and he was most relieved when he saw the pirates standing up and working together in front of him. If his family didn't even have such a heart, then what kind of relatives were they? Marco, what do you think will happen if you kill Laozi's son on this sea? Whitebeard's words were full of coldness. Dad, although they were angry, they could not refute it. And one of the fat men with black beard and missing several teeth showed an extremely weird smile in his eyes. The Whitebeard pirates seemed to be divided into 2 worlds at this moment. On this side, Whitebeard and the captains were talking loudly, but on the other side, the banquet was still going on as it should be, and no one had any other ideas. Roger opened the era of the great pirates. Back then, Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion were the kings of the new world. If the world government really went all out to encircle and suppress them, they could definitely defeat the 3 of them. Of course, the world government's losses were also huge. Garuma was too close to that kid. Given Garuma's personality, would he? Marco said nervously. Advertisement, Dad. Gulalala. Die. In fact, this is the mistake of the world government. As for the other members, they could basically only be said to be at the level of elite vice admiral, which was completely different from admiral. Okay, don't you know the strength of Aokiji? Even Aokiji died in the hands of that kid. You are still far behind that kid. Whitebeard said with finality. What happened? Whitebeard asked curiously. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. Who on this sea doesn't know the fate of those who dared to attack the Whitebeard pirates? Dad, let me take action, Marco said very firmly. Whitebeard laughed and said, since that kid has given us a warning, Laozi can't be silent. You split into 2 teams and each of you contact 3 of my sons, Whitebeard, to encircle and suppress that kid. For so many years standing on the sea, the Whitebeard pirates relied not only on Whitebeard's own terrifying power, but more on the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, 15 captains, 1,600 crew members, and many large pirate fleets under their command. These are the most powerful forces of the Whitebeard pirates. These forces make it no problem for the Whitebeard pirates to fight Marine head-on. Marco, Joes, Saki, Vista, Bramanta, Lakio, Namur. Whitebeard named 7 people in a row and said. Blenheim, Kulil, Jin 4.6 Gudo, Harda, Atmos, Gil, Fosa, Izo. Whitebeard continued to speak to the remaining 8 people. But will Dad let that kid be so rampant? Marco shouted angrily. But it was because the world government couldn't afford such losses that the 4 emperors agreed that the 4 emperors could join forces with the world government to eliminate it, but it would consume even greater power, not to mention the Lion Majesty hidden in the dark like the Revolutionary Army. 199. New World's Vision, 7/10. Please subscribe. Foo 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 foo. With his legs raised high on the table, Doflamingo laughed wildly, opened his hands and said excitedly. That idiot kid dared to provoke such a monster. He really overestimated his own abilities. Whitebeard. Pika said in his sharp and piercing voice. That kid will never know how terrible the monster in the legend is, and the moment he knows, he will be dead. Doflamingo smiled cruelly with his palm hooked. Master, don't think about that kid anymore, since he has provoked Whitebeard, the end of death has long been doomed, Torbull said very naturally. It's just a pity for the kid's op fruit and those men, Doflamingo said with regret. Doflamingo saw the true development of op fruit in Zuokong. Although the immortality surgery sounds tempting, isn't it because of the op fruit that Zuokong has what he has today? Doflamingo's dark forces are all over the world, and he has a very scary intelligence network. Zuokong has developed the op fruit to a level of 25, which is completely heaven-defying in Doflamingo's eyes, and he also understands why the op fruit is hailed as the ultimate devil fruit. Unfortunately, Doflamingo was completely wrong. The ability to devour the devil fruit is entirely based on the ability of the system. Of course, Zuokong has indeed developed the op fruit to a very scary level. Young master, there are a lot of strong fighters in the arena recently, Diamante said very calmly. Although Diamante is the manager of the arena, the main defenders are still the members below. Otherwise, it would be too tiring to do everything by himself. Then absorb them all. Doflamingo said lightly. Although Doflamingo has been in charge of the entire Dressrosa in recent years, there are indeed many problems. No one has ever been able to survive safely after provoking the legendary monster in this sea. After all, without the childlike fun fruit of sucrose, many rebels would either be killed or imprisoned, and people's hearts are also a big problem. Advertisement, Lord Kaido, that kid has finally come to New World. The crew of the Beast Pirates ran over and shouted loudly. Giving out a weird smile again, Doflamingo sneered and said, little kid, enjoy the waves of the New World? Charlotte Parasparrow, the Minister of Candy, under Charlotte Linlin of the New World 4 Emperor's Pirates, is standing very elegantly in front of a huge figure. He destroyed Whitebeard's island in the pirate group under Whitebeard. Beckman came over smoking and said lightly. That's why Doflamingo has special ideas for Sucrose, Monet and Nico Robin, who are under Zukong. There's no way first two are top-level Paramecia and Logia, and Nico Robin is a rare treasure in the world. Parasparrow bowed and said. The wine glass fell directly to the ground, and Kaido shouted loudly. That kid is finally here, come on, let Laozi kill him. What kind of action is he taking now? Charlotte Linlin asked cruelly. Oh, Lackey took a big bite of meat and said excitedly. That kid has provoked the most terrifying monster on this sea? Looking at Parasparrow who turned and left, Charlotte Linlin said disdainfully. That idiot kid, that old guy is one of the few old monsters in the world who can make Kaido, the madman, honest. What's the matter? Shanks asked more curiously. What did that kid do to make you so excited? Shanks asked curiously. Pressing the glaring wound on his left abdomen with one hand, Kaido spoke for a long time. That kid is dead. No one in this sea can provoke that old monster and still survive. B.A. Advertisement. You have to know that the historical text is something that only Robin can interpret in the world. Mom, the little kid has arrived in the new world, Parasparrow said very elegantly. Just as he was about to slap the guy who dared to interrupt him, Kaido suddenly fell silent after hearing what he said. The dripping saliva was like sulfuric acid, corroding the ground one hole after another, which made people shudder. Whitebeard. How could that kid provoke Whitebeard? Shanks immediately understood who Zuokong had provoked, and asked curiously. Foo. What an arrogant kid. It's a pity, I was planning to drink with him. Now it seems that I can only drink at his funeral. Shanks shook his head and said helplessly. What a fool, he provoked that monster-like old guy. Don't pay attention to that kid, he is dead. Charlotte Linlin gave a strange smile and said indifferently. I say. At this time, the fat man Lakifu pushed Usopp away and said excitedly. Open black lens bracket 041512325 Fei Luo 180,293,551. But no matter whether it was naval headquarters, 4 emperors, or Shichibukai, almost everyone thought that Zukong was dead. In just 3 days, the whole sea was blessed by Doflamingo's smile. It doesn't look like this person is one of the 4 emperors who manages New World, but it is this guy who has convinced all the pirates on this route and made them submit to him. Captain, that kid came to New World, Usopp said with a smile on the ship of 4 emperors Shanks. That kid destroyed the island under Whitebeard's command, and even destroyed the entire pirate group under Whitebeard's command. Parasparrow continued. 99 pounds. Lord Kaido, now that kid has provoked Whitebeard. The crew member interrupted Kaido nervously and said carefully. 200. Octopus Pirates, 8/10. Please subscribe. Zuokong asked in a bored tone, what's going on with Monet recently? No, Monet shook his head and said very calmly, half a month had passed since the island was solved. During this half month, Zuokong had lived a very dull life. Although he had learned from other pirates that Whitebeard had sent a captain-level figure, the key point was that no one came. Zuokong's original idea was to come in and take a look. If he could meet Whitebeard, he would fight. If not, forget it. As a result, because he had to collect tolls, he killed the opponent directly with a bad temper. In this way, he and Whitebeard would really fight to the death. Zuokong didn't care at first. After all, he was used to fighting. But why didn't anyone come in half a month? Whitebeard, you are so angry, Zuokong thought helplessly while lying on the cloud. Monet and Robin, the 2 beautiful women, were calm about Zuokong's convulsion. As long as he is not fighting with the enemy, Zuokong's character is still very good, not so cruel and cold-blooded at all. The 2 beautiful women in bikinis lying on the lounge chairs began to discuss other issues. Robin, how many pirate groups have you solved recently? Monet suddenly asked in a low voice. Robin was reading a book, but after hearing Monet's words, he suddenly raised his head and thought about it and said, 12 pirate groups. You have as many as me? Monet asked in astonishment. Who knows what these trash thinks, they are so weak, but they must come to attack us. Robin, the intellectual queen, said with a helpless smile. Monet also felt Robin's helplessness. These unique cooking skills of the Mermaid Island are said to be passed down from generation to generation among the mermaids. If they had not become Zuokong's nominal captives and actual subordinates, they would not have taught them, let alone. Sora, Sora. Lying on the head of the huge sea kings, the little Shirahoshi waved his little hands and said cutely. Sora. I saw this child in the sea. He played with me when I talked to him. Little Shirahoshi held Zukong in his hands, patted the huge body of the sea kings under him, and said with a smile. Advertisement as for the hundreds of mermaids, they also lay there obediently. He has no interest in them at all, just like Shirley was scared to death by Zuokong. She was always worried that when she woke up one day, she would be hung in the air by Zuokong, and everyone would admire her. The clouds floated in front of little Shirahoshi, and Zuokong asked curiously. Little Shirahoshi nodded as if he understood, and said obediently, Shirahoshi knows. Master, that is the octopus pirates. At this time, Monet floated up and said softly. What's going on, little Shirahoshi? After being confused, Zuokong immediately asked curiously. What's going on? Zuokong blinked and said confusedly. Okay. But little Shirahoshi, can you go back to the sea and play with the emerald snake? Zukong said gently. Suddenly, a huge figure jumped out of the sea. Sora, who was bored, almost habitually used Shadow's divine punishment, but stopped it in the end. That's not all. The little Shirahoshi was crawling on the top of the head of this huge sea king, and in other places there were hundreds of big and small mermaids lying. Today, because the weather was good, Xiao Shatang was sleeping in again, and Koala was learning cooking from the chefs among the mermaids. If these mermaids are useful, it is estimated that their cooking skills are very good. Considering that Zukong has no worries about food and drink and lives in the top palaces, all the mermaids have given up their moral integrity. Good. How much is 1 pound of toys? It's not worth money. It's not that they don't want to escape, but where can you go in this vast ocean? Although mermaids can communicate with ordinary fish, this does not mean that they can communicate with sea kings. If it weren't for little Shirahoshi, they would have been eaten now. Zuokong was of course relieved. Xiao Shirahoshi has been brainwashed by Sora. Sometimes he even thinks he can play a role like Orochimaru. His brainwashing is really powerful, isn't it? Looking into the distance, Zukong said gently. A guest has come. Lord Kong needs to entertain the guest. Of course, the more important thing is that there is no village in front and no shop behind. If they escape, the biggest possibility is that they will be eaten or they will be caught by pirates and then sold after XX. Advertisement, what happened to Lord Kong? Little Shirahoshi said curiously. In just 15 days, the pirates of the entire New World came together like cats smelling fish. In just these 15 days, 64 pirate groups rushed over. So that's it, Zukong nodded and said with a smile. So the bored little Shirahoshi took hundreds of mermaids to play in the sea today. Zukong waved his hand and everyone including the sea kings disappeared instantly. Although these things have never happened, these people are weak as death, of course, it is only relative. Their strength is still good in the Grand Line, but they made Zuokong not even interested in taking action, and directly handed it over to the two women. During this period of time, the two women did not rest at all, and they were completely dead. But what's going on? Oh, 15 days. The attack of 64 pirate groups, don't think about how terrifying it is. Although the number is huge, it is not as strong as new. The terrifying number of world is still as numerous as the number of carps crossing the river. But today, I don't know what happened, the number has strangely decreased. Lord Kong, can you play with Shirahoshi too? Little Shirahoshi grabbed Zukong and shook him violently. It was really delicious, much better than what Zuokong and Monet made. The weather is good today. Although these mermaids are all pets caught by himself, in fact, Zuokong just caught them to punish Tiger. He just put them wherever he caught them and never cared about them. 201. Walrus Pirates, 9/10. Please subscribe, Octopus Pirates. Zukong murmured. His eyes immediately burst into murderous intent, and Zukong had no good idea for the entire Mermaid Island. Monet. What is the origin of the entire Octopus Pirates? Zukong said coldly. The only people Zukong didn't hate on Mermaid Island were Odahime and Shirahoshi. The former was recognized by Zukong for her own will, and the latter was liked by Zukong with her cuteness. Except for the two women, Zukong was extremely annoyed with all the other fishmen and mermaids. As for the thousands of mermaids in his home, they were all pets. Why get angry with pets? The captain of the octopus pirates is Garuma, who is said to be the descendant of a fishman raised by humans. He is an octopus fishman, good at 6 swords and very powerful, and most importantly, he hates humans very much, but, Monet said in detail. But as he spoke, he turned his head helplessly and looked at Zukong. Because of me, all the fishmen hate me very much. Since Whitebeard took over Mermaid Island, the whole Garuma has joined Whitebeard's command, right? Zuokong said lightly while looking at the pirate ship coming from afar. Yes. Monet nodded. He sorted out his words and continued. Garuma is a fishman who hates humans very much. After escaping from the hands of humans, he formed a pirate group and took in those fishmen who were regarded as hard work by humans as companions. After sailing in the New World for so many years, of course he is very self-aware and knows who not to mess with. And since Whitebeard took over Mermaid Island, Garuma was conquered by Whitebeard and willingly became a pirate group under the command of Beard. Robin stood up and said at the bow of the ship. Listening to Robin and Monet's explanation, Zuo Kong's eyes once again showed cold murderous intent. Zuo Kong didn't even have the idea of talking nonsense about this kind of fishman. They must kill. 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 This kind of thought. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the snowflakes suddenly made the temperature around even colder. Monet asked coldly. Master, do you want to clean them up? Don't worry, since they're here, let's treat them well. Zuo Kong waved his hand with a cruel smile on his face and said, Yes, my master. Monet flew back to his position on the ship again with snowflakes fluttering, saying helplessly. At the same time, Monet and Robin both put on their clothes. Their master is a very narrow-minded man. It's better for them to be careful. If they are seen naked, who knows if their man will go berserk. The octopus pirate's ship slowly approached the shore. Zuo Kong was still floating in the air and looked at the fishman standing on the bow. Tiger, Jinbei, Arlong, Hody. These people have the same things in their eyes as you. Zuo Kong said calmly while looking at the fishman. I know, that is a look of hatred, Garuma said coldly. Advertisement, then you should know that I hate fishmen very much, Zuo Kong suddenly said with a smile. Garuma jumped up and stood directly on the sea. 6 huge octopus claws held long knives respectively, and there was no trace of murderous intent on his body. Of course I know, because I also hate humans very much, Garuma stared at Zuo Kong and said coldly. Unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. Zuo Kong suddenly laughed wildly. Fit. Suddenly, Garuma attacked, and the cold light of 6 paths flashed at the same time, but Zuo Kong did not move. In an instant, ice flashed in front of him, and an ice knife immediately emerged. The black hockey covered the ice knife, and only with this ice knife, he blocked Garuma's fatal blow. What's so funny? Garuma asked coldly, Tay. The black light slowly emerged from Garuma's 6 arms, and the 6 long swords were immediately covered with black light. I'm just laughing at you. It's interesting. You are obviously a fishman who hates humans, but you surrendered to a human pirate like Whitebeard. Zuo Kong said with a smile. Fit. Advertisement. Zuo Kong did not immediately pursue the victory after the long sword swept, but looked at Garuma with interest. Compared to killing Garuma directly, Zuo Kong was more interested in why Garuma surrendered to Whitebeard. Why? Garuma seemed to be asking in return. I can clearly see the murderous intent towards humans in your eyes. Why did you join the Whitebeard pirates? Don't tell me it's just to repay a favor? Zuo Kong looked at Bing Daoyi and asked with interest. Garuma was silent, and jumped up again and returned to his pirate ship, looking directly at Zuo Kong's half-smiled eyes. Just now, it was just a short fight. Garuma had already realized that he was no match for Zuo Kong, but if he wanted to escape, Garuma couldn't do it. Maybe he could escape, but the brothers behind him would stay here forever. Garuma couldn't do such an escape. He couldn't do such a situation. Now Garuma regretted it a little. Dad. That kid finally came to your sea. Let me fight. Garuma found Whitebeard's pirate ship 5 days ago and said firmly. Son, you are definitely not the opponent of that kid with hatred now. You should calm down first, Whitebeard said very calmly. But Dad. Garuma said excitedly. Garuma, calm down. Dad has asked Marco and the others to go out and look for that kid. I'm sure there will be news soon. The pirate next to him patted Garuma on the shoulder and said firmly. Garuma was silent. After the banquet, he left Whitebeard's pirate ship, but he didn't expect to meet Zuo Kong. He rushed up without thinking. There's regret in your eyes, but someone else is here. It's really interesting. Zuo Kong looked at Garuma and suddenly raised his head to look into the distance and smiled interestingly. 202. Conversation with Whitebeard, 10 out of 10, please subscribe. Ailu Wang. Unlike Zuo Kong, Garuma was full of astonishment, but then he said nervously. You will never know how strong Zuo Kong is without facing him, and Garuma has already made it very clear. The terrible power brought by the casual knife made Garuma's face very heavy. He knew that it was basically impossible for him to defeat Zuo Kong. Brothers. Today may really be here. Garuma firmly grasped the long knife in his hand and thought silently. He could feel Zuo Kong's terrifying strength, and he blamed himself. Why couldn't he control his inner anger and had to rush up? If he went around and left, he would definitely be fine. You idiot. At this time, another pirate ship had arrived, and Ailu Wang cursed helplessly. Ailu Wang, why are you here? Garuma asked strangely. Ailu Wang's parents were freedom-loving pirates. They sailed on the sea after landing on Mermaid Island. Later, they died after Luan was left alone. At this time, Luan was adopted by Whitebeard. He grew up under Whitebeard, but Luan, who inherited his parents' adventurous blood, did not want to stay on Whitebeard's ship for life. He left Whitebeard and formed his own pirate group, created his own reputation in the New World, and became stronger and stronger, but his pirate group has always been Whitebeard's pirate group, and he himself is Whitebeard's son. Gulala. Zuo Kong grinned, but did not answer Monet. He looked at the 2 fishmen with a teasing and mocking look in his eyes, which made the 2 people involuntarily tighten their weapons. Hey, old man, I know why you are known as a monster in the legend. Zuo Kong suddenly said with a strange smile. Gu la la la. Hey, you are the subordinates of the old guy Whitebeard, and you should have his den den mushi, right? Zuo Kong suddenly asked. Advertisement, but Aluon is actually very solemn. But the two people did not dare to move. The result of moving around casually is likely to be easily killed by Zuo Kong here. They are not afraid of death. And Monet and Robin smiled excitedly at the same time. Master, what are you going to do again? Monet floated up and said helplessly. Zuo Kong waved his hands and stood up with his hands open and said excitedly, who on this sea doesn't know it? Asterisk 7. He knows his own ability. Although his strength is good with Garuma, and it is not much different from Marine Vice Admiral, he is still far behind Zuo Kong, who can kill Admiral. Take it out. Zuo Kong waved his hand and said calmly. Then let's play. Zuo Kong's mouth cracked again, and he said in a dark voice. Little devil, do you know the consequences of hurting my son, a monster? Whitebeard said calmly with a grin. Go, you idiot. Dad is afraid that you will run into this guy by chance, and you will not be able to help but rush up, so he asked me to come. Lu Shi laughed and said. But I did it. This sea does not need so many kings. 1 king is enough. 4 emperors are too many. Let Laozi pull you all down one by one. Zuo Kong laughed wildly. Laozi certainly knows that you, the little devil, will not give up. If you give up, you will not become the man you are now. Mermaid Island is Laozi's territory. What can you do? Whitebeard said in the same domineering way. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Garuma and Aluwang looked at Zuo Kong with heavy faces. Advertisement, brew, 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 brew. But there was no doubt in his tone. Instead, he looked as if it was a matter of course, and said calmly, Little ghost, how is Laozi's son? Since becoming pirates, they know that death will come sooner or later, but they will never allow themselves to die so worthlessly. Unknown currency A. Ah. The two people joining forces can only bring forward or delay death at most. The cruel laughter and the heroic laughter echoed with each other, but everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Soon, a white, obviously special Den Den Mushi was handed to Zuo Kong. With a smile on his face, Zui Jing slowly dialed the Den Den Mushi. A very heroic laugh came out, and everyone was silent. Even through the Den Den Mushi, everyone could hear the oppressive feeling brought by the heroic voice. It was an innate king's spirit, a terrifying spirit that made people feel frightened. Even if you just look at the man in front of you quietly, you can't help but want to surrender, even through the Den Den Mushi. Little devil. Then you dare to do it? Whitebeard continued to ask proudly. Yes. Garuma suppressed his hatred and said firmly. He is still fine now, but only now. Zuo Kong's mouth cracked into a devilish smile. Dad, I just hope you can find our traces quickly, Ailuwang thought nervously. Zuo Kong and Whitebeard stopped smiling at the same time, and their mouths cracked at the same time. Zuo Kong said excitedly, Old man, although the title of Whitebeard too was only given by Marine, Laozi will never give up since it was given to him. This terrifying momentum makes people feel terrified. 203. War begins, 1/10, please subscribe. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. The two sides across the Den Den Mushi didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of missing any action. Kid, are you declaring war on Laozi? Whitebeard suddenly said in a low voice after a long time. If you think so. Zuo Kong drew a long tone to attract everyone's attention, and then said firmly, Then Laozi, I am declaring war on you, an old man. In an instant, a sound like thunder echoed in everyone's ears, and Zuo Kong's words were recalled again and again in everyone's ears. Someone declared war on the Whitebeard pirates? Someone declared war on this legendary monster? Someone launched a march on the legend. Kid, 440. Do you know what this means? Whitebeard was not angry, not annoyed, and even lost the heroic spirit that should always exist, Song said very calmly. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, no one has ever dared to declare war on Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard becoming one of the 4 emperors was just a formality. Even Kaido came alone to challenge him. But today, Whitebeard was challenged by someone, and it was a younger generation, a kid. The old era has its own legends, and the new era has its own characters. Isn't it normal for the old and the new to alternate? Zuo Kong said calmly. Gulala. Little kid, you are very interested. Then I accept your declaration of war. Whitebeard laughed and nodded. After drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, Whitebeard gave his signature smile, looked at the crew around him and shouted loudly, Sons. All the pirates stopped their actions at the same time, as if time had stopped. Everyone stared at their father, waiting for their father to give them the latest order. Sons, what will happen if this sea kills the crew of our Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard shouted. Die, sons. What will happen if this sea declares war on our Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard continued to shout. Die, Gulala. Whitebeard suddenly stood up, and the terrifying Haki instantly swept across the world. With a long sword in his hand, he waved his naginata and pointed it at the distance and shouted loudly, Sons, set off. In the war 3 days later, Laozi will let the world know that Laozi is still the most powerful Whitebeard in the world, and the Whitebeard pirates are the leader of emperors as the strongest pirate group in the world. Advertisement, Master. Monet said helplessly, covering his face. A unknown currency, A. The two women looked at Zuokong in confusion. 3 days later, the nearest isolated island where I am now, Zuokong regained his calm and said. Time. Place. Whitebeard said lightly. Zuokong looked at the two people, curled his lips, and suddenly stretched out his hands to hug the two people in his arms, completely ignoring all the light bulbs in front of him, and said with a look of Laozi showing his affection. The phone was hung up. Mr. Lustful Wolf, I'm beginning to regret getting on the ship, Robin said helplessly. War is never over in a moment. This 4.2 game has just started. Take your time. Why are you so anxious? Zuokong said with a faint smile, confident and even arrogant. Zuokong suddenly put away his playful smile and said quietly. Monet sighed helplessly and said softly. I know, but Master, you have to think clearly. This is a war, but even if we count Koala, there are only 5 people at most. Do you expect those 1,000 mermaids to help you fight? What's wrong? After finishing the stage of Haki leaking, Zuokong came back to his senses and said strangely. Ka unknown currency A. Dana unknown currency A. Mr. Lustful Wolf. Although it's not quite right to say this, I think your Thunder Fruit will not be of any use against the Whitebeard pirates. Robin stood on the cloud beside Zuokong and said very rationally. Advertisement Whitebeard nodded and said indifferently. Little ghost, if Laozi's son is hurt, there will be no place for you in this sea. Master, have you considered the consequences of going to war? Monet asked. The same thing happened on Whitebeard's side. It's really helpless for me to follow you, my master, all my life. Monet shrugged, but said with a smile. At this moment, except for Monet and Robin, perhaps only Whitebeard can understand Zuokong's thoughts. In the eyes of others, Shang Kong is a madman, a complete madman. Zuokong was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and said very naturally. No, why think so much, isn't it enough to kill them? Whitebeard, this game has finally arrived, and New World is indeed an interesting place. Zuokong held his forehead with one hand, raised his head from his falling hair and looked directly at the sun, his eyes emitting scarlet light filled with excitement, and shouted loudly. This is a piece of news that can shock the world. No matter whether Zuokong will win or lose, anyone who takes the initiative to go to war with Whitebeard and is truly accepted by Whitebeard will become the center of the world. This is something that no one can change. Regret. Gulala lala. Robin, you can't escape from Laozi's palm. Anything that falls into Laozi's hands is mine, because Laozi is a devil. That's right. This kind of life can inspire my full strength, otherwise those guys who are only worthy of being called ants will only make me feel boring. With a grin on his lips, cold air spewed out of his mouth, Zuokong really roared like a devil at this moment. It doesn't matter. The coverage area of Thunder Fruit is very terrifying. At worst, I will kill them directly with a thunder. Zuokong waved his hand and said indifferently. Wouldn't it be better for the old man to just pack up and go into the coffin? Why do you have to come out and act so rampant? Zuokong said without showing any weakness. Sneering. 204. You are important captives, 2/10, please subscribe. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the air, and Garuma's 6 long swords crossed the space, covered with black Haki, and suddenly attacked. Ding dong. With his hands around the two women, Zuokong suddenly grew 6 arms in front of him, and in an instant they were covered by a dark light, flashing a dazzling black light, easily blocking Garuma's fatal attack. Die. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Waving his huge sword, Ailuang formed a very dazzling arc in the air. As a walrus fishman, his body was very fat and strong, and the terrifying power from top to bottom was even more increased. Ivory thrust. One stab came out, but it was as if two swords appeared at the same time. They stabbed Zuo Kong from different places. Fit. The sea suddenly exploded violently, and Garuma and Arawang fell into the sea at the same time, with solemn tranquility in their eyes, staring at the surroundings. Their observation color told them that the 25 hit just now did not hurt anyone. Room. At this time, Zuo Kong's faint voice slowly reached their ears. Walala. 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 The waves slowly fell, and Zuo Kong's figure walked out on the devil, with a faint chuckle, and said, "What a dazzling attack. You two seem to have a great hatred for me. The enemy who destroyed my hometown is right in front of me, how can I not have hatred?" Garuma pointed 6 long swords at Zuo Kong at the same time, saying angrily, "You captured thousands of mermaids? And Princess Shirahoshi?" In contrast, Ailuang asked coldly. "You be asterisk 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 D." Garuma also cursed. "A unknown currency, unknown currency, a unknown currency, ah." Advertisement. Listening to the two people's questions, Zuo Kong couldn't help laughing up to the sky, making bursts of shrill laughter, which was full of irony. The two people couldn't help but tighten their weapons in their hands. The two of them were like clowns being ridiculed. Women. I fight for them with my own strength. Laozi admits that Laozi is a pervert. This is Laozi's woman. Zuokong said as he put his arm around Robin, kissed her soft lips directly, and said loudly. You be asterisk 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 D. Garuma and Aluwang cursed at the same time. The reason you hate me is just because I took away thousands of beautiful mermaids and the most beautiful princess Shirahoshi. Zuokong continued to sarcastically. Jumping up from the waves again, the two's attacks were 3 times stronger. As single dogs, they were really stimulated by Zuokong. Suddenly, with a cry of surprise, Shirley found that he was actually hugged by Zuokong, and Shi Songshu was shamelessly covering the position in front of Yu Shang. Accompanied by the violent snow and wind, the weaklings on the 2 pirate ships of the Walrus Pirates and the Octopus Pirates were all covered into snow sculptures under Monet's attack, and lost their lives forever. One of you is the descendant of slaves, and the other is the descendant of freedom. What kind of feelings do you have for Mermaid Island? Zuokong sneered and mocked. Kilogram. Ice Age, I'm here, come on. Zukong hooked his finger and said sarcastically. The combination of Fishman Judo and his swordsmanship is good, Zukong exclaimed slightly. F. Crack, 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 Garuma, Iluwang. Shirley obviously knew them both, and said strangely. But the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zukong, and it was Yuanli's figure. Shirley, I remember that you are old enough. Zuokong suddenly hugged Shirley and turned to walk into the cabin, saying lightly. Advertisement, but the deep love hidden in his eyes made Zukong see it. Shirley's reputation in Fishman Street is very high, and it can be said that it is second only to Tiger. Jinbei and Hodi are the leaders of thousands of troops, and their beautiful faces have become the dream lovers of many fishmen. 547. Mrs. Shirley. The tied-up Garuma couldn't help but said in astonishment. Zuokong didn't say anything, but just pointed one hand at the two and slowly clenched his palm. The ice surface cracked inch by inch, and Robin couldn't help showing a look of astonishment, but when he turned his head and looked at Zuokong's sinister smile, he understood that these 2 people were completely played by their own pervert. Buzz. Although they did not die, the 2 people now felt that they might as well die. Their minds were completely destroyed by Zuokong, and their dream lover was held in the arms of others, wantonly. You be asterisk 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 D. Garuma also broke through the ice, and roared angrily into the sky. Snowstorm. Boom. Walrus big wave, ah. Zuokong opened his palm slightly, aimed at the 2 people, and the faint ice covered them in an instant. Zuokong sneered and said, You should be thankful that you are not dead yet, otherwise you too would have died 800 times. 1. I want you dead. Suddenly breaking free from the ice, Aluwang rushed towards Zukong again, shouting angrily. Angry roars came from Erwang's mouth, and his whole face was flushed, roaring crazily. I just stole the dream lover of the fishmen, what can you do? You can only kneel down and kneel in front of me forever. Zuokong did not do anything radical, but just covered Shirley and said sarcastically. As Aluwang's long sword was inserted into the sea, the originally calm sea suddenly turned up a shocking wave. The wave rolled up, and Aluwang slowly merged into the wave, and a water channel emerged from it. No. The 2 shouted in horror. Octopus Flow Crusher. With a harsh sound of solid condensation, the 2 were sealed in midair in an instant. The clouds and ice sealed the 2 in midair. No matter how violently they struggled, it was useless. 205. The action of the giant, 3/10, please subscribe. 15 Den Den Mushi were neatly placed in front of Whitebeard. Each of them was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and a powerful commander in the New World. Dad, are you kidding? The honest Joes couldn't help but ask curiously. Is Laozi the kind of person who jokes? Whitebeard said happily. After getting Whitebeard's confirmation again, everyone became even more silent. Someone declared war on Whitebeard. Declaring war on the Whitebeard Pirates was simply unimaginable. For so many years, even Roger and Golden Lion had never really declared war on Whitebeard. They were just some small fights. But today, a newcomer who had just entered the New World and overestimated his own abilities declared war on Whitebeard. Dad, is that kid crazy? The captain of the 10th Division, Cole, asked in surprise. That kid is a lunatic. Joes answered immediately because he could basically hear what anyone said when the phone was in front of him. All the captains started to chatter and discuss at once, with all kinds of ideas, but the only certainty was to fight. When the Whitebeard Pirates had not retreated, Whitebeard was very satisfied with his son's fighting spirit. Marco, what do you think? As soon as Whitebeard spoke, everyone shut up and listened to Whitebeard. Dad, I'm more curious now that there are only 3 people on that kid's ship according to the news. Does that kid really intend to fight the Whitebeard Pirates with 4 people? Marco said thoughtfully. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed and said with a smile. You bunch of idiots, this is exactly where that kid is smart. All 15 people shut up obediently, looking like I'm a good baby. If outsiders knew that the captains of the Beard Pirates looked like this, they would probably drop their jaws in shock, right? There are only 4 people. If my Whitebeard Pirates army invades, won't it be embarrassing? Whitebeard explained. Advertisement, so that's how it is. Thatch nodded in understanding and continued. That kid's devil pirates only have 4 people in total. If we really go all out, we will be embarrassed no matter whether we win or lose. Hey, Thatch, how could we lose? Kinbudo, the captain of the 11th Division, said immediately with dissatisfaction. Thatch waved his hand, and Den Den Mushi also learned to be subtle and slightly raised, smiling and saying, Don't mind, but that kid is really good at calculating. if that's the case. We can't mobilize a large number of people. Hey, aren't you a bunch of stinky brats ashamed? Whitebeard suddenly laughed and scolded. Dad? Everyone except Marco said in astonishment. You bunch of stinky brats, there are only 4 of them, and you are actually discussing mobilizing the entire Whitebeard pirates here, aren't you ashamed? When did our Whitebeard pirates become such a weakling? Whitebeard scolded. They all shut up obediently in response to Whitebeard's reprimand. They all listened to Whitebeard's reprimand and summarized their own thoughts. Marco finally said, Dad, that kid is too dangerous. If it's really a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Whitebeard pirates can be his opponent except Dad. This sentence made everyone present silent again. Many people wanted to refute, but thinking of Zuo Kong's record, they finally gave up. Gu Lala. Marco, you were right. Zephyr, Aokiji, boarded the red line and left safely. The strength of this kid has long surpassed the Admiral. According to my judgment, unless the 3 admirals join forces, it is impossible to kill that kid, Whitebeard said in admiration. In terms of vision, Whitebeard, who came from the last era, naturally has a sharp and amazing vision. Although he has never seen Zuo Kong in person, he can judge Zuo Kong's true experience just by his record. Dad, what should we do? Marco seemed serious, but he was definitely not worried. He continued to ask calmly. The 15 captains of the Whitebeard pirates may not be as strong as the Marine Admiral individually, but if the 15 captains really joined forces and really intended to kill, at least 2 admirals would definitely not be the opponent of the 15 of them. Advertisement Marco, Joes, Thatch, and Vista. The strength of these 4 people is the strongest. You 15 will go to the isolated island in 3 days. Whitebeard was silent for a moment and gave the order. Yes, Dad. The 15 people said together. I will also go to the isolated island, but I have at least 5 days, so you must hold on no matter what. Whitebeard ordered very firmly. AAA. Joes laughed excitedly and said, Dad, don't worry, we will never lose to that devil. Del. Whitebeard nodded, but his face was extremely heavy. I have my own worries. If it were a normal person, I might not be so worried, but a madman like Zuo Kong is the most helpless, because Wang Nuo Zhao. God knows what kind of means such a madman will use and what will happen in the end. No matter what, you must be careful, you must rescue your brothers, and you must protect yourself. Remember that Dad will be here in 5 days. Whitebeard said very solemnly. Don't worry, Dad, 15 people said firmly at the same time. With the start of the Moby D*K, the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors in the world, moved. Although it was only a short time, this news was passed through various channels to the ears of all the bigwigs. As for what kind of channel it is, I'm afraid only the world government knows. But this last era, the behemoth of the Emperor in this era and the supernova of the New World have produced the first collision. 206. Arrival, 4/10. Please subscribe. This arrogant kid just entered the New World and got into trouble with the monster Whitebeard. The long-haired old man looked at the information in his hand and laughed. This is better. The blonde old man sneered. The CP organization is a terrifying secret organization that has been run by the world government for hundreds of years. No one knows how many people are hidden in secret. All major forces, major countries, and anywhere can hide spies to stop CP. And this is the main reason why the 5 elders are helpless about Zuo Kong. Zuo Kong has no power of his own, and there are only a few people around him who can report intelligence in a hurry. Notify the 3 of them, Lan Gui, Tailing, and Kazaru, and wait in secret, the bald old man said. Agree. The curly-haired old man nodded. The old man with a knife looked at the discussion of the 4 people and just nodded, without making his own comments. No matter how he touched the legendary monster, even if Zuo Kong survived, he would definitely flee. At that time, 3 admirals would be sent to raid and kill Zuo Kong without any problem. Mermaids taste really good. Zuo Kong leaned comfortably on the bed, licked the corner of his mouth lazily, and smiled faintly. You devil. Shirley said with tears in her eyes, wrapped tightly in the quilt. Unlike before, what Shirley slightly revealed from the quilt at this moment was no longer the huge mermaid tail, but the slender and tight jade legs. Mermaids are actually very special. Although they can grow legs like human women after they are over 30 years old, they can actually choose not to grow legs and continue to look like mermaids. And Shirley is like this. As a result, she was forced to grow legs by Zuo Kong. Of course, mermaids don't actually change much after becoming humans. They can still live in the sea. If you show such a sad and angry expression again, I will hang you up. Zuo Kong glanced at Shirley and threatened. Advertisement, Osos. Mature and elegant Mrs. Shirley let out a wail and finally obeyed obediently. If the scene in her prediction really happened, it would be a nightmare of her life. Why is it like this? Shirley thought in distress. Now Shirley especially hated that she had the ability to predict. Why did she predict such a scene? Now it was simply a painful torture for her, especially since she had been forced by Zuo Kong to grow legs. What would happen? Thinking about it, she shuddered, and it was not cold but wanted. What a strange woman, Zuo Kong said strangely while wearing clothes. Looking at Shirley, who ignored his thoughts, Zuo Kong didn't care. Anyway, it was just a whim. He turned and walked out of the room and said, You can rest here. I have something to do and will go out first. Master. As soon as he walked out of the room, Monet immediately came up and asked curiously. Not only Monet, Zuo Kong also found Robin leaning against the wall not far behind Monet. Although he seemed to be indifferent, he was actually listening with his ears tilted. What are you two doing? Zuo Kong asked curiously. Master, do mermaids have any special feelings? Monet asked with great curiosity. Looking at Monet, who was studying like a scholar, Zuo Kong rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, "You should study this matter yourself. If you want to say the feeling it gives me, it is the feeling of the sea." Oh, advertisement. Monet and Robin immediately got into the room excitedly. These two girls. Zuo Kong said helplessly. Obviously, Monet has learned bad things from Robin during this period of time. How can his secretary's desire for knowledge be so strong that he actually followed Robin to study mermaids? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't touch me. Woo woo. Soon Shocky exclaimed in the room. Ah, sighing softly, Zuo Kong walked out of the deck. Garuma and Aluwang were frozen, but Zuo Kong did not really freeze them completely. Song sealed them. 0415123325 Filu 180,313,191. It's no big deal with the powerful life force of the fishmen. Zuo Kong wants 2 living people, not 2 dead people. They are still very useful. What a humble look, only the weak will show such hateful eyes. Zuo Kong looked at the two of them with disdain. Zuo Kong, what do you want to do by holding us? Aluwang barely regained his sanity, but still said angrily. Zuo Kong ignored Aluwang, just turned around and sat in Robin's seat, handed the wine on the small table to his mouth, drank it hard, and squinted his eyes comfortably. Duh. With a long tone, Zuo Kong said slowly, actually, there is nothing special. Since we have started a war with the Whitebeard pirates, there is still a huge gap between me and the Whitebeard pirates. I am not an idiot. If I can't beat them, I will run away. Aren't you two the most suitable baits at that time? I believe that with the degree of care Whitebeard has for his subordinates, he will definitely save you first, Zuo Kong continued. You despicable villain. Garuma cursed angrily. Well, that's not right. I'm a devil. Is it the instinct of a devil to be treacherous, cruel and violent? Zuo Kong asked seriously while rubbing his chin. Zuo Kong no longer paid attention to the two people. He just moved his palm slightly, and the two people who were frozen in the ice fell on the devil. About an hour later, the two women finally came out, and they didn't look excited. It turns out that there is not much difference between mermaids and humans. Robin sat beside Zuo Kong and said with satisfaction. Really, Monet is driving the boat. Zuo Kong glanced at Robin and said loudly. Okay, master, Monet said with a smile. Turning the bow, the goal was not too late, and soon the devil had arrived at the island that was completely deserted. 207. 15 captains, 5 tents, please subscribe. Accompanied by the sound of the ship approaching the shore, 2 smaller Moby Dicks approached the shore one after the other. Soon, 15 people came down from the ship. Each of them had a different appearance, different attire, and different weapons, but the only thing they had in common was the powerful aura and the Whitebeard Pirates logo. Whitebeard Pirates, 15 captains of the 15th squad. Successfully arrived. Is this the island chosen by that kid? Joes looked into the distance, at the plane that had never been seen before, and asked curiously. Joes, are you blind? Thatch complained helplessly. George turned his head curiously and looked in the direction that Thatch pointed. Not far away, a tall iceberg was standing on the ground, and a figure could be vaguely seen on the iceberg. Marco, hurry up! Hurry up! Suddenly, a weak voice came, shouting anxiously. Is this voice Garuma? Marco's face froze, and he immediately said solemnly. The sound came from there. As a swordsman, Vista's vision and hearing were naturally very strong, and he immediately pointed in a direction and said. 15 people hurried over, and sure enough, there was a small ice cellar, and Garuma was inside. But the 15 people were shocked at the same time, because to be precise, it was not Garuma but Garuma's head inside. The rest of Marco and the others were just the seasoning of his game. They were lucky to survive. If they died, Zuo Kong would accept their devil fruit without hesitation. Then the 2 small gifts have been given to you. Next, I will wait for you on the highest iceberg. God knows what kind of horrible torture the two of them endured in the past 3 days. Garuma never wants to revisit the hell-like scenery again in his life. Advertisement. Get out of the way. The game has just begun. Don't let it be ruined so easily. Zuo Kong sat high on the Ice King's throne, with a smile on his lips, and smiled evilly. As for what he was waiting for, it was the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Search. Hee. Everyone captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, how about my gift? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Laozi has prepared more than just this gift for you. The head of that fat fishman is still waiting for you, As soon as Zuo Kong's voice disappeared, the ice sculpture suddenly shattered, leaving only broken ice on the ground. Let's go. Marco said with an extremely ugly expression. West, I remember that Aluon was taken to the west. Garuma said very weakly. Listening to the harsh laughter, some of the 15 people clenched their fists in anger, their eyes full of annihilation. Run. Garuma shouted loudly. Beasta suddenly jumped up, and 2 western swords had already fallen into his hands. His eyes narrowed slightly, with a smile that he often had. Suddenly, the 2 swords danced slightly, and in an instant, the sky and the earth floated with slightly floating petals. The beautiful petals were like hard blades that cut all the ice needles. Shut up. Marco shouted harshly. You idiots, look at what you look like now. That guy just wants to make you angry. Only in this way can he defeat us effortlessly. Calm down, Dad will arrive in 2 days, and we will definitely win. Marco shouted loudly. Boom. Devil, UB asterisk 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 D. Marco stared at the iceberg not far away and cursed angrily in his heart. Filth. Listening to Marco's declaration, Monet said with a smile, "My master, it seems that your idea has failed. Marco still has the style of admiral." "What?" everyone asked in astonishment. "Advertisement." But this is the level of trust of the Whitebeard pirates. Although they didn't understand what happened, everyone ran back at the same time in an instant. "It doesn't matter. It's just a game anyway. I don't care whether it succeeds or not." Zuo Kong waved his hand and said nonchalantly. "Search. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Unknown currency, unknown currency A. Pa unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A." Another series of violent explosions. After a long time when the smoke dissipated, the 15 people seemed very calm. They saw that a huge piece of ice was standing at the original position of the ice cellar, and this piece of ice was officially carved into the appearance of Garuma, but the only thing missing was the head, and there was a mouth on the ice sculpture hill. This B asterisk 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 D, I'm going to kill him, Joes yelled even more angrily. Suddenly frowning slightly, Beasta instinctively felt the taste of danger and quickly retreated. Flower sword flowers falling all over the sky. Got it, everyone said loudly. As the captain of the first team and the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco's majesty is still very powerful. Hearing Marco's roar, everyone quieted down for a while. Zuo Kong had no interest in Marco and the others. Although their strength was good, the gap with his was too big. This time, it was mainly to hone Monet and Robin. With a violent explosion, the entire ice cellar was detonated in an instant, and countless ice needles popped out and flew towards the position of the 15 people in midair. The weakest people present were all Vice Admiral level strongmen. 15 people rushed out immediately and soon found the same ice cellar in the west. This time, when Erewhon's head was just taken out and everyone was on guard, Marco suddenly changed his face and shouted. Marco's speed was extremely fast, and he put Garuma's head on almost instantly, and immediately asked solemnly, "Garuma, what's going on? Where is Erewhon?" More violent explosions resounded through the world, and the faces of the 15 people became uglier and uglier. They were like clowns being played around by others. This was an experience they had never had before. 208. The roar of the three-headed dog of hell, 6/10, please subscribe. A shell suddenly came towards him. Zuo Kong, who squinted his eyes slightly, didn't even think of opening his eyes. He just watched the shell getting closer and closer. Swish. A burst of snowflakes suddenly floated in front of Zuo Kong. Monet's figure appeared in front of Zuo Kong. With a hook of his hand, a huge snow cone appeared. Snow cone. The snow cone pierced the shell, causing a violent explosion. Monet fell from midair, frowning slightly. He didn't expect that Kullul's shell actually slightly concealed the hockey of armed color. If Monet hadn't reacted quickly and increased the power immediately, he would have been embarrassed. "You guys attacked my master like this, isn't it a bit too fast?" Monet stepped on the cold, 947, ice, smiling and said softly. Kullul sneered and just raised the two pistols in his hand and pointed them at Monet, while Saki said with a smile. "Don't say that, beautiful lady. Your master has declared war on my father, and now we are enemies, okay? Isn't it the most basic tactic to capture the thief first?" "It seems to be true," Monet said cutely with a hint of shyness on his face. The old problem comes back again. Robin held his forehead slightly, helplessly saying in his heart. Monet's problem is that he will feel shy whenever he is praised, but the good thing is that Monet will not be affected by this in the battle, otherwise it would be really helpless. This person is the devil on the sea, so young. Marco ignored the conversation of these people, just looked at Zuo Kong's figure, and sighed secretly in his heart. On the huge ice platform at least 10 meters above the ground, Zuo Kong sat high on the ice throne, his eyes slightly narrowed, but just the blood-red light that was revealed from the side made Marco feel a little cold. A different aura from his father, but a fearful aura was brewing on Zuo Kong's body, and Marco's eyes shrank the moment he felt this aura. This is Conqueror's hockey? No, has he reached the edge of awakening before he is fully awakened? Marco thought in astonishment. Advertisement suppressing the shock in his heart, Marco turned his eyes away from Zuo Kong. What came into his eyes was Robin standing beside Zuo Kong, with his hands around the moon. Hung seemed to have an elegant smile, and in front of him was Monet staring at everyone present. A series of gunshots burst out, and in an instant, hundreds of bullets were fired at the same time. The black bullets told the world that these bullets contained Armament Hockey's terrifying attack. Coolio relied on his super-fast hand speed and familiarity with firearms to fire bullets while reloading bullets. After exhaling a deep breath, not only Coolio, but everyone else also calmed down, staring at Zuo Kong's figure with a heavy face, while Marco stared at Zuo Kong's eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. Not bad. Marco finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought with a little relief. The pitch-black figure, which was as tall as 10 meters, blocked everyone's sight, and after that, all there was Monet's faint laughter, and he said softly, "Everyone, this is a gift prepared by my master for you, you must enjoy it well." A long roar, and suddenly the ice surface was broken by the sound of crack, crack, and a figure suddenly rushed out. 4.4. Death Symphony. UB asterisk 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 D. Coolio cursed. "Calm down," Marco shouted loudly. "Let them go." Monet couldn't help laughing. Boom. "It seems that you also know something hidden by the world government." Zuo Kong smiled faintly. Snowflakes fell, and the snowflakes behind Monet condensed into wings, and suddenly flapped their wings and flew high. Monet's wings could not actually fly. After all, they were just wings condensed from snowflakes, and they only had the ability to soar. They could only stay in the sky for a short while before falling down. The three forces of darkness, fire, and ice gathered together ferociously. Seeing the three forces gathered into a three-color shockwave, Marco's face changed, and he whispered, "Hell three-headed dog, I didn't expect the Army Admiral Ghost Dog to die in your hands." Suddenly, Monet flew through the air and landed at his original position again. He smiled faintly and said softly, "The captain of the 10th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates only has this much ability. It's really disappointing." Boom. Without waiting for an answer, the shockwave has swept around. Advertisement. Suddenly, a strange voice flashed by. Although Zuo Kong didn't speak, his eyes slowly opened, and the corners of his mouth slightly drew an interesting arc, which made people shiver involuntarily. Quote. 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 Roar. Although it was only a brief meeting, it created an extremely terrifying impact. Quote. Quote. Listening to the naked ridicule in Monet's words, Coolio roared angrily, "You be D woman. Die. You have some skills." Monet smiled with a curled mouth. With the wings spread, ice crystals all over the sky immediately emerged. "Mr. Marco, do you think it's possible in this dangerous sea? Or do you think your Whitebeard pirates can really settle everything with just one sentence?" This feeling, Marco's brain suddenly jumped terribly, and he thought solemnly. Search. And now it seems that although the two people are frozen, they are not in serious trouble. And at the foot of Zuo Kong, the bodies of Garuma and Aruwang were frozen like statues. Quote. Wind blowing snow. Let them go, Marco said lightly after scanning everyone. The two of them were fine, which was fortunate. For Op Fruit understood it in detail. Although a person can be divided, if the body is shattered, the head is almost dead. The heart is the main body. 209. Diamond Joe's 7/10. Please subscribe. Then let me see. This blow is enough to kill Admiral. How are you going to resist it? Zuo Kong said softly with a faint smile on his lips. Monet smiled as snowflakes fell beside him. Robin pushed his glasses with an elegant and intellectual smile. The earth seemed to be cracking, and there were bursts of terrifying explosions like roaring explosions. The power of this terrifying blow that the three-headed dog of hell had accumulated for a long time has surpassed the full force of Admiral. Even if Admiral is unprepared, there is a great possibility that he will die. Ah! Suddenly a roar came out, and a figure suddenly rushed to stand in front of the shockwave, with his hands crossed in front of the moon. Boom! The huge shockwave suddenly exploded violently, and the ground continued to roar, but Zuo Kong's eyes narrowed slightly and smiled interestingly. The defensive power of the diamond fruit is really terrifying. I didn't expect that this attack that was enough to destroy the Admiral could be resisted. Ha! 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 As the smoke slowly dissipated, Josu's huge figure emerged. His arms fell slightly, and only half of his face was left with a smile, and he said with a cracked mouth, "Devil, if you can kill us so easily, we are not worthy of being called the Whitebeard Pirates." Really? Zuo Kong tilted his head and asked interestingly. Of course. Josu said proudly. Fit. The ground suddenly cracked into a deep pit, and Zuo Kong smiled again interestingly. So that's it, not only does the diamond have a strong defensive power, you also learned a technique to remove power, no wonder it's like this. Through observation, Zuo Kong found that Josu did not simply rely on the power of his own diamond fruit to resist the existing power, but used this special technique to remove part of the power on his body and resist the remaining power instead. Dad is right. You are really strong. You are one of the few people who can see through it for such a long time. Joe stretched his muscles and bones, and his body slowly recovered its flesh and blood, and said with a smile. So do you think it's over? Zuo Kong suddenly said with a smile. Advertisement, Flame Impact, DFL. With a roar, a black shadow suddenly rushed out in front of Joe's. A 2-meter-high black shadow, with a hideous and weird smile on the dog head of the human beast. The dog head on the left hand suddenly aimed at Joe's, and the red eyes of the dog head flashed dazzling light in an instant. Boom! A huge flame suddenly rushed out, but then a figure rushed out. Flash clash. Fit. Joe's arm hit the moon. The mouth of the hell three-headed dog, and the hell three-headed dog was directly knocked out in an instant, and it was in a weird twisted state in the air, but with Zuo Kong's palm hook, the figure of the hell three-headed dog immediately stabilized. Search. In midair, a three-headed hellhound suddenly turned around and recovered. It roared and suddenly soared into the sky with its hands open. Ice and fire impact. Boom. The flame and ice were ejected at the same time, not in the usual way, but in a rotating form. The most important thing was that the two slowly intertwined and rotated again. The triple force round more than doubled the power of this attack. Josie, be careful. Marco reminded with a smile. Ha ha ha. Marco, don't underestimate my ability. Josie licked the corner of his mouth and responded with a smile. Boom. The arms suddenly turned into diamonds, but that was not the end. The diamonds on both arms began to spread rapidly growing. Soon 10 huge and terrifying giant diamond arms of at least the size of a meter appeared. Zilk. Advertisement. Josie stepped on the ground with one foot and suddenly soared into the sky. The huge arms were actually covered with armed colors. Hockey, the black fist suddenly swung down. Shining crush, instantly, there was another violent collision sound. Joe's actually crushed the impact of the three-headed dog of hell from top to bottom, and at the same time hit the body of the three-headed dog of hell. However, this was not the end. Joe's huge hand suddenly grabbed the body of the three-headed dog of hell. Shining combo. Joe's other hand turned into a diamond fist again, containing terrifying power, and rushed madly. The black fist flashed dazzlingly, madly rushing. Boom. The three-headed hellhound was directly embedded in the ice. Looking at Marco's faint smile and Joe's confident smile in the air, Zuo Kong's mouth corners slightly raised and said lightly, "Do you think this is a success? Marco, as a similar fantasy beast, do you really think that the fantasy beast is so easy to deal with?" "Of course not, but the result is obvious. Your beast paradise seems to be just a name that does not live up to its reality. It does not have such a strong power," Marco retorted with a smile. Zuo Kong's face did not change, but the dark eyes in 80's eyes once again showed scarlet blood twilight. Suddenly, the ice surface began to vibrate violently, and the three-headed hellhound rushed out again. The injuries on its body had recovered quickly, but it was recovered in an instant. As a Zoan of the mythical beast species, the Cerberus has an amazing recovery ability. Although it has not yet awakened, its power is already extremely amazing. What's more important is that Zuo Kong's physical strength plays a huge role in it. Osos. In Zuo Kong's body, little Shirahoshi looked at the more than 3,000 people tied to the cloud cross in midair and asked curiously, Sugar, what is Lord Kong doing?" "Little Shirahoshi, I tell you, these people are bad people, so the master will execute them. If they are allowed to run away, they will endanger the whole world," Little Sugar said righteously. "That's it," Koala also confirmed on the side. "Oh." Nodding cutely, the timid little Shirahoshi immediately ran to the dragon palace in the sea. Shirley was obviously helpless about the two people's lives with their eyes open. These people were obviously the physical strength that Zuo Kong reserved for the next fierce battle. 210. The Great Swordsman of Flowers. 8/10, please subscribe. The battle between Joe's and the three-headed dog of hell became more and more intense. For a moment, no one on the scene made any other moves. They all stared at the fight between the two with a very solemn expression. Zuo Kong was too lazy to move. As for Marco and others, they did not dare to move. No one knew what the result of moving would be. If Zuo Kong was really angered and made to attack immediately, then it would be really troublesome. Zuo Kong and Whitebeard agreed on a time of 3 days later, and it would take at least 5 days for Whitebeard to come. If Whitebeard did not come during these 2 days, he would become a laughingstock and the whole knew the laughingstock of the world. So Marco and others came, but only when they really saw Zuo Kong did Marco understand how terrifying Zuo Kong was. The terrifying aura he exuded just by sitting there made Marco and others dare not be careless. Crack. Suddenly, the movement of the three-headed dog of hell suddenly accelerated, and suddenly rushed up. The dog head on both arms was suddenly covered with a pitch-black light and bit on Joe's arms at the same time. Unfortunately, it was just a series of male collisions, and even harder sounds. Joe's body was diamond-like throughout the whole process. Shining head hammer. With a roar, Joe's head unexpectedly turned into diamond and fell down with a bang, hitting the center of the hellhound's head. His arms suddenly exerted force, and his terrifying arms grabbed the hellhound with his backhands and threw it out directly. Duh. But in an instant, Joe's immediately stopped the whole body diamondization, breathing heavily, although it was not obvious, but under Zuo Kong's heartnet, it was as conspicuous as thunder. Interesting. It seems that Joe's has not reached that level of Diamond Fruit's whole body diamondization. Zuo Kong's mouth corners slightly hooked up, thinking secretly in his heart. "Come on, beast." Joe's yelled at the hellhound. Roar. With a roar, the hellhound jumped out from the ground again, raised its right arm, and spit out diamond-shaped ice cubes immediately, covering everything around in an instant. Advertisement, HMPH. It seems that we must fight quickly. Joe's moved his arms, squatted slightly, and thought solemnly. Wind and snow. With a hook of his palm, the diamond-shaped snowflakes and bullets collided again, and the familiar explosion sounded in the air. At this time, a black shadow and a figure flashing with dazzling light suddenly rushed into the smoke. In the battle between the two, in the violent explosion, a figure suddenly rushed out from the smoke. It was Flower Sword Beasta. Wind and snow. Zuo Kong did not intend to be able to deal with the captain-level figures with just the beast paradise. If it was really that easy, Zuo Kong would have rushed into the world government directly. Suddenly, Kull suddenly attacked. Monet was watching the fight. Suddenly, he felt Kull's action and immediately soared into the sky. Snowflakes flew all over the sky again. Joe soared into the sky again, his arms clenched into fists, and suddenly a terrible force burst out from his fists, and he forcibly rushed out. The heartnet captured Joe's movements, and he could also keep up with Joe's movements, but the hellhound couldn't keep up. Although Zuo Kong's Hell Paradise was said to have the lowest level of Admiral's combat power, it was only the lowest level of Admiral. The hellhound only had the instincts of a wild beast, even with Zuo Kong's control. After all, it was not his own body, but a summoned beast. How could he command it like an arm? As a result, he couldn't keep up with Joe's movements at all, and was forcibly rushed out by Joe's. Symphony of Hell. Coolio immediately made a quick move, and in an instant, the bullets in the sky had blocked the ice crystals in the sky. Zuo Kong snorted coldly without saying anything, but manipulated the three-headed dog of hell to move again. Although it can be said that he was not paying attention to the battlefield all the time, but with the strength of the heart network, Zuo Kong can easily see everything that happened on the battlefield. Sure enough, Zuo Kong thought helplessly. With a roar, a dark light suddenly came out, and Joe's flew backwards. He covered his left arm and looked carefully, and he found that the diamond on his left arm was slightly soft, but it recovered in an instant on Kiza's body. Advertisement Joe's diamond fruit does have extremely terrifying defensive power, but this defensive power also has a size. Darkness represents corrosion. If Joe's defends with all his strength, of course he can't cause damage, but if it is an unintentional sudden attack, then it will be different. The sound of violent collisions came from the smoke. Da. Isn't it bad for two people to bully one person like this? Snowflakes drifted by, and Monet smiled gently while stepping on the shoulders of the Hellhound. Sure enough, it is still a lot worse than the real quasi-admiral level beast paradise. Zuo Kong shook his head slightly and thought secretly. A shrill scream sounded in the air, and the Hellhound fell to the ground forcibly, his body twitching slightly, and it was obviously reached ultimate, but under Zuo Kong's repair, the body recovered quickly, almost in an instant. Flower sword rose stab. Suddenly, Joe's rushed out swiftly, roaring, shining impact. The three-headed dog of hell rushed out from the darkness and stood on the ground, while Monet was still floating in the air, looking at Coolio with a smile on his face. Symphony of Hell. Doll. Shining impact. Unfortunately, this is just an appearance. Every time the source of the Hell Paradise in his hand will return to Zuo Kong's body, the power of the current Hell three-headed dog is not that strong. How is this possible? Joe said strangely. Just now, he had clearly resisted the combined attack of the three powers of the three-headed dog of hell without any damage. At this moment, how could the dark power alone cause harm to him? 211. Spider 8 Sword Style, 9/10. Please subscribe. It's right in front of me. Vista smiled and thought secretly. It turned out that Vista's target was exactly where Garuma and Elwan's bodies were. He took advantage of the moment when the two sides were exchanging fire and suddenly attacked. If he succeeded, he could easily take away the bodies of the two people. Are you thinking too naively? Zuo Kong suddenly said lightly at the moment when Vista's attack was about to reach the two people. 17. The observation color was quickly reminding Vista of the approach of danger, and the instinct of the body was also reminding Vista of the arrival of danger. Damn. Vista cursed secretly. Obviously, they have already come here. Vista is too unwilling to accept it. As long as they move forward one step, they will succeed. Vista. Back off. Marco shouted loudly at the critical moment. Yes. Vista said unwillingly. Just as Vista left, the air suddenly flashed with cold light, and a dark figure emerged in an instant. In just a moment, the 8-9-4 was already on the way. Although Vista's smile remained unchanged, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fit. Although he felt a wave of fear, it didn't mean that Vista would just sit back and do nothing. He waved his two knives continuously, and in an instant, he had easily chopped the oncoming 8-9-4 into pieces. Fit. Advertisement. A tall figure fell to the ground, with dark skin, spider fur all over his body, and 8 arms. Although he had no weapons, he exerted a power no less than that of a sword, and the ferocious spider head made a ferocious hissing sound. Spider, the ghost spider really died in your hands. Vista looked at the spider, raised his head and looked at Zuo Kong and said. Flower sword Vista, right? Zuo Kong asked with a smile, and without waiting for Vista to answer, he continued. You'd better look at your enemy, otherwise you will die. Seeing Zuo Kong's smile becoming more and more ferocious, that smile that seemed like a demon descending, Vista suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing on his face. Tilt. The long swords intersected and blocked the 8 long swords that suddenly attacked him. The spider made a strange roar, CFCA, and the 8 arms were covered with armed hockey at the same time. The 8 swords danced continuously, and Zuo Kong laughed strangely. 8 swords chopping meat. Zit fit. This damn move is a move that destroys weapons. Vista's smile did not change, but he cursed secretly in his heart. No matter how he moved, the 8 swords would always hit the same position of the 2 swords. If Vista had not covered the hockey with the color of arm color instantly, it is very likely that the 2 swords would have been broken. Vista's 2 swords are not famous swords, but specially forged, and there is still a gap compared to famous swords. 8 swords style mash meat. Zuo Kong spoke again lightly, and the ghost spider suddenly changed its movements, and the 8 arms suddenly separated. The 8 arms continued to perform martial arts from all directions, which really looked like they were chopping a whole piece of meat. 09. With a confident smile on his lips, Zuo Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. His idea was indeed successful. Zuo Kong wanted to try to add his ideas to the beasts in the beast paradise, and see if these beasts could use different tricks. It turned out to be successful. Although Zuo Kong could not control these beasts, he could use these moves on them. He only needed to give a simple thought and these beasts would naturally use the corresponding moves. It was very simple. Song, however, Jin Dongda was the one who consumed his physical strength. Damn it. Marco cursed secretly. Marco was the strongest among the people present. He could vaguely feel that Zuo Kong's seemingly indifferent eyes had been secretly observing him and others. If he and others really relaxed their minds or took action, they would probably be facing a fatal attack. Flower sword Lily. Vista suddenly stopped moving. Although he still had a smile on his face, his movements suddenly changed. The western swords in both hands suddenly danced in a very strange posture, like a circle but not looking like a circle. Bang. Advertisement suddenly stabbed out with perfect traces. This was a move of attack in defense. 8 swords carving flowers. The spider made a series of strange cries, and its 8 arms began to dance quickly, attacking Vista with strange postures in every move. Flower sword gentleman. It took a step back suddenly, and took advantage of this moment of gap to put the 2 swords into its body. Vista's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly the long sword swung out. 2 dazzling lights suddenly passed by. Puff. The spider's 8 arms fell to the ground at the same time. Zuo Kong shook his head slightly, thinking, sure enough, there is still too much difference, the gap in strength is really too big. Search. Although he thought so, Zuo Kong's experiment was not over yet. With a hook of his hand, the spider's 8 arms were covered with purple light. They grew out in an instant and raised at the same time. The 8 arms were covered with black light and blocked in front of him. Flower sword Sakura fall. The 2 swords crossed from top to bottom, and Sakura flowers appeared all over the sky. These seemed to be Sakura flowers, but they were actually condensed by Vista's sword energy. They suddenly fell from top to bottom with terrifying murderous aura. It was difficult to block Vista's attack, and he knelt directly on the ground with his knees. The spider's body trembled slightly, and even the armaments-covered hockey's arms were trembling slightly, and several cracks appeared on them as if they were about to break. 8 swords style. Minced meat. After enduring Vista's swift attack, the spider suddenly stood up again. While Vista was still in midair, the 8 arms were raised at the same time, and they began to swing like a meat grinder. The seemingly traceless attack actually blocked all the roads, leaving not even the slightest trace. 212. Robin of Rotating Flowers, 10 out of 10, please subscribe. Flower sword Lotus. Facing the terrifying sword technique that completely surrounded him, Vista showed no sign of anger. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the long sword in his palm began to dance in an instant. The same perfect defense blocked all the attacks of the spider. Falling from the air, Vista suddenly rushed up again without stopping, with his long swords in both hands open, and a faint blood-red light emerged. Flower sword Blood Rose. The spider only had time to make a sound of grief before the whole person was torn into 2 halves by Vista in an instant, slowly falling to the ground. The 2 halves of the body twitched slightly, slowly dissipated, and slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. HMPH. Marco's mouth curled up a smile, shining clash. Joe's on the other side rushed up again, bursting out with a terrifying speed. Such a huge body with such a rapid speed shows how terrible Joe's training is during normal training. Of course, it also means that Joe's talent is indeed beyond ordinary people. Joe's body is amazing. Whether in terms of speed or wrist strength, it can be said that it is far beyond ordinary humans, and can even be said to be comparable to humans or even giants. TV. A dazzling light appeared in front of him, and Joe's hit the hellhound hard. Finally, the hellhound's body, which had been ravaged repeatedly, could not bear it and shattered with a bang. Dia. 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 As expected of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, their strength is really amazing. Zuo Kong clapped his hands and laughed in admiration. But anyone who is not an idiot can see that there is no smile in Zuo Kong's eyes, but full of sarcasm, as if he is mocking the weakness of the people present. Then Mr. Devil, can we return our brother? Thatch stepped forward and said with a smile. Advertisement. Windblade slash. While speaking, Robin aimed at Harda's position, hooked his palm, and a huge arm suddenly emerged from the ground, claws covered with black hockey tore Harda's head like a tear. DF. Suddenly, a figure rushed up at the moment when the 2 people separated. He had short brown hair and blue eyes. He jumped up and rushed to the front of the 2 frozen people, shouting loudly, I will take the person away. Yes, it's me. Thatch said strangely. Call unknown currency, unknown currency, a unknown currency, unknown currency, a unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency, a 30 rounds of Flowers Giant Shield. This woman. Cooleel panted slightly and said in a low voice. 20 rounds of Flowers Giant Claw. Of course, there are also gaps in the quasi-admiral level. For example, Marco and Joe's can fight with admirals without losing, and even if they lose, it will take a long time, while Thatch and Vista can't. The 2 can only be said to have just stepped into the field of admiral. Although they can be called quasi-admirals, the gap is still quite large. Yeah, tit. Monet and Cooleel had just separated from a fierce battle. Others shook their heads, and Marco said solemnly, be careful, Joe's, don't move next, be careful to find the right opportunity to rescue Garuma and Aluon. Although it was just the strength of the 3-headed dog of hell, it didn't seem to be like this. Windblade. Wind cut. Advertisement. The palm turned into a flower petal and slowly disappeared. Robin said softly, it seems that my hockey is still too weak. Suddenly, the voice of an elegant and intellectual woman came slowly, and Robin's figure suddenly fell, and a meat shield emerged, blocking the attack of the figure. The strength of the 5 people can definitely be called the quasi-admiral level. Just like Monet's strength, Cooleel just surpassed the strength of Marine Vice Admiral. After all, there are too many water in Marine Vice Admiral. There are elite Marine Vice Admirals who are almost comparable to Admirals, and there are also ordinary Marine Vice Admirals. However, as long as you have the strength of Vice Admiral, you are qualified to sail on the sea. Interesting woman. The smaller figure fell to the ground, and Harda said interestingly. Although Robin's strength barely reached the Vice Admiral level, it was just barely. Captain of the 12th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Harda, I'm sorry that Mr. Lust. Wolf doesn't care about the 2 bodies, but if they are taken away like this, it really makes our devil pirates look too weak, Robin said gently on the ground. Unfortunately, no one knows that Zuo Kong was just laughing at the difference in strength of the Whitebeard pirates. If the strongest captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is to be mentioned, then it must be the top 5 captains, Marco, Jose, Thatch, Vista and the future ace. Harda's eyes narrowed slightly, and his palm suddenly slashed past. The dark hockey flashed past, and the terrifying airflow turned into an amazing wind blade, which cut off the huge palm in an instant. Zuo Kong suddenly laughed, and his laughter was very natural, but also very strange. Marco and others looked at Zuo Kong with strange expressions, not understanding what was going on. Everyone nodded. It's a pity that the Whitebeard Pirates were destroyed. The reason is very simple, they don't think about making progress. 10 years later, they are still so strong. In other words, in these 10 years, they relied on the name of the Whitebeard Pirates and didn't become much stronger. Later, Ace was captured and Thatch was killed. As a result, only a few people in the Beard Pirates had the strength to fight. Saki felt very strange, because he saw a very strange feeling in Zuo Kong's eyes. That feeling seemed to be pity. That feeling was very strange, it felt very strange. What's the situation? Jose touched his head and said in great confusion. Thatch, right? Zuo Kong looked at Thatch and asked lightly. The two were completely long range against long range, with no intention of getting close to each other, and they were completely gunfire. 213. Knowledge and power, 1/10, please subscribe, woman, you just started practicing armament hockey, right? This level of hockey can't do any harm to me. Harda waved the long sword and said with a smile. Who knows if it can work? Maybe it can work, Robin said with a chuckle. Then let me see. Harda licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue and smiled interestingly. Wind blade thrust. Harda's speed suddenly increased by more than 3 times. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Robin, and the long sword in his hand swept past without any mercy. For them, the enemy is the enemy, and they must not have any fluke mentality. If they want to save the enemy's life, then what awaits them is death. 20 rounds of flowers, earth claws, 150. Robin seemed to completely ignore the figure that was getting closer and closer, but crossed his hands in front of the moon. With the faint soccer of flowers, 2 huge arms suddenly extended from Harda's feet, directly grabbing Harda's legs, so that he could no longer move forward. Damn it! Harda cursed secretly. The strength of the arm was not particularly strong, but the key point was that Harda was not a power type and could not easily break free from the arm covered with hockey. 30 rounds of flowers, hook claws. This was not the end. Harda's body grew more than 30 arms again, all of which covered hockey, covering Harda's body up and down, ready to break Harda's bones. 2. Harda curled his lips, and the black light on his body flashed. Fit. The difference in strength between Robin and Harda is still too big. Even with Zuo Kong's hellish training, he is only barely equal to Vice Admiral, which is actually just barely. Advertisement. Although flower fruit is not a particularly powerful fruit, its power is absolutely amazing if it is well developed. Just think about how many people can block the punch of armament hockey when it falls down with a palm covering the sky and the earth. However, Robin always thought that she only needed knowledge, and she gave up the pursuit of power. He jumped up and chopped down from top to bottom. Robin's eyes closed slightly, and many arms suddenly grew out from the ground. The huge arms gathered into fists, and armament hockey covered the fists and met Harda's attack from below. A series of wind-like blade chi gathered on the long sword. You must doubt what kind of power the long sword has at this moment. It is definitely enough to kill people. 50 rounds of flowers blooming, empty fists. 40 rounds of flowers blooming, huge flowers impact. Vegapunk did a good job in this regard. At least he exchanged knowledge for strength, but Robin did not have such knowledge. It was not until she followed Zuo Kong that she really understood the importance of power and had to really pick up the power. Wind blade windfall. D. A violent explosion suddenly burst out, and Harda fell from midair. The huge arms also disintegrated into petals and slowly disappeared. Nodding firmly at Zuo Kong, Robin turned his head and chuckled. Harda, the captain of the 12th division of the Whitebeard Pirates, if he loses to a little-known person like me, it will be a shame. Ah, next, I will really be rude, Harda said. She has been a scholar since she was a child. Robin doesn't have such strong physical strength at all. She is only good at knowledge, not strength. In this era, there is indeed a saying that knowledge is equivalent to the emperor of strength. Advertisement. Harda was not injured. Although his trick was broken, armament hockey also provided him with a copper-skinned and iron-boned defense. Don't worry about it. Harda's mouth curled up and smiled lightly. After exhaling deeply, Robin's face was slightly pale. Her physical strength could not keep up. Under Zuo Kong's teaching, Robin did develop a lot of tricks, but her physical strength was a flaw. It's good to understand. Zuo Kong smiled and looked at Robin. IR. The huge fist covered with black hockey collided with the overwhelming sword energy in midair. Don't bother you to worry about this, Robin said with a chuckle. But he sighed in his heart and thought silently. I thought the most useless power represents the greatest role. Sure enough, it can't be underestimated, but such a trick consumes a lot of physical strength. Can you bear it? Harda came out of the smoke produced by the fall, patted the smoke on his body with a smile, and asked with a smile. Yeah, I will persist to the end. Even if I know I will lose, I will never give up like before. Robin raised his palm slightly, whispered softly. I couldn't ask for more. Robin opened his hands and said with a smile. Breaking free from all the restraints, Harda jumped up, with a dazzling black light flashing on his body. The fully armed armament hockey was actually not difficult for these captains. Wind blade wild wind. Harda's feet burst out with terrifying power, and suddenly rushed forward, waving his 4.1 arms continuously, and the terrifying sword energy gathered into a shocking whirlwind. From beginning to end, it has condensed into an overwhelming whirlwind in an instant. Robin was full of regret at this moment. What on earth had she done for so many years? Every time she just wanted others to take her to the Grand Line, let others take her to the New World. If she had strong strength, she could go there by herself. Gently closing his eyes, a huge arm emerged behind Robin along with flowers. The arm grew out from midair, very huge and very amazing. With the body dress, and with the smaller body, Harda's delicate face is like a woman, looking like a queen teaching a girl. Unfortunately, the situation is completely the opposite. 214. Cloud Snow Cloud Open Black Lens Bracket 2/10. Please subscribe Close Black Lens Bracket, Symphony of Death. Coolio suddenly attacked again, and while everyone's eyes were on Robin and Harda, he suddenly rushed out, waving his two guns continuously, and black bullets filled the ice surface in an instant, and the bullets were only one step away from the ice surface. Success? Marco and others thought in their hearts at the same time. Wind and snow. Unfortunately, with the faint voice of the woman, everyone knew that they failed again. After a series of violent explosions, Monet's figure slowly fell from the air, and he smiled gently. Have the Whitebeard pirates regarded sneak attacks as a way to make a living? Stinky woman. I think you are looking for death, Coolio said angrily. 3 shots. Coolio aimed at Monet's figure with a single gun, narrowed his eyes slightly, and fired 3 bullets in a row at the same time, with one eye like a sniper. The bullets showed a dark light, and the speed was even 3 times faster than the previous bullets, rushing towards him in a triangular shape. Dome Snow House. The wings condensed from snow behind Monet suddenly expanded rapidly, and a huge white snow house condensed. At the same time, the dark light immediately covered the dark snow house. A series of violent explosions also blocked Harda's figure outside the snow house. Although the 3 bullets left a very eye-catching damage on the snow house was quickly repaired in the flying snow. What a dangerous attack. If I resist Mr. Harda's sword, I'm afraid I will really die here. Robin walked out of the snow house and said with fear. Are you kidding me? Harda said with a smile. Robin had a slight smile on his lips, and Harda laughed even more interestingly, with a long sword flashing with black light, and rushed up again. Wind blade wind cut. Advertisement, 30 rounds of blossom combo. Suddenly, the snow house collapsed, and Monet's figure suddenly rushed out. A very fast white light flashed by, and suddenly he was in front of Coolio, chuckling lightly and raising his palm. Since you also said that pirates don't need to talk about morality, then let's make this game more interesting, Zuokong said lightly. A series of sweeps, bullets and snow everywhere, but Kull's face remained unchanged. More and more snowflakes made Kull swing his double guns faster and faster. There was a violent explosion on the other side. Robin and Harda's figures retreated several steps at the same time. Although Chuanchi was not injured, his face became even paler. Fit. Okay. Coolio laughed. Monet's face froze. He had selectively forgotten this question. He and others were pirates. Snowfeather. You will know soon. Monet's voice emerged from it, saying with a smile. Since the sneak attack failed, you started a group attack? Is this the level of accomplishment of the Whitebeard pirates? Monet said sarcastically. Boom boom. Boom boom. The pistol exploded, and just as Monet showed a confident smile, a figure suddenly rushed out. A man in a pink kimono flashed in the air, and 2 flintlock pistols drew a dazzling arc at the same time. Staircase and Owl blocked Monet's crazy offensive. Indeed, you were right. We're pirates. Suddenly, a man's figure came out from the air and said lightly. Miss Monet, we're pirates. Do you think pirates really need to talk about morality? Thatch said with a smile. Monet's wings quickly a flash passed by, and in an instant, a large number of feathers immediately flew out of Monet's body, standing upside down in the air, forming something like a barbed sun that pierced straight down. Advertisement. Thatch didn't expect Zuokong to take action, or he couldn't figure out why Zuokong would take action. Although this is an unwritten rule, it is inevitable for kings to fight kings and generals to fight generals. If Monet and Robin lose, Zuokong will take action. But now the two are still standing here. Ka. Zit. Cross double ring moon. Coolio crossed his 2 guns and began to shoot quickly. The whole person danced quickly. Such an attack may be very difficult to defend against for others, but for the gunman, a good look is the most important. There was another violent explosion on the other side. Coolio looked at the snow house that had never dissipated and said casually, Woman, are you just 10 pieces of trash hiding? What's the question? Monet stared at the two and asked calmly. You want to defeat me like this, are you too naive? Coolio sneered. Next. The captain of the 6th division on the other side, Brahmanke, suddenly pulled out 2 pistols from his chin and threw them over, shouting. Tilt frit filt. Miss Monet, can I ask you a question? Thatch suddenly said with a smile. Suddenly, the pistol jammed, and the pistol could no longer withstand such an explosive attack. The bullet hit Monet, but in an instant, it was all snow flying all over the sky. Monet appeared again not far away, staring at the two with an extremely heavy face. Yun Shuiyan. Bang. The atmosphere was extremely stiff for a moment. Everyone raised their heads solemnly and looked at Zuokong's indifferent expression. Their faces immediately became heavy. I don't know when Zuokong has stood up and stood on the edge of the platform. Not good. Thatch thought secretly. The 2 men and 4 guns completely suppressed Monet's offensive, and the speed of shooting even suppressed the speed of Monet's snowflakes. The one who supported Kulil was none other than the captain of the 16th Division, Izo. As masters of gun skills, the two of them cooperated extremely well. It can be seen from the fact that the two of them just teamed up to deal with Monet that the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other. 215. Monet's persistence, 3/10, please subscribe, search. A white cloud slowly rose from Zuokong's body, and in an instant the entire island was covered with white clouds. What is this? Marco and others said in astonishment. 140. But the next moment everyone understood what it was. The snowflakes from the sky quickly fell down, and the speed was extremely fast. In an instant, a thick layer of snow covered the ground, which was more than 10 centimeters deep. It slowly stopped, but the snow was still flying. Pirates don't need to abide by morality, but since you were 2 against 1, it would be bad if my secretary didn't have any preparation. Zuokong put his hands in his pockets and smiled evilly. Boom. The snowflakes began to roll, and Monet's body suddenly turned bloody, and the flying snowflakes merged into Monet's body, once again strengthening Monet's body. If the Logia ability user exerts his strength in a suitable venue, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but completely greater than 2. Then let's continue this game. Don't let Monet kill you. Zuokong raised his mouth coldly, full of evil. Kulil, Izo, you better be careful. Monet's figure floated in the air and said softly. Vista, stop. Marco stopped Vista, who wanted to attack, and scolded him harshly. All the people around him retreated under Marco's sharp eyes. For so many years, the Whitebeard pirates have traveled all over the country and have seen all kinds of people with special abilities. Of course, they know how strong Logia combined with the natural environment will be. You must not move. If that man suddenly attacks, it will be really difficult to deal with it, Marco said solemnly. Yes. The others said unwillingly. Next, it was only Kulil and Izo who had to rely on others. They couldn't help it all. There was no way. Marco didn't dare to move at all. 5 shots in a row. 5 holes were opened on the snowflake waterfall at the same time, and in the eyes of everyone, they instantly hit Monet on the other side, but the two did not reveal the slightest joy. At the same time, they saw that there was not a drop of bloodline on Monet's body, but he stood there motionless like a puppet. Advertisement My Own Hockey didn't even notice Monet. It was too late for Izo to support him. Monet and Kulil were very close. Monet's figure suddenly appeared behind the two people, and the whole person rushed towards Kulil like a strange bird. Black gunpoint, not good, Kulil thought secretly. The cannon that was bitten to pieces was Kulil's cannon. It turned out that Izo kicked Kulil's body away from its original position at the critical moment, which was how he narrowly avoided Monet's fatal blow. The huge shells collided with the strange bird, forming a waterfall of snowflakes all over the sky, but at this moment, Izo suddenly attacked, waving his 2 guns continuously. The induction of life is definitely there. This move is just like the previous one. I clearly felt the reaction of Monet's voice, but in the end, I only attacked Snow's substitute. 10,000 years of snow. Monet felt that his body had begun to shake, but he still gritted his teeth and stared at the 2 people on the ground. Except for Kulil, who was slightly injured by the explosion of the giant cannon, Yi Zhang was completely unharmed. This move should be said to be very reluctant to use with Monet's strength, but now with such a scene created by Zuokong for Monet, it is too easy to use this move. The scene is too much for Monet. Not far away, a snow-colored figure spread its wings and flew high. Monet landed on the ice platform and emerged. He wiped the corners of his mouth, gasped, and thought secretly in his heart. Fit fit fit. Tilt tilt fit. As Monet's figure came from nowhere, Monet slowly disintegrated into snowflakes and merged into the heavy snow. Black gun continuous points, advertisement, snowbird. Damn it, I can't support my physical strength. The consumption of snow substitute is too great. This is impossible, Izo said in astonishment. Kulil and Izang looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Izang took a step back, while Kulil squatted slightly and roared. The 2 gun barrels behind him fired 2 huge shells. Enjoy it. Monet hooked his palm slightly and said with a smile. There is a big gap between the strength of the quasi-admiral and the admiral. There are still 12 captain-level figures left on the scene. If they join forces, they can only tie with Zuokong at best, and it is impossible for them to threaten Zuokong. I can't give up like this, Monet thought firmly. Even if 15 people join forces, it is possible to defeat Zuokong. Of course, it is only possible. Marco dare not guarantee it. Marco has not come for nothing in all these years. He can clearly feel the terrible aura of Zuokong, so he must be well prepared to face Zuokong, otherwise he will definitely lose. Tay. The cannon that was bitten to pieces by Monet suddenly exploded. Kulil endured the huge impact and turned his head at the same time as Izo, and the 2 attacked together. Cannon music. Blood music. Monet dragged his palm, and the snowflakes in the sky suddenly turned into 2 huge strange birds, shaking their heads and rushing towards the 2 people. The speed was strange and the snowflakes flying over their bodies were as terrifying as barbs. All the bullets hit Monet in succession. The bullets containing armament hockey suddenly penetrated Monet's body, but a strange scene appeared again. Monet collapsed into a snowflake again. Crack. Snow substitute. 216. Both lost, 4/10, please subscribe. Bye. Zuokong looked at the 2 insistent women, shook his head helplessly and thought in his heart. I really don't know what these 2 girls are insisting on. There is no need to do so. Zuokong is not a good man, this point is absolutely admitted. Zuokong now stands in this world. Even if he is not at the top, he is definitely at the lower level. When the strength reaches a certain level and the law cannot instill, the nature of men will burst out. Even that useless celestial dragons has 12 wives. Zuo Kong feels that what he did is nothing, but Zuo Kong still feels that his women don't need to take action. If the two girls hadn't insisted on taking action this time, Zuo Kong would have killed these Whitebeard pirates captains directly. It is undeniable that these people are indeed strong. But they are really not a little bit worse than himself. 15 people can indeed hold Zuo Kong together for a short period of time, but the weak ones will definitely die in the long run. D.A. Panting heavily, Monet, the owner of Snow Fruit, actually left 180 sweats, with a slight fatigue in his eyes. Even though there's the most powerful scene built by Zuo Kong for him, it is only relative. The gap in strength is not so easy to make up. Damn it, am I still so weak? Monet wiped the sweat and thought secretly. Thinking that he has been surpassed by Hancock, Monet is indifferent. He got a lot of information from Shocky, such as Hancock's strength is improving very quickly, such as Hancock awakened Conqueror's Hockey. For example, Hancock has become the Pirate Queen. No matter which Hancock is always in front of him, Monet knows that he can't be decadent anymore, he must work hard. 30 rounds of flowers and wings, advertisement. Robin clasped his hands together and a wing suddenly appeared behind his back, dragging Robin backwards and immediately glancing over, avoiding the long sword that was slashing directly at him. Robin fell to the ground, even more unbearable than Monet, and fell to the ground directly, trembling slightly. You have already lost the woman. Harda pointed at Robin with one hand and said lightly. Izi. Robin coughed lightly, and felt a sweet mouthful of blood spurting out of his throat. Even though he was not hit directly by Harda's attack, the difference in strength was still too great, and the residual power alone had hurt him. Flower fruit is not a particularly powerful devil fruit in Paramecia, but you have developed it very well. Harda walked towards Robin step by step, slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and said calmly. Is this your declaration as a winner? Robin said weakly. No, what I want to say is that you are too weak. Even though you have developed the fruit very well, your physical strength and hockey are too weak. You haven't even awakened observation hockey. If it weren't for that woman helping you, you would have lost this battle, Harda said lightly. D.A. After saying that, Harda began to run quickly. The pitch black light covered the long sword again. The long sword shook slightly, and layers of strange sword energy covered the long sword. The light blue sword energy turned into a gust of wind like sword energy that quickly swirled on the long sword, one circle after another, like an auxiliary weapon. Wind blade slash. Harda has won, Joe said with a smile. You idiot, Harda always uses this move, CFBH, to finish off the fight. As long as he uses this move, it means he wins, Saki said with a smile. But this move also means that Harda recognizes this woman, Beasta said calmly with an unchanged smile. Yes, all the captains nodded. Advertisement, room. The ground was suddenly shattered, and a huge deep pit emerged, but Robin's figure had disappeared without a trace, and disappeared completely in a very strange way, as if he had never appeared. Op Fruit and Fortress Fruit. Marco thought secretly in his heart. Since he is an enemy of Zuo Kong, he must do the necessary homework. Now everyone knows that among the fruits known to everyone, Zuo Kong has Op Fruit, Thunder Fruit, Fortress Fruit, Ton Pressure Fruit, Explosion Fruit, Silence Fruit, and Frozen Fruit. Of course, the fruit of the Beast Paradise does not need to be included. In the eyes of others, it is just a trick of Zuo Kong. However, it is undeniable that the devil fruit on Zuo Kong is indeed very scary, and there are many precious devil fruits, Op Fruits, Thunder Fruits, which are all top devil fruits. Zoan's fantasy beasts, ancient species are the same, and the Fortress Fruit is also a high-level Paramecia's devil fruit. The power it exerts in the hands of some people is very terrifying. Snow substitute. Monet's figure appeared again, but this time he couldn't even maintain the elemental transformation, and he fell directly to the ground, shaking violently. Did I lose again? Monet thought unwillingly. Blizzard? Looking at the two people getting closer and closer, Monet gritted his teeth slightly, jumped up, clasped his arms, and suddenly used his last trick, Blizzard. But although the Blizzard was used, Monet's physical strength was also instantly drained away, and the eyes shrank and the whole person fainted. Po! Just like a very strange scene, the Blizzard disappeared, but it did not disappear, but became even bigger. The Blizzard that originally only covered Kulil and Izang suddenly became extremely huge and covered everyone. Monet's figure slowly fell from the air and landed in Zuo Kong's arms. The gentle host Monet, Zuo Kong said helplessly. What an idiot woman, why do you think so much? Your qualifications are indeed not as good as Hancock. 217. The game is almost over here, 5/10, please subscribe. Ah, sighing helplessly again, Zuo Kong took Monet into the space. Zuo Kong could understand Robin because she understood the importance of strength, and for Monet, Zuo Kong understood that it was because of the comparison between women. But Hancock's qualifications were almost the strongest among all the women Zuo Kong had ever seen. No one could compare with her. Now Hancock's hard training naturally improved her strength rapidly. This was something that could not be explained at all, and no one could change it. Shining collision. Suddenly, the ice under Zuo Kong suddenly shook violently, and then Joe's, who was diamond-like, came out with two figures, carefully put Garuma and Aluwan's bodies on the ground, and his face was very solemn. The entire platform began to slowly collapse, but Zuo Kong's movements did not change at all. He still sat there calmly. The next moment, the broken ice suddenly returned to its original appearance, and Zuo Kong's figure stabilized on the throne again. Marco, check quickly, how are they? Zhou said nervously. Be careful, Marco ordered. Looking at the people nodding around him, Marco lowered his head, but his expression changed drastically. Whether it was Garuma or Erwang, there was a big hole at the mouth of Yu Hung, and the heart disappeared. At this moment, Marco's heart was cold. He finally understood why Zuo Kong didn't care about his actions at all, because Zuo Kong had other trump cards, and his actions were actually like clowns. Damn it! Zhou cursed angrily. Devil, I want you to die. Zhou roared wildly after coming to his senses, and his body completely turned into diamond in an instant, and he jumped up and rushed towards Zuo Kong at a very fast speed. Zhou, calm down, Marco roared loudly. Advertisement. Shine Clash. Unfortunately, the angry Zhou didn't pay any attention to Marco's thoughts at this moment. He rushed over in anger, and a dazzling flash of light flashed in the air. The words slowly faded away, and a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Zuo Kong still did not move at all, but he just relied on one arm to withstand Zhou's attack. Such a situation was only seen in his father, Whitebeard. Is the demon's strength equal to that of his father? Everyone thought involuntarily. No. It should be the effect of the ton pressure fruit. Marco's eyes were the sharpest, and he immediately found the problem and thought secretly. Speed, wrist strength, and defense are all very strong. I also want to know whether the diamond fruit can defend against the op fruit. Zuo Kong still tilted his head and said lightly. What did you say? Zhou asked curiously. Room hyphenation point slash. Zuo Kong hooked his palm, and the purple space emerged again. In an instant, purple blades that had completely condensed into entities immediately emerged and enveloped Zhou's figure. Armament Hockey Enhancement, DF. Zhou roared, and his body turned completely black in an instant, from top to bottom, including the diamond, and his body emitted a dark light. At this time, the purple blade finally fell on Zhou's. Bang, bang, bang. Interesting. Zuo Kong's half-closed eyes finally opened, and the corners of his mouth slightly cracked, and he smiled interestingly. Listening to the sound of metal collisions in his ears, Zhou's body was completely unharmed. Zhou, who fell to the ground, raised his left arm suddenly and roared. Shining Combo, 4. 144, Advertisement. A series of collisions finally formed a terrifying shockwave. Zhou's figure slowly fell from above, and the entire platform of the number 1 ice was shattered in an instant. Did it succeed? Marco vaguely felt a sense of unreality. Strange, he murmured. In Hockey's perception, Zuo Kong disappeared, but Marco still didn't dare to confirm it. If Zuo Kong could be defeated so easily, then the world government would not have spent so much effort to do nothing to Zuo Kong. Hour. The ice slowly condensed again, and the smoke and snowflakes brought by the shockwave slowly dissipated. Zuo Kong's figure was still sitting there calmly, and his unchanged figure showed an excited look. Zhou, those punches you just made really hurt, Zuo Kong said excitedly. Are you lying? Zhou said in astonishment. That attack contained all of Zhou's power, and it was also mixed with the terrifying armament Hockey should not be able to resist it no matter what fruit it was, but how could Zuo Kong be unscathed? He was attacked head-on like that. Admiral will definitely not feel good. 0. Be careful, Marco shouted loudly. Okay, everyone responded at the same time. Zhou fell to the ground with a heavy face, staring at Zuo Kong's figure, while Marco looked at Zuo Kong from bottom to top, and his dead fish eyes finally opened, staring at Zuo Kong's body and carefully feeling Zuo Kong's strength, ready for Zuo Kong to make any move. Saki, Bista is the main attack, Zhou assists, and the others support, Marco ordered loudly. Got it. Listening to Marco's order below, Zuo Kong finally stood up, and in an instant a terrifying Hockey finally burst out completely, mixed with shocking murderous aura, and the amazing Hockey swept the entire island. Are you too careless? Laozi, you bastards. Zuo Kong stretched his muscles slightly, crackling all over his body, and laughed ferociously. It's because I value you too much, Marco said calmly without any anger. Really, the game is almost over here, and you will die next? Zuo Kong suddenly widened his eyes and screamed madly. 218. Thunderous Ice Roar, 6/10, please subscribe, room. 3 million tons. Zuo Kong, who had just covered his forehead with one hand, suddenly disappeared without a trace on the ice. Almost in an instant, Zuo Kong's figure appeared beside Chao Zi, and a whip kick swept past. Chao Zi flew backwards abruptly, and at this time, Yi Zhang's double guns behind Zuo Kong immediately flew continuously. 10 consecutive shots. Frit fit frit. A series of bullets suddenly penetrated Zuo Kong's body. The strange thing was that it only brought up bursts of snowflakes, but did not bring up any bloodline at all. How is this possible? Yi Zhang said in astonishment. Is it strange? Zuo Kong's figure appeared behind Yi Zhang in an instant, and he said lightly. Not good. Yi Zhang's face froze, and he said in fear in his heart. Freeze. Zuo Kong's palm landed on Yi Zhang's body, and in an instant, Yi Zhang's body was quickly covered by the ultimate ice, and layers of frost slowly bloomed like beautiful flowers. Shine Clash. Seeing that Yi Zhang's body was about to be completely frozen, Chao Zi suddenly rushed out, and the dark light hit Zuo Kong's body in an instant. Fit. With his arms suddenly exerting force, Zuo Kong grabbed Chao Zi's figure fiercely, but he had no choice but to let go of Yi Zhang's body. With his hands holding Chao Zi's body, Zuo Kong flew backwards for at least 20 meters before he barely stopped with his own terrifying power. What a terrifying wrist strength. Zuo Kong felt George, who was even suppressing him, and smiled and praised. Thank you for your praise. Chaozi sneered. Explode. Zuo Kong's arms suddenly swelled violently. Boom. In the fierce gaze, Joe's flew backwards again. His body was stained with a layer of black, but Joe's was in diamond form from beginning to end, so there was actually no problem. Fosa, rescue Izo, Thatch, and Vista, and assist Joe's in the main attack. Marco shouted loudly. Yes. Fosa, holding a knife, roared loudly, swish. The cigarette lit on the long sword, and in an instant the long sword was completely burned. The dazzling fire seemed to shine in everyone's eyes, and it appeared at the side of Izo like a stab, and the long sword swung. Crack. Advertisement. The ice suddenly broke, and Izo knelt on one knee on the ground, covering his arm, and whispered, "Thank you, Fosa." The huge ice formed a terrifying wave from the sky. In front of this terrible power, although Saki and Beasta suddenly blasted a big hole and rushed out of the wave, the people behind them were not so simple. Double Blade's Ghost Spider. Bramink had no time to pay attention to Zukong's words, and he collapsed to the ground. Although it was only a 3.8 attack, this attack almost consumed all of Bramink's strength. After all, not everyone is a monster with terrifying physical strength like Zukong. Freeze it. The terrifying sound of thunder surged around Zuo Kong, and the ice on the ground surged again. Interesting. Zuo Kong laughed interestingly. Zukong smiled and clapped his hands, saying with interest, I didn't expect that the pocket fruit could store such a huge thing, and I didn't expect that your hockey could reach such a level. This is the characteristic of the Whitebeard pirates. The entire Whitebeard pirates are like relatives, with feelings that others cannot understand. It is this kind of feeling that drives the Whitebeard pirates to become stronger and stronger until today. Boom. You wish, Bramink shouted in a dignified voice. The two swords were waving, and the beautiful prototype was very perfect. Beasta suddenly stabbed out with two swords, and the pitch black light brought a terrifying sword energy. The sword energy that came straight with the faint flowers, absolutely no one could ignore its power. In an instant, his black hockey covered the hundreds of meters long hammer. Of course, such a terrible hockey consumption made Bramink's face pale even if he had distributed hockey extremely weakly. Pointing at the two people with one hand, Zuo Kong's palm opened slightly, and in an instant, the frost in the sky seemed to rise into the air, and the ground began to shake violently. The ruthless and endless ice seemed to turn into a wave, whistling and rushing into the sky layer by layer. Before, behind, and above, he was surrounded by three people in three directions at the same time. Zukong's mouth corners were slightly raised, and dazzling lightning flashed between his palms. He smiled and said, It's really good to be able to block the attack of frozen fruit, so let me see if you can block the next thunder the power of fruit. Flower Sword Lily. Damn it, this guy is already prepared. Marco cursed secretly. Advertisement, Dia. 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 The ice wave was shattered, and small pieces of ice with a diameter of no more than 3 centimeters fell from the sky, like hail. Joe's rushed out again at the moment when the hail fell, and at the same time, Saki and Vista behind him also attacked at the same time. Really good power, Zuo Kong praised calmly. Boom. Double Swords Black Tiger. Smash, smash it, Bramink shouted loudly. Flower Sword Sakura drop. No need, are you okay? Fosa asked with concern. The moment the huge ice wave collided with the huge hammer, time seemed to have stopped and everyone's eyes were focused on black. A sound like a bubble bursting suddenly sounded, and Bramink pulled out a huge hammer that was at least hundreds of meters in size from the pocket under his chin. Shining Clash. Saki suddenly took a step forward, and the pitch black hockey mixed with the majestic sword energy suddenly transformed into a terrifying black tiger, leaping up and rushing towards Zuo Kong. Zuo Kong's strength was already strong, and he had already prepared ice on the entire isolated island at the beginning, which made Zuo Kong's frozen fruit more powerful than just one level. 219. Phoenix Marco, 7/10, please subscribe, Ice Age. Zuo Kong, who was standing in place, suddenly burst out with a dazzling coldness. In an instant, everything around Zuo Kong began to be frozen. The faces of Joe's, Saki, and Beasta changed at the same time. Not good, Saki thought secretly. 10. Two people, 4 swords, waving long swords, cut a deep pit abruptly. The steps of the two people have stopped. It is already the limit to barely keep themselves from being frozen by Zuo Kong. D. With a roar, Joe's body was covered with the terrifying armament hockey again. He forcibly resisted the ice with his own strength, but his steps became faster and faster. He actually pushed back the cold air in front of him and roared towards Zuo Kong. You have some skills. Zuo Kong's mouth curled up and looked at Joe's with an interesting smile. The eyes emitting a faint scarlet light were like evil spirits about to descend. Zuo Kong raised one hand and aimed at the sky. Countless lightning flashes suddenly rumbled from the thunderclouds. As Zuo Kong's arm moved slightly, lightning fell in an instant, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting. 10,000 Thunder's God's Punishment. A purple lightning column fell from the sky and enveloped the three people in an instant. Zuo Kong's arm clenched slightly, and the power of the lightning column suddenly increased a little bit and fell suddenly. Just as Zuo Kong's smile became more and more intense, a blue light suddenly shot up into the sky. In an instant, the hundreds of lightning columns were blocked. All the lightning columns bombarded the blue figure and were completely disintegrated, and finally disappeared without a trace. The blue flame that should have dissipated suddenly burned more fiercely. Marco spread his wings and soared into the air. His mouth slightly cracked, and he said with a smile, "Devil, this battle has just begun. If you were cleared like this, wouldn't it be bad?" "Sure enough, you won't let me sing so easily," Zuo Kong also said with a smile. Advertisement. The lightning flashed, and Zuo Kong suddenly appeared beside Marco and kicked him. Zit. A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground, and Marco was kicked out directly. However, Zuo Kong, who was floating in the air, looked at Marco, who stood up again without any damage after patting the dust on his body, and smiled interestingly. "The recovery ability of the bird fruit phantom beast phoenix form is so terrifying. I just don't know if you can always recover unlimitedly like this. How about destroying you into pieces?" Zuo Kong said cruelly. "Who knows? Because no one has ever been qualified to destroy me into debris," Marco shrugged and said with a smile, still opening his lazy dead fish eyes. Zuo Kong laughed, but at this time the three figures behind him had risen into the sky again. Shining collision. Joe's fell down and rushed up, hitting Zuo Kong's body hard. The terrifying power made Zuo Kong's body unable to help but rush, but the next moment Joe's face changed and his body was frozen in an instant, falling directly from top to bottom. But at this moment, Saki and Vista had already met Zuo Kong's figure. Double Blades Ghost Spider, Flower Sword Sakura Drop. The huge sword energy transformed into a terrifying ghost spider, and accompanied by sakura flowers all over the sky, Vista's sword with sharp sword energy suddenly fell from top to bottom. Cloud. Zuo Kong gently raised one hand and pointed it at the two people. The next moment, clouds in the sky extended from Zuo Kong's hand. The endless clouds suddenly became black and white like jade. Snowflakes and lightning flashed in them. The two clouds transformed into cloud dragons at the same time. Roar. Snap. Saki and Vista fell from the air, but Zuo Kong's face was slightly stiff. There was a slight wound on his left arm. Tick. 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 The blood dripped slowly. Although it did not affect the performance of strength, he was injured. Advertisement. Don't underestimate the Whitebeard pirates. Never underestimate them, otherwise you will pay with your life, Marco said with a big laugh. Suddenly, he jumped up and turned into a blue phoenix, with dazzling flames burning on his body, rushing straight towards him. Phoenix Flame. 19.10.10. It flew around Zuo Kong in an instant, and at this moment, Zuo Kong found that he was surrounded. The injuries on his body slowly disappeared under the purple light, and he was already surrounded by the blue flame. Interesting. Zuo Kong did not escape but just looked at the blue flame and said with interest, 041512325 Filu 180,333,491. God's punishment. Boom. The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly dropped a terrifying lightning column to shatter the blue flame, but it was only a moment, and the flame was completely restored in a moment, as if no destruction had ever happened. 760 was the same from beginning to end. So that's it, self-recovering flame. Zuo Kong laughed excitedly. Room. The trick that worked every time was actually ineffective under this ball of fire. Zuo Kong's face froze slightly, and then Marco's voice came from outside, smiling faintly. Devil, give up. This trick isolates all changes inside and outside. It is absolutely impossible to escape. Even if Dad is trapped in it, he can only resist it. This trick will block all changes of the internal devil fruit to the outside. Zuo Kong frowned slightly. Is this the ability that the phoenix should have? This completely blocks the changes of the internal devil fruit to the outside. Even Op fruit can't do this. Could it be? Zuo Kong thought solemnly as he looked at the blue flames around him. Phoenix attack. Marco suddenly said in a low voice. In an instant, the flames surrounding Zuo Kong changed from flames to small phoenixes, and suddenly rushed towards Zuo Kong. The speed was extremely fast, and all of Zuo Kong's retreat routes were blocked in the original position. Boom. 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 The violent explosion filled the sky. 220. Whitebeard pirates joined attack. 8/10, please subscribe. The flames dissipated, and Zuo Kong's figure emerged, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Zuo Kong's body was almost tattered. His arms and legs were almost burned. Such injuries would be almost fatal to others. Marco. I didn't expect that I was careless. Zuo Kong wiped the bloodline on the corner of his mouth with his broken limbs and said with interest. So has the victory or defeat been decided for Lord Devil? Marco smiled confidently. He was absolutely confident that anyone who resisted his attack head-on would definitely lose, even if his father Whitebeard resisted his move. 13x13x. While speaking, Marco spurted out mouthfuls of blood, and his whole body twitched slightly. He half knelt on the ground with twitching. The power of this move was indeed amazing, but the consumption was also extremely terrifying. Marco was not at the mercy of others, but any devil within 2 hours would be killed. The power of the fruit can never be used. This is definitely a move that kills 1,000 enemies and injures 800 of your own. What a pity. Zuo Kong suddenly laughed with interest. Room Life Assembly. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Zuo Kong's arm was filled with purple light, which quickly expanded to the whole body. The next moment, Zuo Kong's body recovered to the most complete state, even without any damage. Marco, I can't deny that I didn't expect that you actually used the power of the devil fruit's origin in this move, and burned all other powers with the nature of immortality. Zuo Kong said calmly. Is this the power of Op fruit? It's really despairing. Marco smiled bitterly. Advertisement, despair. This is just the beginning. The next is the real despair. Zuo Kong opened his hands and said madly. In an instant, thunder surged between heaven and earth, and the crazy thunder shook the whole world. Zuo Kong looked at Marco's position and fell with one hand. 600 million volts thundercloud Kirin. As Zuo Kong moved, the head of a huge thunder Kirin slowly popped out from the sky, making a piercing roar of thunder, and suddenly rushed towards Marco at a deafening speed. Joes, protect Marco, everyone else, take action immediately, Thatch shouted loudly immediately. Shining defense. Joes roared and rushed directly in front of Marco, his body began to swell rapidly, and the diamond began to spread rapidly. In an instant, Marco's body spread to a terrifying giant as high as 3 meters, and his body was covered with black hockey. The Whitebeard pirates really can't be underestimated. Zuo Kong narrowed his eyes and thought secretly. BB. Zuo Kong moved slightly to avoid the attack of Thatch Vista, and looked at the other captains who had started to move again, floating in the air with a heavy face. When they really fought, Zuo Kong realized that the Whitebeard pirates could stand on the sea not only because of the strength of Whitebeard himself, but because of the overall strength and terror of the Whitebeard pirates. This is the real reason why the Whitebeard pirates are so powerful. Advertisement. If it were someone else, Marco's fatal blow would have basically killed or crippled them. Who would have thought that a mere strength comparable to that of an admiral could burst out such a terrifying force? In fact, this move has always been Marco's ultimate skill. If it weren't for dealing with Zuo Kong, Marco would never have used it. Must kill. Defense. Attack. Assist. Zuo Kong, looking at the Whitebeard pirates below, thought solemnly in his heart. These 15 people joined forces. As long as they were given a chance, even if they were really legendary figures, they would have a chance to kill them. Of course, just like facing Zuo Kong, there was only one chance. If they failed, it would be difficult to deal with. Of course, the 15 people joining forces are also very powerful. Marco, Brahmanke, Izo, you 3 should recover first. Joes will guard the 3 people, and the others will assist me in Vista. Thatch issued a series of absolutely correct orders and said very calmly, damn it, this guy actually held on. Izo cursed unwillingly. Angson, didn't you guess that this trick can get rid of this guy? Marco said with a faint smile. Even in the Whitebeard pirates, only the captain-level figures knew about Marco's move, because this move can definitely be used for a fatal blow. If people knew about it and took precautions, it would be difficult to deal with it. After all, Marco's speed is not fast. If he is not prepared first, I am afraid that any admiral-level figure can escape. Marco, although I don't know what you are still thinking, your Whitebeard pirates are indeed very dangerous. Die. Zuo Kong pointed one hand at Marco and others, and frost and snowflakes emerged, saying coldly. D. Plus or minus. With a roar, the snow dragon roared out in an instant. The huge snow dragon can be said to be overwhelming, but this is not the end. In an instant, the frost immediately covered the snow dragon, forming an even more terrifying impact of the ice dragon, De La Jiao. Frozen fruit and snow fruit are indeed superiors and subordinates, just like lava fruit and Shi are absolute nemesis in terms of temperature. But the power of frozen fruit and snow fruit combined is also very amazing, just like the power of the flame magma born from the combination of lava fruit and mera fruit is also amazing. This won't work, Atmos, you and Joes block this move. Saki shouted loudly as he watched the ice dragon falling from the sky faster and faster. Got it? The 13th Division shouted to the captain, Buffalo, Atmos. Buzz. The huge figure was instantly covered by the jet black armament hockey, and Joes's body was also covered by diamonds. The 2 bodies slowly stood together. Shining Buffalo. Search.